In the realm of Douluo Continent, a new wave of turmoil arises. The dominance of martial souls prevails, with angels and demons at the forefront. The disciples of the Tang Sect ultimately ascend to become the Sea God. The coexistence of dual divine powers leads to the eventual demise of martial souls. After 10,000 years, the unparalleled Tang Sect is reignited. Shrek Academy emerges, with numerous formidable forces standing tall. The sun and moon bear down, while the Holy Spirit runs rampant. The Emperor is initially defeated, and the Spirit Ice attains divinity. In the divine realm, a mysterious disappearance unfolds, giving rise to the legend of the Dragon King. The spirit of transmission lurks, while the Holy Spirit reemerges. The abyss grows unruly, and the soul beasts retaliate. The twin dragons of gold and silver remain eternally frozen. A millennium later, the ice melts. The ultimate Douluo rises once more to reclaim its former glory. 12 youths, by mere chance, stumble into an antique shop, thus embarking on a journey to inscribe a new epic in this realm of countless legends. Chapter 1. The Origin of All Things. Within a resplendent hotel, several high school students engage in lively conversation. Among them is an individual with a rather unseemly appearance named Xiaoxiao, who is in high spirits today due to his outstanding performance in the most crucial examination of his first year. He is now celebrating with his band of dubious friends. Beside him stands a slightly shorter and somewhat rotund individual known as Xiaopeng, whose appearance is equally as unsavory as Xiaoxiao's. Nearby, a tall and lanky figure, seemingly an ordinary passerby, named Ling Bing, appears utterly perplexed, lost in his thoughts. A fellow with a maniacal demeanor, named Wang Haochen, though outwardly eccentric, possesses a profound wisdom masked by his apparent folly. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly handsome individual arrives. This person, named Bao, is tall and remarkably athletic. Haven't they arrived yet? The Bao inquires. Do not fret. Our agreed meeting time is noon, and it is only 11:50, Xiaopeng replies. Just then, an exceptionally robust figure approaches. This individual, known as Fanny Huang, boasts a muscular physique that unmistakably indicates his regular engagement in physical activity. Before long, 3 more individuals arrive. One of them, engrossed in a book, is named Tichang. Although he seems somewhat out of place, he possesses an innate connection with the others. The person beside him engages in discussion, occasionally gesturing animatedly. This individual is named Qianlong. Though he appears ordinary, a keen observer would discern the glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. To the left walks a man named Zheng Bei, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of erudition and sagacity. Have they all arrived? Zheng Bei asks. We're still awaiting a few, Wang Haochen responds, and we cannot ascertain whether they will come. Of course they will come. Just then, 2 more individuals approach. The speaker, named Li Hong, possesses curly hair that resembles the soft clouds in the sky. The companion beside him is the largest among the group, named Chun Fong, whose physique resembles that of a cube. Has Qi Xiaomin not arrived yet? Li Hong queries. He still owes me some money from yesterday. Forget about him. Let's order the dishes, Lu Xiaoxiao declares. The group enjoys their meal for a considerable time, and after more than 10 minutes, a rather unsavory figure emerges from the entrance, glancing around. Stop ogling at the beauties over there, and hurry up. We've been waiting for you, Xiaopeng shouts. You speak with your eyes wide open. Qi Xiaomin retorts. Do I not see you all feasting joyously? Hey, Lu Xiaoxiao, why hasn't Zhang Sherwin arrived? Xiaopeng swiftly changes the subject. How would I know? Lu Xiaoxiao replies. I invited her, but she declined. The group continues to eat and chat. By the way, He Chong suddenly interjects. I heard the new antique shop has opened nearby. What is there to see? Wang Haochen replies. Are you intending to purchase something or cause a ruckus? It has always been official to broaden one's horizons, Qianlong asserts. Let's go if we must. It won't take much time, Fanny Huang adds. Thus, the group quickly reaches a consensus to visit the antique shop. After finishing their meal, they proceed to enter the shop as planned. Suddenly, the space around them transforms, twisting into a deep azure. What is happening? Lu Xiaoxiao exclaims in panic. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black robes appears before them. Who are you, and what do you desire? He Chong inquires bluntly. As for me, you may refer to me as Chaos. My purpose for being here is quite simple. I wish for you to partake in a game. What sort of game? Zheng Bei asks with enthusiasm. A game of traversal, Chaos replies with a smile. You must be familiar with virtual reality, commonly known as VR technology. The game we are about to engage in is akin to this. Chaos's words leave everyone astounded, and he continues. Henceforth, you will traverse various worlds. However, these are not the realms of reality, but rather those from online novels. Before each game commences, I will allow you to read the original text corresponding to the respective world. Once you have finished reading, I shall randomly transport you to that world. Your ages will be controlled between 0 and 12 years, and each game will last 100 years. Should you fail to achieve your objectives within this time, it will be deemed a failure. If the number of failures accumulates excessively, the only outcome shall be death. I am not mistaken, am I? Qianlong remarked. Quite astute. Hun Dun chuckled. Then please step into the simulation pods behind me. What should we do? Dabao inquired softly. What else can we do? We can only heed his words, Xiaopang replied. Oh, by the way, there's one more matter, Hun Dun suddenly added. I consider myself rather merciful, thus I've had a change of heart. In the first 3 games, we shall enter the world of Douluo Continent. The first entry will be from the first part, the second from the second part, and the third from the third part, with each segment separated by 10,000 years. In that realm, achieving godhood is deemed a victory. Those who fail to ascend to divinity across all 3 trials will be eliminated. However, should anyone succeed in becoming a god thrice, they will spare the others from death. Furthermore, do not allow yourselves to be ensnared in the illusory world. Should I detect any signs of such descent, I shall promptly extract the individual and declare their failure. Upon hearing Hun Dun's words, the crowd's expressions grew solemn, and they proceeded to enter the simulation pods. Within this peculiar space, the concept of time was non-existent. At an indeterminate moment, Hun Dun proclaimed, "Now that everyone has completed the original text, I shall begin to elucidate the game rules. Your reincarnation will be entirely random. Although I have made adjustments, there remains the possibility of complications during the rebirth process, such as difficult births or reincarnating as spirit beasts. Should you surpass this rebirth phase, you will then be able to communicate through intercalls. You may communicate at any time. I am eager to see how the future of Douluo Continent will unfold under your influence. That is all. Thus, the reincarnation commences." As Hun Dun's words fell, the crowd felt a tumultuous shift in their souls, soon succumbing to oblivion. Hun Dun, will this not be overly arduous for these youngsters? At that moment, a young man wielding a sword approached. Zhu Shun, there is no need for concern. After all, this is merely a selection of companions. Hun Dun laughed heartily. By the way, are you truly allowing them to reincarnate at random? A man bearing a long knife approached. Of course not. Maying, Hun Dun replied with a smile. This game is rather intriguing. Let us venture to the divine realm over there. Come, come, Zhu Shun declared, vanishing first. Hun Dun and Mei Ying exchanged glances before disappearing as well. On the street, it seemed as if nothing had transpired, yet none were aware that 12 high school students had vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. Am I being teased? As Lu Xiaoxiao opened his eyes, he was enveloped by an inky darkness, with no trace of another soul in the room. At that moment, a series of grand characters materialized before him. Xiaoyu, male, 11 years old, martial soul. Moonblade, soul power, level 31. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoxiao realized he had acquired a plethora of memories. Were these the memories of Xiaoyu before the age of 12? Lu Xiaoxiao pondered. Hey, are you all still alive? Suddenly, the familiar voice of Xiaopang echoed in his mind. If you're alive and Haven T transformed into a soul beast, make a sound. Squeak, squeak. The chorus of responses rang in Lu Xiaoxiao's heart. It seems everyone is alive? Qianlong inquired. What have you all transformed into? Xiaopang asked eagerly. You go first, Lu Xiaoxiao replied. I'm now a 1-year-old Xia Hua Phoenix horse, came Xiaopang's feeble voice. Impressive, Xiaopang. Wang Haochen chimed in. 6666666, Li Hong and Qi Xiaoman erupted into fits of laughter. ISNT that the one who can't control his fiery nature and frequently changes girlfriends while reveling in the pleasure houses? You're quite fortunate, Zheng Bai remarked. Be careful not to fall into depravity, Qianlong advised earnestly. You all are just like this. Xiaopang's voice carried a hint of grievance. We're merely envious of you. He Chong interjected. I've already said it, what about you? Xiaopang pressed. I've reincarnated as Yu Tianheng, He Chong responded, and Qianlong has become Yu Tianxin. I'm 10 years old, and he is 11. My soul power is level 22, his is 23. The continent's premier assault type beast martial soul. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Quite remarkable, Fan Yihuang noted. It seems we've all been fortunate, allocated to powerful positions, Dabao added. I'm now the elder brother of Dai Mu Bai, Davis, age 12, with a soul power of 26. You must cultivate a good relationship with your brother. Qianlong advised, in the future, we may need their assistance to ascend to divinity. Moreover, the royal power of the Xing Luo Empire is also of paramount importance. It's my turn now. I've reincarnated as Huo Wu Shuang, 7 years old, with level 11 soul power. Qi Xiaoman has become Huo Wu, age 6. With level 7 soul power, Fan Yihuang stated. The two strongest at the Blaze Academy? Wang Haochen exclaimed. Could it be that the future of the entire world is now ours to shape? Perhaps it truly is. Li Hong mused. I transformed into Feng Xiaotian. 12 years old, with level 24 soul power. Is there someone from the Divine Wind Academy as well? Zabao Yin Gui. Now it's my turn, Wang Haochen announced. I become Dugian, age 10, with level 18 soul power. And I, Zheng Bei added, I seem to be Lingling 10 years old, with level 17 soul power. The Biphosphorus Serpent and the 9-Heart Sea Tang? Quite impressive. Your backing is formidable, Qi Xiaoman remarked. One for poison control, and the other for wide area healing. I'm known as Yin, Chun Fong stated, currently 11 years old, with level 27 soul power. What a coincidence. We all find ourselves in the Martial Soul Hall. Lu Xiaoxiao noted, I am Xiaoyu, 11 years old, with level 31 soul power. It appears that most of you are under my command. Lin Bo concluded, I think I've transformed into Qian Renshue. 12 years old, with level 41 soul power. 41? Are you out of your mind? Wang Haochen exclaimed. Nothing wrong here. With innate level 20 soul power, 6 years of cultivation, achieving level 41 is quite normal. Ling Bing clarified. All in all, let me analyze. Chun Long began. We have 3 in the Martial Soul Hall, 2 at the Blaze Academy, 1 in the Divine Wind Academy, 2 in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, 2 destined to be members of the future Royal Combat Team, namely the Tiando Royal Combat Team. 1 is a prince of the Xing Luo Empire, and 1 is part of the Shrek 7 Devils. The prospects seem rather promising. We must seize this opportunity, adapt swiftly to our surroundings, and elevate our strengths, He Chong urged. At least for the next decade, there shouldn't be any significant changes. What about me? Xiao Peng asked. You? Zheng Bei retorted. You have the easiest situation among us. While we must adapt and maintain our previous performances without revealing flaws, you're merely 1 year old, with ample time to acclimatize to this world. Why is this my fault again? I'm currently the weakest among all. Xiao Peng protested. Stop complaining. Ultimately, the Shrek 7 Devils will rely on you to build rapport. In the future, if we wish to ascend to divinity, we may need their collaboration. Chun Long instructed. I want to be the ultimate villain, Lin Bo declared. Quiet down. If you play the villain, you'll end up with a tragic fate like in the original story, Lu Xiaoxiao retorted. You must behave, focus on your cultivation, and when the time is right, seize the power of the Martial Soul Hall. Then, the entire world shall truly belong to us. Oh, is that so? L'imborilactantly coexist. Why do I feel he seems a bit unwilling? Wang Haochen inquired. Forget about him, Lu Xiaoxiao stated. Now we must minimize our interference in this world to avoid any alterations in the future, which could render the information we possess obsolete. With that, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. On the following day, before dawn, Lu Xiaoxiao was jolted awake by Zheng Bei's enthusiastic shout. Rise and shine. Why all the noise? Anyone abruptly awakened from slumber would inevitably be ill-tempered, and the group collectively berated him. I remembered something very important, Zheng Bei exclaimed. I think I've turned into a girl. You just realized? Wang Haochen replied, exasperated. What should I do? Hurry and teach me. Zheng Bei implored. What can be done? We'll just have to make do. Wang Haochen said. My situation is similar to yours. Let us just go with the flow. Fine. It seems there is no other choice. Zheng Bei conceded. By the way, do I have an additional sister now? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Let me tell you, don't entertain any nefarious thoughts, Xiao Peng warned. Doing so could easily lead to your downfall. All right, I understand, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, shaking his head. From today onwards, let us begin to adapt and grow stronger in this new world. Chapter 3. Entering Douluo Continent. Having awakened, Lu Xiaoxiao chose not to return to sleep, but instead stepped out of the tent. From Xiaoyu's memories, he had gleaned that he was currently in the Stardow Forest. Accompanying him were his sister Hulaina and Chun Fong, who had transformed into Yin. Additionally, lurking in the shadows was his soul Emperor-level mentor. Their purpose for this venture was to assist him and Hulaina, both having broken through to level 30. In obtaining their 3rd soul ring, Lu Xiaoxiao had already acquired his soul ring prior to his reincarnation and had advanced to level 31, leaving only Hulaina's soul ring to be obtained. Lu Xiaoxiao quietly departed the camp, intending to familiarize himself with his current physique to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. With the dawn still a considerable time away, as long as he could return before then, there would be no issues. Chun Fong shared the same sentiment and stealthily left the camp, heading in Lu Xiaoxiao's direction. However, unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyu's soul Emperor-level mentor had already detected their departure and was discreetly tailing them. In a secluded clearing, Lu Xiaoxiao cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He understood, well, the dangers of acting alone in the dark. although they were merely on the outskirts of the Star Do forest. Primarily populated by 10 and 100-year soul beasts, there remained the possibility of encountering 1,000-year soul beasts. Given his current strength, he would not fare well against a 1,000-year soul beast in a one-on-one confrontation. Once he confirmed that no soul beasts lurked nearby, he unleashed his martial soul. The Moonblade and his soul rings materialized beside him. 2 yellow and 1 purple, the optimal combination of soul rings. As the first soul ring illuminated, Xiaoxiao cast forth his Moonblade. After soaring for 40 meters, the blade traced its previous trajectory and returned. This was his first soul skill, the returning blade. Subsequently, his second soul ring activated, causing the moon blade to triple in size. This was his second soul skill, the giant blade. He then hurled both moon blades simultaneously, only for them to merge before separating and returning to his grasp. This was his third soul skill, the blade fusion. His abilities, of course, were not merely confined to these basic applications. He then began to practice, recalling the techniques etched in his memory. Thanks to the clarity of his recollections, he swiftly became adept. From initial awkwardness, he now could wield 3 soul skills concurrently. However, such exertion would significantly deplete his soul power. At that moment, Chun Fong arrived at the clearing. What brings you here? Xiaoxiao mused internally, hesitant to speak aloud lest it attract soul beasts. Just like you. I'm here to practice soul skills, Chun Fong replied in his mind. Oh, what's that? Xiaoxiao keenly sensed a figure concealed within the forest behind him. Perhaps it's the team leader, Chun Fong conjectured mentally. Let us pretend we arranged a practice battle to spar. I'll assist you in mastering your soul skills. Xiaoxiao suggested. Sounds good, Chun Fong agreed, unleashing his martial soul, the Flame Lord, as 2 yellow soul rings materialized beside him. Xiaoxiao launched his Moonblade, attacking from a distance, prompting Chun Fong's first soul ring to glow as he activated his first soul skill, the Flame Body. He then defended against the Moonblade strike with his fist. Xiaoxiao's first soul ring illuminated, retrieving the Moonblade. Next, Xiaoxiao cast both Moonblades again, and with his second soul ring activated, the blades enlarged. Simultaneously, Chun Fong's second soul ring flared, causing his body to swell and intercept the assault. The Flame Lord's second soul skill, Earth Expansion. Throughout the exchange, Xiaoxiao refrained from exerting his full strength, knowing that, at his current soul sage level, a serious confrontation could easily injure Chun Fong. After gauging Chun Fong's abilities, he employed his third soul skill, Blade Fusion, though he held back. Nevertheless, the Blade Fusion shattered the Earth Shield, and Chun Fong barely withstood the impact, relying on the strength of his flame body. As dawn began to break, the two hastily made their way back to camp. Unbeknownst to them, a Soul Emperor-level teacher, shadowing their movements, merely assumed that Xie Yu wished to assist Yin in testing his newly acquired third soul skill, and thus returned to camp without concern. Not long after, a graceful young woman entered Xiaoxiao's tent, none other than Hulaina. How beautiful! Is that my sister? Xiaoxiao thought, swallowing hard. Xiaoxiao, stay strong. Don't succumb, he heard Chunlong's voice. Startled by Chunlong's words, Xiaoxiao quickly regained his composure. Brother, it's time to get up, Hulaina said before turning and leaving the tent, leaving Xiaoxiao momentarily dazed. Gathering his thoughts, he exited the tent. After breakfast, the group tidied up the camp and continued deeper into the Stardo forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous soul beasts, predominantly those of 10 and 100 years. Xiaoxiao merely emitted a hint of his soul sage aura, frightening the beasts into retreat. Nearly half an hour later, Xiaoxiao suddenly sensed a presence, raising his hand to halt the others. Stop! Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's command, the two quickly complied. Stealthily, Xiaoxiao moved towards a particular direction, with Chun Fong and Hulaina trailing closely behind. That's a 1,000-year jade-faced fox, Hulaina thought with joy. This 1,000-year jade-faced fox was a kindred spirit to Hulaina's martial soul, the demon fox, and was perfectly suited for her third soul ring. Being just over 1,000 years old, Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong exchanged gestures, quickly springing into action. The trio silently encircled the fox from 3 directions, and with a signal from Xiaoxiao, they simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, closing in on the jade-faced fox. The fox, sensing danger, darted towards the gap between Chun Fong and Xiaoxiao in an attempt to flee. However, Xiaoxiao would not allow such an escape, immediately executing his second soul skill, Giant Blade, and third soul skill, Blade Fusion. The simultaneous release of these skills drained much of Xiaoxiao's soul power, yet their impact was tremendous. In an instant, The jade-faced fox was gravely wounded. Subsequently, Hulaina's second soul ring glowed, and flames erupted from her hands, targeting the fox. Hulaina's second soul skill, Foxfire. The jade-faced fox, already battered by Lu Xiaoxiao's earlier assault, collapsed under Hulaina's strike, and a purple soul ring emerged from its form. Hulaina approached, and after recovering her soul power for a brief moment, she reached for the soul ring, beginning the fusion process. Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong stood guard on either side, safeguarding her. The absorption of the soul ring was swift, and soon Hulaina rose, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. "Let us go," Hulaina declared. Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong nodded in agreement, and together, the 3 made their way toward the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 4. The Actions of Each Individual, Part 1. In the palace of the Heaven Dough Empire, within the prince's chamber, a handsome young man sat brooding on his bed, his brow furrowed with worry. This was Lin Bo, having traversed into the body of Qian Renxue. Now, under the direction of the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, his grandfather Qian Daolu, he masqueraded as the Prince Xue Qinghe of the Heaven Dough Empire. Though the transition to a female form had been a daunting blow, he found some solace in the fact that he was now impersonating a male, which suited him more in his role as Xue Qinghe. "Your Highness, the sect leader Ning is awaiting you outside," a voice called from beyond the chamber. Lin Bo rose from his bed and entered the hall, where a refined middle-aged man sat on a sofa, the illustrious Ning Fengji, known as the foremost auxiliary soul master on the continent, and the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Qinghe, you've arrived," Ning Fengji greeted with a smile. Teacher Lin Bo slightly bowed. "Have you summoned me for some purpose?" "Indeed, I wish to assess the results of your training," Ning Fengji replied. Lin Bo released his martial soul, revealing 2 wings that materialized behind him, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. The Spirit Hall had long made meticulous preparations for his infiltration into the royal family of the Heaven Dough Empire. Chief among these was the possession of a skull bone that could only be absorbed by the 6-winged angel martial soul, a relic that had endured for millennia and was nearly 10,000 years old. This soul bone granted the skill of disguise, enabling him to alter his form, voice, and even martial soul. Given the similarity between the 6-winged angel and the swan martial soul, the transformation was relatively straightforward. 12 years old, level 21, Ning Fengji acknowledged, nodding at the commendable pace of Lin Bo's cultivation. "You flatter me," Lin Bo replied modestly. "Now, let us proceed to address some training-related matters," Ning Fengji suggested. Ning Fengji's guidance persisted throughout the morning, and fortunately, Lin Bo had already absorbed all of Qian Renxue's memories, thus revealing no discernible flaws. After partaking in lunch, Ning Fengji departed from the Imperial Palace, while Lin Bo retreated to his own chamber. "I shall become the grand villain," Lin Bo resolved inwardly, meticulously controlling his thoughts so that none could overhear him. After all, should others catch wind of his intentions, they would likely rush forth to confront him. However, even if they did, gaining entry would pose a significant challenge. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family ranks among the top 3 sects of the 7 great sects of the Heaven Dough Empire, holding a prestigious position. Renowned as the most formidable assault-type beast martial spirit, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex can only be rivaled by the White Tiger. The family is further distinguished by the presence of a titled Douluo, solidifying their status on the Douluo Continent. Currently, the younger generation boasts the twin stars, Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, leading the family to flourish. At this moment, in a room, He Chong, reincarnated as Yu Qianheng, and Chen Long, reincarnated as Yu Tianxin, were engaged in conversation. "I never expected to encounter such an extraordinary situation," He Chong remarked. "Indeed, living for a century in a virtual world must have blurred the lines between it and reality," Chen Long replied, shaking his head. "After all, we've only lived a mere decade in the real world. Regardless, we must ascend to divinity. It is our sole means of survival," He Chong asserted. "I suspect that among those fools, some will fail thrice to attain godhood, which could complicate matters for us." Chen Long sighed. "It appears we must strive to achieve godhood on our first attempts. I wonder what that chaos truly intends to accomplish. However, given the current circumstances, we are left at the mercy of others. It is an unsettling predicament," He Chong stated. "Once you arrive at the Heaven Dough Royal Academy, remember to connect with Zheng Bei and Wang Haochen. We must rapidly enhance our strength," Chen Long advised. "I will also endeavor to grow stronger at the Thunder Academy." He added, "The Heaven Dough Royal Academy, reputedly the foremost institution of the Heaven Dough Empire, traditionally admits only nobles and excludes commoners. Few possess the true capability to enter its halls, and despite the Academy's superior cultivation conditions, it struggles to produce exceptional students. This explains why the Academy, although bearing the title of the Empire's best, lacks corresponding prowess. Nevertheless, among the student body, those of significant strength do exist, owing in part to the Academy's advanced training facilities, such as the fully simulated training grounds. The nominal head of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy is the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. However, he rarely involves himself in daily affairs, leaving governance to a committee of 3 elder teachers of Seoul, Douluo rank. The Academy employs a strict classification system. Newly enrolled students and those below level 25 are designated as Tianwei level. Those between 25 and 30 are Tianji level, and those above 30 are Tianshou level. Teachers are categorized similarly, with levels ranging from Tianwei 40 to 50 to Tianji 50 to 60, and Tianshou level for those above 60. The Academy boasts a total of 8 Tianshou level instructors, ensuring a robust faculty. Meanwhile, in a Tianwei level girls' dormitory, Zheng Bei, reincarnated as Yi Lingling, and Wang Haochen, reincarnated as De Guiyan, were engaged in dialogue. What should we do? Zheng Bei inquired. We've turned into girls. You asked me. But who can I turn to? Wang Haochen replied. Perhaps we should simply accept this predicament. What nonsense. You can't just say accept it and expect me to comply. Zheng Bei lamented. Focus on your training. Attaining godhood will allow us to return, Wang Haochen suggested. If all else fails, we can wait for He Chong to return from his break and consult him. Perhaps he has a solution. What would he possibly do? Can he transform us back into boys? Zheng Bai exclaimed. While he may not revert you to your former self, he can surely help you cease being a girl. Wang Haochen remarked. Don't be ridiculous. We finally traversed to this world, only to be forced to attend school? Zheng Bai protested. Enough with the complaints. At least we won't have to take exams, Wang Haochen countered. Even if you fail to achieve godhood thrice, you can still cling to a powerful ally. With their prowess, surely some will attain godhood on their first attempts. Get lost. Who's clinging to anyone? Zheng Bai retorted. Let us focus on our training for now. Chapter 5. Individual Actions. Part 2. Within the Imperial Palace of the Star Luo Empire, there are 3 prince palaces, one belonging to the eldest prince Davis, and another to the youngest prince, Dai Mubai. The second prince has been secretly removed by Davis. The 2 princes are aged 10 and 4, a full 6 years apart. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire adheres to a tradition of nurturing several princes as rivals. The victor ascends to the throne, while the vanquished face the forfeiture of their soul power and exile to the frontier. The Dai and Zhu families have historically intermarried, a practice linked to their martial soul fusion skills, namely the White Tiger and the Phantom Cat, which can perform the fusion technique known as the Phantom White Tiger. The Zhu family aligns with the Dai family's traditions, establishing marital engagements for several pairs of heirs in each generation. The more formidable pair prevails, earning the right to survive. The betrothed to Davis is the 8-year-old Zhu Zhuyan. Inside one of the prince palaces, Davis, the reincarnated eldest prince, sits in quiet contemplation. Unknown to all, he harbors ambitions to become the ultimate villain, though he conceals his aspirations far more adeptly than Lin Bo. As for Chen Long's suggestion to cultivate a rapport with Dai Mubai, he holds such endeavors in disdain. What he truly desires is to vanquish Dai Mubai, seize complete control of the Star Luo Empire, and subsequently unify the entire Douluo Continent. 5 years later, the Blazing Fire Academy stands as one of the elite institutions within the Heaven-Do Empire's advanced soul master schools, renowned throughout the empire. The 5 elemental academies represent the pinnacle of soul master education in the Heaven-Do Empire. While the Heaven-Do Royal Academy boasts a strong faculty and favorable teaching environment, it grapples with various challenges, resulting in a scarcity of talented individuals. In contrast, the 5 elemental academies possess formidable backgrounds and evaluate students solely based on their abilities, allowing them to cultivate a greater number of exceptional talents. The Blazing Fire Academy exclusively admits fire attribute soul masters and features specialized simulated training grounds for them. At this moment, within the Blazing Fire Academy, Fanny Huang, reincarnated as Fire Wushuang, and Qi Xiaoman, reincarnated as Fire Dance, engage in conversation. It has been 5 years since we arrived in this world. Time truly flies, Fan Yihuang remarked. Indeed, I can scarcely distinguish between the illusory and the real anymore. Qi Xiaoman responded. Nonetheless, our cultivation has progressed relatively swiftly. Fan Yihuang noted, I have already attained level 19 soul power. Soon, as we achieve the rank of Great Soul Master, we should reach out to discuss any potential strategies. What strategies can a Great Soul Master employ? Qi Xiaoman inquired. Let's focus on strengthening ourselves for now. Once we attain the rank of Soul Sect, the Continental Elite Tournament for Advanced Soul Master Academies will serve as our platform to showcase our prowess. The Wind God Academy, another of the 5 elemental institutions, exclusively admits Wind attribute Soul Masters and boasts a specialized training ground for them. Located in close proximity to the Blazing Fire Academy, the two frequently engage in collaborative endeavors. Currently, Li Hong, reincarnated as Feng Xiaotian, is diligently training within the simulated training grounds. Presently, his soul power has reached level 32, a testament to his relentless dedication. He has previously sparred with Fanny Huang and Qi Xiaomin, ultimately emerging victorious from their encounters. It can be said that this is closely related to his efforts. Although he usually appears to be cynical, ever since he arrived in this world, perhaps influenced by the memories of Feng Xiaotian, he seems to have transformed into another person, beginning to diligently cultivate. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and it is now 8 years since everyone arrived in the Douluo Continent. On this day, the reincarnated Ma Hongjun, the chubby boy, is waiting for someone in the village. That person is undoubtedly Flinder, the director of Shrek Academy. According to the timeline, it happens to be this very day. Currently, his soul power stands at level 10, but this is merely because he has not absorbed a soul ring to break through. According to the Master's 10 core competencies for soul masters, the bottleneck of soul rings does not impede the elevation of a soul master's soul power. It merely means that without the guidance of a soul ring, one cannot enter the next level, while one cannot break through in their original level of cultivation. The soul power cultivated still exists, and once a soul ring is obtained, it will naturally manifest. Once he absorbs his first soul ring, he is likely to ascend directly to around level 17, a remarkably high level. At this moment, a man appearing to be in his 50s approaches. With a slightly protruding chin, a flat face, and adorned with a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, it is indeed Flinder. Upon catching sight of the chubby boy, Flinder exclaims in surprise, then appears right before him, scrutinizing him closely. At this time, other villagers gather around. "Who are you?" A villager ventures to inquire. "I am Flinder, the director of Shrek Academy," he replies, releasing his martial soul, with 7 soul rings swirling around him. "A soul sage." The villagers gasp in astonishment. "What is this boy's name?" Flinder queries, pointing at the chubby boy. "His name is Ma Hongjun, and he is 9 years old," a village woman steps forward to say. "Ma Hongjun." Flinder muses for a moment, then continues. It appears that his martial soul has undergone a mutation. While he possesses formidable fire abilities, he also harbors a significant flaw. His body has already been affected by his martial soul, causing him to become exceedingly strong in matters of desire, with impulses 10 times that of an ordinary person. If merely suppressed without proper guidance, he could easily succumb to this malevolent fire and meet a tragic end. "Please, you must save Hongjun, Master Soul Sage," the village woman pleads urgently. "Forgive my boldness, but you must be Ma Hongjun's mother. May I take him to my academy for cultivation? I will find a way to resolve this issue," Flinder proposes. "Thank you, Master Soul Sage," the village woman responds hastily. Hongjun quickly thanked the director. "No need for that. Let's set off now," Flinder states, lifting Ma Hongjun and soaring into the sky with his martial soul. "My good days are finally arriving," the chubby boy rejoices quietly. Chapter 6, Shrek Academy. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. They have been in this world for a decade. Throughout these 10 years, they have been cultivating while reflecting on the content of the novel, preparing for the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Shrek Academy, located in the Barak Kingdom, is renowned for only admitting monsters. The admission criteria for Shrek Academy are stringent. One must be under 13 years of age and possess a soul power of at least level 21, in addition to undergoing 4 rigorous trials. Similarly, the faculty at Shrek Academy is exceptionally formidable, with 3 soul sages and 2 soul emperors on staff. Although Shrek Academy is not registered with any empire or kingdom, its teaching strength surpasses that of the vast majority of advanced soul master academies. Shrek Academy may be the only institution where the number of teachers exceeds that of students. Apart from the chubby boy, there are only Dai Mubai and Oscar. However, just the day before, it was the day when Shrek Academy enrolled new students. Unsurprisingly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all passed the assessments and were accepted into Shrek Academy. On that morning, the chubby boy was diligently cultivating within Shrek Academy, awaiting the arrival of Tang San and Xiao Wu. As expected, they soon passed by where he was. The chubby boy stepped forward to block their path. "What do you want?" Tang San inquired. "You are the one who caused teacher Zhao such trouble, aren't you?" The chubby boy retorted, I am Ma Hongjun, a student of this academy, and I wish to challenge you. As he spoke, he unleashed 2 yellow soul rings, activating his phoenix martial soul. On the other side, Tang Sect instructed Xiao Wu to step back a little before releasing his blue-silver grass martial soul, also adorned with 2 shimmering yellow soul rings. The sight of the chubby boy was quite humorous. His rotund body, with long purple-red feathers adorning his arms and hair standing upright, made him resemble not a phoenix, but rather a clumsy rooster. Yet, years of habit led Tang Sect to remain vigilant. He swiftly activated his blue-silver grass martial soul, the first soul ring shining brightly, initiating the first soul skill, bind. Simultaneously, the first and second soul rings on the chubby boy lit up, as he unleashed a stream of purple-red flames from his mouth, igniting his body in violet flames, instantly reducing the blue-silver grass entwined around him to ashes. This was the first soul skill of the evil Fire Phoenix, Phoenix Fire line, and the second soul skill, Baptism of Fire Phoenix. Flames are the nemesis of plants. At least for now. Just then, Dai Mubai's voice echoed from a distance. Tang Sect, Fatty, what are you two up to? Upon hearing his voice, Tang Sect and the chubby boy instinctively withdrew their martial souls. Tang Sect, allow me to introduce you to the last original student of our academy, the evil fire rooster. Ma Ongjun, Dai Mubai announced. Nonsense, you are the rooster. I am a genuine phoenix. The chubby boy retorted in frustration. This fellow has been acting strangely since yesterday morning, claiming that this year the academy would turn its fortunes around. And surprisingly, he was right. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. What do you mean by right? This is my intuition. It is always spot on, the chubby boy asserted. His martial soul is indeed quite powerful, but possesses a fatal flaw. Dai Mubai recounted the situation regarding the chubby boy. What? Tang Sect exclaimed, astonished. Even such a peculiar martial soul exists? Shrek Academy truly lives up to its name as the Academy of Monsters. Furthermore, due to this boy's excessive desires, he has already changed girlfriends 3 or 4 times in the past year. Dai Mubai chuckled. I wonder what possessed him to come challenge you so early today. Just then, the chubby boy's stomach growled audibly. After just a brief skirmish, I'm already feeling hungry, he remarked. Let us head to the cafeteria. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters officially gathered together, and the chubby boy's cultivation at Shrek Academy entered a new phase. As time passed, after experiencing the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Star Doe Forest Expedition, and 3 months of rigorous training under the Master S Devilish Regiment, the chubby boy found himself once again at the brothel. At this moment, he was embroiled in a heated argument with a sleazy old man. Hey, I spotted this young lady first. The chubby boy shouted angrily. You've already injured one hand. What are you doing here? As he spoke, he unleashed 2 yellow soul rings. Yet in that instant, he recalled something and attempted to retract his martial soul. I'm not using my hands, the sleazy old man chuckled, releasing 4 soul rings, revealing himself to be a soul master. Before the chubby boy could retract his martial soul, the old man quickly subdued him, leaving him battered. Following that, the old man playfully flicked a certain part of the chubby boy and laughed. So small, unable to endure any longer. The chubby boy rose and charged once more the sleazy old man. Continuing on, one could see the rotund figure, clad in tattered garments, with a plump face swollen in distress, dark bruises encircling his eyes, and dried blood caked at the corners of his mouth. Douluo, refrain from causing a ruckus here, lest our business suffer, admonished an elderly madam. Consider yourself fortunate. Now be gone. With a dismissive wave, Douluo expelled the rotund figure from the premises and closed the door firmly. Fuming, the rotund figure returned to Shrek Academy and summoned Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang Sect, and Xiao Wu for assistance. Is this what you refer to as a grass hut possessing a golden phoenix? Oscar exclaimed, taken aback. While I understand your lack of dietary restrictions, a grass hut is indeed a grass hut. Surely that golden phoenix is old enough to be your aunt. Dai Mubai scolded. At that moment, Douluo emerged from the modest dwelling. Xiao Wu stepped forward, charming the elder Douluo. Subsequently, Xiao Wu accompanied him to a secluded, shadowy place, where she unleashed the 8th section throw, incapacitating him. The rotund figure was left speechless. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the visual impact was overwhelming. Once the group had distanced themselves, the rotund figure turned back and incinerated Douluo entirely. He then hurriedly returned. Fatty, did I not warn you? This fellow is not deserving of death, Dai Mubai remarked, furrowing his brow. No, what Fatty did was right. To cut the grass without uprooting the roots only allows it to flourish anew, Tang Sect interjected. Rest assured, I've already managed the scene, Fatty chuckled. He had not forgotten the 3rd principle of the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record. when determining an adversary is indeed an enemy. One must show no mercy if they possess a path to your demise, or else they will only bring you trouble. Chapter 7. The Royal Combat Team vs. the Frenzied Battle Team. The Grand Soul Arena, the most esteemed establishment founded by the 7 prominent soul master clans of the Douluo Continent, exists as an independent third-party entity, neither subordinated to the 2 great empires nor the Spear Hall, and is as affluent as a nation. The Grand Soul Arena awards a soul badge to each registered soul master, with points incrementing alongside victories. The soul badges are categorized into 8 tiers: iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The competitions consist of 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with the latter typically involving 7 to 10 participants. At this moment, in a lounge within a Grand Soul Arena, 7 individuals were at rest, including He Chong, Wang Haochen, and Zheng Bei. Fatty, in a few days we shall arrive in Soto City. Have you thought of us? Wang Haochen mused inwardly. Who thinks of you? Fatty retorted. By the way, what is your current strength? He inquired. I am currently at level 39. Truth be told, I could have broken through long ago, but I refrained to ensure I could still engage with you guys, He Chong responded. The other 2, Wang Haochen had also reached level 39, while Zheng Bei stood at 37. How come you all are advancing so swiftly? I'm still only at level 28, Fatty lamented. Spend less time in brothels and focus on your training. That is my sole piece of advice, Zheng Bei stated. After concluding their conversation with Fatty, He Chong and the others rose and made their way outside. Half a month later, at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, the 5th match, a group battle, pitted the Frenzied Battle Team against the Royal Combat Team. As the host declared the commencement, the members of both teams sprang into action. The Frenzied Battle Team's lead, the Rampaging Rhino, unleashed his spirit, swiftly followed by 2 soul masters wielding sheep spirits. In contrast, the Royal Combat Team had the Stone Brothers, bearers of the Black Tortoise Spirit, charging ahead to block the path of the 2 sheep spirit masters, while He Chong directly engaged the Rampaging Rhino. In terms of soul power, the Rampaging Rhino was not superior to He Chong. Regarding soul skills, He Chong far surpassed him. The Stone Brothers exhibited formidable strength as well. The 2 sheep masters had already activated their 2nd soul skill, Trample, but the Stone Brothers had yet to release even a single soul skill, relying solely on their spirit to hold their ground. At that moment, an auxiliary soul master wielding the Rui plate from the rear unleashed a glow of attack and defense, bolstering the frontline fighters and preventing a swift collapse. Despite this, the Frenzied Battle Team was evidently at a disadvantage. Among the Royal Combat Team, the Ghost Leopard Master, Osro, swiftly darted toward the Rui plate soul master, aiming to eliminate the auxiliary support first. Double Monkey's retreat protect the Rui plate. Just then, the Spider Spirit Master, a captivating woman, rapidly deployed her 2nd soul skill, Spider Silk Barrier. However, at that moment, Osro activated his 3rd soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone, effortlessly breaching the Spider Silk Barrier and charging toward the Rui plate. The 2 Monkey Spirit Masters rushed forward to intercept Osro. Yet in that instant, a figure descended from the sky. The Wind Bell Bird Spirit Master, Yu Feng, swooped down and struck the Rui plate soul master out of the arena. At the moment the Rui plate soul master was ejected, beams of light surged into the bodies of the Frenzied Battle Team members, enhancing their strength but also clouding their minds. This is bad. They're in a frenzied state. He Chong immediately deduced, signaling everyone to retreat swiftly. However, the Frenzied Battle Team showed no intention of allowing them to escape. The captivating woman and the 2 Monkey Spirit Masters immediately besieged Osro, intent on taking him down first. At this juncture, Yu Feng charged down with great speed, his 1st soul ring shimmering as he activated his 1st soul skill, Blade Wings. The Blade Wings sliced through the captivating woman and the 2 Monkey Spirit Masters, forcing them back, allowing Osro to slip free of the encirclement and dash toward the 2 Sheep Masters. Seeing their enemy escape, the 2 Monkey Spirit Masters hastily pursued Osro. In that moment, He Chong's 2nd and 3rd soul rings illuminated simultaneously, activating his 2nd soul skill, Thunderous Might, and his 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Wrath. Instantly, torrents of lightning surged forth from He Chong, targeting the Frenzied Battle Team and knocking the 2 Monkey Spirit Masters unconscious. The 2 Sheep Masters, similarly battered, were left with only the Rampaging Rhino and the captivating woman possessing any remaining strength. At that moment, Wang Haochen's 3rd soul ring flickered, and he exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, invoking the 3rd soul skill of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent, Purple Venom of the Green Scales. Instantly, numerous members of the Frenzied Battle Team collapsed, leaving only the captivating woman conscious. Alarmed, she immediately unleashed her third soul skill, transforming her hair into 8 whips for attack. Hichang's first soul ring activated, and with the Thunder Dragon Claw, he deflected the 8 whips. Subsequently, Asro struck from behind, and the captivating woman fell as well. The match concluded without suspense, with the Royal Combat Team decisively overpowering the frenzied battle team. Amidst the cheers from the audience, the Royal Combat Team made their way back to the lounge. The following day, at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, in the VIP lounge, room 3, Qin Ming entered the lounge, holding a dossier. This time, you're likely to encounter a formidable opponent. I have just received a brief overview of your adversaries for tonight from the City Lord. This has only recently been finalized at the Soto Grand Soul Arena. Take a look, he said, settling onto the sofa and unfurling a piece of fabric across the table. Hichang pondered for a moment before responding. The opponent we face this time is far beyond any adversaries we have encountered before. If we are not careful, we could genuinely lose. Qin Ming expressed mild surprise. It seems you are quite cautious. Indeed, they will be your formidable foes. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 individuals you must particularly watch out for. As Hichang pointed to the inscription Thousand-Handed Azura, which was notably emphasized in the dossier, he remarked this Thousand-Handed Azura is certainly no ordinary foe. Moreover, the White Tiger Martial Soul and the Nethercat Martial Soul evoke a particular term in my mind, the Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Nether White Tiger. Zheng Bei continued in the wake of Hichang's words. Then, allow me to arrange our tactics, Hichang stated. Moments later, in the main battle arena, the Shrek 7 monsters and the Imperial fighting team stood at opposite sides, each side unleashing their soul power for comparison. Begin. With the host command, both sides sprang into action. Chapter 8, the Imperial fighting team versus the 7 monsters. Dai Mubai let out a resonant roar, instantly uplifting the morale of his comrades. And then he lunged towards the enemy, enveloped in a golden light by the White Tiger shield. His indomitable aura was truly awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, the Stone brothers flanked from either side, their first soul rings gleaming as they prepared to intercept Dai Mubai's advance. At that moment, Dai Mubai's tiger claw lunged towards the heads of the Stone brothers, bolstered by the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tile, amplifying his strength and speed to unprecedented levels. The Stone brothers instinctively recoiled, easily evading the attack, causing Dai Mubai's strike to merely graze the turtle shell, igniting a flurry of sparks. At that instant, a massive blue-purple electric claw surged towards Dai Mubai. Concurrently, the airborne Yufeng lunged towards Dai Mubai's rear, aiming to sever the blue silvergrass. Tang Sect reacted swiftly, pulling Dai Mubai back. Hichang refrained from pursuing further, fully aware that advancing alone was perilous. Observing Hichang's restraint, Tang Sect, quick on his feet, commanded Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai to encircle Asro under the control of the blue silvergrass, while the rotund figure obstructed Yufeng's path. In a critical moment, Hichang was the first to react, unleashing his second soul skill, Thunderclap, enhanced by his third soul skill, Thunder Fury, directly targeting Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, aiming to eliminate them first. Nevertheless, he primarily concentrated his assault on Zhu Zhuqing. Hichang understood that the only threats to them, aside from Tang Sect, were the Nether White Tiger, and that eliminating either Dai Mubai or Zhu Zhuqing would thwart the formation of their martial soul fusion technique. Dai Mubai activated his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, alongside his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, preparing to strike Asro. However, upon seeing Hichang's lightning bolt aimed at Zhu Zhuqing, he unhesitatingly moved to block it. Asro attempted to exploit this opportunity to flee, but in the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared before him, her second soul ring shining brightly as she unleashed Netherhunter claws. Asro's third soul ring also subtly illuminated, enabling him to evade Zhu Zhuqing's attack with his leopard shadow clone. Yet, one must not forget about Xiao Wu. Asro was merely a sensitive attack type soul master. Despite his soul power being several levels above Xiao Wu's, she, as a powerful assault type soul master, coupled with the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tile, posed an insurmountable challenge. In the face of Xiao Wu's first soul skill, Waist Bow, he had no means of resistance and was instantly dealt a severe blow. In this pivotal moment, Yufeng's first soul ring glimmered, activating his wing blade to push Xiao Wu aside, rescuing Asro and pulling him back to safety. At that moment, Wang Haochen, who had remained still, activated his third soul ring, his emerald eyes transforming to a deep violet as he opened his mouth, releasing a thick cloud of toxic mist that rapidly spread towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Fall back, Tang Sect shouted, pulling back the eager Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, while each member of the Shrek 7 monsters consumed a detoxifying sausage crafted by Oscar. It's merely the bioluminous serpent venom. Watch as I dispel your serpent's poison. With that, Tang Sect produced 2 water pouches from the night of the moonlit bridge and flung them into the air, simultaneously bellowing. Boss, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line activate. The Shrek 7 monsters' impeccable coordination allowed Dai Mubai and the rotund figure to strike first, yet a figure intercepted them, catching the 2 water pouches before soaring into the distance. It was Yufeng. During the tactical discussion, He-Chong had pinpointed the weakness of the bioluminous purple poison, Xionghuang Wine. Yufeng was responsible for countering it. If the water pouches could be snatched away before being shattered, they would be entirely unafraid of the bioluminous purple poison. Duvian, show some mercy, came Qin Ming's anxious voice. Fear not. We are in control, reassured Wang Haochen. At that moment, petals fell from Zheng Bei's hand onto Osro, visibly healing his wounds at an astonishing pace. Soon, Osro regained his combat strength. The expressions of the Shrek 7 monsters shifted. They understood that He-Chong had already tipped the scales against them by avoiding their trap. Even if they had turned to confront Osro first, it had drained them considerably. Yet, in a mere moment, Osro had completely recovered. Moreover, the bioluminous purple poison was gradually infiltrating their bodies. Even though the detoxifying sausages provided some relief, without swift treatment, they would soon succumb to corruption. At that juncture, the Imperial fighting team began consuming something, and He-Chong surged forward, closely followed by the Stone Brothers. Osro attacked Zhu Zhuqing from the flank, while Yufeng charged directly at Ning Rongrong. Stay calm. Tang Sect was the first to realize. The Imperial fighting team displayed an astonishing adaptability, dismantling their initial traps and countering the Xionghuang Wine's antidote against the serpent's poison. However, they were not without opportunities. Dai Mubai's White Tiger Vajra transformation and He-Chong's Thunder Fury remained unwithdrawn, colliding once more. Zhu Zhuqing, aided by Ning Rongrong, engaged Osro, while the rotund figure faced off against Yufeng. The only available participants were Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, who were now confronted by Wang Haochen and the Stone Brothers. The Stone Brothers activated their second soul rings, promptly wielding their turtle shells as shields, which they hurled forth, spinning towards Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Tang Sect executed a simple gesture, leaping above Tang Sect, who forcefully propelled Xiao Wu as if she were a cannonball. Evading all sharp edges with his ghost shadow misty steps, Tang Sect's palms morphed into a lustrous jade hue, striking the left shield. He then struck the 2 shields consecutively, guiding them to collide with the remaining shields through his controlled crane, capturing Dragon. The Stone Brothers grunted as they forcibly redirected the turtle shell shields, aiming at the blue silvergrass. Under the swift slash of the turtle shield, all blue silvergrasses connected to the Shrek 7 monsters were severed. At this moment, Xiao Wu leaped over the shield's perimeter, on the verge of reaching the Stone Brothers. Xiao Wu, be careful, Tang Sect suddenly shouted, as the third soul ring on the Stone Brothers illuminated, triggering the Millennium Soul skill, Turtle Shell Dance. Xiao Wu promptly responded, activating her second and third soul rings simultaneously. First using her second soul skill, Bewitch, on Shimo, and then employing her third soul skill, Teleport, to evade. Each piece of the turtle shell shattered into 16 fragments. Although Xiao Wu dodged the frontal assault, she could not completely escape the onslaught. With the formidable force of the turtle shell, she spun in the air for several rotations before plummeting to the ground. Xiao Wu, Tang Sect's desperate cry echoed as the blue silver grass wrapped around Xiao Wu, swiftly pulling her back. While Xiao Wu was gravely injured, the effects of the phosphor-purple poison intensified. Tang Sect quickly pressed around her wound, performing emergency treatment. The Stone Brothers had not intended to strike so harshly, yet Osro was, after all, their kin. It was the first time in years that one of their own had sustained such grievous harm, inciting their uncontrollable rage. The Stone Brothers advanced towards Tang Sect, fully aware that once they overcame this control-type soul master, the outcome of the battle would be decided. As the winds stirred, the third soul ring on Yufeng illuminated, transforming his soul power into a bird-like form, which darted straight for Little Fatty. At this moment, Little Fatty's bloodlust was ignited. Despite being afflicted by severe poison and possessing only a soul power of 29, he valiantly blocked the attack. Zhuqing and the spectral white tiger roared as Dai Mubai charged towards them. Osro reacted swiftly, activating his third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone, splitting off a leopard-shaped shadow that raced toward Dai Mubai and Zhuqing. Dai Mubai and Zhuqing synchronized their movements. Dai Mubai opened his arms wide, embracing Zhuqing's ethereal form. The aura of the spectral spirit cat merged with that of the evil-eyed white tiger, summoning forth a colossal white tiger with white fur and black stripes. Its purple eyes coldly gazing at the impending assault. With a gentle lift of its right paw, it struck at the leopard shadow, causing it to dissipate and inflicting backlash upon Osro. Another paw strike followed, knocking Osro unconscious. However, at that moment, Hichong's second and third soul rings shimmered, and with the enhancement of thunderous fury, a thunderous claw surged toward the spectral white tiger. Had the spectral white tiger retained its full combat prowess, it would have faced this strike without fear. Alas, the potency of the phosphor-purple poison was overwhelming, rendering them incapable of withstanding the blow, resulting in their unconsciousness. The nine-heart sea tang quickly tended to Hichong's wounds. Osro would not awaken anytime soon, so they had to rely on him. Just then, a crimson light flickered in Tang San's eyes as the 8 spider lances extended from his spine, enveloped in a faint purple mist. Down, Tang Sen commanded, launching a green energy sphere at Yu Feng, who inexplicably descended to evade the webbing attack. Under the overwhelming assault, little Fatty gradually faltered, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar, being support-type soul masters, had already succumbed due to the phosphor-purple poison. The turtle shield encircled Tang San from all sides, and at that moment, Osro's body was drawn before Tang San by the blue-silver grass. Long before the siege on Osro commenced, Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism, had already been placed upon him. Even a 9-heart sea tang could only heal, unable to counter such a situation. Yet, what Tang San did not anticipate was that the turtle shield did not alter its course. It appeared to have no intention of a direct assault, gliding past Tang San's sides before detonating behind him. Tang San stepped into the phantom shadow, evading most of the attack, yet he still sustained considerable injury from the rear. Seizing the moment while the Stone Brothers were without the turtle shield as protection, Tang Sen utilized the 8 spider lances to leap into the air, landing before the Stone Brothers, who were incapable of resisting the sharpness of the lances, quickly falling to the ground. However, at that instant, the thunderous dragon claw, empowered by thunderous fury, struck from behind Tang San. He had no time to turn around and could only brace himself with the 8 spider lances. Though the lances were resilient, they could not withstand Hichong's full force strike, and Tang San fell, faintly uttering, "We concede. Treat them. Not a problem, but you must first help them with the poison," Hichong replied, swiftly dragging the Stone Brothers to Tang San's side. Tang San, now immobilized, could barely move under Zheng Bei's treatment, but he quickly extracted the poison from the Stone Brothers' bodies. Meanwhile, Wang Haochen administered an antidote to each of the Shrek's 7 monsters, neutralizing the Phosphor Serpent's poison. Once the toxins were removed, Zheng Bei rapidly healed everyone, and one by one, they regained consciousness. Victory for the Royal Battle Team. The host's announcement rang out at the opportune moment. Hichong glanced at Dai Mubai, then at Tang San, and remarked, "You are indeed formidable. This battle cannot be considered a complete victory for us, for had you not aided us in detoxification, the Stone Brothers may have perished here." With that, Hichong bowed to the Shrek's 7 monsters. "I hope there will be another opportunity for a rematch." Dai Mubai held genuine admiration for Hichong. As the leader of the Royal Battle Team, he was neither arrogant nor flustered, commanding with precision and, at a critical moment, curbing Tang San's impending eruption. Otherwise, it remained uncertain who would claim victory. Until the elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies, Hichong smiled, leading the Royal Battle Team toward the Soul Master entrance. In the VIP lounge, Hichong inquired, "What are your thoughts on this battle?" "Extremely perilous. It was a near brush with death," Osro replied. "The opponent excelled in both tactics and responsiveness, even managing to inflict serious injury upon me. Thankfully, the captains seemed prescient, preventing them from breaking through the Serpent's poison and analyzing their potential maneuvers one by one. Otherwise, we might have truly faced defeat." Yu Feng, devoid of his usual playful demeanor, stated solemnly, "Even so, we still came perilously close to losing, and the Stone Brothers almost met their demise." Hichong pondered, "I must see what the future holds for the Thousand-Hand Azura. I wonder if I can defeat you." Chapter 10. Lin Bo and Tang San. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies commenced. While the preliminary rounds were fervently underway at the Tiando Grand Soul Arena, in the most bustling area of Tiando City. On the second floor of a tea house's innermost elegant chamber, a young man appearing to be in his late 20s awaited, none other than Lin Bo. How could I, the illustrious Lin Bo, have reincarnated as a woman? Fortunately, I still disguise myself as a man. Dong San, Lin Bo, am destined to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Just as Lin Bo was lost in his fantasies, Ning Fengji approached with Tang San. Lin Bo abruptly snapped out of his reverie, assuming a respectful demeanor as he exclaimed, "Uncle Ning, you have arrived." Ning Fengji smiled slightly and replied, "Qinghe, how many times have I told you not to be so formal? How can I? You are an elder and also Qinghe's teacher. If my father would find out I disrespected you, he might break my legs," Lin Bo replied, casting a glance at Tang San. "This must be the esteemed Tang San, whom Uncle Ning holds in high regard." "I'm flattered." Tang San nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Allow me to introduce you. This is none other than His Highness Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire," Ning Fengji announced. "It turns out to be His Highness the Crown Prince." Tang San, neither servile nor arrogant, offered a slight bow towards Lin Bo. "If Uncle Ning had not informed me, I would scarcely have dared to believe that you are merely 14 years of age. At 14, I was still an innocent youth, to say the least. If you don't mind, there's no need to refer to me as Crown Prince. Simply call me Brother Shui. Now please take a seat. The green tea here is quite delightful. Xiao-san, you should try some as well," Ning Fengji remarked. As they discussed matters concerning Tang San's father, Lin Bo subtly adjusted his phrasing, engaging in a comparative analysis. He discerned that whenever his words aligned precisely with those from the novel, the dialogue from Tang San and Ning Fengji would unfold exactly as scripted. However, should he choose to alter a few words, the responses would also exhibit slight variations. If he were to revert to the original phrasing, the narrative would gradually restore itself. Lin Bo, not lacking in intelligence, began to grasp the implications of these subtle shifts. It appeared that they had a significant influence on the progression of the plot. Yet, he was left to wonder whether a bold move on his part could eliminate this Tang San. If he could manage to do so, the path to his ascension would undoubtedly become unobstructed. He contemplated reminding Xinyan to exercise caution during his assassination attempt on Tang San, particularly regarding the deadly, soul-devouring Ghost King talisman. After a moment's reflection, Lin Bo refrained from bestowing upon Tang San the Crown Prince's Golden Order. Following Tang San's departure, he bid farewell to Ning Fengji, then, after a brief contemplation, turned towards the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Days later, in a small grove on the outskirts of Heaven Do City, the vice president of Shanghai Academy, Xinyan, was wielding his dream soul, activating his seventh soul skill, Nightmare, thereby ensnaring Tang San within an illusion. He remained vigilant. According to the Crown Prince, Tang San could maintain lucidity within his dreamscape and possessed lethal hidden weapons capable of ending his life. Xinyan enveloped himself in soul power, cautiously advancing towards Tang San, his energy coalescing in preparation for a decisive strike. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a golden hue as he executed a half-turn in midair, his right arm whipping out with a flash of dark energy. Though it was not the opportune moment, he realized that if he hesitated any longer, the chance would slip away. A flicker of terror crossed Xinyan's eyes as he braced himself against the oncoming dark flash, yet ultimately, he succumbed. He had underestimated the situation. Despite his awareness of Tang San's prowess, he held lingering doubts about Lin Bo's claims, failing to believe that Tang San could indeed bring about his demise. Moreover, Tang San's swift reflexes led to Xinyan's downfall. Even a lion, when battling a hare, must exert its full strength. Had Xinyan chosen to confront Tang San directly with all his soul power, it would have likely been Tang San who fell instead. Yet, Lin Bo had not anticipated such an effortless victory over Tang San. Otherwise, he would not be Tang San. Days later, within the Crown Prince's chamber in the Heaven Do Palace, Lin Bo sat quietly in a chair, his hands fidgeting with the armrest as he murmured, "Ah, Tang San, I ultimately underestimated you. However, before you reach full maturity, I shall have numerous opportunities to eliminate you. I wonder how long you can endure." With that, Lin Bo rose, gazing through the window towards the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, speaking to himself. Tomorrow should witness the clash between Shrek Academy and the Blaze Academy. If memory serves, the Blaze Academy should feature Fan Yihuang and Qi Xiaoman. With their talents, they must have grown quite formidable by now. I am curious, how will they confront the blue-silver grass of Huamian? Truly, I await this with bated breath. At that moment, a rather lewd voice resonated within Lin Bo's mind. "Hey, Qi Xiaoman, Fan Yihuang, are you there?" "Don't call me little fatty," Qi Xiaoman's voice responded. "Just wait until tomorrow when we thoroughly trounce you." "Is that so? Care for a wager?" Little fatty retorted. "A wager on what?" Qi Xiaoman inquired. "How about soul bones?" "You possess soul bones?" Little fatty countered. "Once we secure the championship, we shall have soul bones," Qi Xiaoman declared. "Then that means you don't have any," Little fatty scoffed. I propose we wager something else, Li Hong suggested. For instance, who could defeat the Shrek 7 monsters? That would undoubtedly be us, Lu Xiaoxiao asserted. But that hardly seems fair. What if you defeat them before we encounter you? Puffed. As if you could ever defeat me, little fatty exclaimed. Unconvinced. Shall we duel one-on-one? Qi Xiaoman challenged. Fine, but we can only duel during the group stage, little fatty replied. For tomorrow, let us each display our true strengths in a team battle. Lin Bo shook his head in resignation, letting out a cold snort as he gazed out the window, stating with indifference, no matter how strong you become, it will ultimately be meaningless. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world and defeat each and every one of you. Chapter 11, Blaze Academy versus Shrek Academy. In the center arena of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, 14 individuals stood divided into 2 teams, facing one another. This match represented the contest between Shrek Academy and Blaze Academy. On Shrek Academy's side, the main trio consisted of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. By Dai Mubai's side stood Tai Long and Huang Yuan. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Jing Ling formed a line, while Jiang Zhu positioned herself at the rear of the team. Dai Mubai stood at level 44, Tang San at level 41, Xiao Wu at 37, Tai Long at 38. And the remaining 3 were at level 35. On the Blaze Academy side, Fanny Huang, reincarnated as Huo Wushuang, took the lead. Now, he was a formidable level 44 Assault-type Soul Master. Behind him stood another Assault-type Soul Master, a level 38 Fire Leopard Soul Master. Following them were the twin brothers, Huiyun and Huiyu, both agile Fire Crane Soul Masters at level 39. At the back, 2 male Soul Masters served as support-type Soul Masters with Firestar Martial Souls, while the female was none other than the reincarnated Huo Wu, Qi Xiaoman. Qi Xiaoman now possessed a soul power of level 45, making her the most powerful among Blaze Academy. At this moment, the arena was suffused with an explosive atmosphere. As the match commenced, the referee's voice heralded the start, and both sides sprang into action. Dai Mubai surged forward, with Tai Long and Huang Yuan following closely behind, each adorned with a strand of blue-silver grass wrapped around their waists. Fan Yi Huang and the Fire Leopard Soul Master charged forward, their Fire Dragon Martial Souls enveloping them, causing their bodies to swell with power, their skin adorned with fiery scales. The 2 Soul Masters, Huiyun and Huiyu, activated their first Soul Rings, gliding through the air towards Tang San. The 2 Firestar Soul Masters emitted flickers of flame, as countless sparks coalesced in the air above them before infusing into the bodies of the Blaze Academy team, amplifying their fiery might. Xiao Wu and Jing Ling darted from the side, colliding with Huiyun and Huiyu. Fanny Huang and Dai Mubai's second Soul Rings flared simultaneously, resulting in a thunderous clash, causing both parties to stagger back a step. Fanny Huang let out a muffled grunt, clearly displeased, but he refrained from pressing the attack, opting instead to target Tai Long and Huang Yuan, while streams of sparks surged towards Fanny Huang. At this moment, Tai Long and Huang Yuan were engaged in battle with the Fire Leopard Soul Master when they were suddenly ambushed, caught completely off guard. The second Soul Rings of Fanny Huang and the Fire Leopard Soul Master illuminated in unison, swiftly inflicting heavy damage on Huang Yuan, while Tai Long also sustained significant injuries. Meanwhile, Tang San activated his blue silver grass, quickly pulling Tai Long and Huang Yuan back, while also drawing Jing Ling and Xiao Wu towards Dai Mubai, forming a triangular battle formation. With a flash of his third Soul Ring, Dai Mubai unleashed his white tiger barrier, launching himself with tremendous force towards Fanny Huang. At that moment, the third Soul Ring on Qi Xiaoman's body radiated brilliantly, and a dazzling ring of flames swiftly expanded, sending the other 6 individuals outside of Jing Ling flying. Subsequently, the 4 members of the Blaze Academy unleashed their first soul abilities, pouncing upon Jing Ling with ferocity akin to wolves. Unsurprisingly, under the relentless assault from the 4 members of Blaze Academy, Jing Ling, a sensitive attack-type Soul Master, was severely wounded in an instant. The blue-silver grass rapidly retracted, and Tang San managed to rescue Jing Ling. However, given the injuries sustained by Huang Yuan and Jing Ling at that moment, even with the healing from Jiang Zhu, this battle was beyond their reach. The 2 sides returned to their positions prior to the match, yet neither was eager to engage again. Fanny Huang and Qi Xiaoman exchanged glances, and then 2 flames, each over a meter high, ignited in Qi Xiaoman's hands. Accompanied by this signal, the third Soul Rings of the 2 Fire-type Soul Masters shone brightly, as solid fireballs were infused into Qi Xiaoman's body, transforming the flames from orange-red to violet-blue, and finally to incandescent white. The 4 attackers, led by Fanny Huang, form a line in front of Xiaoxiao, adopting a defensive formation. Xiaoxiao's fourth soul ring lit up, merging purple light with incandescent brilliance, creating an ethereal sensation. With the assistance of the two fire-type soul masters, Xiaoxiao's fourth soul ability was comparable in strength to a typical fifth soul ability. For his Fire Shadow martial soul was of a quality that surpassed even Fan Yihuang's Fire Dragon martial soul. Fire Dance, Radiant Sun, Xiaoxiao declared, as the white light in his hands gradually coalesced, shining as brilliantly as the sun. His gaze locked on Tang Sect, and the light in his hand similarly targeted him. Tang Sect advanced step by step, now more than 5 meters away from his teammates. The sun-like flames surged forth, suddenly crashing towards Tang Sect, at which point Tang Sect's first soul ring sparkled, wrapping him in blue-silver grass instantly. Yet, a faint smile graced Xiaoxiao's lips. The flames took an uncanny turn, soaring over Tang Sect's head and directly striking Dai Mubai and the others. Dai Mubai and his companions were taken aback, their third soul rings illuminating rapidly. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul ability, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, while Tai Long's third soul ring also glowed, placing him at the forefront alongside Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu activated her third soul ring, teleporting the nearest Jiang Zhu away from the target of the flames. Soon after, Dai Mubai and Tai Long were engulfed by the fiery onslaught. Tang Sect reacted swiftly, pulling Dai Mubai and Tai Long from the flames, but at that moment, both Dai Mubai and Tai Long had sustained injuries more severe than those of Huang Yuan and Jingling Jiangzhu. Take them down to recover, Tang Sect instructed. The opponents before him undeniably exceeded his expectations. They had clearly come prepared, aiming to eliminate them one by one. Nevertheless, with the fire-resistant blue-silver grass and the unique techniques of the Tang Sect, he still held confidence in his ability to contend. 7 beams of black light formed in an instant as the blue-silver prison was activated, enveloping all 7 members of the Blaze team. Break through using soul power directly. Do not use fire attributes, Fan Yihuang commanded, leading the charge to shatter the blue-silver prison. The Fire Leopard's soul master swiftly followed suit, breaking free from the blue-silver prison, while the combined might of Huiyun and Huiyu also managed to open the prison. Though Xiaoxiao and the 2 fire-type soul masters were less fortunate, remaining trapped within. Chapter 12. A Narrow Victory. At present, the Shrek team comprised only Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Tang Sect had only expended a single use of the entanglement and the blue-silver prison, resulting in minimal consumption. Xiao Wu had merely deployed her third soul ability once, incurring little depletion. In stark contrast, although all 7 members of the Blaze team were still intact, Xiaoxiao had used both his third and fourth soul abilities, leaving his soul power nearly depleted. The 2 fire-type soul masters had continuously unleashed their abilities since the match began, and having previously used their third soul abilities, their soul power was also on the verge of exhaustion. Huiyun and Huiyu, both sensitive attack-type soul masters, had only employed their first soul abilities, while the Fire Leopard soul master had merely used his second soul ability. Despite the substantial expenditure during the breaking of the blue-silver prison, their consumption remained relatively low. Fan Yihuang, having utilized both his second and third soul abilities, still retained over half of his fighting capacity due to his superior soul power. At this moment, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Tang Sect. He yearned for a fair confrontation with his adversaries and the chance to vanquish them. Let's not forget, I am not merely a blue-silver grass soul master. I'm also a disciple of the Tang Sect. The 4 members of Blaze Academy charged straight toward Tang Sect, fully aware of the terrifying nature of his fire immunity, as Fan Yihuang had forewarned his teammates. Although all 4 converged on Tang Sect, they had no intention of utilizing the searing heat of flames. Rather, they aimed to simply topple him from the arena with sheer force. After all, fire attributes not only possess searing heat, but also explosive potential. No matter how strong the fire immunity, it could only negate the heat, not the impact generated by the energy. The explosive force generated from highly compressed soul power remained formidable, even if the fire attribute proved ineffective. Explosive fireballs flew in from all directions, obstructing all of Tang Sect's escape routes. Fan Yihuang had calculated meticulously. Such a dense barrage of fireballs would challenge even the Ghost Shadow perplexing track to evade. As soon as the blue-silver grass made contact with the nearest explosive fireball, it detonated instantly, obliterating the blue-silver grass. Tang Sect's expression remained unchanged as he continued to manipulate the fireballs with his movements, guiding them away to explode at a distance, resembling a splendid display of fireworks. In that fleeting moment of delay, Fan Yihuang and his companions had arrived. All 4 simultaneously thrust their right fists forward, If Tang San made contact, the tremendous explosive force emanating from them would send him flying. However, something none anticipated transpired. As Tang San executed his control technique, he sent the Fire Leopard Soul Master to his position, while he himself, employing the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, circled past the Fire Leopard and arrived at his original location. Fanny Huang and his 3 companions swiftly attempted to regain control, but in that instant, 4 strands of blue silvergrass ensnared them. The 4 shouted in anger, tearing the blue silvergrass apart, but at that moment, a web of binding ensnared the Fire Leopard Soul Master. Hui Yun and Hui Yu attempted to flank him, unleashing their 3rd soul ability, Fire Shadow Clone, poised to strike at Tang San, only to be suddenly ensnared by the blue silvergrass that burst forth from their bodies, binding them to the ground. It turned out that just as the blue silvergrass ensnared the 4, Tang San had stealthily implanted his parasitic technique onto Hui Yun and Hui Yu. As for Fanny Huang and the Fire Leopard Soul Master, being primarily attack-type soul masters, the parasitism held little significance, hence why he had refrained from using it on them. With the Blaze Academy's 4 surrounding one, in the blink of an eye, 3 had been eliminated, while Tang San, having consecutively unleashed his 2nd and 3rd soul abilities, was slightly winded. Fanny Huang's 1st soul ring illuminated as he charged at Tang San once more. Tang San, treading the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, retreated while evading Fanny Huang's assault. After all, Fanny Huang's martial soul was the uniquely horned Tyrannosaurus, boasting immense explosive power, and his soul power was at level 44, 3 levels higher than Tang San. In such circumstances, a direct confrontation without resorting to trump cards left Tang San without a chance of victory. Utilizing the Haotian Hammer or the 8 Spider Lances could potentially alter the situation entirely. However, could he afford to do so? Once employed, it would undoubtedly bring him immense trouble and expose his abilities, making the subsequent matches even more precarious. In this critical moment, Tang San made the most prudent choice, engaging in a war of attrition against Fanny Huang through the techniques of the Tang Sect. He aimed to exhaust as much of Fanny Huang's stamina and soul power as possible, ensuring that the scales of victory tilted in his favor. However, will everything truly unfold so smoothly? At that moment, a brilliant red light erupted from Fanny Huang's left arm, unleashing a fiery beam from his hand, hurtling directly towards Tang San. This was the 5,000-year Fire Wolf's left arm bone, and his soul skill, Explosive Fire Beam. Its effect transformed all the released soul power into the impact force generated by the fiery explosion, manifesting as a blazing beam aimed at the opponent. The 2 combatants found themselves at the very edge of the arena. Should the strike land, Tang San would inevitably plummet. In this critical moment, the 3rd soul ring on Xiao Min, who had been fixated on the blue-silver prison, illuminated, and in an instant, she teleported in front of Tang San, blocking the attack, but consequently stepping out of the arena herself. At that juncture, Qi Xiaomin, who had remained silent and was quietly recovering her soul power, suddenly stood up, breaking free from the blue-silver prison and sprinting toward Tang San. 2 fire-type soul masters summoned the scant soul power they possessed to assist Qi Xiaomin. The 3rd soul ring on Qi Xiaomin glowed, releasing a repelling fire ring in an attempt to push Tang San away. Tang San swiftly leaped into the air, evading the repelling fire ring. However, having collaborated with Fanny Huang for many years, they had developed an unspoken synergy. In that very instant, Fanny Huang also ascended into the sky, delivering a punch toward Tang San while simultaneously kicking forward with his right leg. Tang San employed the crane control technique to deflect Fanny Huang's punch, but being airborne hindered his ability to exert force with his feet, rendering his Ghost Shadow Misty Steps ineffective. He could only muster his strength to his knees to withstand the impending attack. Fanny Huang's right foot struck Tang San's knee, and Tang San felt a tremendous force surge from Fanny Huang's right leg, subsequently being kicked out of the arena. This was precisely the result of Fanny Huang's 5,000-year Fire Wolf's right leg bone. During the hunt for the 4th soul ring, Fanny Huang fortuitously acquired both the left arm and right leg bones of the Fire Wolf. The principal of the Blaze Academy was a formidable soul, Douluo, and Fanny Huang, reincarnated as Fire Wushuang, along with Qi Xiaomin, reincarnated as Fire Dance, were his children. That particular hunt was personally led by him alongside Fanny Huang, to prevent the exposure of the soul bones and subsequent assassination attempts on Fanny Huang. The principal observed from the shadows. Otherwise, he would never have permitted Fanny Huang to wield the soul bones, given the immense temptation they posed to soul masters. How about that, little fatty? We have decisively beaten the Shrek team, Qi Xiaomin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. What are you so pleased about? Little fatty retorted, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. This time, Our main forces only consisted of 3 members. Tang Sect has yet to exert his full strength, and I didn't even participate. It doesn't count. Let's settle this in a one-on-one duel next time. Bring it on. Xiaoxiao challenged. All right, a one-on-one it is, little fatty agreed during the group stage. You, and I'll take the front lines. Very well. No objections here. Xiaoxiao replied before severing their mental connection. Chapter 13. Little Fatty versus Xiaoxiao. Following the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent progressed to the advancement matches. The Royal Hunting Grounds, situated 50 kilometers southwest of Heaven Do City, serve as the battleground for the 15 teams competing in the Heaven Do Empire's regional tournament. Just as Tang Sect and his companions settled in, Ning Fengji and Lin Bo arrived in the courtyard. Greetings, Uncle Ning, Your Highness, Tang Sect inquired. Though Lin Bo harbored nefarious intentions, he feigned a gentle smile as he remarked, Brother Tang, isn't it fortunate that you are here? I have the honor of accompanying my father to observe the advancement matches, and I thought to check in on you. How are you finding this place? If it is uncomfortable, I can arrange for a change of venue. Engaging in conversation with Tang Sect, Lin Bo occasionally altered his speech, seemingly attempting to verify prior suspicions. Once Ning Fengji concluded his discussions with the other members of Shrek Academy, Lin Bo departed alongside him, inwardly contemplating, aside from Tang Sect, I must find an opportunity to eliminate the other members of the Shrek 7. That Flander seems to be an asset I can leverage to ensure my plans remain undisturbed. Given my status as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Otherwise, I might have to dispose of them all. Days later, within the arena, Little Fatty and Xiaoxiao faced off against one another. After much persuasion, the master finally consented to let Little Fatty take the lead, while Xiaoxiao made her own decision to participate. Thus, this battle unfolded seamlessly. Little Fatty had reached the 43rd rank in soul power, while Xiaoxiao stood at 46, holding a slight advantage. In terms of martial spirits, both wielded top-tier fire attribute spirits. However, when comparing their strengths, Little Fatty's Fire Phoenix was somewhat superior to Xiaoxiao's Fire Shadow. As the match commenced, the referee's announcement prompted Xiaoxiao to swiftly advance with her long strides. Activating her 3rd soul ring, the Repelling Fire Ring. A red flame ring rapidly expanded, radiating outward from Xiaoxiao's vicinity. Little Fatty smirked, his 3rd soul ring illuminating as he activated the Phoenix Wing Ascension, soaring into the air. While the Repelling Fire Ring had its advantages, it also had its limitations, namely, height. Little Fatty, come down, Xiaoxiao implored, her voice laced with frustration. I want to come down. Since you can't reach me, it's my turn to attack you. Little Fatty retorted with a sly grin, activating his 1st and 2nd soul rings simultaneously, unleashing the Phoenix Fire line, which blazed toward Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao dashed to evade the attack, warning, be careful, Little Fatty. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Bring it on, Little Fatty thought, anticipating her use of the 4th soul skill post-fusion. While that move would have increased power, he believed that, as a fire attribute user himself, he could withstand it. If he could successfully defend against her assault, he would undoubtedly secure victory against her depleted soul power. Little Fatty's calculations were astute, yet sometimes, one's plans cannot be precisely executed. The fusion indeed manifested, but it was not the 4th soul ring, it was the 3rd. Xiaoxiao leaped into the air, activating the Repelling Fire Ring, which rapidly expanded in an instant. Little Fatty reacted swiftly, retracting his Phoenix Wing Ascension to descend rapidly with gravity. The Repelling Fire Ring grazed him, but fortunately, he had descended to its periphery, preventing him from being forcefully ejected from the arena. This is infuriating, Little Fatty exclaimed, activating his 1st soul ring to unleash a Phoenix Fire line directed at Xiaoxiao, who was descending from the air. With a mischievous chuckle, Xiaoxiao swiftly retreated. Try to deplete my soul power, are you? Little Fatty pursued, while keenly observing her movements. I'm only using my 1st soul skill, so the consumption isn't too great. However, if this drags on, I may ultimately find myself defeated. It seems her soul power is running low as well. I must find an opportunity to unleash my ultimate move and finish her off. Little Fatty's strategy was clever, but Xiaoxiao was no fool. She suspected he might catch on to her ploy. Seizing an opportunity when he was distracted, she prepared to launch her ultimate attack to catch him off guard, donning her signature mischievous smile. As both sides remained locked in a stalemate, suddenly, at a pivotal moment, both their 4th soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Little Fatty unleashed his Phoenix Howl, bypassing the 1st stage of dizziness and erupting with maximum power, aiming to decisively defeat Xiaoxiao. In response, Xiaoxiao summoned the Fire Dance Radiance, a brilliant white, orb surging toward Little Fatty. As the white orb encountered the magma erupting from the ground, it detonated, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. Both Little Fatty and Xiaoxiao were propelled to the edge of the arena, gasping for breath, evidently suffering significant injuries. "Let us call this match a draw," Xiaoxiao suggested. "Agreed, a draw it is." "I'm utterly exhausted," Little Fatty replied, panting. The match concluded with both sides at a stalemate, the referee declared. The ensuing battle unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Tang Sect was the second to enter the fray, decisively vanquishing 5 members of the Blaze Academy until he finally succumbed to Fanny Huang. However, the subsequent entrant, Dai Mubai, swiftly defeated Fanny Huang. "If memory serves, we still have another battle ahead," the inner voice of Xiao Pang resonated. "Are you referring to the first round of the finals?" Xiaoxiao inquired. "If the narrative progresses smoothly, it should indeed be the case. At that juncture, we shall ultimately determine the victor through a confrontation between the true elite of the Shrek team and the Blaze team," Xiao Pang remarked. "Do not even think about forming an alliance with the Kamikaze Academy. I disdain such actions," Xiaoxiao retorted. "Yet I must caution you that once you have dealt with the Plan Academy, your next adversaries will be Chunlong and the Thunder Academy. They are not to be underestimated." "We shall see," Xiao Pang replied. Chapter 14. The Master of Wit, Overcoming the White Tiger. After an impressive 11 consecutive victories, Shrek Academy finally faced off against Thunder Academy. On the Thunder Academy side, Chunlong was engaged in strategic discussions with the other 6 members. Today, the opposing strategy would be orchestrated by the Master. Chunlong commented that Master possesses an exceptionally keen grasp of tactics, yet fortunately, I am familiar with his character. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the order in which they will deploy their fighters should be Tai Ren, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun. I can also surmise the general strategy they will employ. You all will proceed as follows. As anticipated, the first to take the stage for Shrek Academy was Tai Ren, while Thunder Academy countered with Lei Tian, a formidable level 42 Assault Spirit Master wielding the Thunder Eagle Spirit. Under the Master's guidance, Tai Ren relied on his formidable defense to withstand the onslaught. In ordinary circumstances, he would surely prevail. However, if the opponent was already privy to the strategy, the outcome would be uncertain. As a 4-ring Soul Master, Lei Tian found it effortless to deal with Tai Ren. With Chunlong's guidance, conserving soul power, he defeated Tai Ren with less than 30% of his energy expended. Following this, Xiao Wu astonishingly eliminated 2 Soul Sovereigns from Thunder Academy. Although the Master's insights for Xiao Wu were primarily aimed at countering Lei Tian, they proved equally effective against the other 3. Even though Chunlong was aware of Xiao Wu's strategy in advance, he had no viable countermeasure and could only instruct his teammates to minimize their energy consumption against her. Consequently, after Xiao Wu's consecutive victories over 2 Soul Sovereigns, she too was rendered unable to continue due to soul power depletion. Next, the 5th contender for Shrek Academy was Dai Mubai, while Chunlong stepped onto the battlefield as Thunder Academy's 4th fighter. Undoubtedly, in terms of numbers, Thunder Academy maintained an advantage. Chunlong had not deliberately arranged to face Dai Mubai. Rather, he calculated that Xiao Wu, despite defeating Thunder Academy's 2nd fighter, would likely fall to the 3rd. This would allow the 3rd fighter to deplete some of Dai Mubai's energy, creating advantageous conditions for himself to triumph over Dai Mubai. Yet, it was evident that events had not unfolded as optimally as he had envisioned. Nevertheless, the current situation on the field bore little divergence from his plans. As long as he could overcome Dai Mubai, and potentially Zhu Zhuqing after that, the 3 remaining members of his team still held a chance to defeat Xiao Pang and secure victory. Thus, under these circumstances, Chunlong and Dai Mubai approached the arena. At present, Dai Mubai's soul power had reached level 45, while Chunlong's was marginally superior at level 46. He understood that in this world, strength is paramount. Only with formidable power can one alter fate. To this end, he, like his companions, exerted relentless effort, striving even more than the rest. For this battle, his intentions were straightforward: to engage Dai Mubai in a fair contest. He believed that, with his strength, there was no reason for defeat. Even though his opponent wielded a top-tier Assault-type B-Spirit and had consumed the extraordinary Chirong Tontian Chrysanthemum, Dai Mubai bore 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, radiating brilliance, with his heterochromatic eyes exuding an air of dominance. Chunlong similarly displayed 4 soul rings of the same color configuration, his arms transforming into dragon-like appendages, emanating a silent yet formidable authority. The first soul rings from both fighters ignited simultaneously. The white tiger barrier and the thunder dragon claw collided with resounding force. Absent were the elaborate techniques. Only a pure contest of soul skills remained. In this clash, both parties staggered back, neither gaining the upper hand. For the first time, Qianlong's expression turned grave. He had previously believed that his superior soul power would suffice to defeat Dai Mubai, while still retaining a significant reserve to contend with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he now realized he had miscalculated. Dai Mubai's prowess was not significantly inferior to his own. Thus, he was compelled to exert his utmost effort to conquer Dai Mubai. The third soul rings ignited on both combatants, unleashing the white tiger's diamond transformation and the fury of thunder. This time, Dai Mubai gained the upper hand. After all, the white tiger barrier provided a strengthening effect that remained active. Empowered by these two enhancement skills, he barely secured a slight advantage. The second soul rings activated once more, as Dai Mubai unleashed the white tiger's blazing wave, while Qianlong countered with the thunder's wrath. The golden sphere shattered under the barrage of countless blue and purple lightning arrows, electrifying Dai Mubai and leaving him charred. Undeterred by his grievous injuries, Dai Mubai activated his fourth soul ring, unleashing the evil white tiger's fourth soul skill, the white tiger meteor shower. Qianlong's expression shifted from surprise to gravity. He recognized that Dai Mubai was preparing for a final desperate gambit. He understood that Dai Mubai's reckless pursuit of battle, despite his injuries, was driven by the honor of the evil white tiger. In response, Qianlong activated his own fourth soul ring, unleashing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus's fourth soul skill, the blue electric divine dragon's rush. A small blue dragon, fierce and clawing, surged towards the meteor shower that painted the sky golden. As the thunderous roars gradually subsided, the dust settled, revealing the silhouettes of both warriors. Neither had fallen, yet both were evidently battered and bruised. Your full strength is indeed formidable. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, declaring, I have lost this battle. No, you have not lost. Your spirit still stands at the pinnacle, Qianlong replied, looking forward to our next encounter. Very well, Dai Mubai chuckled, his body involuntarily leaning backward. Zhu Zhuqing, swift as lightning, caught him just as he fell, aiding him to his feet. Please, take good care of him, Zhu Zhuqing instructed as she handed Dai Mubai over to Tang Sect before stepping onto the arena. In the ensuing matches, due to Qianlong's unexpected exhaustion, he was ultimately defeated after only depleting a portion of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. Perhaps spurred by Dai Mubai's grievous condition, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a remarkable surge, swiftly overcoming the remaining three adversaries and decisively shattering Thunder Academy. Qianlong, you two have lost? Xiao Pang's inner voice resonated. I did not perform well this time. Next time, I shall certainly dominate you all, Qianlong retorted. Never mind, I shall assist you in avenging this defeat, Li Hong declared. I am the last remaining contender with a chance to vanquish them. I look forward to your performance, Xiao Pang replied. To speak candidly, I doubt you will succeed, Qi Xiaoman remarked. I suppose you do not believe me? Li Hong exclaimed in frustration. Just watch how I will decisively defeat them. Chapter 15. The Gale-Headed Twin Wolves. 49 strikes. The contest between Shrek Academy and Confronting Academy is undoubtedly the most anticipated match of the tournament. Both teams have achieved 12 consecutive victories in the previous 14 matches. This battle is crucial for both sides, as it determines the first place in the tournament and the subsequent seeding for the finals. On Shrek Academy's side, the order of appearance is largely unchanged from their matchup against Thunder Academy. However, due to Dai Mubai's severe injuries, Tang Sect has been strategically placed as the fifth combatant, serving as the trump card against Confronting Academy. In contrast, Confronting Academy has arranged their lineup with 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Ancestors, with Li Hong slated to appear last. Although Confronting Academy's soul power is comparable to that of Thunder Academy, their individual combat prowess surpasses that of Thunder by a significant margin. Remarkably, only the second competitor from Confronting Academy has already triumphed over Talon, Jingling, and Huang Yuan. Conversely, Shrek Academy's next contender, Xiao Wu, managed to defeat 2 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Ancestor before expending part of her soul power, leading to her exit. The fifth contestant from Shrek Academy is, of course, Tang Sect. With his formidable skills and tactics, he effortlessly overcomes 2 Soul Ancestors, compelling Confronting Academy to unleash their ace. Li Fun. Tang Sect currently possesses a soul power level of 42, while Li Hong stands at 46, akin to Qianlong. At the referee's signal, both competitors unleash their martial souls. A blue luminescence emanates from Tang Sect, who remains calm and composed. Meanwhile, Li Hong's physique expands, his hair turning a deep shade of green, and a wolf's head manifests upon his left shoulder. As the match commences with the referee's call, both combatants spring into action. Li Hong activates his second and third soul rings simultaneously, ascending into the air under the augmentation of his second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession, and third soul skill, Gale Wings. From the outset, Li Hong has no intention of engaging Tang San in close combat. After all, facing a disciple of the Tang Sect in melee is a daunting prospect, even for a powerful assault-type soul master. Tang San's expression remains inscrutable, concealing his true thoughts. As Li Hong's azure glow intensifies, he unfurls his wings, forming a perfect angle with his body, descending like a shooting star. This is Li Hong's self-developed soul skill, Gale-headed Twin Wolf's 49 strikes, which boasts 13 additional strikes compared to his previous Gale, Magic Wolf's 36 strikes, an achievement born of years of rigorous training. Blue-silver grass reaches skyward, attempting to ensnare the descending Li Hong. However, he deftly adjusts his trajectory, rendering the blue-silver grass ineffective as it snaps beneath his wings. Tang San unleashes powerful punches toward Li Hong's wings. In response, Li Hong retracts his wings, redirecting them toward Tang San's neck. Tang San swiftly raises his fists to block the incoming attack, yet the sudden force propels him several steps back, his feet sinking into the ground. Empowered by the Twin Wolf's Possession, Li Hong forces Tang San to alter his offensive direction without sustaining significant damage. Ascending once more into the sky, Li Hong executes a grand turn and launches another assault. In an instant, his fourth soul ring glimmers, and he vanishes from sight. This is the fourth soul skill of Gale-headed Twin Wolves, Gale Concealment. With a single wing slicing toward Tang San's abdomen, Li Hong's control is impeccable. Yet Tang San senses the shift in the wind and employs his mystic jade hand to deflect the strike. Nonetheless, even this defense drives Tang San deeper into the ground. As the attack concludes, Li Hong swiftly dispels Gale Concealment, recognizing the immense energy required to sustain 3 soul skills simultaneously. Conserving soul power is paramount, and the demanding 4th soul skill cannot be maintained indefinitely. Li Hong spirals through the air, launching his 3rd and 4th strikes. Despite utilizing Gale Concealment, Tang San remains acutely aware of the approaching attack, preparing his defenses. However, his reaction, though swift, allows him only to reposition his mystic jade hand, lacking the strength to counter effectively. A mere moment later, Tang San feels a tingling in his palm. As Li Hong prepares to unleash his 5th strike, Tang San smiles, revealing an inconspicuous small hammer in his hand. Li Hong seems to have anticipated this, vanishing once more, this time circling around to Tang San's rear and diving downward. With a resounding impact, the ground beneath Tang San's legs gives way, forming a deep crater. Half turning, Tang San grips the hammer tightly, channeling power through his legs, waist, and back, executing a half rotation and sweeping the hammer upward to collide with the edge of Li Hong's wing. Lacking visibility, he relies solely on the direction of the wind to gauge Li Hong's position, a feat impossible for most. Yet, Tang San is no ordinary individual, though he can only make a rough estimate. If it were easy to counter, Gale Concealment would not merit its status as the 4th soul skill of Gale-headed Twin Wolves. Despite this, Li Hong's face flushes with exertion. Tang San, too, suffers from the encounter, with his palms cracked and bleeding. Time is of the essence. Li Hong disengages from Gale Concealment and ascends once more, preparing to execute a downward strike. Tang San, without the luxury of contemplation, detects a shift in the wind and strikes unhesitatingly with his hammer. Their speeds accelerate, and numerous exchanges transpire in mere moments. Each of Li Hong's blows draws upon speed and gravity, augmented by the power of the wind. Meanwhile, Tang San's Haotian hammer, though bolstered by his strength, only grazes the edge of Li Hong's wing, diminishing its potency. As Li Hong reaches his 31st strike, Tang San's chaotic hammer technique culminates in the 27th blow. For Tang San, once he reaches the 24th strike, the overwhelming force of the Haotian hammer becomes nearly uncontrollable. Were it not for Li Hong's masterful control, which mitigates much of the impact, Tang San would have surely been obliterated. With the gravitational pull of the Haotian hammer intensifying, Li Hong suddenly propels himself away, breaking free from its potent force. Observing this, Tang San hastily retracts the Haotian hammer, yet he is already overwhelmed with dizziness, collapsing to the ground. The outcome of this duel is clear. After all, Tang San had already sustained some fatigue and had yet to employ the 8 spider lances. Otherwise, the result might have been uncertain. Yet, the revelation of the Haotian hammer has already exposed him to peril. Xiao Wu rushes onto the stage, dragging the unconscious Tang Sect away. The subsequent matches unfold without suspense, despite Li Hong's formidable strength. The exhaustion incurred in defeating Tang Sect ultimately leads to his effortless defeat at the hands of Zhu Zhuqing. Li Hong, have you also fallen? Qi Xiaoman's laughter echoes from within Li Hong's mind. All right, the final shall be the true battleground for victory and defeat, Li Hong responds. Shall we meet before the finals commence? Lu Xiaoxiao inquires. Let's discuss this once we arrive in Spirit City, the Bao suggests. We need to strategize our subsequent choices. Sacrifices must be made. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bo is secretly smirking. The perilous journey from Tiando City to Spirit City is my golden opportunity, he muses. Once I relay the news of Dugu Bo's presence, more individuals will inevitably converge. Tang-san, oh Tang-san, I shall see how you attempt to escape. Chapter 16, 7 titled Douluos. After the qualification rounds concluded, a grand procession consisting of 15 teams from the Tiando Empire, accompanied by 500 royal knights, set forth towards the venue of the finals, Wuhuan City. Li Hong called out to the interior of the colossal luxurious carriage belonging to Shrek Academy. Everyone, I have something to announce. May I enter? Come in and speak. Wind brother, came Tang San's voice from within the carriage. Li Hong leaped onto the carriage, glancing around with a nervous expression, and said, I have urgent matters to discuss, and I can only disclose this to brother Tang San. I kindly ask the others to step aside for the time being. Big brother Dai, look. Tang San hasn't even finished speaking before he was interrupted by Dai Mu Bai. I see. Judging by his jittery demeanor, it must indeed be something significant. Let's step outside to stretch our limbs. As Dai Mu Bai and the others exited the carriage, only Li Hong and Tang San remained inside. It was then that Li Hong spoke candidly. To be frank, our Shenkong Academy has infiltrated the Wuhuan Temple with an undercover agent. Recent intelligence indicates that Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo have set out for this location, with you as their target. What? Even Tang San's composure faltered at this revelation. However, there is no need for excessive concern, Li Hong continued, with Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, present, along with Sword Douluo and Poison Douluo. Even if Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were to arrive simultaneously, they would be forced to retreat. Without further ado, Li Hong declared, I must take my leave now. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. With that, he leapt down from the carriage, leaving Tang San deep in thought. The journey from Tiando City to Wuhuan City spanned 20 days, and they had already covered half the distance. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the sides of the narrow road, alerting many keen-sensed soul masters. Countless falling rocks cascaded down from the hillsides, prompting the royal knights to deflect them, while teachers and students from the 15 Soul Master Academies dismounted and began to move away from the hills. Each time a massive boulder descended, attack-type and defense-type Soul Masters stepped forward to shatter the rocks, swiftly retreating towards the hillside's edge, just as they were about to clear the hills, and while the royal knights were providing cover during the retreat. Thousands of figures clad in black surged down from both sides of the hills at an astonishing speed. The 15 Soul Master Academies hastily formed small groups, but the black-clad assailants coordinated seamlessly, often surrounding a single target with 3 or 4 attackers, many of whom were also Soul Masters, plunging the scene into chaos. At that moment, a figure clad in white emerged, radiating the terrifying presence of a titled Douluo. Jihua Guan, do you think our Shrek Academy is without defenders? Watch as I obliterate your Jihua. The momentary standoff was interrupted by Dugu Bo, who had long been aware of the information relayed by Tang San. As the tension escalated, a dark figure silently appeared, declaring, well said. Jihua Guan will always be Jihua Guan. That can never change. Old Poison, I stand with you. Dugu Bo remained unfazed, having anticipated this situation. At that juncture, Ning Fengji, dressed simply, and sword Qinshin in white appeared atop a distant hill. Though Ning Fengji did not have Lin Bo by his side, Lin Bo, at that moment, was quietly observing from within the carriage. The Wuhuan Temple had mobilized such forces not merely to target Tang San. If all went smoothly, it would likely seek to eliminate Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Qinshin, and poison Douluo Dugu Bo in one fell swoop. Yuguan, how shameful for a titled Douluo to bully children. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for lurking so cowardly? Qinshin remarked, casting his gaze at the white-clad figure. Indeed, as the intelligence had indicated, not only were Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo present, but also Poison Douluo. Had he not received prior warning, the mission would likely have ended in failure. Just then, 2 more elders stepped forward. The elder on the left wielded a serpent spear, while the elder on the right grotesquely expanded in size. It's the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo. At that moment, He Chong, observing from a distance, changed his expression. Events were taking an unexpected turn. For titled Douluos had arrived. Sword Douluo Chenshin frowned. Is the identity of a titled Douluo so cheaply regarded? Gue Mei, take action, the white-clad titled Douluo Yuguan commanded. Gazing at the dark figure nodded, and a surge of silver flames erupted into the air, while a layer of golden flames simultaneously enveloped Ju Douluo Yuguan. The two faced each other, their hands clasped, as 18 soul rings coalesced into a massive gold-silver dual-hued halo. At the moment the halo formed, both figures vanished simultaneously. Concurrently, the enormous halo soared into the sky, quickly transforming into a massive ring with a diameter of 100 meters, enveloping Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo within this fusion technique, the polar stasis domain. The Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo sneered as they advanced towards Dugu Bo, united in purpose. The upper three sect cannot be easily dealt with. A middle-aged man suddenly materialized in the fray. As he appeared, both the Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo halted in unison, their gazes fixed on the middle-aged man. Will the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also intervene? The Serpent Spear Douluo asked gravely. How I proceed is of no concern to you, the middle-aged man retorted disdainfully. As 9 soul rings emerge around him, his eyes locked on the Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo. Retreat. The Porcupine Douluo barked, and just like that, the 4 titled Douluos quietly vanished, and the black-clad figures swiftly withdrew, leaving no weapon behind. Grandfather, you have arrived, He Chong said respectfully. In fact, before departing from Tiando City, He Chong had discreetly sent a letter to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, alerting them of the impending attack on Tang Sect and requesting the clan leader to follow covertly. In truth, the clan leader had already analyzed the pros and cons before intervening. Assisting now would not only earn favor with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also prevent the Wuhuan Temple from seizing such a prime opportunity to eliminate Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chenshin. Under the assault of the 4 titled Douluos, the two had no chance of survival. Moreover, if they were to fall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly collapse, making it considerably easier for the Wuhuan Temple to target the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was with these considerations in mind that he chose to step in and repel the 4 titled Douluos of the Wuhuan Temple. Ning Clan Leader. It has been a long time, the clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon said, turning to Ning Fengji without acknowledging He Chong. You clan leader, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Ning Fengji nodded in acknowledgement. The ambitions of the Wuhuan Temple are insidious. They are unlikely to relent so easily. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan leader remarked, I fear our journey to Wuhuan City will be fraught with disturbances. As they conversed, they boarded the carriage. Hey, what is going on here? The chubby one thought internally, sensing that the plot had gone awry. It might be due to my request for the clan leader's intervention that forced such a change, He Chong replied. Regardless, we must devise a plan for what comes next. We'll reconvene once we reach Tiando City. At this moment, within the carriage, Lin Bo, though seething with anger, maintained his composure. Another failure? No matter. I have plenty of opportunities ahead, Lin Bo thought silently. Chapter 17. Meeting before the finals. The night in Wuhuan City was particularly tranquil. As all 33 competing teams had arrived, most were either meditating or asleep, with only a few exceptions. Figures emerged silently from the tents of certain academies, converging in a dimly lit corner. Is everyone here? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, tilting his head as he mentally counted the individuals present. This was a clandestine gathering that must remain undisclosed, necessitating hushed tones. 12 in total, not a soul missing. Chun Long communicated telepathically. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand, Li Hong proposed. Our primary objective this time is to deliberate on our future actions. Cultivating a rapport with Tang Sect is of utmost importance, Wang Haochen asserted. We must bask in the glow of the protagonist's aura. By the way, Daba, have you managed to forge a bond with Daimu Bai? Zheng Bai inquired. When will I have the time for that? I aim to be the grand antagonist, Daba retorted. Why not simply eliminate Tang Sect and seize his fortune? Tang Sect is the protagonist. He is not so easily dispatched, Lu Xiaoxiao admonished. Recall how the 4 titled Douluos attempted to eliminate him and ended up fleeing in disgrace. Soon, Tang Sect will likely be taken away by Tang Hao. Do you intend to commit murder under the watchful eyes of titled Douluos? Or perhaps you fancy a venture into the Slaughter City? I believe it would be prudent to reconsider. If we were to kill Tang Sect, the narrative we control would undergo significant upheaval, to our detriment, Fan Yihuan cautioned. After much deliberation, The group finally persuaded Daba to cultivate a favorable relationship with Tang San and his companions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Bo continued to smirk coldly. Have you all noticed that since our arrival in this world, it seems as if fortune has favored us? Qi Xiaoman remarked. For instance, I have already acquired a soul bone, while Fanny Huang has astonishingly obtained two. I too now possess a soul bone. Li Hong nodded in agreement. I have yet to acquire one, Xiao Pang interjected. However, under normal circumstances, I should receive a soul bone after claiming the championship. How can you be so certain of your victory? Qi Xiaoman challenged. What awaits you next is our full effort. You might not be able to thwart us. This could perhaps be attributed to luck, He Chong posited. We do not belong to this world. Our arrival here may have marked us for selection by fate. Let us not lose sight of our ultimate objective, Chun Fong reminded them. Everything we undertake is aimed at achieving godhood. Perhaps the challenges of attaining divinity are so formidable that opportunities have manifested for us. In other words, the universe is leaving us a path to survival. Following the established storyline, barring any unforeseen events, Lin Bo is destined for divinity, Chen Long stated. As long as Lin Bo does not engage Tang San recklessly, success is nearly assured. Lin Bo nodded in silent agreement, withholding further commentary. As for the others, Chun Long continued. Xiao Pang is part of the Shrek 7 monsters. And with Tang San's assistance, achieving godhood should not pose a significant issue. The fate of the remaining 10 is less certain. Although we possess 3 opportunities, the future is unpredictable. Each challenge may prove more daunting than the last. There will be 5 years between the conclusion of the tournament and the reassembly of the Shrek 7 monsters, He Chong noted. During this period, we must diligently explore various locales in search of our fortunes, soul power mutations, top-tier soul rings, soul bones, and even divine legacies. At the mention of divine legacies, the gravity of their situation sank in for all. They had been brought to this world solely to survive. The only path to survival lay in achieving divinity. Returning to the matter at hand, let us discuss the upcoming finals, Lu Xiaoxiao suggested. Indeed, Chen Long nodded. In the first 2 rounds, aside from Shrek Academy and Qihua Academy clashing in the opening match, we are unaware of the outcomes of the others. In the first round, Daba and I, along with Lu Xiaoxiao and Chen Fong, will have buys. In the second round, Xiao Pang and his team will have a buy. And in the third round, Li Hong and your group will have a buy. While Chen Long was not inferior to Li Hong in individual strength, the collective might of the Shinfeng Academy team was still superior. Thus, they claimed second place in the Tiando Empire qualifiers. Should we allow some leeway during the competition to ensure the storyline progresses smoothly? Chun Fong inquired. We are capable of winning the championship through our own strength. We do not require your concession, Xiao Pang asserted. How about this? Let us exert ourselves fully. If my predictions are correct, regardless of our performance, the ultimate outcome will remain unchanged, He Chong mused, pausing briefly before continuing. Are you suggesting a repeat of the previous incident? Chen Long asked. Indeed, He Chong replied. I enlisted the aid of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan leader, which led to the appearance of the Serpent Spear, Duel, and the Spike Porcupine, Douluo. Yet the final result remained unaltered. This might be termed the self-correcting nature of the world's rules. Even if the storyline diverges, under the influence of formidable world rules, everything will gradually revert to the original narrative, impervious to our interventions, He Chong explained. Does that imply we cannot achieve divinity? Zhenbai questioned. Not necessarily, Chen Long clarified. According to our hypothesis, the stronger one's individual power, the greater the influence over the world's rules. If we all ascend to title de law, we would be capable of swaying the entire continent's dynamics. In other words, to alter the storyline, one must possess sufficiently formidable strength, Lu Xiaoxiao posited. Even if we are aware of future events, we cannot prevent or alter them. Uncertain. This remains merely our conjecture, He Chong responded. To validate this, experimentation is required. How shall we conduct this experiment? Wang Haochen inquired. I have an idea, Lu Xiaoxiao announced. If I recall correctly, after the finals, the heartbroken red that Xiao Wu carries will fall, resulting in an identity revelation, ultimately leading Tang how to confront the 7 titled Douluos and whisk Tang San and Xiao Wu away. What do you imply? Li Hong Bruat. To alter the very source, and observe whether it triggers a butterfly effect that reverberates throughout the narrative or if the world rules restore it to its original course, Lu Xiaoxiao elucidated. Then this task shall fall upon you, Chen Long nodded. It is getting late, let us disperse. Remember to tread lightly and avoid alerting the enemy. The group scattered, stealthily returning to their respective teams. Should I inform Bibi Dong about Tang Hao's presence? Lin Bo pondered before shaking his head. The 7 titled Douluos who would intervene would do so regardless of Bibi Dong's counsel. They would neither heed her nor my words. With Qian Daolu and Tang Shun having prior agreements, they would likely refrain from confronting Tang Hao. Forget it. There will be ample opportunities to deal with Tang San. Only our strength is fundamental. With that, he dismissed further thoughts. Chapter 18. The Hidden Card of Shrek Academy. The first round of the finals quickly commenced, with the earlier matches concluding swiftly. The upcoming match was between Shrek Academy and Shrek Academy. Although Shrek Academy fielded only 3 main competitors in the preliminaries. They included the mightiest Soul Master, Dai Mubai, and the soul of the team, Tang San. Shrek Academy, on the other hand, boasted 2 Soul Masters, totaling 4 Soul Masters. Moreover, both the captain and vice-captain, Fanny Huang and Shi Xiaomin, possess soul bones, making this battle far from a guaranteed victory for the Shrek 7 monsters. Currently, both Fanny Huang and Shi Xiaomin were at level 45, while Hui Yun and Hui Yu were at level 41. The Fire Leopard Soul Master and the 2 Fire Star Soul Masters were at level 39, just a hair's breadth from level 40. At Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai has reached level 45, followed closely by the rotund figure of Xiao Pang at level 44. Tang San stands at level 43, while Xiao Wu is at level 41, and the remaining 3 members boast levels of 42. In terms of overall strength, Shrek Academy undoubtedly holds the upper hand, especially with the presence of the fire immunity granted to Tang San. The sole advantage of the Blaze Academy lies in their soul bones. On the competition stage, the gazes of both sides locked in a fierce confrontation, the air thickening with tension. The referee stepped into the center of the 2 teams and announced, "Prepare for battle. Both sides, unleash your martial souls." The Shrek Academy battle team faced off against the Blaze Academy team. Ready. On the side of Blaze Academy, 4 members possessed 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, while 3 others had 2 yellow and 1 purple, with their soul rings optimally arranged. However, in the face of the Shrek 7's perfectly harmonized soul ring combinations, which even included a black soul ring for Tang San, the atmosphere grew suffocating. The Shrek 7, as a complete Soul Sect team, immediately exerted pressure on the Blaze Academy team. As the competition commenced with the referee's command, both teams sprang into action. On the Shrek side, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Pang charged to the forefront, enveloped by the entangling blue silver grass and the amplifying skills of Ning Rongrong. Oscar swiftly cast his excited pink sausages, ensuring the front 4 and Tang San consumed them. Meanwhile, Blaze Academy's Fanny Huang, the Fire Leopard Soul Master, along with Hui Yun and Hui Yu, advanced to meet them. The 2 Fire Star Soul Masters did not enhance their front line, but instead concentrated their amplification on Shi Xiaomin, with the 1st, 2nd, and 4th soul rings on Shi Xiaomin glowing simultaneously. The fire dance, in its fused state, erupted with speed. Observing this, Tang San attempted to retract his blue silver grass, but was suddenly struck by a mental shock, preventing him from doing so in time. Concurrently, the Shrek 7 experienced a momentary daze, as Shi Xiaomin's 3rd soul ring illuminated, unleashing the rejection fire ring, sending Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Pang reeling to the edge of the competition arena. This was the soul bone skill of Shi Xiaomin, the 5,000-year flame sparrow soul bone, which produced a singular effect, a collective mental shock. Fanny Huang and the Fire Leopard Soul Master swiftly retreated to avoid being caught in the ensuing wave of attacks. In that fleeting moment, fire dance descended, a blazing white sphere crashing down upon Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, although the charging time was brief, resulting in diminished potency. The inherent talent of the fused state still granted fire dance nearly half of its full power. As the incandescent flames receded, for large cocoons melted into the arena's surface, supported only by a few strands of blue silver grass. The blue silver grass formed cocoons gradually dissipated, revealing the 4 individuals unharmed, traversing the web of blue silver grass woven above the gaping holes. After having faced Blaze Academy in battle, how could Tang San not contemplate a countermeasure? Everything unfolding was a result of his strategic thinking. The 2nd soul skill of blue silvergrass, Parasite, may appear unremarkable in ordinary circumstances, yet it proves immensely beneficial at critical junctures. After all, this was deemed by the master to be the most suitable 2nd soul skill for Tang San. How could it be without merit? At the very onset of the competition, Tang San not only connected with his 6 companions through the blue silvergrass, but also employed the Parasite skill, just as fire dance descended. Although Tang San was struck by a mental attack, his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes allowed him to recover swiftly. He promptly activated the blue-silver grass, parasitizing his 4 companions, utilizing his first soul skill, Entanglement. Thus, these 2 seemingly simple 100-year soul skills, under the influence of the fire immunity, dismantled Qi Xiaoman's most formidable attack. A predicament arose. Both Qi Xiaoman and Fan Yihuang realized their ultimate trump card had been countered, rendering victory significantly more challenging. According to their original plan, they intended to first deal with the other 4, perhaps relying on Xiao Wu's invincible golden body to withstand the brunt, ensuring the other 3 would be incapacitated. This would leave them with an advantageous 7 against 4. However, the situation had shifted to 7 against 7, placing them at a distinct disadvantage from any angle. At this moment, Tang, San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Pang had returned from the edge of the competition arena to their original positions. Oscar swiftly tossed several recovery sausages to restore the soul power of his companions. Direct confrontation was the choice of Blaze Academy. Fan Yihuang and the Fire Leopard Soul Master surged to the forefront, followed closely by Huiyun, Huiyu, and Qi Xiaoman, with the 2 Fire Star Soul Masters rapidly channeling fire into their teammates. Dai Mubai roared, activating his first and third soul rings to confront Fan Yihuang, while Xiao Pang's second and third soul rings shone brightly as he charged towards Qi Xiaoman and the Fire Leopard Soul Master. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing faced off against Huiyun and Huiyu. In that instant, Qi Xiaoman suddenly shouted, "Jump!" Fan Yihuang reacted swiftly, leaping alongside Qi Xiaoman, while Huiyun and Huiyu ascended rapidly. The Fire Leopard Soul Master, however, was caught off guard as blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, lifting him into the air. The Fire Leopard Soul Master had only time to activate his protective soul skill before succumbing to a moment of dizziness. The 4th soul skill of blue-silver grass, blue-silver prison, mutated into the blue-silver stab array. It turned out that Tang San had concealed himself behind, deliberately biding his time to unleash this 10,000-year soul skill's mutated form. However, Qi Xiaoman's flame sparrow soul bone possessed not only the ability to deliver collective mental shock, but also a certain amplifying effect on mental prowess, allowing him to respond just as the blue-silver stab array was about to erupt. Nevertheless, the slower-reacting Fire Leopard Soul Master was still left dazed. At that moment, Xiao Pang's 4th soul ring illuminated, and his right fist struck the ground with tremendous force, distorting the air and immobilizing the Fire Leopard Soul Master completely. Subsequently, Xiao Pang leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Fire Leopard Soul Master flying out of the competition arena. At this juncture, Xiao Pang had already attained level 44 soul power. Despite employing 3 soul skills simultaneously, the 4th soul skill, Phoenix Howl in the Sky, had only reached its initial stage, thus consuming less than 30% of his soul power. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had circled around to the rear of Blaze Academy, targeting the 2 Fire Star Soul Masters. Activating her 1st and 4th soul rings, she effortlessly executed the Nether Shadow Clone and Nether Stab, rendering both Fire Star Soul Masters unconscious and tossing them beyond the competition arena. At that moment, Fan Yihuang, Qi Xiaoman, Huiyun, and Huiyu landed on the stage, only to confront Dai Mubai's 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Fan Yihuang's 4th soul ring glowed rapidly as he activated his 4th soul skill, Flame Meteor, to block Dai Mubai's fierce attack. Subsequently, the 5,000-year Flame Wolf left arm bone on Fan Yihuang's left arm unleashed a fiery beam, repelling Dai Mubai. Just as Dai Mubai was about to tumble off the arena, Tang Sect swiftly retracted the blue-silver grass, pulling him back to safety. On the other side, Qi Xiaoman's 1st soul ring lit up, initiating the Flame Whirlpool to bind Xiao Pang and Xiao Wu, followed by the activation of his 2nd soul ring. The Flame Shadow escaped as he vanished into the fiery vortex. Xiao Wu, utilizing her 3rd soul ring, instantly teleported to Huiyun's side, activating her 1st and 2nd soul rings to cast Charm, controlling Huiyun before tossing him out of the competition arena with her waist bow. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already circled around to the rear of Huiyu, seizing the opportunity as Huiyu prepared to rescue Huiyun. The 2nd and 3rd soul rings glimmered successively, and with the combination of the Hellish Claw and Hellish Slash, Huiyu was swiftly brought down and subsequently tossed out of the competition arena, just as the Shrek 7 monsters surrounded Fan Yihuang and Qi Xiaoman. Fan Yihuang suddenly propelled himself off the ground, activating his 3rd soul ring to unleash the dragon's roar, executing a mental assault that left the Shrek 7 monsters momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, Qi Xiaoman unleashed another wave of mental impact with his Flame Sparrow Skull, extending the duration of their disorientation. Following this, Xiaoxiao dispelled the fire vortex and fire shadow, his third soul ring illuminating as he activated the fire resistance ring, instantly ejecting Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai from the competition area. Initially, Tang Sect would have also been expelled by the fire resistance ring, but having cultivated the purple extreme magic eye, he quickly regained his composure from the daze. In a critical moment, he utilized blue-silver grass to pull himself back into the competition arena. Although Fanny Huang and Xiaoxiao remained at a disadvantage, their tenacious spirits ensured they would not concede defeat easily until the very last moment. Among the remaining 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang Sect positioned himself in one direction, while Xiao Pang was stationed in another, and Xiao Wu along with Zhu Zhuqing were aligned together. Exchanging glances, Fan Yihuang and Xiaoxiao swiftly comprehended each other's intentions. Fan Yihuang's left arm glowed once more, and a beam of flame propelled Xiaoxiao swiftly towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiaoxiao's third soul ring shone brightly as he unleashed the fire resistance ring, rapidly expanding towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu executed a swift teleportation to evade the fire resistance ring, yet it still struck Zhu Zhuqing, sending her crashing to the ground of the competition arena. Subsequently, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid ensnared Xiaoxiao's neck, followed by a series of 8 consecutive throws. At this juncture, Xiaoxiao's soul power had already been depleted, rendering him incapable of executing another fire resistance ring. After being thrown thrice by Xiao Wu, he lost consciousness and was expelled from the competition arena. Now facing a 1-on-3 situation, Fan Yihuang found himself at a significant disadvantage. Tang Sect's third soul ring activated, ensnaring Fan Yihuang with a web bind. Fan Yihuang shouted and utilized his second soul skill, the unicorn drill, to break free from the web. However, at that moment, Xiao Pang had already approached. With a powerful strike, Xiao Pang's fourth soul ring illuminated, causing the surrounding air to warp, immobilizing Fan Yihuang completely. Subsequently, flames erupted from the ground, severely injuring Fan Yihuang. Then, Xiao Wu's first soul ring shone, and with a swift maneuver, she hurled Fan Yihuang out of the arena. Thus, the team from the Blaze Fire Academy faced total annihilation. What do you think? Did we not emerge victorious? Xiao Pang smugly communicated in his mind. What does it matter? It was all thanks to our teammates, Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. If you're so capable, why not switch teammates and fight again? Xiao Pang laughed heartily. Recently, Xiao Pang has become rather arrogant. Dabao's voice suddenly interjected. I'm curious to see just how formidable you truly are. Bring it on. I fear no one. Xiao Pang scoffed in response. Chapter 20. The Wildness of the Hellish White Tiger. On this day, the third round of the competition commenced, starting with a match between Shrek Academy and the Xing Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. On the arena, the Shrek 7 monsters stood in a straight line, poised and silent. Opposite them, another group of 7 advanced onto the stage, led by a man with golden hair and purple eyes, none other than Davis, the reincarnation of Dabao. Beside him, a tall and voluptuous woman clung to his arm. Mubai, I deeply apologize for my previous actions, Dabao said with a slight bow, sincerity radiating from his gaze. I had employed various means to suppress you solely due to clan regulations. However, I have come to realize that clan rules pale in comparison to the lives of our own kin. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I ask for a chance to make amends. Dai Mubai hesitated at his words, yet replied, Davis, spare me the pretense. Today on the arena, you and I are adversaries. Prove your worth by defeating me first. Otherwise, who inherits the family position remains uncertain. Dabao sighed, conceding very well. If you win today, I suspect you would not desire the burden of the family's mess. Should I prevail, I will ensure the clan refrains from interfering in your affairs. After all these years as the heir apparent, I possess a modicum of influence. In the future, we may find it necessary to join forces. As he uttered this last line, Dabao lowered his voice, so only Tang Sect and Dai Mubai could hear him. Prepare for battle. You may unleash your martial souls. The referee announced. The rules remained unchanged. The defeated would be directly eliminated, while the victors would advance to the top 6. The Shrek Advanced Soul Master Academy faces off against the Xing Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Ready? At this moment, the referee stepped between the two teams. Both sides rapidly released their soul powers, and a unique combination of the entire Shrek 7 monsters astonished the audience once again. However, the Xing Luo Royal Academy's display was even more astounding. Dabao's body radiated with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, exuding a terrifying pressure. This marked the first appearance of a Soul King in the tournament, and he possessed the best possible soul ring combination. In the previous match, He had resolved all enemies without lifting a finger, making this his first public demonstration of his soul rings. Additionally, among the remaining 6 members, 5 had reached the 4-ring soul master level, with Zhu Zhuqing boasting an impressive soul power of 47. As the match commenced, the referee's command spurred both teams into action. The Bao and Zhu Zhuqing quickly fused, their forms vanishing to be replaced by an enormous white tiger. The martial soul fusion technique, the hellish white tiger, manifested. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow from the audience. Under normal circumstances, he would expect the opposing team to underestimate their opponents. Yet they had deployed a martial soul fusion technique right from the outset, which puzzled him. The Shrek 7 monsters swiftly revised their combat strategy. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also executed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning another massive hellish white tiger to clash against the opposing one. Although there was a disparity in soul power levels, with Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed pagoda augmenting their abilities, the gap was not insurmountable. Xiao Pang found himself obstructed by the opposing giant-winged Griffin Soul Master. The giant-winged Griffin was a defensive martial soul, and despite Xiao Pang's relentless assaults, he could not break through its defenses. It was not that Xiao Pang was unwilling to disregard him. Rather, every attempt at a breakthrough was thwarted by a massive cauldron. The martial soul of the opposing supports Soul Master, a soul-suppressing cauldron. This effectively meant that 2 soul masters were simultaneously constraining him. Xiao Wu faced off against the opposing nine-tailed fox soul master. The nine-tailed fox operated as a hybrid between mental and assault types, while Xiao Wu, despite being an assault-type soul master, possessed a second soul skill, charm, which was also of the mental type. The second soul rings of both the nine-tailed fox and Xiao Wu flared simultaneously, resulting in a standstill as neither gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, another agile lightning falcon soul master from the Xing Luo Royal Academy approached the rear of the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San's 4th soul ring quietly illuminated, activating the blue-silver cage, ensnaring the lightning falcon soul master entirely. As Tang San contemplated eliminating the lightning falcon soul master, a sudden icy wheel soared toward him from a distance. With his nimble footwork of ghost shadow, he swiftly evaded the impending strike. This icy wheel was none other than the final Soul Master from the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, their principal control system, Soul Master, wielding an ice staff. At that moment, the 3rd soul ring of the Lightning Falcon Soul Master illuminated, causing him to vanish from the blue-silver cage. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself before Oscar and Ning Rongrong. With no time left to evade, Tang San's 4th soul ring glowed once more. But instead of ensnaring the Lightning Falcon Soul Master within the blue-silver cage, he enveloped Oscar and Ning Rongrong instead. Thus, the Lightning Falcon Soul Master was thwarted from easily discarding Oscar and Ning Rongrong from the competition grounds. With the activation of his 3rd soul ring, the Lightning Falcon Soul Master once again entered the blue-silver cage, capturing Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and with a swift teleportation, he hurled them off the edge of the arena. Just as the Lightning Falcon Soul Master prepared to depart, Tang San's 3rd soul ring glimmered, unleashing a web of binding that ensnared the Lightning Falcon Soul Master, followed by the manipulation of blue-silver grass to cast him off the platform. Meanwhile, as Tang San dealt with the Lightning Falcon Soul Master, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves in dire straits. Bereft of Ning Rongrong's support, their soul power alone was insufficient to contend with the Bao and Zhu Zhuyuan. Before long, the Phantom White Tiger was overwhelmed, and with a powerful swipe of the Bao's claw, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were sent tumbling down. However, in their efforts to eliminate Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, they too had expended a considerable portion of their soul power. Tang San furrowed his brow. In just a brief moment, only 3 of the Shrek 7 remained, while their adversaries had merely lost a 3-ringed soul ancestor. Chapter 21. Turning the Tide. Presently, although the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy boasted 6 members, they were scattered across the arena. Even the blue-silver spike formation could only target the Phantom White Tiger, the giant-winged Griffin Soul Master, and the nine-tailed Fox Soul Master. Yet, at this moment, no better strategy was evident. The blue-silver spike formation quietly commenced, but the Phantom White Tiger leaped, swiftly evading the assault, while the giant-winged Griffin Soul Master ascended into the air. Only the nine-tailed Fox Soul Master remained engaged in close combat with Xiao Wu. At the moment the blue-silver spike formation activated, Xiao Wu utilized her teleportation to evade, but the nine-tailed Fox Soul Master failed to escape, becoming momentarily dazed as she was thrust into the air by the blue-silver spike formation. Xiao Pang had been prepared for this moment. As his 2nd and 3rd soul rings ignited, the Phoenix of Fire and the Celestial Winged Phoenix were unleashed simultaneously, soaring into the air to deliver a powerful kick that sent the nine-tailed fox Soul Master plummeting from the arena. Seizing the opportunity while the Phantom White Tiger and Giant Winged Griffin Soul Master were distracted, Xiao Wu activated her third soul ring, teleporting next to the Ice Staff Soul Master. With her first and second soul rings both aglow, she combined her charm and waist bow to toss the Ice Staff Soul Master from the field. Following this, in a similar manner, Xiao Wu teleported behind the Guardian Cauldron Soul Master and hurled him off the platform as well. With such an explosive display, the Shrek 7 finally broke free from their unfavorable predicament, establishing a 3-on-3 scenario. The Phantom White Tiger had disintegrated. Dabao understood, well, that resolving the remaining 3 opponents would be an arduous task, especially given the significant depletion of the Phantom White Tiger's soul power, which would inevitably lead them into a perilous situation. Realizing this, Dabao hesitated no longer. His first, third, and fifth soul rings ignited simultaneously, activating the 3 major enhancement skills: White Tiger Body Protection, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and White Tiger Demon God Transformation as he lunged toward Tang Sect. Just as Xiao Pang prepared to provide support, the Giant Winged Griffin Soul Master reappeared before him, obstructing his path. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuyun sought out Xiao Wu. With the disparity in soul power levels, Zhu Zhuyun relentlessly launched attacks, searching for a chink in her defenses. However, with Xiao Wu's adept close combat skills, Zhu Zhuyun found it difficult to overpower her in that moment. Meanwhile, Dabao had drawn closer to Tang Sect, yet he did not advance further. His second soul ring illuminated, unleashing the White Tiger's radiant wave toward Tang Sect. Tang Sect, unfazed, employed Ghost Shadow and deftly evaded the White Tiger's radiant wave while simultaneously invoking his third soul technique, the Spiderweb Binding, intending to ensnare Dabao. In that instant, Dabao raised his left arm, and 5 dark golden claws, sharp as blades, emerged from his palm. With a swift motion, he cleaved the spider web into fragments. At that moment, every soul master engaged in battle on the platform, as well as those spectating from below, were captivated by the spectacle. A soul bone. Undoubtedly, Dabao's maneuver was a manifestation of a soul bone skill. Moreover, seasoned observers like He Chong, Chen Long, the master, and Dugo Bo deduced that this was a soul bone derived from the dark golden Terraclaw bear. The dark golden Terraclaw bear is one of the most elite soul beasts. Even a 1,000-year-old dark golden Terraclaw bear could rival a typical 10,000-year soul beast, if not surpass it. What Dabao possessed was indeed the soul bone of a dark golden Terraclaw bear, specifically the left arm bone of a 5,000-year-old specimen. Zabao Smai, his fourth soul ring glowing as he activated the White Tiger Meteor Rain, restricting Tang Sang's movements while he lunged forward to attack. His soul power was dwindling, and he needed to swiftly dispose of Tang Sang to stand a chance against the remaining 2. Tang Sang remained composed, and suddenly, the blue-silver grass from Xiao Pang and Xiao Wu swiftly retracted, encircling Dabao. Indeed, this was the trap Tang Sang had set for Dabao. Had Dabao not dispelled the Phantom White Tiger's martial soul fusion technique, he would still find it challenging to contend with him, while the Giant Winged Griffin Soul Master, being a defensive-type soul master, would not be easily vanquished. However, if it was just Dabao alone, it would be considerably simpler. The blue-silver spike formation activated silently, as Xiao Pang contained the air above, while Xiao Wu and Tang Sect surrounded Dabao, with no avenue of escape. Dabao was lifted into the air by the blue-silver spike formation. Following this, Xiao Pang unleashed his fourth soul technique, the Phoenix's Howl, distorting the air and rendering Dabao momentarily dazed. Subsequently, a surge of magma erupted from the ground, enveloping Dabao completely. Xiao Pang then delivered a powerful kick, sending Dabao flying off the arena. Employing the same tactic, Tang Sect and Xiao Pang simultaneously sent the approaching Giant Winged Griffin Soul Master and Zhu Zhuyun off the stage as well. In this battle, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Yet despite the triumph, a sense of reluctance lingered. They had given their all. Injured and weary, Dabao made his way toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai remained silent. Had he truly won? Although he had exerted every ounce of effort, he had only managed to deplete a fraction of Dabao's soul power. There's no need for such expressions. A win is a win. Dabao waved his hand dismissively. From now on, if you wish to ascend to the throne, I will wholeheartedly assist you. If you prefer not to, then I shall continue to shoulder this burden. Without further ado, he urged, take care, and be wary of the Spirit Hall's forces. They may be even more formidable than anticipated. With that, Dabao departed, leaving a contemplative Dai Mubai behind. This isn't like you, Dai Lauda, Xiao Peng remarked as he approached. Cheer up. Our competition isn't over yet. At these words, Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, and he nodded. Their opponents were not merely the star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 22. The Fusion Technique of 7. Just as the Shrek 7 were recovering, the team from the Tiando Royal Academy passed by them. You have become stronger than I imagined, Hichong remarked, fixing his gaze on Tang San. You all are impressive as well. It is evident that you have made significant progress. Tang San smiled indifferently and remarked, perhaps we can have a proper match in this tournament. Hichong responded with a calm smile. What if it is the Spirit Hall battle team? We too possess our trump cards. I hope so, Tang San replied with a gentle smile. The teams from the Tiando Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy ascended the competition stage. Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Fong, and Hu Laina led the charge for the Spirit Hall Academy, their surging momentum and confidence astonishing. Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong boasted a soul power level of 53, positioning them at the forefront of their team. However, Lu Xiaoxiao felt an unsettling calm within, while Wang Haochen and Zheng Bei were manageable. Hichong's disposition ranked among the best among them, and with his reincarnation into the character of Yu Qianheng, today's battle seemed uncertain. At that moment, Hichong's soul power had reached level 45, while Wang Haochen's was at 44. Even Zheng Bei, who previously had the lowest soul power, had now reached 33. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall team had 3 additional black soul rings compared to them. Hichong's expression bore no fear, instead tinged with excitement. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Lu Xiaoxiao. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, the Tiando Royal Academy team swiftly retreated, forming a circle around Zheng Bei. The 6 members moved rapidly on the periphery, though they did not unleash their martial spirits. Powerful fluctuations of soul energy emanated and converged towards the center. This is not good. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression changed, and he quickly sought refuge behind Hu Laina. Although Hu Laina was initially unaware of Hichong's intentions, she quickly grasped the situation and embraced him as well. Meanwhile, the support-type Soul Master from the Spirit Hall Academy unleashed 2 beams of golden light from their staff, which merged into Lu Xiaoxiao and Hu Laina's bodies. A crimson barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping them both before erupting forth, encompassing the 7 opposing competitors as well. The Martial Spirit Fusion Technique, Charming Demon. Simultaneously, Chun Fong urged the other 4 to swiftly retreat, declaring, "Be ready for battle." Transform, Hichong bellowed, and the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy rapidly reformed into a straight line. Hichong positioned himself at the forefront, followed by the Shijiao brothers, then Aisuo, Yu Feng, and finally Wang Haochen and Zheng Bei. Zheng Bei's 4 soul rings ignited simultaneously, and beams of light emanated from the 9-heart begonia, infusing Wang Haochen with energy. The 9-heart begonia martial spirit, regardless of the number of soul rings, possessed only a single soul skill, which is why it could provide fusion energy. Consequently, Zheng Bei's soul power exceeded that of the average soul master, enabling him to initiate this fusion technique. Wang Haochen raised his arms, resting them on Yu Feng's shoulders, as the vibrant energy surged into Yu Feng's body. Thus, the light continued to transmit until it reached Hichong, at which point it ceased, replaced by an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, this was the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Thanks to his reincarnation as Yu Qianheng and the connection to the master, Hichong successfully learned this 7-in-1 fusion technique from him. Despite the significant suppression of sensory perception, soul power, and movement within the domain of Charming Demon, the 7-in-1 fusion technique still unleashed formidable power. At present, Hichong's soul power had ascended to level 70. However, the martial spirit fusion technique of 2 level 50 soul kings could rival that of a level 70 soul sage in a short time frame, and even maintain efficacy beyond level 60 over a longer duration. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions were a team of 7. At the moment the 7-in-1 fusion technique was completed, Lu Xiaoxiao had already launched his Moonblade, not directly towards Hichong, but rather aimed at the individuals positioned behind him, seeking to distract and strike them instead. Lu Xiaoxiao was acutely aware that defeating Hichong head-on was nearly impossible. Yet if he could incapacitate any one of the individuals behind, the 7-in-1 fusion technique would collapse instantaneously. In this critical moment, Hichong's extensive battle experience came to the fore. His first soul ring illuminated, and the Thunder Dragon Claw was unleashed, deflecting the Moonblade, while his second and third soul rings lit up, triggering the Thunderous Fury empowered Thunderstorm, which surged towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao paid no heed to the thunderstorm. With a swift motion of his left hand, another moon blade soared forth, targeting the individuals at the rear. Simultaneously, Chun Fong activated his first 3 soul rings. The body of flames, earth expansion, and Titan's body manifested, causing his form to swell to over 3 meters in height as he leaped into the fray. With the assistance of the staff-wielding Soul Master, he managed to intercept the oncoming thunderstorm. However, Chun Fong himself sustained considerable injuries from the attack and began to recuperate under the staff-wielding Soul Master's healing. Hichang's first soul ring ignited once more. The Thunder Dragon Claw intercepting another Moonblade, while his third and fourth soul rings illuminated, unleashing the blue Electra Dragon's speed under the enhancement of Thunderous Fury, propelling a small blue dragon, approximately 1 meter in length, towards Lu Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Lu Xiaoxiao and his 2 Moonblades vanished, replaced by a colossal white disc. This was his self-created soul skill, Full Moon. With rapid, violent rotation, the full moon collided with the blue dragon. The ensuing cacophony erupted as the blue dragon dissipated into nothingness under the impact of the full moon. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao finally exhausted his soul power, and the martial spirit fusion technique with Huliana was dispelled. At that moment, Chun Fong charged towards the Tiando Royal Academy team, his 5th soul ring illuminating, igniting the frenzied flames, surging forth with unmatched might, bolstered by the staff-wielding Soul Master. Hichang, having exhausted his strength, could only once again deploy the Thunder Dragon Claw. But Chun Fong unleashed a full-force punch, shattering the Thunder Dragon Claw and sending the individuals behind him sprawling. As their formation disintegrated, the 7-in-1 fusion technique was naturally undone. Following this, Chun Fong slammed his hands into the ground, activating his 4th soul skill, Magma Quagmire, causing bubbles of boiling magma to erupt from beneath the surface, ensnaring everyone as if trapped in a mire. Lu Xiaoxiao hurled his 2 moon blades once more, targeting the members of the Tiando Royal Academy. With their soul power significantly depleted, they could hardly withstand the assault of the moon blades. While the remaining 3 powerful attack-type soul masters from the Spirit Hall Academy surged forward as well. This match had become devoid of suspense. We concede. Hichang rose and stated. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of bitterness. This battle had laid bare nearly all of his capabilities. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, he had fundamentally diverged from his former abilities, a fact that Hichang and the others remained oblivious to. Chapter 23. The Thunder Attribute Soul Master's Full Power. In the 4th round of competition, Shrek Academy and the Shunfeng Academy drew weaker opponents, while the only match of interest was between the Spirit Hall Academy and the Thunder Academy. During the group stage, Chunlong from the Thunder Academy had not suffered significant damage. On the contrary, he had defeated Dai Mubai, thus enabling the Thunder Academy to showcase its 5 elemental prowess and successfully advance to the top 6 in the finals. At this moment, the Thunder Academy team comprised 4 Soul Masters and 3 Soul Kings, with Chunlong still at a soul power level of 47. In terms of strength, the Thunder Academy team was wholly inferior to the Spirit Hall Academy team, even falling short of the Tiando Royal Senior Soul Master Academy and the Xingluo Royal Senior Academy. Under such circumstances, Chunlong led his team onto the competition stage. The faces of the Thunder Academy team members were alight with exhilaration, while Chunlong wore an expression of serene composure, prompting Lu Xiaoxiao to instinctively draw closer to Huliana, ever ready to unleash their martial soul fusion technique. From the previous match's outcome, it was evident that even a 7-person fusion technique could not rival their martial soul fusion skills. As the referee signaled the commencement of the match, the members of the Thunder Academy began to circle around the auxiliary Soul Master, their soul power radiating from them. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao synchronously executed the martial soul fusion technique with Huliana, a brilliant light flashed from the staff of the Soul Master, surging into both of their bodies. A crimson mist swiftly spread, enveloping the entire Thunder Academy team. Unfazed, the Thunder Academy team suddenly reconfigured into a linear formation. With Chunlong leading the charge outward, Lu Xiaoxiao let out a cold snort, launching 2 crescent blades towards the last 2 runners. Chunlong barked a command, his 4th soul ring illuminating as the blue electric tyrant dragon unleashed an extraordinary angle of attack, deflecting the crescent blades. In that moment, the Thunder Academy team had already escaped the confines of the red light curtain. Although Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of confusion, he nonetheless continued to expand the area of the crimson mist under the staff's Soul Master's enhancement, stretching it to cover 3/4 of the arena, leaving only the members of the Spirit Hall Academy outside its reach. A cold smirk crept across Chunlong's lips as he commanded, "Ascend." Instantly, the 3rd soul ring behind Lei Tian glimmered, and a pair of massive lightning wings unfurled, lifting the Thunder Academy team into the air. How is this possible? was Liu Xiaoxiao's immediate reaction. In truth, this was indeed the seven-person fusion technique. Although Chunlong had not received the master's guidance, the 7 members of the Thunder Academy were inherently of the lightning attribute, making the execution of the 7-person fusion technique somewhat easier, especially with He Chong providing crucial instructions at key moments, enabling them to successfully perform the fusion technique. It was clear that a single individual could not elevate 7 people into the air, as he was not an auxiliary soul master. However, one must not forget that Lei Tian was backed by 5 others. It was with the collective strength of 6 individuals that they achieved flight. Thereafter, Lei Tian transferred his power to Chunlong, which served as their trump card against the enchanting martial soul fusion technique. Although He Chong and the others had previously executed the 7-person fusion technique, they had been unable to unleash its full potential under the suppression of the enchanting domain. Chunlong believed this was the primary reason for their defeat, and they would not repeat the same mistake. 2 crescent blades soared from the ground, arcing towards the last 2 individuals in the 7-person fusion technique. Chunlong remained unfazed, and with a swift motion, the entire Thunder Academy team evaded the assault like a dragon flicking its tail. Liu Xiaoxiao, undeterred, retracted the crescent blades and leapt into the air, attacking once more from 2 directions with even greater speed. The Thunder Academy team, with Lei Tian's wings flapping, ascended higher into the sky, while Chunlong delivered a punch, unleashing his first soul skill, the Thunder Dragon Claw, which sent the crescent blades hurtling back. At that moment, on the Spirit Hall Academy side, aided by the combined might of 3 assault-type soul masters, Chun Fong was propelled into the sky, surpassing the altitude of the Thunder Academy team in an instant. The first 3 soul rings rapidly illuminated, and he descended from above, bearing down upon the Thunder Academy team. As the Thunder Academy team prepared to evade, Lei Tian's expression suddenly froze, his wings ceasing their flapping. Under the force of gravity, the entire Thunder Academy team began to plummet. This was certainly not a miscalculation on Lei Tian's part, but rather a consequence of Chun Fong's soul bone, the head bone of the 10,000-year Silver Moon Wolf King. Its soul skill was singular, mental confusion. Though it was a single target skill, it proved invaluable in critical moments. Once the Thunder Academy team hit the ground, they found themselves back within the enchanting domain. Their strength severely diminished. Although they attempted to shield themselves with soul power, the impact from the fall inflicted significant injuries. Moreover, Chun Fong descended with great force. Bolstered by the effects of the Earth expansion and Titan's body, he not only increased in size, but also in weight. Under his assault, the already injured members of the Thunder Academy team suffered further devastating impacts, succumbing to unconsciousness. This match culminated in the defeat of the Thunder Academy. Consequently, the list of the top 3 contenders was established. Shrek Academy, Shun Kong Academy, and Spirit Hall Academy would proceed to the final match. That night, Liu Xiaoxiao stealthily approached Tang San's door and knocked. Upon opening the door, Tang San was surprised to find not only himself, but also the master present in the room. "Is there something you need?" Tang San inquired, slightly taken aback. "I've come to speak with you," Liu Xiaoxiao replied, making himself at home in Tang San's chamber. "Do not forget, we are enemies now. There is nothing for us to discuss," Tang San stated. "Enemies today may not be so tomorrow. Perhaps we have an opportunity to join forces." Liu Xiaoxiao smiled as he spoke. "What do you mean?" Tang San asked. "To overthrow Bibi Dong's rule. What do you say? Are you interested?" Liu Xiaoxiao said with sudden seriousness. "What did you just say?" Even Tang San, with his composure, could not help but show a change in expression. "Aside from myself, I also represent others," Liu Xiaoxiao continued. "You need not rush to respond. We shall meet again in 5 years. At that time, you can give me your answer." With that, Liu Xiaoxiao turned to the master and said, "Since I am here, let me offer you a word of caution. First, the Haotian hammer is the most powerful assault-type weapon soul in the world. Even under the soul power convergence of the 7-person fusion technique, it can manifest its true form." After saying this, he glanced at Tang San and added, "Also, please inform Xiao Wu to be cautious and ensure that the flower does not fall. Otherwise, the spider shall devour the rabbit." With a hearty laugh, Liu Xiaoxiao disregarded the expressions of Tang San and the master and strode out of the room. Chapter 24. The Contest of the 3 Powers. In the square before the Hall of the Pope, 3 teams comprising 21 students stood in solemn silence. The doors of the Hall of the Pope slowly swung open, revealing Bibi Dong accompanied by 3 titled Douluos and Ning Fengji as they emerged through the main entrance. At that moment in the square, apart from the Shrek 7, Liu Xiaoxiao, Chun Fong, and Li Hong also stood tall, refusing to kneel. Even when cast glances by the surrounding team members, they remained indifferent. To them, Maintaining their dignity was paramount. Even if the masses pointed fingers, they would not bow. The members of the Spirit Hall Academy glared angrily, with the cardinal in red berating, "You dare show such disrespect to the Pope." Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the cardinal immediately fell silent. As predicted by Liu Xiaoxiao and others, Bibi Dong exchanged a few words with Tang Sect before announcing the match rewards and rules, officially commencing the finals. As anticipated, the Shrek Academy side first sent out Jing Ling, drawing a bye for the initial round. The first contender from Cultivation Academy was a three-ring Soul Master, who quickly fell to the ferocious onslaught of the Spirit Hall Soul Zone. Subsequently, Jingling took the stage, but similarly succumbed to the Spirit Hall's Soul Zone. The second contestant from Cultivation Academy was again a Soul Master. After exhausting most of the Spirit Hall's Soul Zone soul power, was defeated. Shrek Academy then sent out Talon as their second competitor. With the prowess approaching that of a Soul Sage, he vanquished the excessively drained Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall, only to be defeated by the third-ranked Soul Emperor from the Shanhui Academy. Subsequently, as expected, the second Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall triumphantly overcame the third Soul Emperor from Shanhui Academy. In response, Shrek Academy sent forth their third contestant, Xiao Wu. At the behest of the Master, Xiao Wu subdued the second Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall, only to voluntarily concede thereafter. The fourth participant from Shanhui Academy was another Soul Sage. After exhausting the majority of the opposing soul power in combat with the third Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall, also chose to admit defeat. Next, Shrek Academy dispatched Zhu Zhuqing, who effortlessly defeated the third Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall before similarly conceding. Liu Xiaoxiao furrowed his brow, sensing an unspoken alliance between Shrek Academy and Shanhui Academy as they joined forces against the Spirit Hall's team. The fifth contestant from Shanhui Academy was also a Soul Sage, who faltered after engaging with the fourth Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall. However, immediately afterward, Shrek Academy's Dai Mubai emerged victorious against this Soul Sage from the Spirit Hall. Following Dai Mubai's concession, the sixth Soul Sage from Shanhui Academy took the stage, facing one of the three Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. Due to the disparity in their soul power levels, Hulaina easily overcame the sixth member of Shanhui Academy. On Shrek Academy's side, they sent forth the portly Xiao Pao. Shortly after Tang Sect's arrival at Shrek Academy, Xiao Pao sought his guidance and subsequently joined the Tang Sect at Tang Sect's request, mastering techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, including Xian Yu Hand, Control Crane, Catch Dragon, Ghostly Shadow, Xiantian Gong, and Purple Extreme Magic Eye. All of Hulaina's soul skills were based on enchantment, which proved ineffective against Xiao Pao, who had just begun to grasp the second level of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Thus, Hulaina could only engage Xiao Pao using her soul power. However, as a control-type soul master, Hulaina, devoid of her skills, could not contend with Xiao Pao's prowess and was ultimately defeated. To overcome Hulaina, Xiao Pao also expended a considerable amount of soul power and, after her defeat, chose to concede immediately. The subsequent battle featured Li Hong against Chen Fang. Li Hong had no aspirations of advancing in the individual competition. Instead, his objective was to exhaust Chen Fang's soul power as much as possible. This way, Tang Sect could defeat Chen Fang and engage in a fierce struggle with Liu Xiaoxiao. Regardless of which side emerged victorious between Tang Sect and Liu Xiaoxiao, both would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, rendering them incapable of complete recovery in terms of soul power and injuries within a short period. Without these two mainstays, the Spirit Hall's team would stand a considerable chance of sequentially overcoming both Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall's teams, thus seizing the championship. Li Hong's soul power stood at level 47, while Chen Fang's was at 53. Yet, the disparity between them extended beyond a mere 6 levels of soul power. Critically, they were separated by a soul ring, specifically a 10,000-year soul ring. Why is Tang Sect so highly regarded? Apart from his inherent capabilities, a significant factor is his ability to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring with only a 4-ring cultivation. The Spirit Hall's team is held in high esteem not merely because they possess 3 Soul Kings, but more importantly, their 3 Soul Kings are equipped with optimal soul ring combinations, with their 5th soul rings being 10,000-year ones. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Li Hong's second soul ring illuminated swiftly, summoning the twin wolves to empower him as he charged towards Chen Fang. Chen Fang remained composed, unleashing his first soul skill, Flame Body, and with the might of flames, he struck out, meeting Li Hong head-on. Upon collision, both combatants were slightly pushed back, yet they resumed their fierce exchange. The peril of close-quarters combat lies in the fact that should one party falter, they may be swiftly overthrown, unable to mount any form of resistance. Although Chen Fong held a slight advantage in soul power, he did not dominate the engagement and remained primarily defensive. Li Hong's assaults, while fierce, struggled to breach Chen Fong's defenses. At that moment, Li Hong's third soul ring ignited, activating the gale wings, allowing him to ascend into the air. Subsequently, his first soul ring also illuminated, unleashing 10 wind blades from various directions towards Chen Fong. In response, Chen Fong's third soul ring glowed, activating Titan's body, causing his physique to expand rapidly as he blocked the wind blades with a punch. The instant the wind blades struck Chen Fong, blood streamed from his arm, and he was forced to retreat. Was the power of this first soul skill, Wind Blade Array, something even my third soul skill could not withstand? Chen Fong swiftly deduced. Could be due to a soul bone? Indeed, this was the function of Li Hong's 5,000-year gale Demon Wolf left arm bone, which enhanced wind attributes. Under the influence of the soul bone, Li Hong's first soul skill gained extraordinary strength. Chapter 25. Moonblade vs. Blue Silvergrass. Following the assault, Chen Fong, quick on his feet, opted not to endure further, but instead evaded the subsequent wind blades. Then, utilizing the immense recoil force, he leaped into the air, reaching the same altitude as Li Hong. Simultaneously, a glimmer sparked in Chen Fong's eyes as he activated the 10,000-year Silver Moon Wolf King's headbone skill, Mental Confusion. In an instant, Li Hong's gaze turned vacant, his third soul skill ceased, and he plummeted towards the arena floor. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, Li Hong's eyes regained clarity, and he activated his third soul skill once more, while simultaneously unleashing the first soul skill, Wind Blade Array, towards the ground, using the powerful recoil to ascend again. However, before he could rise too high, Chen Fong had already descended directly above him. With all three of his soul rings glowing simultaneously, given Chen Fong's current weight, even the previous Thunder Academy team would struggle to endure, let alone Li Hong alone. Fortunately, Li Hong reacted swiftly, pivoting to the side to narrowly evade the impending strike. Although Chen Fong was met with a massive impact upon landing, considering his defensive capabilities, it was hardly a concern, and he immediately charged towards Li Hong, activating his fourth soul ring concurrently. Li Hong felt his mobility drastically reduced, and then he saw Chen Fong barreling towards him, after which he was sent flying out of the arena. This signified that Shanhui Academy had lost their last opportunity in the individual competition. Next, Tang Sect approached the arena. As the referee declared the match's commencement, a dark golden hammer appeared in Tang Sect's hand, while the 8 spider lances extended from his back, allowing him to move swiftly. Chen Fong reacted quickly, unleashing his 5th soul skill, Flame Frenzy, directly assaulting Tang Sect. Chen Fong was acutely aware that a considerable portion of his soul power had been expended during the battle with Li Hong, making it nearly impossible to triumph over Tang Sect. His only recourse was to deplete Tang Sect's soul power as much as possible. The Haotian hammer and Chen Fong's fist collided in succession before Chen Fong's 4th soul ring illuminated, causing Tang Sect to be engulfed in a magma mire. However, Tang Sect remained unfazed, striking the ground with the Haotian hammer and initiating the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Chen Fong would not permit Tang Sect to execute consecutive attacks, promptly employing the soul bone skill, Mental Confusion. Yet, with Tang Sect's mastery of the purple extreme magic eye, he fearlessly deflected the assault of Mental Confusion. The clash between Chen Fong and Tang Sect, utilizing the chaotic cloak hammer technique, ensued for several exchanges until Chen Fong, drained of soul power, ultimately succumbed. The final participant from the Spear Hall's team was Lu Xiaoxiao. With the crescent blades held firmly in both hands, Lu Xiaoxiao fixated on Tang Sect, pondering, "My martial soul is the crescent blade. However, Tang Sect is a master of hidden weapons. My skills may merely be child-esque play in comparison." Upon further reflection, he noted that Hulaiina's charm and Chen Fong's fire attribute were also precisely countered by Tang Sect's purple extreme magic eyes and flame demoness. Should we triumph in this battle, we would be afforded ample time to recuperate, ensuring our absolute confidence against the weary Shrek 7 monsters or the Kamikaze Academy team. Conversely, a loss would render the task of defeating both the Kamikaze Academy team and the Shrek 7 monsters exceedingly arduous. As these thoughts plagued Lu Xiaoxiao, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. My 4th soul skill, Poison Blade, is utterly ineffective against Tang Sect, a master of toxins. And the fire attribute of my 5th soul skill, Flame Blade, bears no consequence for him either. Lu Xiaoxiao's mind raced in search of a winning strategy. Should he attempt a mutual destruction with his crescent blades, or resort to that particular maneuver? Meanwhile, The match commenced. Tang Sect withdrew the Haotian hammer, replacing it with strands of blue-silver grass. His third soul ring quietly illuminated, and in an instant, the spider web binding surged towards Lu Xiaoxiao. With a disdainful snort, Lu Xiaoxiao activated his third soul ring, merging the two crescent blades into a colossal crescent blade that clashed violently with the spider web binding. The binding shattered instantaneously, yet simultaneously, Lu Xiaoxiao retracted the two crescent blades. Once more, the crescent blades were unleashed from Lu Xiaoxiao's hands, this time arcing along two peculiar trajectories. Utilizing the 8 spider lances, Tang Sect swiftly retreated, conjuring layers of blue-silver cages before him in an attempt to thwart the crescent blades' assault. The crescent blades, razor-sharp, sliced through the layers of blue-silver cages, but by the time they reached Tang Sect, their power had diminished significantly, allowing him to deflect them with the 8 spider lance. Retrieving the crescent blades, once more, Lu Xiaoxiao closed in on Tang Sect, with the blue-silver grass stowed away. Tang Sect reverted to his Haotian hammer. The two crescent blades were launched again, albeit this time sequentially. The Haotian hammer, weighing 500 pounds, collided fiercely with the first crescent blade, sending both flying, only for the deflected Haotian hammer to collide with the subsequent crescent blade. Although the hammer's strength had waned considerably, it still altered the trajectory of the crescent blade. A 2-for-1, perhaps, Lu Xiaoxiao mused to himself, as his first soul ring quietly glowed, causing the deflected crescent blades to curve and launch anew at Tang Sect. This was the essence of Lu Xiaoxiao's first soul skill, spinning blade. While the spinning blade inherently possessed only the ability to rotate, through rigorous training, Lu Xiaoxiao had mastered the art of altering the crescent blade's direction at will. With the Haotian hammer yet to be retrieved, Tang Sect found himself with no avenue for evasion, compelled to withstand the onslaught with the 8 spider lance. However, the two crescent blades seemed to possess a will of their own, executing a pincer maneuver that deftly evaded the 8 spider lance's defense. The tremendous force imbued within the crescent blades struck Tang Sect's body, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. By skillfully controlling the force of the two crescent blades, Lu Xiaoxiao propelled Tang Sect closer to the edge of the competition stage. He refrained from any superfluous actions, acutely aware that should Tang Sect regain his composure, the outcome could swiftly turn uncertain. Under the relentless assault of the two crescent blades, Tang Sect was rendered immobile, ultimately being flung off the competition stage. Exhaling deeply, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that his brow was already slick with perspiration. If not for Chen Fong depleting a significant portion of Tang Sect's soul power, I would not have been able to defeat him. Lu Xiaoxiao shook his head, acknowledging that regardless of the circumstances, victory was his. The probability of success in the upcoming battles appeared considerably favorable. The individual match concluded with the Martial Soul Hall Academy team emerging victorious. Following the conclusion of the match, the members of the 3 teams returned to their quarters to tend to their wounds and restore their soul power. That night, according to the accounts of others within the Martial Soul Hall, the Shrek 7 monsters had unleashed their 7-in-1 fusion technique, manifesting the true body of Haotian. Lu Xiaoxiao muttered to himself, "Indeed, even if they trust me, they would assume we possess a method to counter the true body of Haotian, intentionally luring them into deploying it. Nonetheless, given their soul power depletion, how can they contend with me? In the finals, victory shall undoubtedly be mine." Chapter 26, Lu Xiaoxiao. Chen Fong, Shrek 7 monsters. Before the Hall of the Pope, a cold war had already commenced between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Martial Soul Hall team. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the arena. Match preparations. Both sides may release their martial souls, announced the Cardinal, serving as the referee. In an instant, the Martial Soul Hall Academy team and the Shrek 7 monsters simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. Lu Xiaoxiao and the other 3 positioned themselves at the forefront, flanked by 3 powerful attack-type soul masters in the center, while the support-type soul masters with staves stood at the rear. The Shrek 7 monsters arranged themselves in a formation of 2, 3, and 2, with Tang Sect and Dai Mubai at the forefront, followed by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the chubby one, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar stationed at the back. As the match commenced, the referee swiftly retreated, clearing the arena. Lu Xiaoxiao shouted a command, and the 6 individuals at the front charged towards the Shrek 7 monsters in unison. Tang Sect was slightly taken aback by Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions not employing their martial soul fusion technique, but this did not hinder his ability to adjust. Under his direction, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing directly advanced towards Lu Xiaoxiao, while the chubby one and Xiao Wu faced off against Shenfang and Hulaina. As for the remaining 3 powerful attack-type soul masters, Tang Sect personally engaged them. This arrangement coincided perfectly with Liu Xiaoxiao and his team's strategy. According to the original plan, their 3 Soul Kings were to overwhelm the remaining opponents with their superior strength before joining forces with the 3 Battle Soul Masters to subdue Tang Sect. In their eyes, defeating the Shrek 7 monsters hinged upon neutralizing Tang Sect, who was not easily vanquished. Thus, they aimed to first eliminate the other participants before concentrating their efforts on Tang Sect, preventing a mutually destructive outcome. Just as these thoughts occupied Liu Xiaoxiao's mind, the 2 crescent blades in his hands were already hurled towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's first and third soul rings flared brightly, and he activated 2 enhancement soul skills to deflect one of the crescent blades. Zhu Zhuqing, with a deft sidestep, evaded the other crescent blade. Yet, a cold smile crept across Liu Xiaoxiao's lips as his first soul ring quietly illuminated, unleashing the spinning blade to strike at Zhu Zhuqing from behind. However, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to possess foresight, deftly sidestepping the attack to the left. The twin blades returned to Liu Xiaoxiao's grasp, and rather than hastily throwing the crescent blades again, he charged towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. The sharp crescent blades clashed with Dai Mubai's tiger palm, momentarily forcing him back, while Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to attack Liu Xiaoxiao, pushing him back a short distance. Elsewhere, Chun Fong and the Chubby One engaged in combat. The latter relentlessly pressed the attack, while Chun Fong maintained a defensive stance, continuously repelling the Chubby One's onslaught. Due to the immense disparity in soul power, the Chubby One could not breach Chun Fong's defenses. However, bolstered by the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Chun Fong found it difficult to shake off the Chubby One's persistent entanglement. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Hulaina faced off, and although Xiao Wu struggled against Hulaina, even with the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda support, she managed to momentarily stall Hulaina as well. In the rear, Tang Sect engaged in a relentless duel with the 3 powerful attack-type soul masters, appearing evenly matched at least from an outward perspective. Now's the moment. Liu Xiaoxiao suddenly let out a loud shout, then embraced Hulaina. With the assistance of the staff-wielding spirit master, they seamlessly merged, and a crimson mist swiftly expanded, enveloping Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Peng, and Xiao Wu. As for Chun Fong, he had already dashed away towards Tang Sect before Liu Xiaoxiao's cry. The Silver Moon Wolf King's Bone Spirit ability, Mental Confusion, was unleashed, and although Tang Sect had cultivated the purple extreme magic eyes, he was still momentarily dazed by the attack. In that fleeting instant, Liu Xiaoxiao, having completed the martial soul fusion technique, sent forth 2 crescent blades that severed the blue-silver grass, ensnaring Xiao Peng and the others. Within the realm of the martial soul fusion technique, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Yet at that moment, they showcased the formidable strength of the Shrek 7 monsters. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly executed their own martial soul fusion technique, summoning a colossal nether white tiger within the enchanting domain. The nether white tiger was a master of slaughter. Even under the suppression of the martial soul fusion technique, its soul power was notably higher. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaoxiao dared not confront it directly. Instead, he retreated while continuously hurling his crescent blades to deplete the nether white tiger's stamina. The enchanting technique was inherently a control type. In comparison, its consumption was naturally less than that of the nether white tiger. As long as they could hold on for a while, the nether white tiger would ultimately collapse under its own weight. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng also sprang into action. Utilizing his 2nd and 3rd spirit abilities, he ascended into the air, escaping the Enchantress' grasp and heading to assist Tang Sect. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu activated her 3rd spirit ring, teleporting to Tang Sect's side. Chun Fong, witnessing this, attempted to break through. However, at that moment, 4 blue-silver cages silently emerged from the ground, ensnaring Chun Fong and the other 3 assault-type spirit masters. The quartet exerted their full strength and shattered the blue-silver cages with a single strike. But just then, Xiao Peng's 4th spirit ability, Phoenix Crying to the Sky, struck. Chun Fong and his companions fell into a state of dizziness. However, bolstered by the Silver Moon Wolf King's Bone Spirit, Chun Fong quickly regained his senses and leaped out of the attack range of Phoenix, Crying to the Sky. Immediately afterward, magma surged from the ground, swiftly engulfing the 3 assault-type spirit masters. Unsurprisingly, under Xiao Peng's mightiest attack, the 3 collapsed, devoid of combat power. Following this, Xiao Peng delivered several kicks, sending the 3 spirit masters flying out of the arena, turning the tide in favor of the Shrek 7 monsters. However, Xiao Pang's explosive effort had also drained a significant portion of his soul power. Meanwhile, Chen Fong was advancing towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The blue-silver grass silently ensnared Chen Fong's feet, and in the next instant, Xiao Wu appeared behind him. With a teleportation, she unleashed a series of strikes. But at that moment, Chen Fong activated 3 major enhancement skills, causing his weight to reach a terrifying level, and thus Xiao Wu could not throw him away. Chen Fong roared, unleashing mental confusion once more towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who, lacking strong mental fortitude, promptly collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, Chen Fong's 5th spirit ring illuminated, flinging Xiao Wu away and simultaneously severing the blue-silver grass. At that moment, on the other side, the outcome between the enchanting technique and the nether white tiger was also being determined. With Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile support, the nether white tiger could still contend with the enchantress, but now that Ning Rongrong had fallen, Lu Xiaoxiao naturally gained the upper hand, swiftly defeating Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. With 3 against 4, the balance of victory once again tipped towards the Spirit Hall Academy team. Although Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions were heavily drained, with the staff-wielding Spirit Master as assistants, they gradually recovered. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from Xiao Pang's significant expenditure, the soul power consumption of Tang San and Xiao Wu was almost negligible. Chapter 27, Enchantress vs. Thousand-Handed Azura, Part 1. Chen Fong and Lu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Lu Xiaoxiao let out a low growl, directing his 2 crescent blades towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, while Chen Fong charged toward Xiao Pang. Xiao Wu's 3rd spirit ring glimmered, and with a teleportation, she evaded the crescent blade's attack and positioned herself beside Xiao Pang, preparing to strike Chen Fong. Tang San unleashed his 3rd spirit ability, Spiderweb Binding. The crescent blades vibrated at a high frequency, effortlessly slicing through the web, though they veered off their original trajectory. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. The 2 crescent blades almost simultaneously returned to his hands, and he then flung them again in a peculiar arc towards Xiao Pang. "Be careful, Pang," Tang San suddenly shouted, swiftly retracting the blue-silver grass martial soul and replacing it with a dark golden small hammer, the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer was launched, successfully deflecting the 2 crescent blades. How about killing 2 birds with 1 stone? No matter how many times you come, I can redirect the crescent blades towards my intended target, Lu Xiaoxiao thought silently, as the crescent blades returned to his hands once more in an instant. Then, the reclaimed crescent blades flew again towards Xiao Pang. Hearing Tang San's warning, Xiao Pang immediately soared into the air, while Xiao Wu's 3rd spirit ring shone again, teleporting to Tang San's side. Just then, the crimson mist surrounding Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly expanded again, spreading toward the ground directly beneath Xiao Pang. Simultaneously, Chen Fong unleashed his mental confusion once more. Absolute kill. Undoubtedly, this was a trap aimed at Xiao Pang, suddenly subjected to the mental confusion attack in midair. Even though Xiao Pang's purple extreme magic eyes had been cultivated to a fine degree, he still hesitated momentarily. In that brief moment of distraction, as he failed to maintain his phoenix wings ascendant, Xiao Pang plummeted directly into the realm of the enchantress. At that critical moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's crescent blades also struck. Just then, Tang San's black 10,000-year spirit ring activated, disregarding the consumption, as 7 layers of blue-silver cages enveloped Xiao Pang. The crescent blades, equivalent to the level of a soul emperor, sliced through layer upon layer of blue-silver cages, poised to strike Xiao Pang. At that pivotal moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Pang. It was Xiao Wu. With her teleportation spirit ability, Xiao Wu entered the enchantress's domain just in the nick of time, and, simultaneously, her 4th spirit ring illuminated. Invincible golden body, completely impervious. However, while Xiao Wu managed to withstand the crescent blade's assault, she too found herself within the enchantress's range. The crescent blades returned to Lu Xiaoxiao's hands upon impact, only to launch towards Xiao Pang and Xiao Wu again with even greater velocity and oscillation frequency. As Lu Xiaoxiao faced off against Xiao Pang and Xiao Wu, Tang San and Chen Fong outside the realm of Enchantress were not idle either. Thanks to the enhancement of the 8 spider lances, Tang San possessed strength comparable to that of a Soul King. Yet, Chen Fong also had a soul bone. Although he had previously expended a bit more energy, their confrontation was evenly matched. Throughout this battle, Lu Xiaoxiao consistently avoided a direct clash with Tang San, driven by one sole fear, repeating past mistakes by severing the 8 spider lances, which would lead to Tang San executing the 10th rank Tang Sect hidden weapon, the Bat Wing Reincarnation. Though they were aware of Tang San's techniques, deciphering how to counter them remained a perplexing challenge. The two crescent blades whirled about, and Xiao Peng let out a low shout, activating Phoenix Wings Ascendant and the bathing fire Phoenix once more to soar into the skies, striving to escape the Enchantress's domain. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei used her teleportation to evade and directly position herself in front of Lu Xiaoxiao, deploying her second spirit ability, Charm, in an attempt to control Lu Xiaoxiao, while simultaneously unleashing her first spirit ability, Waist Bow. Lu Xiaoxiao closed his eyes, parting his lips, and instantly a waft of green mist enveloped the air, rapidly expanding. This green haze seemed to permeate every crevice, swiftly dissolving Xiao Wu's soul power, rendering her eyes vacant as she collapsed to the ground. "I've caught her," Lu Xiaoxiao declared, tossing Xiao Wu towards the direction of Shrek Academy, where Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to catch her. Observant onlookers immediately fixated on Lu Xiaoxiao's lips, their expressions filled with astonishment. Indeed, what Lu Xiaoxiao had unleashed was a soul bone skill. Typically, soul bones possessed by soul masters are found in the head, torso, or limbs, but this clearly did not belong to any of those categories. This indicated that Lu Xiaoxiao's soul bone, akin to Tang San's 8 spider lances, was an external soul bone. This particular external soul bone was categorized as a mouth bone, which Lu Xiaoxiao referred to as the kiss of death. The accompanying soul skill was toxic mist, though not just any ordinary toxin, but a noxious vapor capable of simultaneously eroding both soul power and mental strength. Were it not for the limited coverage of this soul skill, it could easily be deemed a divine technique. Though it may seem slow, all of this transpired within mere seconds. In that brief interlude, the battle outside the enchanting range had reached its conclusion. Originally, Tang San and Chun Fong were evenly matched. However, due to the prior depletion of both soul power and mental strength, Chun Fong inadvertently exposed a slight opening. Seizing the moment, Tang San unleashed a series of attacks with the 8 spider lances and the Haotian hammer, forcing Chun Fong into a defensive position. Concurrently, the plump figure who had escaped the enchantment's grasp seized the opportunity to expend his remaining soul power, executing his 4th soul skill, which sent Chun Fong tumbling off the competition stage. The current tally stood at 3-2 in favor of Shrek Academy. Yet, the stout figure had completely exhausted his soul power, leaving only Tang San with a substantial reserve to continue the fight. Beads of sweat cascaded down Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead as he faced the daunting reality he dreaded most. Despite employing a martial soul fusion technique and receiving aid from the staff soul master, he still held no semblance of certainty regarding victory. For he was to contend against Tang San. In the 28th chapter, Enchantress vs. Thousand-Handed Azura, Part 2, Lu Xiaoxiao and Tang San stood in a tense stalemate, neither willing to make the first move. Both understood that the moment one struck, they would likely reveal a flaw, leaving themselves vulnerable to counterattack. However, this standoff did not persist for long. It was abruptly shattered. A shrill scream erupted from the staff soul master behind Lu Xiaoxiao, prompting him to turn, simultaneously hurling 2 crescent blades forward to thwart any potential ambush from Tang San. Before his eyes, the staff soul master was ensnared by tendrils of blue silvergrass. Collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Parasite? Lu Xiaoxiao pondered, momentarily distracted from the staff soul master. Although the crescent blades were sharp, they failed to pierce Tang San, who had successfully blocked them with his 8 spider lances. Retracting the crescent blades in an instant, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression turned contemplative. "If I had support, my soul power could gradually recover, but as it stands, I can only hope to match Tang San." He scrutinized Tang San, contemplating a mutual destruction with the round moon technique, knowing they had Batwing Rebirth and the seemingly incapacitated plump figure on their side, while he, devoid of support, was left at a disadvantage, destined for defeat. Yet, if the kiss of death were to be deployed, it might not necessarily prove effective against Tang San, the master of poison. Lu Xiaoxiao mused, "What other options do I have?" The more he pondered, the more he resigned himself to the realization that he had exhausted all avenues. Very well. In the end, it's either lose or gamble everything. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Like a whirlwind, Lu Xiaoxiao surged forth, his form and the 2 crescent blades vanishing almost simultaneously, replaced by a white, grinding disc. The round moon, Lu Xiaoxiao's self-created soul skill, finally erupted in this moment. Tang San's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he eagerly ingested the pink sausage, all 8 of his 8 spider lances extending and rotating towards the massive, grinding disc from the opposite direction. The first, second, and third lances collided with the round moon in succession, causing its speed to diminish slightly, though not significantly. One by one, the 8 spider lances shattered. And at that moment, Tang Sect lifted the Haotian hammer, bracing it against the oncoming assault of the round moon. The clash produced a deafening sound as the Haotian hammer was sent flying, yet the round moon finally came to a halt. Xiaoxiao was not surprised by this outcome. Given his soul power, he was not truly capable of achieving such a feat were it not for his impeccable control over his soul power. He would have succumbed long ago. Noticing Tang Sect's intent to retrieve the shards of the 8 spider lances, Xiaoxiao's gaze hardened, and he flung a crescent blade, shattering the remnants. How do you still possess soul power? Tang Sect inquired. Xiaoxiao replied with a cold smirk. Indeed, that last strike consumed all my soul power. However, from the very beginning, I had infused a portion of my soul power into the external soul bone. Now, with both of you depleted, how can you contend with me? Relying on bat wing rebirth? Tang Sect's expression shifted as he leaned closer, speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. How did you know? Don't waste your breath. When the time is ripe, I will divulge the details, Xiaoxiao said. For now, I kindly ask you to surrender. Not so fast, Tang Sect chuckled. Look to the skies. What? Do you seek to distract me? There's no need for such theatrics, Xiaoxiao retorted as he approached Tang Sect. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Xiaoxiao's back. Without hesitation, he hurled the 2 crescent blades. Turning around, he saw the stout figure deftly avoiding the blades. Charging towards him. I've had my eye on you, Xiaoxiao declared, advancing rather than retreating as the mist of the kiss of death once again enveloped the stout figure. In an instant, the stout fighter once more lost the last vestiges of his combat capability, only to be cast off the competition stage by Xiaoxiao. Huh. Xiaoxiao spun around, only to realize that Tang Sect, who had previously been downed, had vanished. Gazing upwards, he saw Tang Sect suspended in the air, silently observing him. Rapidly flying mushroom sausage. Xiaoxiao suddenly comprehended, feeling a pang of regret. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. Tang Sect held a fragment of the 8 spider lances, poised to regain enough soul power to unleash Batwing Rebirth and defeat the nearly depleted Xiaoxiao. Though hidden weapons are most effective when launched covertly, they can still yield results when deployed openly against an adversary lacking the strength to resist. Xiaoxiao regarded Tang Sect, a bitter smile creeping across his face. I concede. At this moment, Xiaoxiao had already exhausted all his soul power. Persisting further would be futile. With his soul power depleted, the martial soul fusion technique, Enchantress, could no longer be sustained, reverting Xiaoxiao and Hulaina back to their individual forms. Tang Sect descended from the sky, and due to the enduring nature of the Xiantian skill, he had partially replenished his soul power. He nodded slightly to Xiaoxiao, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. Xiaoxiao sensed the shift in the expressions of those around him, a foreboding intuition rising from his core. What is happening? Xiaoxiao inquired through mental communication. Something grave is afoot, Qi Xiaoman replied, and this matter is intertwined with you. This was destined to occur, even without him. It seems inevitable, He Chong added. What exactly is going on? You speak in riddles. I'm utterly bewildered, Xiaoxiao exclaimed. In simple terms, when you threw Xiao Wu down, the heartbroken red fell out. Li Feng Ramarka. Xiaoxiao was taken aback at first, followed by a wave of embarrassment. It was he who had volunteered to remind Tang Sect not to let the heartbroken red fall from Xiao Wu's grasp, only to find himself making a mistake in the end. You need not blame yourself for this, since it was destined to happen and beyond our control. Let us simply observe. At least our objectives have been achieved, Qianlong stated. Xiaoxiao sighed, and then chose not to dwell on it any longer. As anticipated by Xiaoxiao and his companions, after the award ceremony concluded, a faint voice from Bibi Dong echoed. Have you all been assigned to rewards? Since the rewards have been distributed, this competition has successfully concluded. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, take that girl away. Everything unfolded as Xiaoxiao and his companions had anticipated. Xiao Wu's true identity was revealed. Tang Sect confessed his feelings, and the Haotian single-handedly faced 7 adversaries, departing with Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. The various academies dispersed. And before leaving, Xiaoxiao and the others once again communicated in their hearts. 5 years. We have 5 years, He Chong said. In 5 years, we shall meet at Shrek Academy. By then, everyone, including Xiao Peng and Lin Bo, must be present. In 5 years, we must catch up to and even surpass the Shrek's 7 monsters, Qianlong asserted. Our target is Tang Sect. In 5 years, we have a monumental opportunity awaiting us, the Sea God Island, Li Hong mentioned. Before that, we must enhance our strengths swiftly to face the challenges that lie ahead. Divine inheritance. Martial soul mutations, soul bones, soul rings, and celestial herbs are all necessities, Xiaoxiao added. Only through unconventional methods can we harbor a glimmer of hope. Being complacent is never beneficial. Normal cultivation will not enable us to make remarkable progress, Fan Yihuang stated. Only through trials and adventures can we grow stronger. Let's not forget, our ultimate goal is to attain divinity. We have but 5 years. I hope that when we reconvene, we will have all made significant advancements. Lu Xiaoxiao declared. In the shadows, Lin Bo sneered. These individuals might become my stumbling blocks. It seems I need to exert a little more effort. Chapter 29, The Maze Canyon. The Maze Canyon, located in the southwestern region of Douluo Continent, lies deep within the Star Luo Empire, in a remote area surrounded by wilderness. As for the internal conditions, very few in the Spirit Master community possess any knowledge of it. Naturally, this select few includes the Spirit Hall. At this moment, 9 individuals were making their way toward the Maze Canyon. Ghost Daw, Chrysanthemum Daw, and the 7 members of the Spirit Hall battle team. This time, you lost to the Shrek 7 monsters, not only losing 3 soul bones, but also bringing great shame to the Spirit Hall. Chrysanthemum Daw, Guan remarked. His Holiness the Pope is quite furious with you, which is why he has decided to have you train in the Maze Canyon for 3 years. You should be well aware of what lies within the Maze Canyon. Ghost Daw Mei chuckled. It seems that after you emerge, I will have a few more companions. Goe Mei, do not assume everyone wishes to become as ghostly as you. Chrysanthemum Daw, Guan retorted. All right, we've arrived at the Maze Canyon. Shortly after, Chrysanthemum Daw, Guan declared, ahead lies the Maze Canyon. You should hurry inside. I will watch over you from here. 3 years from now, I will come to retrieve you. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others responded promptly, not daring to delay, each one rushing into the Maze Canyon in succession. Once Lu Xiaoxiao and the others had vanished from sight, Chrysanthemum Daw Yuan and Ghost Daw Mei exchanged glances before turning to leave. The moment Lu Xiaoxiao plunged into the Maze Canyon, he suddenly felt the surrounding space shift, and he found himself landing in an open area. Upon entering the Maze Canyon, due to its peculiar spatial laws, everyone would be teleported to different locations within the canyon, a fact that Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were already aware of. Chun Fong, are you alright? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired within his heart. I'm fine, but we've been separated now, and reuniting will likely be quite difficult, Chun Fong replied. In that case, there is nothing we can do, Lu Xiaoxiao said. The Maze Canyon is a test for us, as well as an opportunity. Although this opportunity is fraught with immense danger, if we seize it, we will surely experience significant growth. Indeed, Chun Fong responded, but I must cut our conversation short. I am currently surrounded by a pack of 1,000-year silver wolves. As Lu Xiaoxiao ended the communication, he discovered that he too was encircled by a group of 1,000-year mandala snakes. These creatures are just perfect for me to test my strength. A cold glint flickered in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes as he launched an attack on the mandala snakes. 2 crescent blades soared toward the eyes of the foremost 2 mandala snakes. Despite their remarkable speed, the significant gap in cultivation allowed Lu Xiaoxiao to strike them down instantly, 2 purple soul rings emerging as a result. Without retracting the crescent blades, Lu Xiaoxiao continued to direct them toward the remaining mandala snake behind. In less than a minute, over 20 mandala snakes lay defeated. The Maze Canyon is indeed as fearsome as rumored, Lu Xiaoxiao mused inwardly. Not only were there numerous soul beasts, but they also appeared in droves. Most of the soul beasts that emerged to hunt possessed over 1,000 years of cultivation. Encountering creatures like the mandala snake was manageable. However, should he come across beings like the faceless spider or other higher bloodline soul beasts, the danger would undoubtedly escalate. Nevertheless, one cannot remain stagnant at the periphery of the Maze Canyon. To grow stronger, one must continually advance. With this thought, Lu Xiaoxiao pressed deeper into the Maze Canyon. On the other side, Chun Fong gazed at the fallen silver wolves before him, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he set his sights on a direction and continued forward into the distance. The further he ventured, the more he sensed the dangers lurking within the Maze Canyon. Almost every hour, he encountered groups of soul beasts, significantly slowing his progress. Moreover, due to the constant need to guard against surprise attacks from soul beasts, even while meditating to restore his soul power, he had to maintain a sliver of mental energy to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the soul bone from the Silver Moon Wolf King, his mental strength was sufficiently robust. Otherwise, he would not be able to juggle both tasks so adeptly. However, this practice also greatly benefited his mental cultivation. The notion that only under immense pressure can one's potential be unleashed proved to be true. A year later, Lu Xiaoxiao was now engaged in combat with a 10,000-year faceless spider. After a year of battle training, Lu Xiaoxiao had reached the 57th level of soul power, a markedly faster pace than before. However, the faceless spider before him was no weakling, presenting Lu Xiaoxiao with considerable challenges. At last, Lu Xiaoxiao identified a flaw in the faceless spider's defenses. The crescent blade struck true, slaying the creature. 10,000-year soul beast had begun to appear 6 months ago. Lu Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief. Fortunately, most of these ancient beasts act alone, saving me quite a bit of trouble. This faceless spider likely possesses around 20,000 years of cultivation. Had this been a year prior, I would have truly struggled to handle it. Over the past year, Lu Xiaoxiao had engaged in countless battles, but only 4 truly posed a life-and-death crisis. Among these, 3 encounters involved soul beasts exceeding 50,000 years in age. Once again, Lu Xiaoxiao encountered a formidable foe from the realm of soul beasts, the 10,000-year emerald demon bird, particularly during the encounter with this elusive creature. Its diminutive size and staggering speed brought Lu Xiaoxiao perilously close to the brink of death on multiple occasions. Thankfully, it was Lu Xiaoxiao's honed instincts and acute sensitivity, cultivated through a year spent navigating life-threatening crises, that allowed him to evade these 4 harrowing tribulations. In Chapter 30, The 9 Trials of Space, Lu Xiaoxiao felt he was nearing the depths of the mysterious mist gorge. He ventured inward at a measured pace. Before long, he perceived a dramatic shift in the surrounding space, leading him to a shimmering realm filled with silvery light. The flowing silver luminescence was both enigmatic and mystical. It was here that Lu Xiaoxiao sensed he was on the precipice of a profound revelation. He quickly centered himself and entered a state of meditation. Gradually, the silver radiance began to permeate Lu Xiaoxiao's being, while impurities were expelled from within him. Had anyone witnessed Lu Xiaoxiao's transformation at that moment, they would have immediately recognized that he had entered a state of deep meditation, a rare experience coveted by all soul masters. Time passed swiftly, 1 year, 2 years, while his companions, Chun Fong and others, repeatedly called out to Lu Xiaoxiao, only to be met with silence, as if he had vanished from the world. One day, Lu Xiaoxiao's body suddenly trembled slightly. Subsequently, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with silver light. Rising to his feet, he was a strikingly different figure compared to 2 years prior. His demeanor and expression had undergone a remarkable transformation. How long have I been in meditation? Lu Xiaoxiao mused, shaking himself awake. You have finally returned. Chun Fong's voice echoed from the depths of his mind. You have been unresponsive for 2 years. 2 years? Lu Xiaoxiao replied. I apologize for causing you concern. I became ensnared in a profound meditative state. Deep meditation? Qi Xiaoman exclaimed. You truly are fortunate. I have never heard of anyone meditating for 2 years straight. What transpired? I'm not entirely certain myself. I will explain later. Lu Xiaoxiao concluded the conversation and began to assess his condition. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. His soul power had reached the threshold of level 60, which he had anticipated. However, how much further he could rise after obtaining the soul ring was beyond his comprehension. Moreover, his mental prowess had significantly increased. Most importantly, his meridians had been fully unblocked, a tremendous boon for his future cultivation. How extraordinary, Lu Xiaoxiao thought, lifting his gaze to survey the luminous silver space around him. Feeling somewhat disoriented, without a sense of direction, he chose a path and proceeded. After about half an hour, a towering 9-tiered white tower emerged before him. Just as confusion set in, the first layer of the mysterious tower suddenly illuminated. Following suit, the second, third, fourth layers lit up, culminating in the 9th layer, which radiated a beam of silver light that enveloped Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead. He felt an overwhelming and indistinct torrent of information flooding his mind. Followed by a voice emanating from the tower, the 9 trials of space. The first 6 trials shall be conducted on behalf of Sea God Island. Subsequently, a wave of white light enveloped Lu Xiaoxiao, and with a spatial fluctuation, he vanished from the mysterious realm. He reappeared by a lake within the mysterious mist gorge. What on earth is happening? Lu Xiaoxiao shook his head and gazed at the lake, where his reflection revealed a noticeably more handsome visage. It's as if I've transformed completely. Lu Xiaoxiao's face lit up with surprise. Wait a moment, what is that on my forehead? He noticed a mysterious hexagonal star symbol in the reflection. The 9 trials of space must pertain to the god of space. How fortunate I am to have encountered this. My luck must surely provoke envy among others. Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled, recognizing that this hexagonal mark likely symbolizes divine inheritance. But wait, why do I feel my martial soul has also changed? As he pondered, he summoned his martial soul. To his astonishment, the two crescent blades in his hands had transformed, now adorned with a striking silver glow. It appeared that his martial soul had undergone a mutation. Joyous, Liu Xiaoxiao declared, "Since this mutation stems from the inheritance of the god of space, I shall name it the Space Divine Blade." He soon noticed that his soul rings had also changed. Observing the colors of his soul rings, he found 5 pitch black, 10,000-year soul rings orbiting around him, amplifying his current aura. It seemed that not only had the soul rings transformed, but his soul skills had also shifted. Just then, a figure materialized before him, an emerald demon bird. The emerald demon bird? Liu Xiaoxiao gasped. This creature likely possessed at least 50,000 years of cultivation, making it a suitable candidate for my 6th soul ring. It would also provide an opportunity to test my newfound soul skills. However, given my current prowess, I might not be able to contend with it. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Jiu appeared beside him. It seems I will have to wait to test my soul skills, Liu Xiaoxiao thought, masking his inner turmoil with a composed exterior. Your soul power has reached a bottleneck, Yueguan remarked, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, though he refrained from elaborating further. Jiuduo, I wish to take this emerald demon bird as my 6th soul ring, Liu Xiaoxiao stated respectfully. Oh, Yueguan regarded the emerald demon bird. Are you certain? While I cannot ascertain its age, it is at least over 30,000 years old. Moreover, the emerald demon bird is inherently savage. Do you truly believe you can absorb it? I do. I would appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder, Liu Xiaoxiao replied. With a flicker, Yueguan's 7th soul ring illuminated, and his martial soul manifested. Soon after, his 9th soul ring also glowed, causing his martial soul to explode into a flurry of petals, creating a colossal whirlwind that enveloped the emerald demon bird. Against such a formidable assassin from the soul beast realm, Yueguan unleashed his most potent attack from the outset. As the whirlwind dissipated, the emerald demon bird lay defeated on the ground. With a swift gesture, Yueguan bound the creature and cast it before Liu Xiaoxiao. Manifesting the Space Divine Blade, Liu Xiaoxiao struck down decisively, slaying the emerald demon bird, which then yielded a jet-black soul ring. Liu Xiaoxiao grasped the soul ring and began the absorption process. Approximately half an hour later, Liu Xiaoxiao rose, feeling the profound changes within him, and was filled with astonishment. Level 63. It appears the benefits I have gained are indeed monumental, he mused inwardly. Jiuquan led Liu Xiaoxiao to the outskirts of the mysterious Mist Gorge, where they encountered Gei, Mei, and Chun Fong, along with Alaina. The other 4 had seemingly perished. Gui Mei let out a haunting laugh. It matters not. Those fellows are dead, as long as the golden generation remains alive. Yueguan nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged glances before leading the trio into the distance. Chapter 31. The Establishment of the 10 Sages. Atop a lofty peak, Hichong and Chunlong sat cross-legged. We have been waiting here for 3 months, Chunlong remarked, gazing at Hichong. This Dragon Valley only opens for 3 months every 10 years. Can we truly be so fortunate? Rest assured, according to my calculations, the passage to Dragon Valley will soon be unveiled, Hichong declared. After waiting for 3 months, can we not endure a little longer? You've been spouting the same nonsense for 3 months, Chunlong retorted, skepticism lacing his voice. I truly wonder if drifting for 6 months to reach this Douluo Continent was the right decision. Perhaps you've miscalculated your bearings, Hichong countered, furrowing his brow. At nearly 2,000 meters above sea level, the temperature is frigid. We have deliberately restrained our cultivation to the soul ancestor level to enter Dragon Valley. I fear we cannot hold on much longer. With the supplies in our storage soul guides, we could barely last another year. If it remains closed for another 6 months, we shall have no choice but to depart temporarily. Suddenly, the soul guide array beneath them activated, and a beam of light tore through the void. Hichong and Chunlong quickly rose, grasped each other's hands, and leaped into the rift in space. As they plunged into darkness, the surrounding space twisted uncomfortably. However, this discomfort was fleeting, as light soon enveloped them, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. They found themselves in free fall, but remained calm, each adopting various postures to mitigate the impact. Finally, we're in, Hichong said, brushing off the dust from his garments. As anticipated, our martial souls and soul power have been restricted, Chunlong noted. What do you suggest? Should we first absorb the Dragon Soul and Dragon Cloud, or delve deeper? The Dragon Tomb is exceedingly perilous. We are ill-equipped to face it in our current state, Hichong replied. Let us first absorb the Dragon Cloud and Dragon Soul for a month to acclimate to this environment before making further plans. Agreed, Chunlong nodded. If possible, A visit to the Dragon Tomb might be necessary. For the soul bones, there are innumerable. Shall we leave some inscriptions here? It could pave the way for our future selves 2 millennia hence, He Chong proposed. What should we inscribe? Chen Long inquired. Simply that we pass through here. 2,000 years from now, the Tang Sect will inevitably discover these inscriptions, which may assist our actions in the distant future, He Chong explained. But first, we must name our group. Then, He Chong suddenly called out in his mind. Everyone, are you there? Please respond. What is it? Don't disturb our cultivation. Qi Xiaoman replied first. The others responded in turn, but Lu Xiaoxiao and Fan Yihuang remained silent. What's going on? Where are Lu Xiaoxiao and Fan Yihuang? Chen asked. Lu Xiaoxiao is lost in the mysterious canyon, but we got separated. I've called out to him several times. Yet there has been no reply since a month ago, Chen Feng explained. Fan Yihuang left 6 months ago for the extreme flame canyon. And he too has been silent for a month, Qi Xiaoman added. What could have happened? Xiao Pang pondered aloud. Regardless, let's not dwell on them for now. We should discuss our current matters, He Chong stated. In essence, I wish to name our group. Xiao Pang is already part of the Shrek 7 Devils. And Lin Bo must conceal his identity, thus cannot join us for the time being. As for the rest, I envision a name for our team, akin to the Shrek 7 Devils. Let us call ourselves the Celestial Combat Squad. It sounds both majestic and formidable, Dabao suggested. That name is too juvenile. Let us choose another, Li Hong interjected. Old Zheng, what do you propose? Wang Haochen asked. Are you asking me? Zabao deeply. Dabao's real name was Zheng Min, but due to an incident, he was affectionately called Dabao, a name that overshadowed his true one. Of course not. We generally refer to you as Dabao, Zheng Bei remarked. Old Wang, what do you think? How about the Teletubbies? It sounds adorable, Wang Haochen said. Stop, halt. If you continue this discussion, our illustrious reputation will be utterly ruined, He Chong interjected. Then what do you suggest we call ourselves? Zeng Bai Kvirit. Let us go with the 10 sages. It's elegant yet dignified, He Chong proposed. The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sages, too, exhibit indifference towards the populace. Chen Long shook his head. I find that unsatisfactory. Ancient times had the 7 worthies of the bamboo grove. Why not call ourselves the 10 worthies? Agreed. That name is quite appealing, Li Hong concurred. I have no objections, Qi Xiaoman added. As the group reached a consensus, they thus became known as the 10 worthies. Since we have this rare opportunity to converse, let us strategize our actions for the next 5 years, He Chong suggested. Relay this message to the 2 who are absent. 5 years from now, we shall reconvene in Heavendo City. Upon gathering, we shall assess the situation. However, an important matter remains, joining the Tang Sect. The 6 great mysteries of the Xiantian treasure record are exceedingly crucial, even if we cannot learn some in time. They will greatly aid our endeavors a millennium or 2 from now. Additionally, Lin Bo, remember, do not truly kill Tang San. You understand? Lin Bo replied outwardly, though inwardly he harbored his own thoughts. After concluding the call, He Chong found a large stone and inscribed upon it in bold letters, the 10 worthies have visited. After some contemplation, he added the words Tang Sect in a horizontal line before penning a message beneath. Chen Long stood on tiptoe to read the stone, where He Chong had written, We, the founding 10 worthies, journeyed here. 2 millennia hence, disciples of the Tang Sect from Douluo Continent. This shall be your most treasured realm. That sounds rather prophetic, Chen Long chuckled. I shall inscribe this on many stones to ensure its preservation. Who knows if these words can endure the passage of 2 millennia? He Chong affirmed. Chen Long nodded. Let us proceed. A month later, He Chong and Chen Long sat cross-legged, absorbing the energies within their bodies. Before long, they exhaled deeply and rose to their feet. We have been here for a full month, haven't we? He Chong remarked, clenching his fists. After absorbing so much Dragon Soul and Dragon Cloud, our physical prowess has significantly improved, along with the enhancement of our lightning attributes. Shall we continue onward? Beyond lies the Dragon Tomb, which may prove exceedingly dangerous, Chen Long cautioned, if we do not dare to take risks. How shall we ascend to divinity and stand out in this so-called game? He Chong replied calmly. We must go. There is no other path. It seems our thoughts align. Chen Long smiled and nodded. Then let us press on. Chapter 32. The True Dragon Soul Bone. Before long, they encountered a blazing fire dragon. It's a blazing fire dragon, He Chong thought. What do you say? Shall we confront it? The true dragon soul is indeed beneficial to us, but it is likely beyond our current capabilities, Chen Long responded inwardly. Right now, our soul power is inaccessible. We can only rely on our physical strength to fight. Although we have made remarkable progress in the past month, tackling such a creature may still be challenging. Even if there is a disparity, it is not insurmountable. He Chong replied in his mind. We can employ human wit to contend with it. Very well, let us charge ahead, Chun-Long agreed, taking the lead. Simultaneously, He-Chong moved low to the ground, navigating through the underbrush that concealed their forms. The blazing dragon unfurled its wings with a mighty tremor, pivoting to face Chun-Long, who was immediately met with a colossal fireball. With a nimble leap, Chun-Long evaded the onslaught and continued moving in the opposite direction of He-Chong. The blazing dragon, turning around, unleashed a barrage of fireballs, but Chun-Long adeptly bounded from the lofty branches of a towering tree, narrowly dodging one attack after another. Suddenly, He-Chong sprang forth from the dragon's rear, delivering a powerful punch to its head. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of 4 or 5 strikes. The dragon roared skyward, shaking its head in a desperate attempt to dislodge He-Chong, who clung tenaciously to its neck, striving not to be thrown off. At that moment, Chun-Long also leaped from the tree, aiming a kick at the dragon's eye. The creature's head swayed, avoiding the blow to its eye, but was struck squarely on the forehead, leaving a significant gash. Utilizing the recoil, Chun-Long sprang back to the tree, preparing for another assault, this time targeting the dragon's eye once more. Meanwhile, He-Chong relentlessly pounded the dragon's head, producing a resonant clanging sound. Finally, during Chun-Long's 5th strike, thanks to He-Chong's firm grip, the dragon could not avert its head and was met with Chun-Long's concentrated assault, howling in agony as it shut its eyes. Blinded, the dragon went into a frenzy, wreaking havoc upon the vast forest. Subsequently, Chun-Long and He-Chong joined forces, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the dragon's essence, splitting it into 2 energy fragments, which were absorbed by the duo. After a brief half-hour, the two opened their eyes simultaneously. The effect of the dragon's essence was indeed remarkable, enhancing not only their physical strength but also granting them increased resistance to fire attributes. Let us proceed, He-Chong suggested. We should encounter numerous true dragon essences ahead. Chun-Long nodded in agreement. Over the span of 2 months, they lingered near the dragon tomb, successfully slaying over 40 true dragon essences. Having absorbed the immense power of these essences, they were now confident in their physical prowess, capable of besting their former selves before entering the Dragon Valley's microcosm. After all, even without considering the enhancement of their physical attributes, both had made significant strides in their elemental resistances. At this moment, the two stood atop a peak on the side of a concave valley, gazing into the depths of the Dragon Valley, which plunged 1,000 meters below, enveloped in mist. Countless colossal dragon bones lay scattered, permeating the air with a sense of desolation. He-Chong and Chun-Long exchanged a knowing glance and nodded before descending along the valley's edge. With their strength, they could easily create small openings in the valley to slow their descent. 5 minutes later, they reached the valley floor, where nearly 1,000 dragon skeletons lay in mournful silence. Kneeling simultaneously, as previously agreed, they intoned, "Esteemed ancestors, we beseech you for strength. In 2,000 years, we shall stand beside the King of Dragons to repay this debt." Silence reigned in the Dragon Valley, an oppressive stillness. Day passed into night, and the two remained motionless for 3 days. On the 7th day, He-Chong could no longer endure and collapsed, despite having the sustenance of the true dragon essence. 7 days without food while remaining still was unsustainable, even for He-Chong's robust physique, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. Like a chain reaction, it wasn't long before Chun-Long followed suit. The two lay unconscious within the dragon tomb, lost to the world. Suddenly, 2 immense true dragon skeletons began to coalesce dragon souls. The souls exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a mutual decision, and then 2 translucent bone fragments floated forth from the skeletons. Any seasoned soul master witnessing the spectacle would surely gasp in astonishment. These were true dragon soul bones. Even ordinary soul bones were coveted treasures among soul masters, let alone the powerful remnants left by a true dragon. The 2 bones were of the 10,000-year variety. One radiated a luminous aura, while the other exuded an aura of darkness. The light-attributed soul bone entered Chun-Long's body, while the dark-attributed one merged with He-Chong. The fusion of the soul bones appeared to proceed smoothly. Although both were in a state of unconsciousness, the control of the dragon souls ensured that no mishaps occurred. Soon after, the two were expelled from the Dragon Valley. Half a day later, in a certain part of the Douluo Continent, He-Chong and Chun-Long slowly opened their eyes, struggling to rise. "Where are we?" He-Chong mumbled, still dazed. "We should still be on the Douluo Continent. But it seems we've left the microcosm," Chun-Long replied. "Wait, something feels amiss," He-Chong exclaimed, suddenly surprised. "This is a soul bone. It seems our sincerity has touched them." Chun-Long nodded. "However, this means we now bear an additional burden 2,000 years hence." Today's cause will yield tomorrow's effect. He Chang agreed. Since they have aided us, we must assist them in return when the time comes. Furthermore, if we establish a solid foundation now, the journey 2,000 years from now will undoubtedly be smooth. Qianlong nodded. Let's depart. There must still be untapped opportunities on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 33. The Extreme Flame Grand Canyon. Time rewinds to half a year after the conclusion of the elite competition at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy. At this moment, 3 individuals were engaged in a spar at the Blaze Academy. The once humble Fanny Huang had now attained soul power of level 48, while Qi Xiaomin had reached level 47. As for Li Hong, he had ascended to level 50, now just 1 soul ring away from stepping into the ranks of the Soul Kings. After half an hour of intense competition, Qi Xiaomin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I can't continue. Let me rest for a moment. A man must not concede defeat. Get up and keep fighting, Li Hong insisted. Given his current female form, his fatigue was understandable. Fanny Huang nodded in agreement. What do you two mean by this? Qi Xiaomin, displeased, stood up and glared at them. All right. No more jesting, Fanny Huang said. I heard that Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong were sent to the mysterious canyon, while He Chang and Chun Long have drifted across the sea, reportedly heading to the Douluo Continent. They are out there forging their paths. As long as they survive, their gains will surely surpass those of us who remain idle. And what do you plan to do? Li Feng Kidat. I intend to venture to the Extreme Flame Grand Canyon, Fan Yihuang declared. I plan to train under external pressures until I reach level 50, and perhaps obtain a soul ring while I am there. I hope my luck holds, just as it did before, and I acquire a soul bone. Li Hong and Qi Xiaomin exchanged glances and said, Then we wish you success. What about you two? What are your plans? Fanny Huang asked. I plan to wait for Qi Xiaomin to reach level 50, and then we will hunt soul beasts together in search of suitable soul rings, Li Hong replied, tossing his flowing hair. As for afterwards, I intend to participate in life and death battles at the Great Soul Arena. You are correct. Only in the face of life-threatening crises does one's growth accelerate most rapidly. I shall join you, Qi Xiaomin added. At that time, though we may be newly minted Soul Kings, we will undoubtedly be elite, combining a control type with a powerful attack type. And we shall have every opportunity to dominate the ranks of Soul Kings. As for that time, should the Great Soul Arena cease to provide us with the refinement we require, we may consider alternative methods for our cultivation. I wish you all the best. Fanny Huang waved farewell to the two and resolutely departed toward the Academy's exit. More than 4 months later, at the Extreme Flame Canyon, Fanny Huang was absorbed in the essence of a black soul ring. Beside him lay a millennia-old flame wolf. Over the course of nearly half a year, Fanny Huang had successfully elevated his soul power by 2 levels, reaching the 50th rank. Once he assimilated this ancient soul ring, he would ascend to the formidable realm of a Soul King. At that moment, Fanny Huang abruptly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura erupted forth, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings swirling around him. It was then that he noticed the lifeless body of the flame wolf beside him. After a thorough search, he discovered 2 soul bones. One was a left leg bone, and the other a right arm bone. Indeed, my fortune seems remarkably favorable. Fanny Huang gazed into the depths of the Extreme Flame Canyon, pondering what treasures lay hidden within. Shaking his head, he concluded that his immediate priority was to absorb these 2 soul bones. 2 hours later, having finished absorbing the soul bones, Fan Yihuang rose to his feet and stretched his body before venturing deeper into the Extreme Flame Canyon. Time passed slowly, and before long, more than a month had slipped by. One day, Fanny Huang stumbled upon a mysterious cave at the heart of the Extreme Flame Canyon. After a moment's hesitation and a brief survey of his surroundings, he ventured inside. The passage was exceedingly profound, and Fanny Huang walked for more than half a day without reaching the core. As he progressed, the temperature rose steadily. Torches adorned the cave walls, burning fiercely, crafted from materials that had evidently endured for countless years, illuminating the entire cavern without signs of exhaustion. Looking up, Fanny Huang discerned faintly visible small openings at the cave's apex, likely intended to facilitate air circulation. After several more hours, he finally reached the end of the passage. The core of the cave was a vast basin, entirely concealed by the cavern overhead, where countless torches flickered, casting an eerie glow. Peering down, Fanny Huang gasped in astonishment. Giant skeletons were scattered throughout the cave, each one a testament to past glories and tragedies. In the center of the basin stood a colossal altar, upon which rested an even larger skeleton than the others. Fanny Huang surmised that it might belong to a dragon. At that moment, Memories of words spoken by He Chong resurfaced in his mind. The dragon clan had once ruled the Douluo Continent for an extensive period. Later, due to the machinations of petty individuals, a grand conflict erupted between the dragon god and the divine realm. Ultimately, the divine realm suffered grievous losses, leading to the division of the dragon god into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, with the former sealed and the latter fleeing to the Star Doe forest to recuperate. Thus, the dragon clan faced near annihilation, leaving only a scant few true dragons. Consequently, the divine realm instituted a decree forbidding beasts from ascending to godhood, and those divine beasts residing in the divine realm could not cultivate to the level of the supreme god. Could this be one of the dragon clan's burial sites? Fan Yihuang pondered, then leaped down the rocky wall. In no time, he reached the ground and approached the enigmatic altar. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his limbs. Taken aback, Fan Yihuang had little time to react before an unusual red light emanated from the giant skeletal structure, enveloping him, causing his consciousness to plunge into darkness. From the enormous dragon skeleton, a dragon's soul emerged, its former majesty faintly visible. It was one of the 9 dragon kings under the ancient dragon god's command, the Fire Dragon King. The reason Fan Yihuang was drawn here and had obtained 4 soul bones was due to the Fire Dragon King's intervention. The underlying cause lay within his martial soul. Although the one-horn explosive dragon was merely a subdragon class martial soul, it did indeed carry a trace of true dragon bloodline. The Fire Dragon King, having perished many years ago, remained as a resilient will within its relics. It yearned for vengeance on behalf of the dragon clan, thus selecting Fan Yihuang as its champion. It was not that it did not wish to wait for a more suitable successor. Rather, it had endured countless years of waiting. And in its lengthy vigil within the extreme flame canyon, Fan Yihuang had proven to be the most compatible soul master. In truth, the soul beasts surrounding the extreme flame canyon possessed, to varying degrees, a trace of dragon bloodline. The 4 soul bones Fan Yihuang acquired were, to be precise, the bones of a flame dragon wolf. However, the dragon blood within them was exceedingly diluted, making them appear indistinguishable from ordinary flame wolves. At this moment, within Fan Yihuang, the dragon bloodline within the 4 soul bones gradually awakened, allowing the essence of the dragon to gain ascendancy, gradually consuming the wolf's lineage. Moreover, the 4 soul bones were slowly evolving. It should be noted that, under normal circumstances, only external soul bones possess the potential to evolve alongside the soul master. The evolution of 6 ordinary soul bones was exceedingly rare. Once the evolution was complete, these 4 soul bones would transform from flame wolf bones into fire dragon bones, potentially reaching the level of a 100,000-year soul bone. Not only were the soul bones undergoing transformation, but even his martial soul was gradually metamorphosing. The dragon bloodline deep within him was awakening, purifying the mixed lineage of the subdragon, while the power of fire blazed fiercely within him. Once this internal transformation was complete, his martial soul might very well be deemed the Fire Dragon martial soul, or even the Fire Dragon King martial soul. Simultaneously, the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King hesitated for a moment before the skeletal structure began to separate its torso bones, which then flew into Fan Yihuang's body. After completing this, the Fire Dragon King seemed to feel it was insufficient. After a brief pause, it extracted a head bone from the remnants of a 100,000-year fire dragon and fused it with Fan Yihuang. Were an ordinary person undergoing such intense changes and fusing such high-quality soul bones simultaneously would likely result in their demise. However, under the Fire Dragon King's guidance, none of this posed any problem. Days passed, and the metamorphosis of Fan Yihuang continued steadily through this process. Chapter 34. 100,000-year soul bones and secret method soul bones. On a flower-strewn plain of the Douluo Continent, a young girl and an elder were seated across from one another. This young girl was none other than Zheng Bei, reincarnated. Initially, she had found it somewhat challenging to adapt due to her gender, but after all these years, Zheng Bei had gradually come to terms with this reality. Naturally, if given a choice, she would prefer to revert to her former male self. Ling, you are no longer a child. It's time to share some family secrets with you. The elder spoke. Within the Spirit Hall exists a complete inheritance of soul bones. 6 pieces, each nearly 100,000 years old. Legend has it that if someone can fully absorb all 6 soul bones, they will elevate them to the 100,000-year level, becoming the divine armor of the angel god. Grandfather, does our family possess such a set of soul bones? Zheng Bei inquired, her face betraying a glimmer of excitement. If such a treasure truly existed, it would be a monumental gain. Not merely 6 soul bones, but such a set would undeniably be accompanied by divine legacy. While we do not have a complete set, we do possess one. The elderly man spoke as he produced a soul bone, but I must caution you. This soul bone is not easily absorbed, for it is a soul bone of 100,000 years. Your ancestor once saved an old farmer deep in the mountains, personally escorting him back home. In profound gratitude, the farmer presented him with a family heirloom resembling a golden branch, which is the soul bone I hold. The elder continued, recounting that the farmer's forebear encountered a magnificent golden tree while chopping wood, mistaking it for a divine tree. He knelt before it in reverence, and for an entire month, he would not cease his daily worship until the ancient tree mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only this golden branch, which they cherished as a treasured artifact. Upon receiving it, your ancestor could not ascertain its true nature. After consulting several friends, they concluded it was indeed a soul bone, specifically a torso bone. The elder recounted that your ancestor already possessed a torso soul bone at that time, and thus relinquished this one to an 80-level beast soul master. However, the soul master failed to integrate the bone, though, fortunately, with your ancestor's aid, he survived. Thus, none of your ancestor's other friends succeeded in their attempts, including one of considerable strength at the titled Douluo level. Zheng Bei, seemingly in a daze, questioned the utility of this lengthy discourse. If even a titled Douluo could not integrate it, how could I possibly surpass them? No. The integration of a soul bone is not solely dependent on one's cultivation, the elder replied, shaking his head. When I integrated mine, I endured 3 times longer than that titled Douluo. Your father persevered 4 times longer than I did. If it's you, there is hope for successful integration. At the very least, with a healing titled Douluo like me by your side, you are unlikely to meet your demise. Zheng Bei scratched his head, feeling increasingly skeptical. You little girl, enough chatter. Hurry and integrate. The elder brusquely tossed the soul bone to Zheng Bei, who caught it and began the integration process with utmost focus. As soon as the integration commenced, Zheng Bei was unable to suppress a scream, for the agony threatened to push him to the brink of collapse. Endure. Steady your mind and focus, the elder commanded. Zheng Bei, feeling helpless, realized that despite his utmost efforts, the excruciating pain penetrating his very marrow was more than mere endurance could withstand. To his despair, he found the intensity of the pain so overwhelming that he could not even faint, forced to passively endure the torment. After enduring for 3 full hours, just as Zheng Bei felt he was on the verge of breaking, the pain suddenly dissipated, replaced by a wave of comfort that made him long to drift into slumber. And so, he succumbed to sleep. Ah, successful integration? The elder marveled. This soul bone possesses such remarkable vitality. I have never witnessed such vitality in my life. Well, successful integration is ultimately a good thing. With that thought, the elder shook his head and began to assist Zheng Bei with healing. In the sunset forest, Wang Haochen was quietly absorbing a black soul ring, while nearby lay a fallen 10,000-year mandala snake. Before long, Wang Haochen stood, exuding the pressure of a soul king. Finally reached level 51, he exhaled. Yet, even so, he felt somewhat lacking. For most soul masters, a common issue is the insufficient number of soul skills, especially for those of lower rank. Rarely do one find individuals like Tang Sect, who possesses the 6 mystical principles of the Xiantian treasure record, or like Li Hong and Lu Xiaoxiao, who have created their own soul skills or even possess twin martial souls. Beyond the fundamental 5 soul rings, I possess only 1 soul skill from the 10,000-year Medusa skull, the time-space freeze. Aside from that, I have no other abilities. Wang Haochen frowned. While time-space freeze is indeed a divine skill, it demands considerable energy and, to avoid exposing the soul bone, must not be used lightly, lest one attract unwanted attention. Then, an idea struck him. According to Hichong, one could use secret method soul bones to fuse with existing soul bones, resulting in a possible mutation that might yield extraordinary effects. Though this approach may be harsh, elevating my strength takes precedence. A glint of coldness flickered in Wang Haochen's eyes. To slaughter 100 of the same kind of soul beasts within half an hour and invoke the soul ring with a 10% success rate? That implies I must kill 1,000 similar soul beasts under normal circumstances? Such a massacre would surely draw the attention of powerful soul beasts within the sunset forest. Moreover, it may not even yield the desired head soul bone. Furthermore, for fusion, 2 secret method soul bones would be most appropriate. Given my current strength, it would be challenging to eliminate so many soul beasts at once. Should I encounter a more formidable soul beast, it could lead to delays or even disaster. Such risks are not worth the potential rewards. Unfortunately, persuading the ancient monster Dugabo to assist me is out of the question. However, There is no need to rush. I have over 3 years to wait. During this time, I can attempt multiple times and hopefully achieve success. Wang Haochen narrowed his eyes. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to visit the Moon Pavilion to temper my bloodlust. However, I must avoid overlapping with Tang Sect's schedule to prevent any influence from him. I recall Bo mentioning that my 10,000-year Medusa head soul bone, while Serpentine leans more towards the mental system. This complicates matters. Wang Haochen slightly furrowed his brow. Mental-type soul beasts are notoriously rare, let alone 100 of the same kind. It seems I must dedicate time over the next 3 years to gather intelligence. Nonetheless, I am increasingly curious about the formidable abilities that the mutated head soul bone may possess. As he pondered, Wang Haochen proceeded towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, simultaneously contacting Hichong. Hichong, do you know where there is a substantial population of mental-type soul beasts? Wang Haochen inquired telepathically. Are you looking to acquire a soul bone through secret methods? Hichong instantly surmised Wang Haochen's intent. Indeed, I wish to obtain 2 mental-type secret method soul head bones to fuse with my current 10,000-year Medusa head soul bone. Wang Haochen replied. That complicates matters. The most pressing issue is, do you know the secret methods? Hichong asked. Oh, no. Wang Haochen suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he had overlooked this crucial question. That poses a problem, Hichong responded. Though I have attempted to theorize this secret method over the years to augment our soul bones, it remains in the theoretical experimental stage and has never been truly tested. Then let me assist you in conducting the experiment, Wang Haochen declared, a glint of determination in his eyes. You teach me the theory, and I will see if I can succeed. If I fail, I will relay my experiences to you, allowing you to refine the theory and attempt again. If this secret method succeeds, the benefits for us will be immense. However, this means you will be putting yourself in danger. Chen Long interjected, his tone grave. One who frequently treads by the riverbank will inevitably get their feet wet. You should understand that excessive slaughter could lead to losing one's sense of self, even without encountering powerful soul beasts. No need for further discussion. My mind is made up, Wang Haochen declared. First, tell me where I might find a substantial number of spirit-type soul beasts. There should be none on the Douluo Continent. But since it is foreseen that the Douluo and Sun-Moon continents will collide after 6,000 years, I believe if you set sail from the western coast of Douluo, it won't be long before you reach the Sun-Moon continent. There exists a forest of evil spirits there, known as the Evil Eye Forest, inhabited by numerous soul beasts called Evil Eyes. These creatures possess spiritual attributes, and most of them also exhibit other properties. Moreover, if they are Evil Eyes, they are likely to yield head soul bones due to their spiritual essence. However, I must caution you that Evil Eyes are exceptionally formidable within the Evil Eye Forest. There are many 10,000-year and 100,000-year Evil Eye tyrants, along with a ruler of Evil Eyes whose cultivation has reached over 700,000 years. That creature ranks second among the 10 most fearsome beasts a millennium hence, surpassed only by the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Dition, of the Stardow Forest. Thus, one could say that the dangers are manifold. As he concluded, Hichong spoke each word with deliberate gravity. That sounds splendid, Wang Haochen replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. I am truly curious to see how much stronger I can become under such immense pressure. There is one more thing, Hichong interjected. Before you depart, it will be prudent to visit Yuxian. Understood. I shall do so, Wang Haochen affirmed. Chapter 35. The 3 Sages Visit the Stardow. In the Qiando Empire. Qiando City, Shrek Academy. You two can come at me whenever you wish, Xiao Peng taunted, beckoning Li Hong and Qi Xiaoman with a finger. You've been rather boastful lately. Li Hong retorted disdainfully, turning to Qi Xiaoman. You ought to teach him a lesson. Why don't you do it yourself? Qi Xiaoman shot back, casting a glance at Li Hong. As a person of my caliber, if I were to strike, Xiao Peng wouldn't last long. I must leave him some dignity. Li Hong replied, flicking his flowing hair. I see you're afraid. Qi Xiaoman laughed heartily. Stop trying to provoke me. I will not stoop to bullying those weaker than myself. Li Hong asarta. Now, tell me, what brings you here today? Xiao Peng inquired. Shall we form a group to venture into the Stardow Forest? Qi Xiaoman suggested. The Stardow Forest? Xiao Peng mused. It seems you've reached a bottleneck for quite some time. How come you haven't been able to control your impatience and immediately hunted soul beasts for soul rings? Isn't there a theory from the master? Qi Xiaoman countered. Even if one reaches a bottleneck, continued cultivation will allow soul power to accumulate, which can then be unleashed after obtaining a soul ring. In that case, let's make preparations and set off tomorrow morning, Xiao Peng concluded. Agreed. Both Li Hong and Qi Xiaoman nodded in affirmation. Days later, in the Stardow Forest. What type of soul beast do you plan to seek this time? Xiao Pang asked. Whatever comes our way. Qi Xiaoman waved his hand dismissively. Our martial spirits are highly specialized. Li Hong can only absorb wind attribute soul beast rings, while you and I can only absorb fire attribute soul beast rings. I don't ask for much, just a 10,000-year soul beast will suffice. According to He Chong, there is allegedly a million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, in a certain part of the Stardow Forest, which possesses minimal combat power. Should we attempt to capture it? Xiao Pang proposed. You can go if you wish. We won't accompany you on a fool's errand, Li Hong retorted brusquely. Surrounding that giant worm, there are not only 10,000-year soul beasts but also ferocious beasts. Even the dragon god's avatar, the Silver Dragon King, is present. With our current strength, it would be akin to moths to a flame. Shoo! Qi Xiaoman suddenly cautioned. And both Li Hong and Xiao Pang instantly stilled their breaths. What did you discover? Xiao Pang whispered. Look over there. Qi Xiaoman pointed into the distance. Li Hong and Xiao Pang followed his gaze and saw a shadowy figure rapidly enlarging. That's a 10,000-year wind baboon, Li Hong exclaimed with delight. This one is mine. Xiao Pang and Qi Xiaoman nodded, adopting combat stances. Although the wind baboon was a 10,000-year soul beast, it was not particularly strong, and the three of them quickly subdued it. Li Hong delivered the final blow, and a black soul ring slowly floated up from the fallen creature. The process of absorbing the soul ring went smoothly, and Li Hong soon stood tall. How is it? Xiao Pang inquired. Quite good. This wind baboon's cultivation is around 15,000 years, Li Hong smiled. My soul power has risen to level 53. Let us continue to seek suitable soul beasts for the two of us. Qi Xiaoman nodded in agreement. As the three of them strolled on, they became unaware of the encroaching darkness. We should set up camp for the night and continue our journey tomorrow, Xiao Pang suggested. Qi Xiaoman and Li Hong both nodded in agreement. The Stardow Forest at night proved to be far more perilous than during the day. This area lies between the outskirts and the inner depths of the Stardow Forest, primarily inhabited by 1,000-year soul beasts. Even if there are 10,000-year soul beasts, their cultivation shouldn't be excessively formidable. However, for safety's sake, we should take turns keeping watch, Qi Xiaoman advised. Li Hong and Xiao Pang nodded, and then Li Hong proposed. Let us each take turns on guard for 3 hours, swapping every hour to ensure we remain vigilant. Then allow me to go first, Xiao Pang declared. The three of them retrieved their provisions, finished their meal, and set up their tent to rest, leaving Xiao Pang to guard outside. Darkness and silence reigned as the night enveloped the Stardow Forest. It is common knowledge among soul masters that one should not ignite a fire in the Stardow Forest, and Xiao Pang was wise enough not to tempt fate. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the third watch. Li Hong circled the camp, his steps light, yet his focus razor-sharp, constantly alert to his surroundings. Though the area was shrouded in darkness, as a soul master, he could detect even the faintest rustle of leaves or shift in the air. Suddenly, Li Hong sensed a subtle tremor from a certain direction, accompanied by a change in airflow and a barely audible sound. Enemy attack. Without hesitation, Li Hong shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiao Pang and Qi Xiaoman burst from the tent, their martial spirits immediately manifesting, while Xiao Pang conjured a flickering flame to illuminate their surroundings. Upon surveying the area, they collectively gasped in disbelief. A multitude of lions had encircled them from all directions, blocking every possible escape route. Fire lions, Qi Xiaoman muttered, incredulous. What on earth? How could such soul beasts appear in the dead of night? Wait, Li Hong interjected suddenly. It appears there are 2 lion packs. These creatures seem to be of 1,000-year cultivation, but the leading lions appear to be 10,000-year beasts, Xiao Pang remarked. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Could it be that 2 lion packs are fighting and inadvertently drew us into their conflict? This is a fortuitous opportunity. We are in need of 2 fire attribute 10,000-year soul rings, Qi Xiaoman said. What do you think? Do we stand a chance of capturing them? It may prove quite challenging, and we should avoid a direct confrontation if possible, Xiao Pang cautioned. With so many soul beasts, we could easily find ourselves overwhelmed. Moreover, the longer the battle drags on, the more other soul beasts will be drawn to the fray, increasing our peril. Even so, if we wish to break free, we will have to engage directly, Li Hong argued. I could escape alone, but bringing you both along would be taxing. Enough talk. Strike the rider before the horse. Capture the king before the thieves. I shall take on this formidable beast, Qi Xiaoman declared, charging boldly towards one of the male lions. This fiery lion shall be my adversary. Li Hong, guard our flanks, Xiao Pang remarked as he surged toward another male lion. Simultaneously, Li Hong ascended swiftly into the air, unleashing his first soul technique, the wind blade array, targeting the surrounding lionesses. Qi Xiaoman's first, second, and third soul rings ignited in unison. with the resistance flame ring leading the charge, repelling the nearby lionesses. He then transformed into a swirling vortex of flames, ensnaring the male fiery lion within. Qi Xiaoman vanished into the flames, rendering his movements invisible to the outside world. Before long, a massive sphere of light coalesced within the fiery vortex, manifesting as the fire dance of radiance. The male fiery lion, however, was not to be underestimated. It gathered its strength and roared in fury, attempting to break free from its confinement. At that moment, Qi Xiaoman's fourth soul technique, Fire Dance of Radiance, fully materialized, enveloping the fiery lion in its brilliance. As the flames dissipated, the male fiery lion lay defeated on the ground, a black soul ring materializing above it. Upon reverting to his human form, Qi Xiaoman appeared pale, clearly having expended a significant amount of soul power. Just then, several lionesses charged in from the side. However, before they could reach Qi Xiaoman, a flurry of wind blades struck them down from the air. Thank you. Qi Xiaoman nodded gratefully, immediately settling into a meditative posture to restore his soul power. Meanwhile, Xiao Pang's approach was more direct. He unleashed a series of 4 soul techniques in rapid succession, culminating in the demise of the male fiery lion, which also produced a floating black soul ring. Witnessing the defeat of both male fiery lions, the remaining lionesses, though enraged, dared not linger and hastily retreated. Li Hong refrained from pursuit, instead choosing to protect his companions, Xiao Pang and Qi Xiaoman, as they regained their strength. Once their soul power was replenished, they began the process of absorbing the soul rings. This procedure proceeded smoothly, with no other unwelcome soul beasts daring to interrupt. After absorbing the soul rings, Xiao Pang and Qi Xiaoman rose in succession, emanating waves of soul king-level energy. How are we faring? Li Feng inquired. Level 52. Quite satisfactory, Qi Xiaoman replied. I have just reached level 51, Xiao Pang acknowledged with a nod. With considerable time remaining before dawn, should we stay here or press onward through the night? Li Hong asked. It is wise for us to depart this place, Xiao Pang suggested. Given the recent battle, lingering here may not be prudent. Neither Li Hong nor Qi Xiaoman objected, and the trio quickly rose to make their way beyond the Stardo Forest. Chapter 36. The undercurrents of the Tiandou and Xinglua royal families in the Xinglua Empire, within the confines of Xinglua City and the royal palace. De Bao sat in his chamber, deep in contemplation. Although I suffered defeat at the hands of Dai Mubai, considering his character and the goodwill I previously displayed, he is unlikely to engage in conflict with me, De Bao mused. Should he dare challenge me for the throne? With the strength I currently wield and the support of my loyal ministers, securing the imperial seat is nearly assured. If memory serves me in 5 years, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing will depart, joining Tang San on Sea God Island. De Bao contemplated further, recognizing that since he was confident Dai Mubai would not oppose him, it would be prudent to adopt a strategy of feigned eagerness, openly supporting Dai Mubai's ascension while discreetly consolidating the wavering ministers. Thus, when Dai Mubai ultimately departs, my power shall reach its zenith. With the imperial authority in my grasp, military power will similarly fall to me. At that juncture, neither the Spirit Hall nor the Tiandou Empire will pose a threat to me. However, a troubling dilemma loomed. Da Bao frowned. Once Dai Mubai leaves, I will be the sole heir to the throne. How can I extricate myself to rendezvous with He Chong and the others? If I depart before him, the Shrek 7 will be incomplete, potentially leading to severe repercussions, a cascade of unforeseen events. As De Bao wrestled with these thoughts, a sudden knock interrupted his reverie, accompanied by Dai Mubai's voice. Brother, it's me. Ah, Mubai, come in, De Bao replied, continuing to ponder his earlier concerns. Brother, what troubles you? You seem somewhat distressed. Dai Mubai observed, noting Da Bao's furrowed brow. Despite having once regarded his brother as a bitter rival, the bond between the reincarnated Davis and De Bao, coupled with De Bao's earlier gestures of goodwill, had diminished Dai Mubai's animosity significantly. It is nothing. I am merely preoccupied with certain matters, De Bao sighed. Do you know why I've always viewed you with hostility? Because of the royal family's rules, Dai Mubai replied solemnly. Only one of us is destined to survive and inherit the throne. The other faces a grim fate. No, that is not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern is my suspicion that you might be a spy for the Spirit Hall. A spy? Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of surprise. De Bao nodded, affirming, indeed, I suspect you are an infiltrator. While the Spirit Hall's power is highly centralized, I have managed to embed spies within. For instance, the two among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Xie Yu and Yan. Those two are undercover agents of a Xingluo empire within the Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Zabao confirm. The talent of the Spirit Hall is sourced from both empires. It is not difficult to place two gifted soul masters among them. They have informed me that the Spirit Hall has been clandestinely devising a plan, and, based on certain clues, they surmise that the Spirit Hall has infiltrated both empires. In the Tiando Empire, they suspect it is Prince Xue Qinghe. In the Xingluo Empire, they suspect it is you. Do you place such trust in them? Are you not concerned they have truly defected to the Spirit Hall, playing you for a fool? Dai Mubai countered. They are individuals I can trust implicitly. Dabao stated with gravity. Very well, I shall not pry further, Dai Mubai replied, momentarily taken aback. Enough of this matter, Dabao waved dismissively. You may leave now. I wish to contemplate in solitude. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai stood and exited the room. Finally managing to divert Dai Mubai, Dabao cradled his head in his hands. Pondering his next steps, after a moment of deep thought, he suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. I have it. If I simply father a child, or two, I shall secure heirs to the throne. Thus, I can leave without raising suspicion. I am truly brilliant. In the Tiando Empire, within Tiando City and the Imperial Palace, Lin Bo finally found a moment of tranquility. Shaking his head, he realized that following Ning Fengji's teachings on soul master knowledge was quite a tedious endeavor. However, it was time to devise a plan for the future. Lin Bo's expression grew cold. Although his previous assassination attempts against Tang Sect had failed, a golden opportunity now presented itself. According to the narrative trajectory, Tang Sect was expected to study at the Advanced Soul Master Academy 4 years after the elite competition, for duration of 1 year. Having him within my territory for an entire year is indeed a rare opportunity. I must strategize meticulously. As Lin Bo paced back and forth, he contemplated, whom should I invite? This is Tiando City, where Ning Fengji and either the Bone Duel or the Sword Duel reside. Tang Sect's father, Tang Hao, will likely be keeping a watchful eye on his son. If one were to enlist a title de law to assassinate Tang Sect, disregarding the likelihood of success, the mere recognition of such an attempt would likely precipitate an all-out war between the Wuhuan Temple and the Tiando Empire. Moreover, even if the Tiando Palace were to undergo a transformation, the Wuhuan Temple would dispatch only 2 title Douluos. Whether it be Ning Fengji and Bone Duel, Sword Duel, or Tang Hao, any of them could thwart this assassination endeavor. To target a single Tang Sect with such a precarious success rate would be unwise, and the Wuhuan Temple would certainly not agree to initiate a conflict with the Tiando Empire. As for the Soul Douluos, while they could conceal their identities, the difficulty of assassinating Tang Sect would only escalate. Lin Bo squinted his eyes. If Tang Sect possessed a sufficient number of King of Hell tokens, a successful assassination would be nearly impossible. Should he evade this peril, his subsequent caution would further diminish the chances of success. The more he pondered, the greater the weight of pressure bore down upon him. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve. Ling Bing murmured, recalling the trials that awaited in the Stardow Forest. I shall have Bibi Dong personally intervene. I refuse to be thwarted by this young man. Additionally, meticulous arrangements must be made regarding the transformation of the Tiando Palace. Lin Bo mused that the 2 Soul Douluos alone would not suffice to successfully execute the Tiando Palace transformation. By then, He Chong and the others would be returning to Tiando City. Lin Bo paced back and forth. Should they impede my progress, I would require additional manpower. No, wait. I overlooked a critical detail. Lin Bo's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. To ensure the successful transformation of the Tiando Palace, the soul hunting operation must be executed flawlessly, leaving no room for their survival. If Tang Sect were to be dealt with in the Stardow Forest, He Chong and his companions would inevitably intervene in the Tiando Palace transformation to prevent the Wuhuan Temple from monopolizing power. In such a scenario, they would likely alert the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, thwarting the Wuhuan Temple's efforts to annihilate both sects entirely. Consequently, with their warnings, the Tiando Palace transformation would not achieve its intended success. This implies that for the Tiando Palace transformation to succeed, the soul hunting operation must first reach resounding triumph. As for how to accomplish this, Lin Bo pondered deeply for a while, but could not devise a flawless plan. For now, I shall make do with this preliminary draft, and see if I can refine it later. Lin Bo exhaled. Considering that I could notify the Wuhuan Temple to act a few days earlier, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. I might also inform them of the hidden weapons provided by Tang Sect to ensure their preparedness, thereby leading to the complete annihilation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Regrettably, even I lack the ability to mobilize the resources of the Hall of Offerings. Otherwise, Lin Bo furrowed his brow, reflecting on the 7 super Duoluos of the Hall of Offerings, particularly the esteemed Qian Daolu, the limit Duoluo and Grand Elder of Qian Renqiue's lineage, who could easily sweep away any adversary on Douluo Continent. Unfortunately, neither he nor Bibi Dong could command the forces of the Hall of Offerings. As long as Tang San is absent from the Tiando Palace transformation, I possess absolute confidence. It appears I can commence preparations ahead of schedule. Lin Bo thought with a faint smile. Chapter 37. Crossing the Sun and Moon Continent. Just a few days after Lu Xiaoxiao and the others departed from the Mizing Grand Canyon and returned to the Wuhuan Temple, Wang Haochen suddenly approached Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong, saying, "Xiaoxiao, Chun Fong, are you interested in embarking on a significant venture with me?" "A significant venture? What do you have in mind?" Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. "The situation is as follows." Wang Haochen recounted the dialogue he had with He Chong, stating, "Due to the excessively stringent conditions for utilizing the secret technique, I have killed no fewer than 2,000 soul beasts in this time. Yet I have only conducted 8 experiments with the secret technique. Most of the creatures I eliminated were 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Additionally, I must change locations periodically to avoid drawing the attention of formidable soul beasts and others. Fortunately, He Chong's research on the secret technique has made considerable progress and has become relatively refined. Killing a multitude of soul beasts?" Lu Xiaoxiao was initially taken aback, then remarked, "No wonder I sensed a heavier aura of killing intent surrounding you. If the killing intent is too overwhelming and cannot be properly controlled, it poses great danger." Chun Fong's voice chimed in. "I share your sentiments. This time, I wish to invite both of you to accompany me to the Moon Pavilion to completely conceal our auras before assisting me in conducting experiments on the Sun and Moon Continent. This way, after experiencing extensive bloodshed, I can at least maintain clarity of mind," Wang Haochen explained. "But isn't the Moon Pavilion exclusive to nobility? How do we plan to infiltrate?" Lu Xiaoxiao queried. "I have already discussed this with Lin Bo in advance. He will assist us in arranging suitable identities," Wang Haochen replied. "That fellow Lin Bo wouldn't claim us as his sons, would he?" Lu Xiaoxiao muttered. "Impossible. I'm still quite young. You both are older than I am. However, should you insist on adopting me as a foster father, I wouldn't refuse," Lin Bo's voice interjected. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were rendered speechless. 6 months later, on the western coast of Douluo Continent, half a year has passed, and I have finally managed to completely suppress my aura, Wang Haochen declared. "Chun Fong and I have requested an extended leave from the Wuhuan Temple, claiming we're traveling abroad, but we must return in 2 years," Lu Xiaoxiao said. "We need to move quickly. Rest assured, according to He Chong's estimations, as long as we stay on the right path, we should reach the Sun and Moon Continent in half a month," Wang Haochen assured. "How exactly do we plan to get there?" Chun Fong inquired. "Flying is unrealistic, and traveling by water is fraught with danger. Furthermore, we have no ship, nor do we know anyone who can navigate one. The distance to the Sun and Moon Continent isn't too great. I imagine the sea soul beasts in this area shouldn't be overly powerful," Wang Haochen contemplated. "As for the ship, that indeed present a problem. A typical small boat is only suitable for nearshore excursions. It should be noted that He Chong and the others spent tens of thousands of gold soul coins to acquire a small vessel. You needn't worry about that," Lu Xiaoxiao reassured them. "Before I set out, I requested a small boat capable of withstanding attacks from 100-year soul beasts from the Wuhuan Temple, along with some medicinal substances to repel sea soul beasts. As long as luck is on our side, we should be fine." With that, Lu Xiaoxiao retrieved a small boat from his storage belt, which could accommodate 12 individuals. After applying some of the medicinal substances, the 3 of them boarded the vessel and closed the hatch. The boat was specifically designed for soul masters and could be powered by soul force. Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions quickly grasped the technique for navigating the boat and set sail into the vast ocean. During the first 3 days, the trio enjoyed smooth sailing, encountering almost no hazards. Occasionally, they came across some soul beasts, but they were easily repelled by the medicinal effects. However, as time passed, they gradually ventured into deeper waters. The number of 1,000-year soul beasts began to rise, and they occasionally encountered 10,000-year soul beasts, forcing the trio to take action to prevent their small boat from capsizing. Even reaching the nearest Sun and Moon Continent is so perilous. I can only wonder how He Chong and Chun Long managed to travel to the Star Luo Continent. Wang Haochen lamented. With their capabilities, they must have made extensive preparations, Chun Fong asserted. True, perhaps they even devised portions of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. If they possess top-tier hidden weapons like the King of Hell tokens, it should not pose a problem unless they encounter soul beasts of 50,000 years or more. Wang Haochen nodded in agreement. That seems unlikely. Can they really create King of Hell tokens? At least, I cannot believe it. Chun Fong shook his head, stating, I suspect they employed alternative methods. Speaking of which, why have you been silent since earlier? What are you pondering, Xiaoxiao? Wang Haochen suddenly turned his head, gazing intently at Lu Xiaoxiao, and spoke. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao regained his composure and replied, I was just pondering, since in a few thousand years, the Sun and Moon continent will collide with the Douluo Continent. What will become of the sea soul beasts in between? Why dwell on such trivial matters? Wang Haochen shook his head. In a span of thousands of years, the world will change dramatically, and they will have ample opportunity to depart. The collision of continents is not as swift as you might imagine. Suddenly, Chun Fong pointed into the distance, exclaiming, Be careful. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wang Haochen turned to follow Chun Fong's gaze, their expressions shifting instantly. The magic soul, great white shark. Wang Haochen exclaimed in shock. How could such a soul beast appear here? Moreover, it seems to be of 10,000-year cultivation, and there are 3 of them. Sweat trickled down Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead. If they allowed the beast to approach and destroy their ship, they would be doomed. There's no time for hesitation. We must confront them. Wang Haochen shouted, his third spirit ring glowing brightly as a wave of azure phosphorescent poison swiftly enveloped the 3 magic soul great white sharks. Chun Fong's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a mental attack through the spirit bone on the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King, momentarily incapacitating one of the sharks. Following this, Lu Xiaoxiao let out a low shout, hurling the space divine blade from his hand, which swiftly reached the remaining 2 magic soul great white sharks, inflicting half-foot deep gashes. However, this series of assaults did not eliminate the 3 sharks. Instead, it provoked them into a frenzied charge. Chun Fong sprang from the ship, his first 3 spirit rings igniting simultaneously as he struck one of the magic soul great white sharks, subduing it. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao's space divine blade shot forth once more, penetrating the other 2 sharks with increased speed. With the emergence of 3 black spirit rings, the trio finally vanquished the 3 magic soul great white sharks. Chun Fong released his martial spirit, then leaped back onto the ship. We must leave this place at once, Lu Xiaoxiao urged. The scent of blood will surely attract numerous sea soul beasts. Wang Haochen and Chun Fong nodded in agreement, immediately accelerating the small vessel onward. In the subsequent 13 days, they encountered numerous dangers, yet even the mightiest sea soul beasts were merely of 30,000-year cultivation, which eased their spirits. How could Yi Chang and those 2 dare to venture to the star Luo Continent with their spirit master cultivation? Wang Haochen couldn't help but exclaim, Look, land ahead. Lu Xiaoxiao pointed forward. We are approaching the Sun and Moon Continent. Let us hasten. The 3 of them quickly increased their speed toward the Sun and Moon Continent. Chapter 38. The Forest of Evil Spirits. Initial success of the secret method. Days later, Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of the Forest of Evil Spirits. This Sun and Moon Continent is indeed desolate, Lu Xiaoxiao frowned. We have journeyed for so long without encountering a single town or village. Could it be that Yi Chang has spun some fanciful tales to deceive us? Perhaps we have not ventured deep enough, Wang Haochen suggested. Or maybe the current development level of the Sun and Moon Continent is even behind that of the Douluo Continent. After all, the collision of the 2 continents is still over 6,000 years away. In 6 millennia, who can claim to know what will transpire? The pace of technological advancement is notoriously rapid, even with the constraints of world rules. I believe it is not impossible for the Sun and Moon Continent to evolve from backwardness to a position of superiority in technology within that time frame. Let's proceed inside. Chun Fong proposed. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wang Haochen nodded in unison and stepped into the forest of evil spirits. What kind of soul beast should we target first? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Wang Haochen pondered. Our objective must first be quantity, followed by strength within a certain range. 10,000-year soul beasts are too formidable. We cannot hope to eliminate 100 of them within an hour. As for blue silvergrass, it is of no use regardless of how many we cut down. Look over there. Chun Fong suddenly pointed to a tree. The 1,000-gene ant? Lu Xiaoxiao and Wang Haochen exclaimed in surprise. Wang Haochen remarked, that indeed seems suitable. Within half a day, Wang Haochen, utilizing the potent toxicity of the phosphorescent serpent martial spirit, dispatched over 800,000 gene ants while simultaneously executing the secret method 8 times. Under Yi Chang's continual refinement, the method gradually reached perfection. Finally, on the 8th casting of the secret method, Wang Haochen successfully condensed a soul bone. I did it. Upon seeing the soul bone before him, Wang Haochen could not contain his exuberance. He had labored extensively under Yi Chang's guidance, experimenting tirelessly, and at last he had triumphed. Is it truly successful? Yi Chang's voice echoed, tinged with unmistakable joy. With this secret method, we can mass-produce soul bones, Chun Long said, excitement bubbling forth. Soul bones are treasures so precious that they can incite discord among an entire team. Countless soul masters have fought tooth and nail over a single soul bone. Yet now, they can produce them in bulk. Moreover, and more importantly, we now have hope of passing the 8th trial required to attain divinity, He Chang noted. Regardless of which deity one aspires to become, gathering 6 soul bones is essential. I was initially concerned that we would have to hunt high-level soul beasts or seize them from the spirit hall to collect the soul bones. But it seems we need not fret over that anymore. Do not celebrate too soon, Chun Fong cautioned. While the secret method soul bones may be easy to acquire, their quality is unlikely to be high. That is the first point. Secondly, while 1,000 gene ants are relatively easy to find, they will likely only yield soul bones for the arms. For other parts, we must seek different soul beasts, which are not as densely distributed as the 1,000 gene ants. The quality issue can be resolved, He Chang thought to himself. As long as we have 3 soul bones with similar attributes, they can fuse into a high-quality soul bone. As for the soul beasts, we can devise another plan. There are plenty of soul beasts here in the forest of evil spirits. Regardless, let us first eliminate a portion of the 1,000 gene ants in this forest of evil spirits, gathering enough armed soul bones for our needs, Lu Xiaoxiao stated. Of course, we cannot eradicate them entirely. We must ensure sustainable development and avoid depleting their population, Chen Long added. In the ensuing days, the 3 of them circled the outskirts of the forest of evil spirits, eradicating nearly 1/10 of the 1,000 gene ants, with tens of thousands falling to their hands. Their secret method succeeded 28 times. Including the previous soul bone, they now possessed 29 armed soul bones. The value of such an abundance of soul bones was incalculable. We will first take these soul bones back with us and later discuss how to utilize them, Wang Haochen declared. Now it is time to attend to pressing matters. My primary objective remains unresolved. You need 2 head soul bones from the secret method, correct? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. Indeed, Wang Haochen replied. Previously, to suppress the potent poison within me, Dugibo procured a 10,000-year head soul bone for me. However, I'm not satisfied with its power, so I wish to upgrade it. My goal is the soul bone of the evil eye. To execute the secret method, I must eliminate 100 of the same type of soul beast within half an hour to achieve a reasonable success rate. 100 evil eyes are not so easily found. Here, in the forest of evil spirits, it is one of the places with the highest concentration of mental-type soul beasts. Non-mental-type soul beasts, however, rarely yield head soul bones, Chen Fong remarked. As long as we invest some time, obtaining the soul bones should not prove too difficult. The critical issue is that killing a large number of evil eyes in a short period may provoke the wrath of certain evil eye tyrants within the forest of evil spirits. However, we need not fear the evil eye tyrant itself, as it is unlikely to intervene directly. The ordinary, eternal evil eye tyrant poses little threat to us. Even if we cannot defeat it, we can certainly flee. The crux of the matter lies with the 100,000-year evil eye tyrant, which we cannot vanquish nor escape from. Wang Haochen remarked with a furrowed brow. We shall only engage at the periphery, for I suspect those evil eye tyrants will not pursue us from within, Lu Xiaoxiao suggested. Let us first locate an area dense with evil eyes, and then we shall act. The trio expended several months, attempting to slay evil eyes and invoke their secret technique. Achieving success only once in 8 attempts, acquiring a soul bone from the head. The rarity of evil eyes was a significant factor, even among spirit-type soul beasts. They are scarce, albeit relatively more numerous. Furthermore, the vastness of the demonic forest rendered their distribution exceedingly sparse. They also refrained from employing their secret techniques in rapid succession, as the dwindling numbers of the Evil Eye clan would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ranking Evil Eye tyrants within the forest. On this day, they were engaged in slaying Evil Eyes in a relatively concentrated area, preparing to invoke their secret technique. However, upon vanquishing the 99th Evil Eye, they sensed something amiss. Strange. There were clearly many Evil Eyes nearby, just moments ago. How could they vanish so swiftly? Chun Fong mused. Are we to abandon our efforts? We are but one evil eye short of executing the secret technique, Lu Xiaoxiao lamented. Be cautious ahead, Wang Haochen suddenly warned. As Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong peered forward, they beheld a terrifying sight. An evil eye tyrant adorned with 12 writhing tentacles loomed before them. It's the evil eye tyrant, Lu Xiaoxiao whispered. According to He Chang's description of this soul beast, a 12-tentacled evil eye tyrant is estimated to possess a cultivation level between 60,000 and 80,000 years. Wang Haochen explained. Its tentacles shimmered in hues of red, blue, green, and black, signifying the elemental attributes of fire, water, corrosion, and darkness, alongside the inherent psychic attribute of the Evil Eye clan. Its eye, a deep blue, indicated a predominance of the water attribute. Thus it could be aptly termed the Water Evil Tyrant. If memory serves, He Chong mentioned that the fewer attributes an Evil Eye possesses, the more formidable it is. With those embodying pure psychic attributes being the most esteemed, Chen Fong added, "It appears we have no choice but to confront it. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain." Which will be most regrettable, Lu Xiaoxiao stated. With 5 attributes, it should not be overly powerful among Evil Eye Tyrants, and we can manage it. Chapter 39. Water Evil Tyrant. The deep blue eye of the Water Evil Tyrant glimmered momentarily, and in an instant, a peculiar distortion of light radiated outward, warping the very fabric of space within a kilometer radius. Be wary. This is the innate soul skill of the Evil Eye clan, the psychic field. Wang Haochen exclaimed. "Leave it to me." Chen Fong stepped forward, his eyes flashing with silver light as he unleashed the Silver Moon Wolf King's Skull Soul skill, Psychic Infusion. The interference from Chen Fong's attack immediately weakened the entire psychic field. At that moment, Wang Haochen's third soul ring glowed, and he exhaled a plume of phosphorescent purple poison. The noxious mist rapidly spread, aiming to corrode the Water Evil Tyrant. In response, the green tentacles of the Water Evil Tyrant released layers of corrosive miasma to counteract the phosphorescent purple poison. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoxiao's sixth soul ring illuminated, unleashing the soul skill Void Piercing Blade. This technique, inherited from a 50,000-year-old emerald demon bird, epitomized swiftness. The acceleration of the spatial divine blade also amplified its destructive power. Lu Xiaoxiao estimated that a typical soul sage, if not utilizing their martial soul's true form, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. As the corrosive miasma swirled before the Water Evil Tyrant, it did not diminish the speed of the spatial divine blade in the slightest. In an instant, it reached the Water Evil Tyrant, slicing through its form and severing a substantial portion of its body. The spatial divine blade, having just grazed the Water Evil Tyrant, returned to Lu Xiaoxiao's grasp. With a significant portion of its body removed, the Water Evil Tyrant's corrosive aura diminished, allowing the phosphorescent purple poison to envelop it entirely. At that moment, Chen Fong advanced once more, casting Psychic Infusion to obliterate the soul contained within the crystal core. As the phosphorescent purple poison dissipated, the Water Evil Tyrant shrank noticeably, revealing a black soul that materialized above it. Wang Haochen promptly invoked the secret technique, summoning the surrounding soul rings of the Evil Eyes. Following a series of transformations, a soul bone emerged. "We did it!" Wang Haochen exclaimed with elation. Suddenly, Chen Fong's expression shifted, and he urged, "We must flee." Lu Xiaoxiao and Wang Haochen, upon hearing this, immediately activated their fastest speed, escaping the demonic forest alongside Chen Fong. Shortly after their departure, a 14-tentacled evil eye emerged at the site of their recent battle. Were He Chong present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the most noble of the Evil Eye Tyrants. A pure psychic variant boasting a cultivation of 90,000 years. This Evil Eye Tyrant fixed its gaze upon the direction Lu Xiaoxiao and the others had taken, but chose not to pursue. Exhausted yet determined, the trio exerted every ounce of strength to escape the demonic forest, not stopping until they had traveled over 10 miles, panting heavily. "Phew, that was terrifying. I thought we were done for." Chen Fong breathed a sigh of relief. "What manner of foe was that?" Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. "I cannot precisely articulate it, but I sensed its psychic prowess surpassed that of the previous Water Evil Tyrant," Chen Fong replied. "If we were to set foot back into the demonic forest, I fear we would face its frenzied onslaught. Could it be that the Water Evil Tyrant was a favored consort of that colossal creature?" Wang Haochen speculated. "That is a possibility, yet it is not the primary concern," Lu Xiaoxiao interjected. "Now that you possess 2 secret technique soul bones, why not attempt to fuse them with your 1,000-year Medusa skull? We shall safeguard you. We, too, are eager to witness the extraordinary transformations that may arise from this fusion." Wang Haochen nodded, seated himself, and began meditating to restore his soul power. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Haochen reopened his eyes and retrieved the 2 soul bones acquired from slaying the Evil Eyes. "Can the soul bones you have already fused with combine with these 2 secret technique soul bones?" Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. "I cannot say for certain, as there are no precedents," Wang Haochen replied, shaking his head. "But how will we know unless we try?" With that, Wang Haochen directed the soul bones toward his head. As the 2 secret technique soul bones approached, they automatically integrated, merging with the 1,000-year Medusa soul bone. The The fusion of head-soul bones is inherently perilous. Failure could yield dire consequences. As the three soul bones began to merge, Wang Haochen let out a piercing cry. Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Soon, Wang Haochen's cries ceased, replaced by anguished murmurs. He clutched his head, rolling on the ground, clearly enduring excruciating torment. After approximately half an hour, his movements finally stilled, and he slowly rose to his feet, though it was evident he remained shaken. How do you fare? Lu Xiaoxiao quickly approached, inquiring. I never anticipated such agony. Wang Haochen shook his head, tossing it slightly. However, there is no imminent danger. Everything proceeded smoothly. Have you acquired any new abilities? Chun Fong asked. That's a secret, Wang Haochen remarked. Let us seize the remaining time to gather more secret method soul bones from other soul beast congregations. Soul bones are precious artifacts. One can never have too many. Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong nodded in agreement, and the three of them set off in unison towards a specific direction. In the ensuing period, they reaped a bountiful harvest at various soul beast gathering sites, acquiring 3 pieces of the secret method soul bone from the left leg of the nether wolf, 4 pieces from the trunk of the solitary bamboo, 3 pieces from the right leg of the dappled cat, 3 pieces from the left leg of the golden wolf, 5 pieces from the right leg of the golden wolf, and 2 pieces from the head of the silver wolf. After a brief discussion, Chun Fong fused his silver moon wolf king head soul bone with the 2 secret method soul bones from the silver wolf, significantly enhancing the power of his own head soul bone. It's about time. We should head back, Wang Haochen said. Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong nodded, and together they made their way towards the eastern shore of the Sun and Moon continent. Chapter 40. The Light and Dark Secret Realm, 2 Paths. On the star Douluo Continent, He Chong and Qianlong walked side by side through a forest. Ever since departing from the Dragon Valley's miniature world, they had been scouring the star Douluo Continent for opportunities. However, much to their chagrin, despite the passage of over half a year and considerable improvement in their cultivation, they had yet to encounter any other fortunate events. For ordinary individuals, a 100,000-year-old dragon soul bone would be extraordinarily high. Yet for those with aspirations of godhood, it fell far below their anticipated expectations. What shall we do? It has been quite a while since we've discovered any suitable opportunities, He Chong inquired. Should we venture to the Douluo Continent or the Sun and Moon Continent? Voyaging is inherently perilous. It is a stroke of luck that we have arrived at the star Douluo Continent, aside from returning to the Douluo Continent. I do not advocate risking our lives by traveling to other continents, Qianlong replied, shaking his head. In that case, let us continue onward, He Chong suggested. Where there is a will, there is a way. As they proceeded, the two suddenly felt the space around them warp, and the scenery before them transformed. Is this an illusion? He Chong wondered, surveying the altered environment, communicating silently. It could also be spatial teleportation. Qianlong responded similarly in thought. Let us remain vigilant. They walked cautiously, occasionally glancing at their surroundings. The verdant trees had vanished, along with the chirps of birds, replaced instead by a grove of maple trees. He Chong, are there maple trees on the star Douluo Continent? Qianlong inquired. I am uncertain, He Chong replied, his expression grave. However, it appears this is not an illusion, but rather a genuine spatial phenomenon. Suddenly, a magnificent canine creature with golden fur emerged from the maple grove. A golden-furred lion mastiff? He Chong's countenance shifted. Isn't this creature supposed to be extinct? He Chong, quickly share what you know about this soul beast, Qianlong urged, cold sweat trickling down his brow. I sense a formidable threat emanating from it. According to legend, the golden-furred lion mastiff is the progenitor of all canine soul beasts. Naturally endowed with a dominant domain, heightened attack and defense, insensitivity to pain, an all-encompassing ability enhancement, and an unyielding resilience. He Chong explained. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast would be considered a fearsome creature, and although this particular golden-furred lion mastiff appears to possess merely a millennium of cultivation, it likely rivals any 10,000-year soul beast. Does that mean its relative weaknesses lie in speed and stamina? Qianlong queried, narrowing his eyes. You mentioned relatively, He Chong replied with a wry smile. A golden and black aura gradually enveloped the golden-furred lion mastiff as it activated its dominating domain, its form expanding to the size of a small mountain. Without hesitation, He Chong and Qianlong dashed in opposite directions, fully aware that a frontal confrontation would be unwise. Striking from a distance was the prudent choice. The golden-furred lion mastiff did not pursue them. Instead, it opened its mouth and unleashed a deafening roar. Be cautious. This is the lion mastiff's signature move, a sound wave attack called lion mastiff's roar, He Chong cautioned, summoning his martial soul as 5 soul rings danced around him. Qianlong also released his martial soul, surrounded by 5 soul rings of his own. The lion mastiff's roar targets the 7 orifices of the human body, the most vulnerable points. No matter how robust one's external defenses, internal protection remains significantly lower. Both Qianlong and Hichang exerted all their might to channel their soul power for defense, barely withstanding the onslaught, before they could regain their composure. The golden-furred lion mastiff leaped into the air, descending upon Qianlong with tremendous force. Hichang's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his 4th soul ring, unleashing the blue electric god dragon's speed and charging towards the descending golden-furred lion mastiff, successfully deflecting its trajectory. Having trained together for years, Qianlong and Hichang shared a tacit understanding, seizing the opportunity to evade to the side. This cannot continue. We might exhaust our soul power before it does. Qianlong said, furrowing his brow. I have a plan, Hichang declared. We will harness the power of our soul bones and allow light and darkness to collide. The energy released should be sufficient to breach the golden-furred lion mastiff's defenses. Let's give it a try. Qianlong agreed with a nod. Just as they were speaking, the golden-furred lion mastiff slammed its paw against the ground, causing spikes to erupt from the earth. Qianlong and Hichang leaped aside to avoid the deadly protrusions. The golden-furred lion mastiff then charged at them with astounding speed. Now, Qianlong exclaimed, activating his 100,000-year light dragon soul bone, converting his thunderous attribute soul power into light attribute soul power, forming a concentrated sphere and launching it forward. This was the ability of his light dragon soul bone, attribute conversion, enabling the transformation of any attribute soul power into light attribute. If the soul power is already light attribute, its potency is elevated to a higher level. Simultaneously, Hichang unleashed a dark attribute soul power sphere through his 100,000-year dark dragon soul bone, which coincided with Qianlong's light attribute sphere, colliding before the golden-furred lion mastiff and erupting in a tremendous wave of energy, obliterating nearby maple trees into dust. Hichang and Qianlong focused intently, observing the golden-furred lion mastiff still standing, albeit bleeding profusely, one side of its body a gruesome sight. Without hesitation, both activated their 2nd soul rings, unleashing a barrage of thunderous lightning spheres towards the golden-furred lion mastiff, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. As the lion mastiff's roars gradually faded, the two ceased their assault and looked again. The creature lay in tatters, its body reduced to mere chunks of flesh, undeniably deceased. Hichang and Qianlong exhaled in relief, cautiously approaching the fallen golden-furred lion mastiff. Though it appeared lifeless, they remained on guard. Fortunately, the anticipated counterattack did not materialize. After confirming the creature's demise, they turned to retrace their steps towards the direction it had previously guarded. As they walked, Qianlong suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look!" Hichang squinted, and before them, the maple trees parted to reveal 2 paths, each leading in different directions. They hurried forward to the fork in the road, peering into the distance, which seemed to stretch endlessly. The left path appeared wider, faint footprints discernible, while the right path, strewn with fallen leaves, exuded an air of solitude. Qianlong remarked, "I feel as though something on the left path is beckoning me. Yet, my 6th sense suggests that the road to the right is more suited for me." Hichang fell silent for a moment before responding. "It seems we must part ways here." Qianlong smiled calmly and said, "In a forest, 2 paths diverged, and I chose the one less traveled, thereby determining the course of my life." Hichang appeared somewhat melancholic. "Farewell for now, until we meet again." Qianlong clasped his fists together and added, "Until we meet again." Hichang mirrored the gesture. After their farewells, the two embarked on their respective journeys, venturing towards distant horizons. Chapter 41. Light and Darkness. The Divine Legacy. After parting from Hichang, Qianlong strode onto the wide avenue, walking for a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the scenery shifted dramatically. The maple grove vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by an expanse of brilliance. Before Qianlong stood a towering statue, 9 zhang high, exuding an aura of infinite light and hope upon his first glance. He then sat down quietly to meditate. He remained still, allowing time to flow unperturbed. In this isolated space, the concept of time ceased to exist, known only to him. Should anyone have witnessed him at that moment, they would undoubtedly have been astonished by his presence. Compared to when he first arrived, Qianlong had undergone a profound transformation in both demeanor and expression. Now, he radiated an aura of light, instilling a sense of trust in those who beheld him. Just then, his eyes suddenly opened, sparkling with divine radiance. He rose to his feet, emanating a resplendent aura. As he stood, the statue imparted a torrent of information to him. Before he could fully comprehend it, a beam of light surged into his being, causing Qianlong to vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, Hichang traversed the leaf-strewn path after parting ways with Qianlong. The path was foreboding, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, yet Hichang remained undeterred, walking with steadfast resolve. Soon, the scenery ahead transformed. The maple grove disappeared, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Sensing this overwhelming void, Hichang felt no fear, only a sense of clarity, and he too settled into meditation. In this realm, darkness reigned as the eternal theme, enveloping him in profound solitude. Yet Hichang's demeanor remained calm and composed, as if the outside world held no relevance for him. No one knew how long he had remained there. Darkness was the sole theme, accompanied by solitude and a chill. Suddenly, Hichang opened his eyes, and in an instant, his cold gaze pierced through the darkness, focusing ahead. He stood, his rational eyes fixed upon the dark statue before him. Its color matched the surrounding darkness, devoid of any light, and without his keen perception, he would have never detected its presence. At that moment, a glimmer emanated from the statue, piercing his brow, followed by a flash of violet light that enveloped Hichang's form and whisked him away from that space. On the Douluo Continent, amidst the forest where Hichang and Qianlong had once found themselves, the two appeared almost simultaneously. "Ah, you emerged," Hichang exclaimed. "What did you experience?" "I first entered a realm of pure light and encountered a divine statue, where I meditated deeply for a while before being transported out," Qianlong explained. "By the way, before I left, that statue seemed to have transmitted some information to me." "What information?" Hichang inquired eagerly. "The 9 trials of light. The first 6 trials are to be conducted by Sea God Island," Qianlong stated, pressing his fingers to his brow, enunciating each word carefully. A peculiar expression crossed Hichang's face. "What a coincidence! What do you mean?" Qianlong asked, pondering. "I also found myself in a dark realm, encountered a divine statue, and underwent deep meditation. Similarly, I received information, the 9 trials of darkness. The first 6 trials are also to be executed by Sea God Island. Thus, we have each received the legacies of the God of Light and the God of Darkness. Your lunar mark and the solar mark that should be upon my brow should corroborate this," Qianlong remarked. "This may also relate to the dragon soul bones we obtained. Furthermore, we may derive some valuable conclusions," Hichang added. "Although the God of Light and the God of Darkness are both primary deities alongside the Sea God. The first 6 trials are conducted by Sea God Island, and the space for the legacies is considerably smaller. The Sea God's influence in the Douluo Continent, and indeed throughout the entire Douluo star, is undoubtedly supreme, with the vast ocean serving as its arena for trials. Even the legacies of the Angel God from the Spirit Hall and the Rakshasa God, as well as the Azura God from the City of Slaughter, have forces that pale in comparison to the Sea God. The legacy spaces of other deities are even more meager. This likely ties back to the Sea God's ascension in Douluo star. Of course, in terms of divine legacy, as primary deities, the Sea God's legacy does not hold any particular advantage." "Indeed," Qianlong nodded. "However, my current concern lies with our cultivation." Saying this, Qianlong summoned his martial soul, immediately sensing a difference. The thunderous power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon had vanished, replaced by an essence of light. "Is this the holy light dragon martial soul?" Hichang remarked, somewhat astonished. "It seems the divine legacy has also altered your martial soul. It appears your soul power has reached level 60. Once you acquire a spirit ring, you can ascend to Soul Emperor, and perhaps even further." This transformation was anticipated. Qianlong nodded. "After obtaining the soul bone, my martial soul gradually absorbed a light essence. Even without the divine legacy, I should eventually complete the transformation of my martial soul. More importantly, have you taken note of your own changes?" At this, Hichang too summoned his martial soul. As expected, a dark power had supplanted the former thunderous energy. "I never imagined the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul could evolve into the dark holy dragon martial soul," Hichang said. "It seems my soul power has also reached level 60. Once I obtain a spirit ring, my soul power may experience a significant leap." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "Hichang, Qianlong, you both have met a dire fate." "We're not dead," Qianlong retorted, exasperated. "We're both alive and well." "Ah, resurrection," Ling Bing exclaimed dramatically. "What do you mean by resurrection?" "Such a harsh term," Hichang replied. "But how did you know we had emerged?" "This fellow has been wailing every day since he lost contact with you, claiming he would keep vigil for you," Li Hong's voice chimed in. He Chong and Chun Long exchanged glances, a touch of exasperation evident. You two have finally resurfaced. You've been out of touch for quite a while, Wang Haochen interjected. In 3 months, we will reach our agreed rendezvous. I have returned from the Sun-Moon Continent. Chun Fong and Lu Xiaoxiao have also returned to the Spirit Hall. They will likely join us only after visiting the Stardow Forest. Apologies, we entered a deep meditative state, hence our silence, Chun Long explained. But speaking of which, only 3 months remain. We are still on the Douluo Continent. However, given the circumstances, after we obtain the 6th Spirit Ring, we shall promptly return to the Douluo Continent, adhering to the original schedule for our assembly. As for the location, let us convene in Heavendo City, He Chong proposed. I may need a bit more time, so you all should gather first. I will arrive before you set off for Sea God Island, De Bao's voice chimed in. Additionally, there is still no news from Fanny Huang. Qi Xiao Min added. Then, we shall gather with the 8 of us, myself, Chun Long Lin Bo, Xiao Peng, Qi Xiao Min, Li Hong, Wang Hao Chun, and Zheng Bei, to discuss our subsequent plans. With that, He Chong concluded the call, and he and Chun Long set off toward the Spirit Beast gathering place in pursuit of the 6th Spirit Ring. Chapter 42. A reunion after 5 years. 5 years have elapsed since the elite competition of the Advanced Spirit Master Academy across the continent. On this day, numerous figures gathered on a secluded hillside near Heavendo City. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fanny Huang, you have also arrived? The speaker was He Chong, who could not help but exhibit a hint of surprise. I had just emerged from seclusion and fortuitously arrived at this moment. Fanny Huang scratched his head and replied, It is good that you made it, He Chong nodded. Now, let's share our respective encounters, as it will facilitate our discussions regarding the forthcoming plans. You should all be aware of what I have been engaged in during this time. After all, I have frequently communicated with He Chong and the others through mental resonance, Wang Haochen stated. Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Fong, and I journeyed to the Sun-Moon Continent, utilizing the secret methods devised by He Chong to acquire many arcane spirit bones. However, most of them are spirit bones for the left and right arms, and they all belong to the Titanate. The allocation of spirit bones is not urgent, for while these bones are precious, they are, for us, capable of mass production. Thus, we must select the ones most suitable for ourselves, Li Hong remarked. It is now my turn. I acquired a spirit bone from an unknown spirit beast and was hoping you could assist me in identifying it, Zheng Bei said, revealing a portion of his back where a golden yellow spirit bone faintly shimmered. Be modest. You are currently a female, Xiao Peng reminded. I am a male, Zheng Bei retorted, subsequently recounting the words his grandfather had imparted to him. This spirit bone appears to possess a 10,000-year standard, He Chong commented. But what is its ability? It seems to be a group spirit power recovery, and it can also expedite my healing of others, Zheng Bei scratched his head. With such coloration, He Chong seemed to have an epiphany, clenching his fist and striking it against his other palm. Right, it must be the golden ancient tree. Before anyone could voice their queries, He Chong continued. The golden ancient tree, also known as the tree of life, is the very source of life for the entire Douluo Continent. After 10,000 years, under the nurturing of the successive sea god pavilion masters of Shrek Academy, it has reached an energy level that, even if not at the pinnacle, is at least on par with the title Douluo level. And it might even be at the ultimate Douluo level. Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Zheng Bai exclaimed. Then, Xiao Peng spoke up. Over the years, I have occasionally traveled, returning to Shrek Academy, and recently I have been participating in soul battles at the Heavendo Great Soul Arena to refine my own cultivation. I spent part of these years training at the Blaze Academy and part in a perilous location rich in fire attributes, Qi Xiao Min stated. Aside from my time training at the Divine Wind Academy, I also spent several years in a gorge filled with hurricanes, Li Hong added. It is your turn now. Qi Xiao Min turned to Lin Bo Mi. Lin Bo pointed to himself. I have done nothing. I merely stayed in the royal palace of the Heavendo Empire to cultivate, as I am destined to become a deity. Moreover, I can say without reservation that my spirit power cultivation is currently the highest among you. The others were left speechless. He Chong chose to ignore him and spoke. Recently, Chun Long and I visited the Douluo Continent. There, I obtained 2 pieces of 10,000-year dragon-type spirit beast body spirit bones and received 2 first-level divine inheritances. My martial soul has also undergone a transformation. As he spoke, He Chong pointed to the moon mark on his forehead and the sun mark on Chun Long's head. What? You two have also been chosen? Lu Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly resonated in the minds of the group. You startle me. How did you hear our conversation? Li Feng Rapliamantali. You're unaware? All you need to do is calm yourself and listen closely, and you can hear the sounds surrounding any individual. Much like a phone call, Lu Xiaoxiao explained. That is correct. I overheard your conversation with He-Chong last time, which is why I startled you. Lin Bo nodded. You were merely howling at the time of He-Chong and the other's emergence from seclusion, which fortuitously led to this, Lu Xiaoxiao scoffed. By the way, did you just say also? Xiao Pang inquired. What a coincidence. I too obtained the inheritance of the god of space in the Misty Canyon. And my martial soul has transformed, Lu Xiaoxiao revealed. Were your first 6 trials also conducted on Sea God Island? Indeed, I believe this is not mere coincidence, but rather a result of some inevitable force. As if an unseen hand has orchestrated all of this, He-Chong gazed skyward and remarked, It is now my turn. In a misty canyon, my martial soul underwent a transformation and became an elemental lord, Chun Fong stated. Furthermore, my head spirit bone also changed after merging with the secret method spirit bone, acquiring the ability of elemental manipulation in addition to mental chaos. What? Why didn't you tell me this? Lu Xiaoxiao questioned. You never asked before, Chun Fong replied. Can a martial soul simply mutate without prior notice? Why is mine not transformed? Dabao's voice came through. By the way, Dabao, what have you been up to during this time? Qi Xiaomin asked. Me? I haven't gone anywhere. I've been fully dedicated to having children. Otherwise, without an heir, I cannot accompany you all to Sea God Island, Dabao stated. The child will soon be born, but it will take a few more months, so you might have to wait a bit longer. What? The group exclaimed in astonishment, as if they had heard something momentous. What is so remarkable about it? Don't forget, I am nearly 30 in this world, and I am still a crown prince without an heir. That is quite unreasonable, Dabao retorted. Enough. Let's not delve into his privacy. Lastly, it is your turn, Fanny Huang. After 5 years of silence, what exactly transpired? Chen Long inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Fan Huang. Chapter 43, The Fire Dragon King and the Soul Hunting Operation. Me? Fan Huang scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure myself. I entered a cave filled with dragon bones, and then fell unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself outside the extreme flame canyon. Why not release your martial soul, so we can examine it? He-Chong suggested. Upon hearing this, Fan Huang promptly unleashed his martial soul, and 6 crimson spirit rings appeared around him, causing both He-Chong and Shen Long to feel a sudden pressure from the martial soul, prompting them to take a few steps back. These are 6 10,000-year spirit rings? Xiao Pang exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, I can sense a certain suppression from the martial soul. Cold sweat trickled down He-Chong's forehead. Dragon-type martial souls are already among the most elite. If it goes beyond that, aside from the 6-winged angel, which is a divine-level martial soul, could only be the Dragon King. It seems to be a form of martial soul mutation. Chen Long remarked, however, the extent of the mutation is rather significant, transforming from Subdragon directly into the Dragon King. The rise in temperature surrounding you after you unleashed your martial soul indicates that it must be the martial soul of the Fire Dragon King. Furthermore, it appears that I have gathered all my soul bones. Fan Huang added, the soul bones of my limbs were originally obtained from the Flame Wolf, but now they seem to have transformed into Fire Dragon soul bones within that cave. The head and torso bones should also belong to the Fire Dragon, as there are no other soul beasts in that Dragon Clan-esque graveyard, leaving only the possibility of Fire Dragon soul bones. However, I can sense that the power of the torso soul bone is significantly stronger than that of the head bone. Under similar circumstances, the torso soul bone is indeed somewhat stronger than the head bone, but if it is significantly so, I can only think of one possibility. He-Chong stated, the torso soul bone of the Fire Dragon King. By the way, if that is the case, does that not imply that all 6 soul bones are Fire Dragon soul bones? He-Chong continued, are you suggesting Chen Long squinted the fusion technique of soul bones? Precisely. He-Chong nodded. Although it has been mentioned only once in the words of the Master, due to its rarity, it is an objective reality. Its power is comparable to that of a martial soul fusion technique. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, while the opportunity is great. I fear there will also be numerous challenges. Chen Long remarked, for instance, the color of the soul rings. 6 soul rings of 100,000 years are indeed too ostentatious. That can be managed. With us here, he generally need to take action. When he does, there will be no survivors. Qi Xiaomin suggested. Moreover, we can publicly claim it is a peculiarity of his martial soul. On the surface, they appear to be 100,000-year soul rings, while in reality, the soul rings are merely ordinary, their colors merely red. We can also assert that he has concealed the true proportions of his soul rings using a soul skill. No one will know the reality of his soul rings. He-Chong supplemented. Now that we are all aware of each other as circumstances, it is time to devise our next plan, Wang Haochen stated. If I recall correctly, the next challenge we face is the soul hunting operation of the Spear Hall. Li Hong remarked. That is indeed a concern, He Chong nodded. Although we are not directly affected by the soul hunting operation, should the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan be destroyed, it would be a considerable loss for us. The increase in the number of Spirit Hall S assassins targeting Tang San, I believe, is not solely due to my interference, but rather a consequence of the world's rules heightening our difficulties. Had I not invited that individual from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, Tang San might have already perished. If the Spirit Hall has similarly strengthened, the situation could become disadvantageous for us. With the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, we should have a reasonable chance of countering the Spirit Hall. However, if we alter the future, ensuring the survival of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, it may impact the plot we are familiar with. Qi Xiaoman noted. That should not be a cause for worry, Chen Long replied. This world possesses a formidable self-repair capability. Even if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan survive, it may not necessarily lead to a deviation in the future narrative. Indeed, He Chong nodded. I have considered this aspect as well. For now, we must divide our forces into 3 paths and prepare on 3 fronts to face the soul hunting operation. First, we will issue a warning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, allowing them to discreetly withdraw their elite forces. Second, we will enlist the Bao's assistance to exert pressure on the other 3 sects in the Star Luo Empire, preventing them from intervening. Third, Lin Bo will continuously relay intelligence regarding the Spirit Hall. Should circumstances change, we will be promptly informed. Why not let me apply pressure on the Elephant Armor sect as well? Ling Bing inquired. They are also one of the sects responsible for besieging the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. Is your influence in the Heaven Do Empire as significant as the Bao's in the Star Luo Empire? He Chong retorted. Apparently not. Lin Bo shook his head, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Then it is settled. Let us first send a message to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, He Chong stated. As for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I shall inform them. Qi Xiaoman interjected. I can convey the message regarding the impending attack on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School through the channels of the Blaze Academy. Even if they do not believe it, they will likely heighten their vigilance. All right, I appreciate your assistance. He Chong nodded. For the time being, we will settle near Shrek Academy and wait for Tang San to return from the Stardo Forest before we visit him. The group dispersed, each heading towards Tiando City from different directions. Lin Bo's countenance darkened as he mused. He Chong, if you could facilitate the early withdrawal of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, can I not also instigate an early attack by the Spirit Hall? Although it may be somewhat hasty, it should not significantly disrupt the overall situation. With a cold smile, Lin Bo returned to Tiando City. In the ensuing period, aside from Lin Bo, who could not roam freely due to his status as the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, the group engaged in some coordination to enhance their teamwork. The 8 of them refrained from visiting the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. After all, given their current age and such remarkable cultivation, if word got out, it would undoubtedly astonish many, particularly Fanny Huang, whose soul ring colors were excessively extraordinary. Concealing them would not be easy, and once exposed, it would inevitably attract the attention of others, especially considering the allure of 100,000-year soul bones accompanying 100,000-year soul rings. However, on one particular day, they received disheartening news. Bad news. The voice of Xiao Pang echoed in their minds. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has arrived at Shrek Academy ahead of schedule. According to him, after receiving the news from the Blaze Academy, they had already discreetly relocated some elite disciples to Tiando City, but shortly thereafter, the Spirit Hall launched their attack. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School suffered considerable losses, nearly on par with the original plot. What? Even He Chong, known for his composure, could not help but exclaim. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan is likely in a similar predicament. Chen Long's voice followed. However, I believe they were almost annihilated initially. Now that they have received a warning, it is unlikely that their situation could worsen. I also just received news that the Spirit Hall has prematurely initiated their soul hunting plan, and I was not informed in advance, Lin Bo stated. I have been exerting pressure on the 3 sects among the lower 4, excluding the Elephant Armor sect, but to no avail. Some soul masters are still covertly heading towards the Heaven Do Empire, Dabao's voice chimed in. 3 fronts collapsing? He Chong's gaze sharpened. It appears the situation has changed. We can no longer afford to wait. We must set off now and meet with them before Tang San heads to the Stardo Forest, then decide on our next steps. Chapter 44. The 7 Sages and Tang San. Upon receiving the news from Xiaopang, Chong and the others wasted no time and promptly rose to head towards Shrek Academy. As fate would have it, Ning Fengji's arrival at Shrek Academy coincided with the conclusion of a performance match involving the Shrek 7 monsters, Master, and Zhao Wuji. After learning of Xiao Peng's message, within half an hour, Chen Long, Fanny Huang, Li Hong, Qi Xiaoman, Zheng Bei, He Chong, and Wang Haochen had gathered outside Shrek Academy. It was too long before the already waiting Xiao Peng hurried out to lead them into Shrek Academy. What news? Chen Long communicated mentally. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has lost over half of its personnel, and Ning Fengji has already departed. Ning Rongrong has left with him as well. There has been no word from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. The Master and Liu Erlong are en route to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have already returned to the Star Luo Empire. Tang Sect has not left yet, but he is expected to set out for the Star Do Forest tomorrow. Little Fatty recounted the events that were about to unfold. Let's first pay a visit to Tang Sect and discuss the current situation with him, He Chong suggested. Be mindful of your words. Try not to divulge unnecessary information about the future. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at Tang Sect's residence. Little Fatty stepped forward and knocked on the door, which was answered with a voice inviting them in. He opened the door, and the 8 of them entered the room. Tang Sect stood there, his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. He looked up slightly startled upon seeing them and remarked, "What brings you all here? It has been a long time, Tang Sect. I trust you are well," He Chong said as he moved to the front of the group. "Do you recognize me?" Tang Sect inquired. "Of course," Li Hong replied. "We have heard about the changes in your appearance, and we have come specifically to find you." Tang Sect's brow furrowed slightly. "What is your purpose?" he asked. "On the night of the full moon by the 24 bridges, where might the Jade Maiden teach the flute?" He Chong responded slowly. "The 24 bridges remain, the waves undulate. The cold moon silent," Chen Long added with a smile. Tang Sect's expression shifted abruptly. "You are, just as you suspect," He Chong nodded with a smile. "We have long admired the esteemed name of the Tang Sect in Bashu." Observing the changing emotions on Tang Sect's face, He Chong's own gaze grew serious. "We have come to propose an alliance." En alliance. Tang Sect did not elaborate further, though his eyes conveyed a clear sense of skepticism. "You need not be so guarded." He Chong reassured him. "We hail from the same world. The distinction lies in your origin from the Tang Sect, endowed with its profound techniques. While we originate from a sect rooted in the great prophecy art, you may refer to us as the 7 sages, though we were originally known as the 10 sages, with 3 of our number currently absent. The great prophecy art? Tang Sect questioned once more. Indeed, He Chong affirmed, in essence. It allows one to know the past and foresee the future. It transcends the universe and comprehends the 4 corners. Given your abilities, why then seek an alliance with me? What do you wish to accomplish together? Tang Sect pressed with 2 questions in succession. Though the great prophecy art is indeed formidable, it has its limitations, He Chong replied, shaking his head. While we can foresee others' futures, we cannot predict what will transpire after our interference. With our involvement, everything becomes uncertain. This is the reason we wish to join forces with you. With your assistance and that of the other Shrek 7 monsters, I believe our goals will be more easily attained. As for the purpose of our alliance, Chen Long interjected in the short term. It is to overthrow Bibi Dong's rule over the Spirit Hall and support another to rise in her stead. In the long term, we have but one goal, to achieve godhood at the 100th level. Achieve godhood at the 100th level? Tang Sect was astonished at the mention of overthrowing Bibi Dong, but even more so at the prospect of attaining godhood. Indeed, He Chong nodded. In this world, deities do exist, and our aspiration is to attain that infinite eternity, akin to the 10,000-year soul beasts that choose to transform. I have previously mentioned that we have an informant within the Spirit Hall, Li Hong stated. Now, I can reveal that this informant is actually one of our companions, including Xie Yu and Yan. You wish for them to become the new masters of the Spirit Hall? Tang Sect inquired with a furrowed brow. Certainly not. Qi Xiaoman shook his head. We cannot disclose the specifics at this moment. Our visit is merely to extend a gesture of goodwill. As for your decision to ally with us, we shall await your response. He Chong smiled gently, adding, I offer you a word of caution. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo have already led a team to the Stardo Forest. In the face of 2 titled Douluos with martial soul fusion abilities, even the 2 kings of the forest will be powerless. If you wish to avoid sorrow, prepare yourself well. As He Chong spoke, he signaled the others, and except for little Fatty, the rest swiftly exited the room, leaving Shrek Academy without a backward glance. Do you think we could trust them? Tang Sect pondered aloud after a moment of silence. In the past 5 years, I have had considerable dealings with them. Little Fatty reflected. At least in terms of character, they seem decent and worthy of deepening our relationship. I understand, Tang Sect nodded. You may leave now. I need some time to think. Little Fatty refrained from asking further questions and exited the room. The great prophecy art? The seven sages? Tang Sect mused to himself, his thoughts lingering as he raised his head with newfound resolve, wisdom, and depth in his gaze. Chapter 45, Stardew Forest, Xiaoxiao, and Tang Sect. The following morning, Tang Sect departed from Heavendoe City, hastening towards the Stardew Forest. However, not long after his departure, Xiaoxiao's voice echoed in the minds of Li Hong and the others in Heavendoe City. What? Bibi Dong has personally come to the Stardew Forest? He Chang's expression shifted between uncertainty and alarm. Indeed, Bibi Dong is standing right before us, Xiaoxiao confirmed. I won't elaborate further to avoid revealing any weaknesses. The group fell silent for a moment before Fan Yuhuang initiated a mental transmission, with Zhu Duo and Gei Thaw capable of utilizing martial soul fusion techniques to restrain the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. And now, with Bibi Dong's presence, is Tang Sect not doomed? Moreover, should she succeed in killing Tang Sect, Xiao Wu's soul rings and soul bones will revert to Bibi Dong, coupled with the two forest kings restrained by Zhu Duo and Gui Duo. If Bibi Dong is free to act, it would result in 300,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul bones, Chun Long stated gravely. If that occurs, our future will undoubtedly become more arduous. Most importantly, the entire future may be rewritten, rendering our intelligence obsolete. Is there any way to counter this? Wang Haochen asked. Time is of the essence, He Chang replied solemnly. We must split up. Wang Haochen, you and I, along with Zheng Bei and Chun Long, will seek out the poisoned Bo Lin Bo, Fan Yuhuang, Little Fatty Li Hong, and Qi Xiaoman will go to invite the sect leader Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo Guro. We must expedite their arrival at the Stardew Forest to confront Bibi Dong. As for the Sword de Law, he is currently injured and should not be forced in a battle. Understood, Lin Bo responded outwardly, though internally he could not help but curse. These fellows won't ruin my plans, will they? Lin Bo scoffed quietly, making his way toward Ning Fengji's residence, irritated at the prospect of being accompanied by others to invite Ning Fengji. With them supervising, unless we completely fall out, there is no way to stop this. After all, I managed to lure Bibi Dong into action using the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. And this is the outcome? Very well. Even if they manage to gather the others, whether Tang Sect survives remains uncertain. In the Stardew Forest, Tang Sect was nearing the location of the Spirit Hall when he fortuitously encountered Hulaina, with Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong standing behind her. The two remained motionless, observing as Tang Sect was ensnared in a ploy, ultimately being kept by Hulaina and residing in the same tent as Xiaoxiao and Chen Fong. In the deep of night, Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped his cultivation and stood up. Almost simultaneously, Chun Fong rose as well. Tang Sect sensed something amiss, halting his own practice to stand as well, asking, what are you planning? Tang Sect, it has been a long time. Xiaoxiao smiled at Tang Sect and remarked, I believe you have mistaken the identity of the individual before you. Tang Sect furrowed his brow and replied, my name is Tang Yin. There is no need for pretense. We are not adversaries. Xiaoxiao waved his hand. In a certain sense, we may still have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Before you arrived at the Stardew Forest, Yu Shenlong and Yu Xiangxin must have already met with you. Chun Fong interjected. Unfortunately, there was a lapse in the intelligence. Bibi Dong personally came to investigate. Are you also reincarnated beings? Tang Sect chose not to continue the charade and simply nodded. His earlier actions had merely been a test, as he harbored some distrust towards He Chang and the others. After all, their claims bordered on the fantastical, despite his own complicated past. Indeed, Xiaoxiao affirmed, while I have gleaned some information from them, many matters still require direct discussion. Presently, Zhu Thaw, Gui Duo, and even Bibi Dong have personally descended upon the Stardew Forest. Moreover, Zhu Duo and Gui Duo can utilize their martial soul fusion techniques. The two forest kings at the core of the Stardew Forest are hardly their match. Chun Fong stated. Who are the forest kings? Tang Sect inquired hastily. The Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. They are both super soul beasts of 100,000 years, Chun Fong replied gravely. Based solely on their strength, they can at most restrain Zhu Duo and Gui Duo, if not be restrained themselves. After all, a titled Duel-level martial soul fusion technique is not to be taken lightly. And with Bibi Dong free to act, her power as a level 99 ultimate Douluo is beyond our capacity to contend with. What do you plan to do? I do not know, Tang Sect shook his head, hoping they would not find Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he had no confidence at all. That is nearly impossible, Xiaoxiao sighed. Compared to Xiao Wu, our greater concern now is you. Should Xiao Wu find herself in peril, you would undoubtedly intervene, am I correct? Tang Sect nodded in agreement. In that case, your identity will be exposed, Liu Xiaoxiao continued. The outcome of such a revelation can only lead to one conclusion, and I cannot fathom a second outcome before BB Dong. Tang Sect remained silent, offering no rebuttal. I have news for you, Chun Fong suddenly announced. Sect Master Ning and Bon Douluo, Poison Douluo have departed from Tiando City. They are coming to provide you with support. However, with their strength, they will at best be equal to BB Dong. Liu Xiaoxiao fixed his gaze on Tang Sect. As for the remaining Soul Masters, that will depend on you. While we can afford to hold back, we cannot betray our position as undercover operatives. There is one more thing, Liu Xiaoxiao added. The Stardow Forest is vast. Even if Sect Master Ning and the others arrive, they won't find us immediately. Before reinforcements arrive, lead them in circles as much as possible, avoiding the area where Xiao Wu is located. And remember, do not use your spiritual power to probe the surroundings. Once reinforcements arrive, we will regroup with Xiao Wu and capture all those from the Spirit Hall. I understand, Tang Sect replied. I am grateful to both of you. Chapter 46, An Unchangeable Fate. The following day, the group from the Spirit Hall ventured deeper into the forest once again. Over the course of several hours, Liu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong subtly guided the group off course. In the vast expanse of the Stardow Forest, even a slight deviation in trajectory would ensure they remained a considerable distance from Xiao Wu's location. Suddenly, Chun Fong noticed an exceedingly small and peculiar mark on a tree. Had it not been for his head spirit bone, he might not have discerned it at all. A common observer would likely mistake it for a natural pattern of growth on the tree. Only they recognized it as the emblem representing Shrek Academy, a signal imparted by He Chong before the departure of Dugobo and the others. They have arrived, Chun Fong thought to himself upon spotting the mark. According to their prior arrangement, they would lead the group towards Xiao Wu's location, leveraging the powers of the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape to ensnare them all. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Liu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Before long, BB Dong ordered the entire group to rest. Liu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong were now very close to Tang Sect. Liu Xiaoxiao subtly moved his lips, and Tang Sect discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Tang Sect unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. Hulaina hurriedly infused her soul power into Tang Sect, while BB Dong, Zhu Douluo, and Gue Luo swiftly approached him. BB Dong gazed at Tang Sect without uttering a word, and neither Zhu Douluo nor Gue Luo dared to speak freely. After a brief moment, Tang Sect regained his composure and sat upright. Tang Yi, what transpired? Hulaina quickly inquired. Tang Sect recounted. I initially intended to survey the surroundings for any suitable soul beasts, but unexpectedly encountered an entity of extraordinary strength. It was capable of detecting my spiritual power and launched a psychic assault against me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have lost my life. An extraordinarily powerful entity? How strong? Where is it? Douluo Continent. It must be a tidal Douluo. My spiritual power is commendable among soul masters of my level. To inflict damage from a distance, it must be a tidal Douluo. Tang Sect indicated a direction. Better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. Move, BB Dong commanded, leading the charge towards the direction Tang Sect indicated, with Liu Xiaoxiao escorting Tang Sect and following the group from the Spirit Hall. Navigating through a thicket of trees, the group from the Spirit Hall arrived at a crystal-clear lake. The Titan Giant Ape stood beside the lake, with Xiao Wu seated atop its back. Excellent. The intelligence was indeed accurate. The Titan Giant Ape is here, Bibidong's boisterous laughter echoed, eliciting a shared look of concern from Liu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong. What is happening? How does BB Dong know the Titan Giant Ape is here? Liu Xiaoxiao mentally communicated. Perhaps the timeline has diverged, Chun Fong speculated. With the Spirit Hall's numerous personnel, it would not be surprising for someone to have encountered the Titan Giant Ape within the Stardow Forest. At that moment, the immense body of the Sky Blue Bull Python emerged from the lake, its expression frigid. Yuguan, Gue Mei, Level 2 Stasis Field, BB Dong bellowed. Zhu Douluo and Gue Luo immediately rose to enact their martial soul fusion technique, creating the Level 2 Stasis Field. Under the control of this technique, the two Super Soul Beasts were instantly immobilized. Just as BB Dong was about to strike, a faint chuckle resonated from afar. Your Holiness the Pope. I never imagined we would meet here. Turning to face the sound, BB Dong saw Ning Fengji, Poison Douluo Bo, and Bon Douluo Gurong approaching, causing her expression to darken. Do you truly believe that, with your strength, you can thwart me? BB Dong retorted coldly. Of course not, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. But at least we can delay you until the two Forest Kings break through the confines of that martial soul fusion technique. By that time, it is likely that you will be the one permanently trapped here, Your Holiness the Pope. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong comprehended their intentions and commanded the group from the Spirit Hall. Attack. Capture that rabbit and retreat swiftly. As she spoke, the 9 soul rings on her body illuminated, blocking the path of Ning Fengji and the others. At the very moment Bibi Dong spoke, Tang Sect sprang into action, his fingers deftly tapping. Lu Xiaoxiao feigned collapse then. Utilizing the mother-child soul-devouring dagger and the 8 spider lances, he swiftly dispatched 7 soul saints from the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, he soared into the air with the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, ensnaring Xiao Wu with the blue-silver vines, and immediately fled into the distance. After them, Chen Fong commanded sharply, and the remaining 13 soul saints hastened in pursuit, while Chen Fong himself remained behind, not joining the chase. Both Lu Xiaoxiao and Chen Fong sighed inwardly, aware that Tang Sect's fate was likely sealed. Tragedy would inevitably unfold along its predetermined path. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong intended to pursue Tang Sect. However, the poisoned Awe and Bone Duel unleashed a ferocious offensive, hindering her escape. Before long, Lu Xiaoxiao, who had pretended to be downed, stood up, joining Chen Fong and Hu Liena to press forward. When they arrived, they beheld a crimson light radiating from Xiao Wu, prompting a collective sigh. As the red glow spread near the small lake, the chrysanthemum Duo and ghost Duo spat out blood. The 2-level stasis domain was finally breached, and the 2 Forest Kings, their eyes tinged with crimson, charged toward the source of the light. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She let out a cold snort and departed with the barely conscious chrysanthemum Duo and ghost Duo. Dukupo, Ning Feng Ti. And Gu Rong silently observed the direction of the crimson light, their silence speaking volumes. With their insight, they naturally surmised what it was, a sacrifice. And a sacrifice of 100,000-year soul beast at that. Lu Xiaoxiao, Chen Fong, and the others stealthily retreated alongside the remaining members of the Spirit Hall. Remaining there served no further purpose. What is it? Yichang's voice echoed in Lu Xiaoxiao's mind. One good piece of news and one bad piece, Lu Xiaoxiao responded. I understand, Yichang sighed deeply. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, Chen Long lamented. But what exactly is happening? Please clarify, Li Hong urged. Tang Sect is alive, but Xiao Wu is dead, Chen Fong stated bluntly. Is fate truly unchangeable? Xiao Pang sighed heavily. Perhaps it is not that it cannot be altered, but rather that we are powerless to do so, Fan Yihuang remarked. If only our strength were sufficient, we could have entirely prevented this tragedy. In any case, allowing everything to proceed according to the original narrative is not entirely unfavorable, Qi Xiaoman suggested. At the very least, as long as the process is correct, the outcome may still be flawless. This trial will only fortify their love. When Tang Sect returns to Shrek Academy, it will be time for us to propose joining the Tang Sect, Yichang declared. With the Tang Sect's unparalleled skills at our disposal, we will enhance our chances of attaining divinity and augment our ability to alter the future, to prevent tragedies from befalling us. To ensure we are not powerless when a critical moment arrives, we must rapidly grow stronger, Chen Long asserted solemnly. After concluding the call, Lin Bo paced back and forth in his chamber, muttering to himself, indeed, he has narrowly escaped yet again. If this continues, will I truly meet a tragic end like in the original narrative? No, that cannot happen. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Lin Bo's eyes. When the Tian Shaochang Palace transforms, I must eliminate him. I will survive. I am the true victor, the genuine antagonist. Chapter 47. 5 years, the unbridged gap. Following the conclusion of the Stardow Forest incident, Chen Long and his companions did not proceed directly to Shrek Academy, but instead continued to hone their collaboration. Their current strength was formidable. However, only through proper coordination could they unleash their full potential. Through messages from Xiao Pang, the group discreetly monitored the passage of time. It was not until Tang Sect returned from the Broken Clan that they mobilized the Elemental Academy students to create a commotion at Shrek Academy. On the playground of Shrek Academy, Yichang, Chen Long, Fanny Huang, Li Hong, Qi Xiaoman, Wang Haochen, and Zheng Bei, alongside over 30 members from the Elemental Academy, engaged in sparring with the students of Shrek Academy. Among them were Xue Binger and Xue Yuer from the Tianxue Academy. At that moment, Tang Sect, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Pang approached, with Xiao Pang laughing heartily. You all have arrived. Tang Sect, Xiao Wu Ma Hong Jun, it's great to see you, Li Hong smiled. What brings you here? Tang Sect inquired. The Elemental Academy has been invited by the imperial family of the Tiando Empire to relocate to Tiando City. We are here to greet you, Qianlong explained. Just then, Oscar and Ning Rongrong joined them, and upon seeing Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong rushed to embrace her. Without paying much mind to the hushed exchanges among Tang San and the others, He Chong stepped forward, stating, "We have another objective for our visit. We hope to hold a competition with you, to engage in mutual sparring." "A competition? How shall we compete?" Oscar queried. "One-on-one." Fanny Huang stepped forward and said, "I wish to face Tang San in a duel. However, due to special circumstances, I request that no onlookers be present." Tang San hesitated briefly but nodded. Both parties immediately began to disperse their students, leading them away from the playground of Shrek Academy. Qianlong glanced at Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, his brow furrowed slightly. "Do we need to leave as well?" Shui Binger asked, noticing the scene before her. Since they represented the Tianshui Academy, Qianlong and the others felt it inappropriate to send them away. However, Fanny Huang's soul ring was a significant secret that should not be casually revealed. It is likely that the students outside will need someone to manage them. Otherwise, if a scuffle breaks out, it could become problematic, Qianlong explained. "Rest assured, we will do our utmost to secure more benefits for the Elemental Academy." Understood, Shui Binger pondered briefly before nodding, leading Shui Yuer toward the playground's exit. On the Shrek Academy side, several teachers emerged from the playground to prevent any potential conflicts among the students. "Let us commence," Fanny Huang declared. Tang San nodded in response, and the surrounding crowd quickly retreated. 66-level Battle Soul Emperor, please, Tang San announced, releasing 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 red soul ring. He Chong and the others displayed no signs of surprise. At that moment, Fanny Huang's aura surged dramatically, 6 crimson soul rings encircling him as he intoned. 69th level Battle Soul Emperor, please. As the 6 vibrant crimson soul rings illuminated and the declaration resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. "Please keep this confidential," Qianlong requested. Aside from the 7 of them, only the Shrek's 7 monsters remained, which assured them of their discretion. Tang San was the first to act, instinctively sensing that his opponent ahead would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Countless blue-silver emperors erupted from Tang San, surging directly toward Fan Yihuan, while simultaneously unleashing the Killing God Domain's evolution skill, the Killing God Charge, as a chilling aura transformed into a blinding white light directed at Fan Yihuan. Unfazed, Fan Yihuan's expression remained unchanged. His eyes glowed red, emitting a crimson light that repelled the white beam. This was undoubtedly the skill attached to his Fire Dragon Soul Bone, Mental Shock. Concurrently, Fanny Huang's first soul ring glimmered, releasing flame scale armor. The blue-silver emperors that entwined around Fan Yihuang offered him no hindrance. Instead, Tang San's complexion paled slightly as he swiftly retracted the blue-silver. Ever since his martial soul evolved into the Fire Dragon King, Fanny Huang's soul skills had likewise received enhancements. Although the first 6 soul rings, now evolved into 100,000-year rings, still retained only 1 soul skill, they had all gained additional capabilities. For instance, Fanny Huang's first soul skill, Flame Scale Armor, not only possesses the defensive capabilities previously demonstrated, but also incorporates a certain degree of rebound ability. At the same time, Tang San's 5th soul ring illuminated, and a spear, extending 3 meters in length, materialized in his right hand. Indeed, it was the blue-silver Overlord Spear. To wield the blue-silver Overlord Spear directly suggests a desire for a head-on confrontation, Fan Yihuang mused, yet he did not retreat. His 3rd soul ring glowed, and the dragon transformation was unleashed. This transformation emerged as a result of the evolution of his martial soul, leading to a mutation of his soul skills that significantly enhanced all his attributes. Concurrently, his 2nd soul ring lit up, enveloping him in flames as he charged towards Tang San in a direct line. The 2nd soul skill of the Fire Dragon King, Flame Assault, was to be unleashed. This Flame Assault, similarly born from the mutation of his martial soul after its evolution, was even more thoroughly transformed, focusing primarily on offensive power. As Fan Yihuang approached Tang San, the latter made a peculiar gesture with his left hand, causing Fan Yihuang's forward momentum to veer slightly. Subsequently, the blue-silver Overlord Spear in Tang San's right hand pierced Fan Yihuang's chest, sending him staggering back several dozen meters. However, Fan Yihuang's flame scale armor remained intact, resulting in Tang San also stumbling backward a few steps, evidently affected by considerable recoil. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon has its merits, Fan Yihuang murmured to himself as he moved once again. His 4th soul ring glowed, and immediately, hundreds of flaming meteors appeared above, cascading down densely while he initiated his second soul skill, Flame Assault, charging towards Tang Sen once more. Upon seeing the flaming meteors, Tang San's gaze sharpened slightly. Although fire attributes held no significant power over him, the impact of the flaming meteors still posed a threat. Furthermore, the sheer expanse and density of the meteors made evasion exceedingly difficult. In a critical moment, his extraordinary reflexes came into play. Tang San swiftly retracted the blue silver grass while a black hammer materialized in his hand. Indeed, it was the Haotian hammer. Tang San hurled the Haotian hammer into the sky, simultaneously activating the flight capability granted by the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, thereby evading Fan Yihuang's assault. Upon colliding with a flaming meteor, the Haotian hammer caused the meteor's descent to slow considerably, redirecting it towards another flaming meteor. With Tang San's precise calculations, these flaming meteors were deflected like a chain of dominoes, creating a significant gap in their trajectory, within which Tang San remained, his expression composed. Chapter 48. The Rampaging Fan Yihuang. As those around marveled at the duel between Tang San and Fan Yihuang, a transformation occurred within Fan Yihuang. Following the 6 crimson soul rings, another identical scarlet soul ring silently emerged. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Fan Yihuang let out a triumphant roar. And then his 7th soul ring shimmered, transforming him into a colossal red dragon, charging once more at Tang San. As Li Hong, Qi Xiaoman, and others expressed their astonishment at Fan Yihuang's breakthrough, Chun Long and He Chong exchanged glances, sensing an ominous shift in Fan Yihuang's fiery gaze. Could it be? He Chong silently lamented as he scrutinized Fan Yihuang's current form. With Fan Yihuang barreling towards him, Tang San dared not delay, reverting to the blue-silver emperor martial soul, casting a web to impede Fan Yihuang's advance, while retreating under the influence of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. As the web approached Fan Yihuang, he effortlessly tore it apart, the entire process fluid and devoid of hesitation. Witnessing this, Tang San immediately ascended into the air, aided by the flight capability of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. Fan Yihuang howled to the heavens, his 6th soul ring glowing as a pair of wings, extending several yards, unfurled behind him, swiftly lifting him into the sky. The 6th soul skill of the Fire Dragon King, Dragon Wings of Radiance. With a thunderous roar, Fan Yihuang's 5th soul ring ignited, and instantly, 100 illusory fire dragons manifested around him, soaring toward Tang San and the remaining individuals on the field. The 5th soul skill of the Fire Dragon King, Illusionary Fire Dragon. This is bad. He has lost control. We must stop him. He Chong reacted immediately, releasing his martial soul while his 2nd soul ring shone, conjuring a multitude of luminous spheres that surged forth to intercept the incoming fire dragons. The 2nd soul skill of the Radiant Holy Dragon, Radiant Cataclysm. Others quickly followed suit, unleashing their martial souls in response. Chunlong's 6 soul rings glimmered as he activated his 2nd soul skill, Dark Cataclysm, to block the fire dragons. Qi Xiaoman leapt into the air, 6 soul rings appearing, with his 5th soul ring glowing rapidly as he unleashed flaming meteors. Waves of flaming meteors erupted from Qi Xiaoman, matching the quantity of Fan Yihuang's, though each was slightly smaller in size. Simultaneously, Li Hong invoked his 1st soul skill, Wind Blade Array, to counter the assault. Xiao Pang also unleashed his 5th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower, to fend off the advancing attack. Meanwhile, in the sky, fire dragons surged towards Tang San. However, he did not evade, instead wrapping himself in the blue-silver emperor. Undoubtedly, Tang San intended to rely on the fire immunity of the blue-silver emperor to withstand the onslaught. While the illusionary fire dragons possessed formidable explosive power, they would only inflict a minor impact upon him. Given his physical prowess, he was confident in enduring it. As expected, the illusionary fire dragons detonated against the blue-silver emperor, propelling Tang San downward, yet causing no substantial harm. At that moment, the collective strength of those below successfully thwarted the other illusionary fire dragons. What shall we do? Zheng Bei inquired. This fellow appears to have lost his sanity. There aren't too many options left. Capturing him seems unlikely. We can only find a way to exhaust his soul power, He Chong replied. From the looks of it, it seems the Fire Dragon King's power is excessively domineering, and coupled with his recent breakthrough amid battle, his unstable mental state has affected his condition. If we can deplete his soul power to the point of unconsciousness, he should return to normal upon awakening. As they spoke, Fan Yihuang let out another roar, and an armor-like entity enveloped him. Li Hong's expression shifted. Soul bone fusion skill? Qi Xiaoman speculated uncertainly. Indeed, he has fused 6 soul bones, all belonging to the fire dragon lineage. The emergence of a soul bone fusion skill is not beyond possibility, Qianlong murmured, but this complicates matters considerably. As they conversed, Fan Yihuang had already begun his descent, a red light emanating from his body and swiftly expanding. That is the fire dragon domain, Yichang declared gravely. Indeed, there is no mistaking it. That is the power of a domain, Wang Haochen affirmed. As they spoke, each sprang into action. Qianlong's 6th soul ring illuminated, and a pure white radiance emanated from his hand, instantly disintegrating the fire dragon domain upon entry. The 6th soul skill of the radiant holy dragon, world-cleaving divine light. This was a formidable soul skill specifically designed to dismantle domains, and even Fan Yihuang's fire dragon domain, unleashed in his martial soul's true form and the fusion of soul bones, could only crumble in the face of the world-cleaving divine light. Simultaneously, the 9-treasure glazed tile of Ning Rongrong emitted a spectrum of colors, amplifying the abilities of each individual, while Oscar swiftly concocted a series of excitement pink sausages, tossing them into the hands of his comrades. The 3rd soul ring on Qi Xiaomin's body gleamed brightly, repelling Fan Yihuang and forcing him to retreat momentarily. However, after a brief pause, Fan Yihuang charged forward once more. Xiao Pang's first 3 soul rings illuminated simultaneously as he soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Fan Yihuang. Meanwhile, Li Hong soared above, and his 5th soul ring activated, releasing a vast expanse of azure light that transformed into countless razor-sharp wind blades, coalescing into a dazzling tornado aimed at Fan Yihuang. With an icy demeanor, Fan Yihuang displayed no intention of defense and continued his advance towards Tang Sect. The assaults from Xiao Pang and Li Hong struck Fan Yihuang, but failed to inflict any damage. Instead, they were met with a significant recoil from his fiery scale armor, causing them considerable harm. At that moment, Fan Yihuang unleashed his 1st soul skill, Flame Scale Armor, his 3rd soul skill, Dragon's Radiance Transformation, and his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, augmented by a soul bone fusion technique. With the prowess of a soul king and a nascent soul emperor, it was indeed futile for them to inflict any injury upon him. Just then, Yichang's 5th and 6th soul rings flared to life, his gaze turning frigid as he extended a hand towards Fan Yihuang, seemingly intent on a direct confrontation. The two swiftly closed the distance. In that instant, streaks of blue-silver emperor shot forth from Fan Yihuang, ensnaring him. This was the 2nd soul skill of blue-silver emperor, Parasite. Prior to this skirmish, Tang Sect had covertly employed the Parasite skill on Fan Yihuang, which, despite being merely his 2nd soul skill, had consistently yielded unexpected results at critical moments. Although Fan Yihuang managed to tear through the surrounding blue-silver emperor almost instantaneously, it was precisely at that moment that He Chang's palm made contact with a vital point on Fan Yihuang's body, emanating a powerful suction that siphoned away Fan Yihuang's soul power. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of Fan Yihuang's soul power was drawn out, causing his massive fire dragon form to revert to human shape, collapsing unconscious. He Chang quickly ceased the suction and supported Fan Yihuang upright. Upon confirming that Fan Yihuang was largely unharmed, He Chang exhaled in relief. To thoroughly subdue Fan Yihuang, he had, under the influence of his 5th soul skill, Heart of Darkness, calmly identified Fan Yihuang's vulnerabilities and subsequently utilized his 6th soul skill, Dark Demon Dragon God Palm, to extract the remaining soul power within him, achieving success. Though seemingly straightforward, the endeavor was fraught with peril. Had it not been for Tang Sect's timely restraint on Fan Yihuang, He Chang would likely have been gravely injured by Fan Yihuang's retaliatory strike, as the unconscious Fan Yihuang would show no mercy in his attacks. Zheng Bei had already arrived to administer healing to Fan Yihuang, while Oscar continually prepared restorative sausages to feed him. Before long, Fan Yihuang regained consciousness. "Are you all right?" Li Feng Kidat. "I'm fine. What happened?" Fan Yihuang scratched his head, questioning. "You just broke through to the Soul Sage realm, but suddenly lost control. I believe it was due to a backlash from your martial soul," He Chang explained. "Let's head back and discuss this further," Qianlong suggested, turning to Tang Sect. "I hope you can keep today's event confidential. As for the main matters, we shall have to wait until tomorrow to discuss them." After bidding farewell to the members of Shrek Academy, the group assisted the still somewhat weakened Fan Yihuang in departing from Shrek Academy. Chapter 49. Negotiation and joining Tang Sect. The following morning, Li Hong, Fan Yihuang, and their group of 7 arrived at Shrek Academy. The students of the 4 Elements Academy had been temporarily escorted back by Shui Binger and Shui Yuer after the events of the previous day, leaving only the 7 of them present. Although He Chong, Zheng Bei, and Wang Haochen were not members of the Four Elements Academy, they were not solely representing it today. More importantly, they were here as the seven sages to negotiate with Tang San and his companions. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Xiao Pang had been waiting for quite some time and promptly led them to a wooden cabin. They entered a spacious room where Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar had long been awaiting their arrival. "Third brother, I brought them," Xiao Pang announced. Once inside the cabin, everyone took their seats, and He Chong began. "We have come to discuss two main matters. First, regarding the Four Elements Academy. The Academy intends to merge with Shrek Academy, which is why we were here yesterday." Li Hong paused before continuing. "As for the specifics, we should wait until Dean Flander returns to deliberate further. For now, let us set this matter aside. The second matter concerns our desire to join the Tang Sect," He Chong stated. "If I am not mistaken, you intend to establish 5 halls within the Tang Sect." Tang Sin nodded slightly. Although he had never mentioned this to anyone, it was not surprising that He Chong and the others, having previously claimed knowledge of the Great Prophecy Art, were aware of such plans. "You wish to join the Tang Sect? What is your purpose?" Oscar inquired. "Of course, we have a purpose," Qianlong replied. "Let us speak plainly. We wish to learn the Tang Sect's ultimate techniques, the 6 mystical principles of the Xiantian treasure record. We have long coveted them." He added, "Naturally, we do not seek to acquire the Xiantian treasure record without compensation. In exchange, we are willing to join the Tang Sect and offer our assistance." Indeed, they had come for the Xiantian treasure record, Tang San mused, though he maintained an impassive facade as he replied, "Brother you should be well aware that the ultimate techniques of the Tang Sect are closely guarded secrets. Even if you are willing to join the Tang Sect, it is unlikely we would impart all of our ultimate techniques to you at once. The extent of what is taught will depend on your contributions to the Tang Sect." Tang San understood that the individuals before him sought to join the Tang Sect primarily for the sake of the Xiantian treasure record. If he were to divulge the entire record, even if they announced their intention to withdraw from the Tang Sect on the spot, he would be powerless to stop them. "Tang San, you still do not trust us," He Chong remarked. "That is understandable. I would make the same decision in your position. Our collaboration will be a long-term endeavor. Regardless of whether you intend to pass down the Xiantian treasure record now, we are willing to join the Tang Sect and pledge our loyalty for a millennium without defection." He Chong did not make a definitive statement, as promising not to defect for a millennium might lead others to interpret it as a commitment to eternal loyalty. After all, a millennium is an exceedingly lengthy time, especially for the vast majority of people. However, for them, the situation was different. After a millennium, they would likely participate in the next round of the game. By that time, having mastered the 6 mystical principles of the Xiantian treasure record, their allegiance to the waning Tang Sect would not be obligatory. They could choose to align with the Body Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Sect, or even the Holy Spirit cult. "Very well," Tang Sin nodded. "From today onward, you shall be considered formal disciples of the Tang Sect. Once the specific divisions of the Tang Sect's 5 halls are established, you will join the Martial Hall, led by Ma Hongjun." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pang cast a disdainful smile at them, which was promptly ignored by Qi Xiaomin and the others. "If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave," He Chong concluded, and the 7 of them turned to depart. In an inconspicuous alley of Tiando City, they regrouped. "Though we were unable to secure the direct transmission of the 6 mystical principles of the Xiantian treasure record from Tang San, this was within our expectations," He Chong remarked. "At the very least, we have now joined the Tang Sect. Subsequently, we can leverage this to accompany them to Sea God Island. Additionally, Li Fun, I will need you to engage in a thorough discussion with Flander regarding the situation of the Four Elements Academy in a few days." Li Hong nodded in agreement. The fate of the Four Elements Academy and its potential absorption by Shrek Academy was of little concern to them. Instead, it is of greater significance to forge closer ties with Shrek Academy. At present, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has suffered a loss of over half its strength, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is left with barely a fraction of its former might. Although we have provided our warnings, the most formidable survivor is merely a soul duel, with only a handful of soul saints remaining. Qianlong remarked that facing the Spirit Hall in the future may still pose considerable challenges. After all, what we are experiencing seems to be a more arduous version of a narrative. Rest assured, is not the Spirit Hall under my purview? Lin Bo's voice resonated within their hearts. Once I ascend to divinity, the Spirit Hall will be entirely within my grasp. Even Bibi Dong. As long as she does not achieve godhood before me, I am confident I can suppress her. When the changes in the Heaven Do Palace occur, you must exercise restraint. Perform normally, and do not truly harm Tang San, Wang Haochen cautioned. "Fear not, I possess the measure," Lin Bo replied. "The Spirit Hall has assigned me only those 2 titled Douluos from before. Once the transformation of the Heaven Do Palace concludes, we shall be ready to rendezvous with Tang San and the others. Hichong added, at that point, we can spar with Tang San and his group, familiarizing ourselves with each other's soul skills. This way, even if we encounter unforeseen circumstances on our way to Sea God Island, we will be equipped to handle them. After a brief discussion, they parted ways. Within the royal palace of the Heaven Do Empire, Lin Bo sat with a cold smile, contemplating the notion of performing normally. What difference would it make? With my current strength, can I truly be unable to eliminate Tang San? This time, the changes in the Heaven Do Palace bring more than just 2 titled Douluos. He then took his seat upon his bed, his expression icy. It is a pity that Bibi Dong is so resolute, insisting on striking now. Even my life-threatening urgings have failed to sway her, and she has merely sent reinforcements. Oof. Once I deal with Tang San, you shall be my next target. The Spirit Hall will become my Spirit Hall. The Spirit Empire will dominate the entire Douluo Continent, and I shall be the sole sovereign of this world. Imagining himself standing triumphantly over Tang San, Lin Bo could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 50, The Initial Battle, Lin Bo versus Tang San, Part 1. The fleeting passage of more than 2 months saw Lin Bo standing guard outside the imperial chamber of the Snow Knight Emperor, accompanied by 4 titled Douluos. Indeed, for titled Douluos, in addition to Serpent Spear Douluo and Spike Porcupine Douluo, there were also Ghost Leopard Douluo with a Black Pattern Ghost Leopard Martial Soul and Demon Bear Douluo with a Blood Demon Bear Martial Soul. Inlin Bost Estimation. As long as the news of their increased title Douluos remained undisclosed, Hichong and the others would not take any further action. Just as in the Stardow Forest. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's sudden appearance, they would not have sought the assistance of Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, and Poison Douluo, but would have let things unfold naturally. He understood the character of Hichong and the others too well, certain they would not easily alter the course of events. With his assurances, he was confident they would not interfere with this operation. This was his prime opportunity to eliminate Tang San. Should he fail this time, he would have already lost significantly. A person as proud as he would never tolerate failure. Even with the protection of Poison Douluo and Yang Wudi, the addition of 2 title Douluos would suffice to ensure Tang San could not escape. Just then, he observed 6 figures appear on the horizon. Wait, 6 figures? Lin Bo's heart tightened momentarily. Upon a closer inspection, he immediately recognized Tang San, his gaze turning frosty. Behind him stood the unmistakable silhouettes of Dugu Bo and Yang Wudi. Further back were Flinder, the Master, and Lu Erlong. Ha ha ha. Tang San, you have indeed come. Lin Bo left maniacally. Poison Douluo and clan leader Yang have also arrived. This was all within my expectations. I did not, however, anticipate the arrival of the Golden Iron Triangle. I wonder who proposed this? In the days leading up to this confrontation, Lin Bo had been quietly eavesdropping and observing the 8 individuals within Heaven Do City during his training. In truth, thanks to their mental connection, he was not merely eavesdropping. With a calm mind and soul power at the Soul Saint level, he could even spy on them. At least from what he had witnessed, no one had alerted Tang San or Shrek Academy. You need not concern yourself with that. Shuechingha, Tang San spoke. Shuechingha? Hee, that is not my name. You may now refer to me as Qian Renshua, Lin Bo laughed. There is no need for idle chatter. Let's engage in battle directly. Tang San, our battlefield is in the skies. If you have the courage, come up here and face me. With that, Lin Bo unleashed his martial soul, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings appeared around him. He swiftly flapped his wings and ascended into the sky. Tang San hesitated momentarily before activating his blue-silver Emperor leg bone, following suit into the air. Despite the individual disparities in strength between Dugubo and Yang Wudi against the opposing title Douluos, the martial soul fusion technique formed by the Golden Iron Triangle would enable them to contend with the other 2 title Douluos, occasionally providing support for Dugubo and Yang Wudi. With their strength, even if they could not win, they could safely protect themselves. As they ascended, Tang San threw a signal flare into the sky, which exploded upon reaching its height. Lin Bo sneered. He did not believe that this signal flare would summon anyone to his aid. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was surrounded by his forces. Even if they did not know the exit of the secret tunnel, he could ensure that reinforcements would not arrive in the short term. As for the Tang Sect, even if they came, it would not alter the situation. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Bo unleashed the Angel Domain. In response, Tang San did not yield, releasing the Killing God Domain to counter the Angel Domain. Lin Bo let out 3 triumphant laughs, and his 7th soul ring shone brightly, transforming into a golden hue as he underwent a tremendous metamorphosis. This was the 7th soul skill of the super martial soul, 6-winged angel, angel true form. As Lin Bo's angel true form was unleashed, the power of the angel domain intensified, overpowering the killing god domain. Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, fixed his icy gaze upon Lin Bo, his killing intent boiling over. At last, Lin Bo took the initiative to strike. The fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword, manifested as Lin Bo brandished the sacred sword and lunged directly at Tang San. With no avenue for evasion, Tang San swung the Haotian hammer to collide with Lin Bo's sacred sword. While the Haotian hammer is renowned as the world's strongest attack-type weapon, martial soul, its sheer might was formidable, yet Tang San's soul power still fell short by 10 levels compared to Lin Bo. Moreover, the six-winged angel was also a top-tier martial soul, and Lin Bo was in a state of martial soul true form. Although this collision forced Lin Bo to stumble back several steps, Tang San himself coughed up blood. Lin Bo sneered, raising the sacred sword once more to strike at Tang San. This time, Tang San did not engage directly. The Haotian hammer vanished and was replaced by a blue-golden aura. The 8 spider lance behind Tang San curved slightly, shielding his rear, while his 5th and 6th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, summoning the blue-silver Overlord Spear into his grasp, rendering him somewhat ethereal. Lin Bo transformed into a golden figure charging forward. At the moment of collision, Tang San felt as though neither the blue-silver Overlord Spear nor the 8 spider lance had made contact with Lin Bo's physical form. Yet his soul power and mental strength both plummeted simultaneously. This was a secondary evolution skill of the angel domain, Angel's Descent. Realizing that the blue-silver Overlord Spear could not pierce Lin Bo, Tang San swiftly transitioned back to the Haotian hammer to prevent excessive soul power depletion. In their 2 encounters, it is undeniable that Lin Bo has gained the upper hand. The dual spirit soul truly inspires envy. Ling Bing. Although I currently hold an advantage, Tang San possesses the invincible golden body thrice, allowing him to evade 3 lethal strikes. It appears I must proceed with caution and gradually seek out his vulnerabilities. Lin Bo harbored no concerns about his ability to vanquish Tang San, for he was acutely aware of all of Tang San's capabilities. Moreover, even if he were to falter, the porcupine Douluo would swiftly eliminate Tang San. As long as he refrained from foolishly intervening, Tang San's demise was all but assured. Contemplating this, a chill smile crept across his face. Chapter 51, The Initial Battle. Lin Bo vs. Tang San, Part 2. Tang San fixed his gaze on Lin Bo, a shadowy aura quietly materializing, marking the commencement of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Wielding the sacred sword, Lin Bo once more lunged towards Tang San with a flap of his wings. A golden glow radiated from Tang San's body. Yet Lin Bo's sword pierced only air, propelled forward by inertia for several meters before coming to a halt. This was the soul skill bestowed by Xiao Wu's soul bone, invincible golden body. With a swift turn, Lin Bo lunged again with his sword aimed at Tang San. This time, Tang San did not evade. Instead, he harnessed the god of slaughter domain, utilizing the instantaneous movement of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone and Xiao Wu's soul bone to retreat a meter in an uncanny manner, while simultaneously swinging the Haotian hammer from behind to collide with the sacred sword, augmented with the force of 11 strikes. However, Lin Bo had anticipated Tang San's retreat and had already concentrated his energy a meter behind him. The sacred sword clashed with the Haotian hammer, and once again, Lin Bo emerged victorious, sending Tang San's body flying. A slight influx of purifying angelic soul power surged into Tang San, only to be swiftly dismantled by Tang San's god of slaughter domain. Nevertheless, the Haotian hammer, enhanced with 11 strikes, was not without its repercussions, as Lin Bo also experienced a degree of backlash from the impact. Tang San, propelled backward, was once again drawn back to the center by the angel domain. Lin Bo raised the sacred sword once more, aiming it at Tang San. Tang San activated the chaotic cloak hammer technique again while stepping into the ghost shadow mysterious track, intent on evading. How could the chaotic cloak dance withstand my onslaught? Lin Bo thought with a cold smirk, halting his sacred sword, unleashing a long howl. A golden flame, over a meter in length, erupted from his eyes, his 6th soul skill, angelic roar. The second activation of the invincible golden body blocked this strike. At this moment, Tang San had accumulated the chaotic cloak hammer technique to 36 strikes. Lin Bo's expression darkened for the first time. The activation of angelic roar demanded a significant expenditure of his soul power, while his opponent still retained 1 use of the invincible golden body. This meant he would need to unleash angelic roar twice more to defeat Tang San. However, disregarding the issue of consumption. The time required for him to release Angelic Roar twice would grant Tang Sect ample opportunity to complete 81 strikes. Without hesitation, Lin Bo dispelled the angel domain and swiftly descended towards the ground, targeting Yang Wudi. In the air, Tang Sect, having just accumulated 54 strikes, was forced to halt his power buildup, employing the God of Slaughter domain's evolution skill, God of Slaughter Charge, to rush towards Lin Bo. At this moment, Tang Sect's speed was undoubtedly swift, catching up to Lin Bo just as he descended halfway. However, Lin Bo's intention was never Yang Wudi. He merely sought to force Tang Sect into a direct confrontation. Once more, Angelic Roar was unleashed, not aimed to harm Tang Sect, but to exhaust his final use of the invincible golden body. Simultaneously, he adjusted his stance, thrusting the sacred sword forward. Angelic Roar reached Tang Sect first, and a golden radiance enveloped him, safeguarding him with his final invincible golden body. Following closely, the Haotian hammer, enhanced with 54 strikes, collided violently with Lin Bo's sacred sword, creating a terrifying shockwave that forced both combatants below to separate swiftly. The two figures parted simultaneously, one plummeting downward while the other, extending his wings, pursued rapidly. Undoubtedly, the descending figure was Tang Sect, while Lin Bo pursued him. While the Haotian hammer, with its 54 strikes, was formidable, it still fell short of full power. Lin Bo maintained the advantage, with minimal soul power expended. Upon landing, Tang Sect, pale and bloodied, appeared utterly disheveled. Ha ha ha, Tang Sect, your end has come. Lin Bo's expression twisted into a grotesque visage as he swung the sacred sword, unleashing a swift strike towards Tang Sect. After delivering this blow, Lin Bo's complexion paled considerably. The state of angelic true body was instantly dispelled, clearly indicating that this strike had drained an excessive amount of his soul power. Under the influence of the angel domain, Tang Sect was unable to muster even a hint of soul power. In such a state, facing Lin Bo's full-force assault, his demise was practically assured. Just then, a miraculous scene unfolded. A glimmer of blue gold belonging to the blue-silver emperor flickered from Tang Sect, and the red-hued 100,000-year soul ring illuminated, revealing a slender figure, Xiao Wu. Her eyes suddenly radiated a pink glow, and her true form emerged from the Rui 100 treasures bag at Tang Sect's waist, merging with her soul. Xiao Wu opened her arms, diving into Tang Sect's embrace, shielding him with her body. Lin Bo's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this development, even with Xiao Wu's emergence. Could her 8 treasures Rui armor withstand his full-force strike at the Soul Sage level? His calculations were meticulous, yet he overlooked a crucial detail. Spare him, echoed a distant voice, and a flying blade sliced through the air, arriving behind Xiao Wu with a velocity that far surpassed that of the sacred sword, colliding with the sword light unleashed by Lin Bo. Although the sword light was not entirely neutralized, it was deflected by the flying blade, and the residual force was significantly diminished, rendering the soul power attacking Xiao Wu to barely below the level of 60. In this unexpected strike, Lin Bo found himself engulfed in astonishment and fury, while Xiao Wu had already soared into the air, darting towards the descending Lin Bo left with no choice. Lin Bo was compelled to summon his dwindling soul power, wielding the sacred sword once more against Xiao Wu. With the remaining soul power at his disposal, Lin Bo could only engage in a fierce struggle with Xiao Wu. Below, the clash was nearing its conclusion. Bolstered by poison control and the fierce assault from Yang Wudi and the Golden Sacred Dragon, the Spirit Hall forces were retreating in disarray. At this moment, the aerial battle was concluded, and Lin Bo fell unconscious, caught by the snake spear Douluo. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu descended towards Tang Sect, her true form and soul separated. After Tang Sect retrieved Xiao Wu's true body into the Rui 100 treasures bag, 2 masked figures in black arrived at his side, one of whom held the flying blade that had previously rescued Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Chapter 52. The conclusion of the palace coup. Are you all right? Inquired the black-clad man holding the flying blade. Your evil moon? Upon hearing this voice, Tang Sect finally comprehended. Indeed, the newcomers were Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fang. Ever since Lu Xiaoxiao's martial soul evolved into the Space Divine Blade, his entire demeanor, expression, and martial soul had undergone a dramatic transformation. Although they had encountered one another previously in the Stardow Forest, Lu Xiaoxiao had not unleashed his altered martial soul at that time. And now clad in black robes to conceal his figure, Tang Sect failed to recognize him. The members of the Spirit Hall, naturally, could not identify him either. Lu Xiaoxiao and his companion donned black cloaks to conceal their identities. After all, they still need to infiltrate the Spirit Hall. even though this identity is highly likely to be exposed by Lin Bo. Meanwhile, the defeated faction of the Spirit Hall swiftly retreated towards the palace of the Snow Knight Emperor, closely pursued by Shrek Academy. Under the relentless operation of the Xiantian skill, Tang Sect has slightly regained some soul power, and with the assistance of Lu Xiaoxiao and Shen Fong, he followed them inside. Upon their entrance into the palace, the battle had already concluded, with no trace of the Spirit Hall left, while Yang Wudi and Dugubo were busy detoxifying the Snow Knight Emperor. It appeared that the people from the Spirit Hall had made their escape. Thank you both, Tang Sect nodded. You were the ones who delivered the message to Shrek Academy earlier, correct? Indeed, Lu Xiaoxiao sighed deeply. This time, he was able to foresee Lin Bo's actions, which was somewhat serendipitous. On a previous day, just as he was about to reach Heavendo City and was preparing to communicate with others through mental induction, he inadvertently overheard Lin Bo conversing with others. By eavesdropping on their discussion, Lu Xiaoxiao learned about Lin Bo's plans. He was well aware of Lin Bo's caution, knowing that he was monitoring the movements of several individuals in Heavendo City at all times. Consequently, he refrained from alarming the other members of the 10 Sages and discreetly sent a confidential message to Shrek Academy, informing them of Lin Bo's actions and troop distributions. Later, when the upheaval in the Heavendo Palace commenced, Lu Xiaoxiao and Shen Fong took advantage of the chaos created by the conflict between the Tang Sect disciples and the Royal Soul Masters to slip in unnoticed. When they arrived, they happened upon Lin Bo preparing to kill Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, prompting them to act swiftly to save them. One could say that it was a fortuitous coincidence. Tang Sect approached Dugubo and Yang Wudi, while Lu Xiaoxiao used mental induction to contact the others, saying, "Do not sleep, awaken. A grave matter has arisen." "What grave matter?" Qi Xiaoman inquired. "Isn't it just the upheaval in the Heavendo Palace? We are all engaged in battle here. The Spirit Hall has betrayed us," Lu Xiaoxiao said gravely. Lin Bo just unleashed a full-force strike, genuinely intending to kill Tang Sect. Had I not arrived in time, Tang Sect and Xiao would likely be lifeless by now. What? Lu Xiaoxiao's revelation struck like thunder, shocking many. During Lu Xiaoxiao's conversation with the others, he and Shen Fong had already fought their way out of the palace alongside Shrek Academy. In a certain part of the palace, for title Douluos were assisting Lin Bo in recovering from his injuries. Not long after, Lin Bo regained consciousness, albeit with a sullen expression. "I never anticipated that they would come to thwart me. I underestimated them." Lin Bo pondered. "My previous strategy involved deploying 2 additional title Douluos to assist in eliminating Tang Sect, but aside from that, there were no other alterations." Alas, Lin Bo stood up and declared, "It is too late to speak of anything now. The Snow Knight Emperor has been rescued, and my plan has failed." "Young master, are we to give up just like that?" The serpent spear Douluo asked, stepping forward. "This operation has already been exposed. They will not grant us a second chance." Lin Bo scoffed. "Nonetheless, even in failure, we cannot retreat without leaving a lasting lesson for them. Mobilize the forces of the Spirit Hall to annihilate the Soul Masters stationed at the palace and those affiliated with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, then retreat." "Understood," replied the 4 titled Douluos. When Lu Xiaoxiao, Tang Sect, and the others arrived at Shrek Academy, He Chong, Chen Long, and others had already gathered together, engaging in battle with the personnel from the Spirit Hall. Before long, this batch of Spirit Hall members had either been completely eliminated or captured. Within Shrek Academy, Dugubo and Yang Wudi were detoxifying the Snow Knight Emperor, while others awaited outside the detoxification chamber. And Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were communicating through mental induction from different positions. Earlier, due to time constraints, Lu Xiaoxiao had not fully explained the situation, but now he recounted the entire process. So, Lin Bo's assassination attempt on Tang Sect was premeditated and not a spur-of-the-moment decision? He Chong inquired. Indeed, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded. I distinctly heard him laughing after stating that Tang Sect was undoubtedly doomed. This also explains our earlier encounter with the 2 additional title Douluos in Spirit City and Bibi Dong's personal visit to the Stardow Forest, He Chong added. That poses a problem. If this fellow truly intends to oppose us, we may find ourselves in a more challenging predicament, Chen Long remarked. This guy, Qi Xiaoman muttered to himself. Given Lin Bo's current strength, he does not yet pose a significant threat to us, Chen Fong stated. However, Lin Bo's identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall allows him to wield a considerable portion of the Spirit Hall's power against us. He possesses foresight into the unfolding plot, enabling him to deploy troops accordingly. In other words, he could have arranged everything before entering seclusion, creating disruptions for us while simultaneously pursuing divine inheritance. Li Hong spoke solemnly. That is of no concern. Wang Haochen responded. We are about to embark on our journey to Sea God Island. During our absence, we can leave some contingencies to counter his interference with the two great empires. After all, his true target is Tang Sect. As long as we remain outside the Spirit Hall's sphere of influence, he cannot harm us. Once we return, we need not fear the Spirit Hall. That makes sense, Zheng Bei echoed. So what shall we do next? Li Fengying Kidat. The group pondered carefully, and then He Chong spoke first. How about we inform them that the Spirit Hall members will escape through the underground passage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? When the Snow Knight Emperor awakens, we can directly lead forces to eliminate the remaining 2,000 soul masters of the Spirit Hall, and then use our names to protect Lin Bo. That is a good idea, Xiaoxiao nodded. At that point, we can persuade Lin Bo to find a time to return to the Spirit Hall to accept the inheritance of the Angel God. Thus, even if Lin Bo wishes to act against us, he will not be trusted by the Spirit Hall members after the annihilation of 3,000 soul masters. And the power dynamics between the two great empires and the Spirit Hall will also be recalibrated, Chen Long added. The group nodded in agreement, and He Chong approached Ning Fengji, informing him through a series of deductions that the personnel from the Spirit Hall would escape through the underground passage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As anticipated, once the Snow Knight Emperor awakened, he issued a series of summons and soon personally led a large contingent towards the exit of the underground passage left by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, by the time they arrived, most of the Soul Masters from Spirit Hall, including Lin Bo, had already evacuated, leaving only 100 or so slower members to be captured. Upon their return to the palace, they indeed discovered the corpses of 2,000 Royal Soul Masters. Thus, the grand upheaval in the Heaven Do Palace came to an end. Chapter 53. Arrangements before departure after the upheaval in the Heaven Do Palace, within the Royal Palace. Tang Sect was discussing matters with the Master in the Master's quarters, while Lu Xiaoxiao and others were gathered outside the room. The door suddenly swung open, and Tang Sect stepped out, surprised to see Lu Xiaoxiao and the others waiting. What are you all doing here? The Master should have informed you about the matter concerning Sea God Island, He Chong said. Tang Sect nodded, finding it unsurprising that these mysterious individuals were aware of such matters. The purpose of our visit is quite straightforward. We hope to journey to Sea God Island alongside the Shrek 7 monsters, Chen Long stated candidly. We possess an intimate understanding of Sea God Island and shall provide you with essential assistance at critical junctures, Wang Haochen interjected. Let us discuss the finer details while we make our way back to Tang Sect, suggested Xiao Pang. Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions walked alongside Tang Sect and Xiao Wu towards Tang Sect, engaging in conversation regarding matters related to Sea God Island. However, while they divulged numerous pieces of information concerning Sea God Island, most of it constituted trivialities, and they refrained from disclosing any truly significant details, as such revelations could impact the trajectory of future events. Just as they arrived at Tang Sect, a voice suddenly rang out, Big Brother Pang. As the words faded, a figure leaped from within Tang Sect and dove towards Xiao Pang. Caught off guard, Xiao Pang retreated a couple of steps, only to have the figure swiftly close the gap and embrace him. Sister Qin Xiang, what is the meaning of this? Tang Sect inquired repeatedly. Indeed, the figure that had lunged at Xiao Pang was none other than Bai Qinxiang. Xiao Pang, what is happening? Wang Haochen whispered. I have no idea. Xiao Pang responded, bewildered. Could it be the self-restorative ability of world rules we mentioned earlier? He Chong suggested telepathically. If that is the case, then this ability is rather formidable, Chen Long replied with a wry smile. This time, Xiao Pang did not actively pursue. Instead, the girl is willingly throwing herself at him? How outrageous! At that moment, as they communicated through their minds, Bai Qinxiang spoke up. Ever since I first laid eyes on him, I cannot explain why, but I felt an inexplicable fondness for him, as if it were destined. Did Uncle agree to this matter? Tang Sect asked. Grandfather said that as long as one of our children bears the surname Bai, he would consent to our request, Bai Qinxiang responded. What should I do? Xiao Pang inquired telepathically. For now, just agree. It isn't a bad thing for you, Qi Xiaoman advised. However, since you have chosen, you must take responsibility moving forward. Chen Long cautioned. Tang Sect, come here for a moment. We have something to discuss, He Chong said. Upon hearing this, Tang Sect approached Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions discreetly moved aside, creating some distance from Xiao Pang, who was still being hugged by Bai Qinxiang. In a hushed tone, He Chong said, We are somewhat familiar with that fellow Ma Hongjun. He is still single, so having Bai Qinxiang with him isn't necessarily a bad idea. However, they lack an emotional foundation. Chen Long quietly remarked, I believe you could include them in this trial. It would facilitate the development of their feelings. Tang Sect nodded in agreement, saying, I will consult Elder Bai regarding this matter. In that case, we shall not linger any longer, Wang Haochen stated. We will return to disturb you after some time. Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions departed, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the still ensnared Xiao Peng behind. In the Papal Hall's conference chamber, Bibi Dong Linbo wore a scowl of fury, sneering, I should have warned you long ago, did I not? Initiating prematurely is bound to fail. Yet you, disregarding my repeated counsel, resolutely insisted on advancing early. Are you satisfied with this outcome? With a long sigh, Bibi Dong continued. Failure is but failure. All can still be salvaged. Before Bibi Dong could finish, Linbo interjected forcefully, failure equates to death. The gap between us and them will only widen. Once Tang San matures, even if you and I ascend to godhood, our demise is inevitable. And now, the best opportunity to eliminate him has slipped away. As he spoke, Linbo turned away, tossing a pouch behind him without looking back, stating, This contains arrangements for the future. Beyond this, I shall not concern myself. From this day forth, I shall devote all my energy to cultivation until I become a god. I will not emerge from seclusion. In Douluo Hall, grandfather Linbo respectfully addressed the man before him. The individual was none other than Qian Daolu, who inquired, Have you met with her? Linbo nodded, replying, I aspire to become the judgment elder of the Spirit Hall. I seek to inherit the divine position of the angel god. Is it solely due to this young man who bested you? How much do you truly comprehend about divinity? Qian Daolu asked. All I know is that achieving godhood grants one the power to traverse the Douluo Continent at will, Linbo answered. Tang San's growth is alarmingly rapid. If I do not surpass him and break through the 100-level limit first, my demise is assured. Are you so certain he will attain godhood? Qian Daolu chuckled. His next objective should be Sea God Island and the Sea God 9 trials, Linbo replied nonchalantly. A hint of nostalgia flickered across Qian Liu's face at the mention of Sea God Island, before he regained his composure and said, Follow me. Qian Daolu began to walk, with Linbo closely trailing behind. Chapter 54, The 10 Virtuous Ones Versus. The Shrek 7 Monsters, Part 1. 2 days after the sparring sessions between the Sword Duel and the Shrek 7 Monsters, Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions arrived outside Shrek Academy. Before long, they encountered the Shrek 7 Monsters. Is it you? What brings you here? Oscar inquired. We have come to spar with you, He Chong stated plainly. As we prepare for our journey to Sea God Island, we must ensure mutual understanding. Without familiarity, achieving seamless coordination will prove challenging. We hope to utilize this sparring to better comprehend each other's capabilities. Tang San exchanged glances with the other members of the Shrek 7 Monsters and then nodded, placing Xiao Wu into the wishful hunter treasure bag. On the other side, Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Fong, Wang Haochen, Qi Xiaomin, Li Hong, and Zheng Bei stepped forward, while He Chong, Chen Long, and Fanny Huang retreated to a safe distance. This arrangement was premeditated. 3 assault type, 2 control type, and 1 support type soul masters formed their most suitable team composition for battle. Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Fong, and Li Hong stood at the forefront, flanked by Qi Xiaomin and Wang Haochen, with Zheng Bei at the rear, effectively forming a standard inverted triangle formation. On the side of the Shrek 7 Monsters, Xiao Peng and Dai Mubai occupied the front, with Zhu Zhuqing concealed behind Dai Mubai. Tang San positioned centrally, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong brought up the rear. In the distance, the Master and Ning Fengji, having been informed of the situation, approached and stood watch from afar. The pressure exerted by the Sword Law had previously tested their limits. Now, facing opponents of comparable strength would serve as an excellent measure of their capabilities. Given Sword Law's prowess, he indeed provides ample pressure, yet he cannot compel them to fully unleash their abilities, the Master remarked. They must be the 10 virtuous ones that Xiao Sin spoke of, correct? Ning Fengji observed. I have heard they intend to accompany the Shrek 7 Monsters to Sea God Island. The Master nodded. They have consented. Having more companions on the journey to Sea God Island is beneficial for mutual support. Emotionally, they are trustworthy. Logically, they represent the most formidable young generation of soul masters today. I hope they can foster sufficient trust among themselves. As they conversed, the 2 parties had already commenced their bout. Chun Fong activated his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings simultaneously, unleashing the flame body, earth expansion, and Titan's body, causing his form to swell dramatically as he charged forward. On the other side, Dai Mubai refused to be outdone. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th spirit rings illuminated simultaneously as he unleashed the White Tiger Protection Barrier, the White Tiger Vidra Transformation, and the White Tiger Demon God Transformation. With a fierce determination, Dai Mubai charged forward, colliding with Chun Fong. In terms of martial spirits, both Chun Fong's mutated martial spirit, Elemental Lord, and Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit were renowned as top-tier aggressive beast martial spirits. In terms of soul power, Chun Fong had reached level 65, surpassing Dai Mubai, who was at level 63 by 2 levels. Regarding their soul skills, the potency of their first and third soul skills was comparable, while Chun Fong's second soul skill fell short of the prowess exhibited by Dai Mubai's fifth soul skill. The auxiliary soul masters on both sides were also actively engaged. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glaze tile emitted a radiant light that enveloped Dai Mubai, while Zheng Bei's 9-heart Si Tang constantly sent petals into Chun Fong, healing his wounds. Moreover, a golden light radiated from Zheng Bei, covering a significant portion of the battlefield, which was the domain's soul skill he possessed, Golden Domain. Within the Golden Domain, the healing effects Zheng Bei provided to his comrades were amplified, and more importantly, the allied soul masters benefited from a continuous restoration of stamina and soul power. If the 9-heart Si Tang, which solely possessed healing abilities, was considered inferior to Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile, renowned as the premier auxiliary martial soul, then Zheng Bei, with his Golden Domain, could now stand shoulder to shoulder with Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glaze tile in terms of support. The only discernible difference lay in Zheng Bei's current soul power, which was at 58, slightly less than Ning Rongrong's 61. Consequently, the battle between Chun Fong and Dai Mubai was exceedingly fierce, both continuously seeking out each other's weaknesses. In such an evenly matched confrontation, the first to reveal a flaw would inevitably face defeat. Elsewhere, Li Hong had already engaged in combat with Xiao Pang. The two were well acquainted, and their battle unfolded not on the ground, but in the skies. Utilizing his third soul skill, Gale Twin Wings, Li Hong and Xiao Pang, who invoked his third soul skill, Phoenix Wings Soaring, clashed fiercely above. Despite Xiao Pang's martial spirit being the Phoenix, the king of soul beasts, Li Hong's mutated martial spirit, Gale Twin-Headed Wolf, was equally a premier aggressive beast martial spirit. The advantage of Li Hong's level 62 soul power rendered him slightly superior to Xiao Pang, who possessed a level 60 soul power. Regarding soul bones, both possessed one, thus the advantage was not pronounced. Overall, while Li Hong's strength was marginally greater, the aerial battlefield undeniably favored Xiao Pang, whose Phoenix martial spirit provided him with a distinct edge. Thus, their confrontation remained intensely contested, with no clear victor emerging. In the duel against Zhu Zhuqing, it was not Lu Xiaoxiao but Qi Xiaoman who took the stage. Qi Xiaoman unleashed his first 2 soul skills, ensnaring Zhu Zhuqing within a fiery vortex while concealing himself within the flames. Confronted with the intangible Qi Xiaoman, who existed solely in fiery form, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss. No matter how she attacked, she could not harm him. Whenever Zhu Zhuqing attempted to escape the fiery vortex, it would swiftly ensnare her once more, pulling her back. Of course, despite Qi Xiaoman wielding a level 61 soul power and merely employing his first and second soul skills, his own consumption was not insignificant. While he could sustain this for a short duration, prolonged engagement could very well lead to his downfall. It was not that Tang San had failed to entangle Zhu Zhuqing with his blue-silver emperor. Rather, the connection between Tang San and the blue-silver emperor had been severed by Lu Xiaoxiao's Space Divine Blade. After the mutation of his martial spirit, the sharpness of the Space Divine Blade had vastly improved, rendering the resilience of the blue-silver emperor, which had also undergone mutation, insufficient in comparison. With a mighty shout, Lu Xiaoxiao charged toward Tang San, his first and 6 soul rings glowing as he hurled his dual Space Divine Blades forward. The blades vibrated at a high frequency while spinning as they soared toward Tang San. The first soul skill of the Space Divine Blade, high-frequency vibration, the 6th soul skill, Breaking Space Blade. Since the mutation of his martial spirit, Lu Xiaoxiao's soul skills had transformed accordingly, and in mere moments, the Space Divine Blades were upon Tang San. Tang San reacted with lightning speed, activating the invincible golden body soul skill attached to his left arm bone of the soft bone charm rabbit to deflect the strike. It was not that he did not wish to employ other soul skills, but the speed of the attack left him no time to utilize alternative methods. In the blink of an eye, the Space Divine Blade vanished only to reappear in Lu Xiaoxiao's grasp. Chapter 55, 10 Sages vs. Shrek 7 Monsters, Part 2. The battlefield remained fiercely contested, with the Shrek 7 monsters having consumed Oscar's euphoric pink sausage, thus gaining a slight upper hand. Simultaneously, Oscar continued to toss out recovery sausages and detoxifying sausages, aiding everyone in regaining stamina and combating Wang Haochen's phosphorescent snake venom. However, The 10 sages were far from easy adversaries. Zheng Bei's nine-heart Si Tang perpetually healed the injuries of his comrades while the Golden Domain was active, restoring their stamina and soul power. For the moment, neither side showed signs of faltering. Upon realizing that the Blue-Silver Emperor could not withstand Liu Xiaoxiao's Space Divine Blade, Tang San promptly switched his martial spirit to the Haoyan Hammer, simultaneously unleashing the killing God Domain and the 8 Spider Lances as he engaged Liu Xiaoxiao in a fierce battle. Just then, Wang Haochen, who had previously only emitted green toxic mist, had a glimmer of realization in his eyes. His 5th soul ring lit up, and immediately Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Pang from the Shrek 7 monsters exhibited significant vulnerabilities, which their respective opponents seized upon, striking them and sending them flying. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar quickly regained their footing after a brief disorientation. This was the result of Wang Haochen's fusion of his 10,000-year Medusa skull with 2 secret head soul bones, combined with his 5th soul skill, Space Distortion, forming the soul skill Deceptive Space. The primary effect of this soul skill was to alter the opponent's subjective perception, allowing for subterfuge. Of course, this soul skill was only effective against soul masters with mental power lower than his own, those like Tang San, who possessed head soul bones. Ning Rongrong and Oscar soon broke free. Tang San's gaze fixed upon Wang Haochen as he unleashed a purple extreme magic I directed at him. At that moment, Chun Fong stepped in front of Wang Haochen, his eyes gleaming as he activated the mental disruption skill of his 10,000-year Silver Moon Wolf King's headbone, intercepting Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong established a mental network through the illusionary wisdom skull, enhancing the mental fortitude of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Pang, barely rousing them from their stupor. Just then, Chun Fong's 6th soul ring glowed, and he hurled a spear toward Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the recently injured Xiao Pang, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing. Elemental Lord's 6th soul skill, Spear of Lightning. In the midst of passing recovery sausages to the injured trio, Oscar, with no time to spare, quickly consumed a copy mirror sausage, instantaneously sprouting layers of white fur, manifesting the white tiger martial spirit. Concurrently, a silver light erupted from his head, producing an identical doppelganger. Oscar's main body and his avatars activated the 1st, 3rd, and 5th soul ring simultaneously. The White Tiger's protective barrier, White Tiger's diamond transformation, and White Tiger's demonic transformation were unleashed in concert to counter the oncoming Thunder Spear. Upon colliding with Oscar, the Thunder Spear detonated explosively, unleashing an energy wave that scorched both Oscars. Meanwhile, the trio, having partially restored their soul power, swiftly surged forward. Xiao Pang ascended rapidly to intercept Li Hong, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing embraced each other, initiating their martial soul fusion technique, the Spectral White Tiger. Qi Xiaoman had already reverted to human form after repelling Zhu Zhuqing, and now, with a low shout, his 5th soul ring illuminated. Fiery meteors rained down from above, hurtling towards the Spectral White Tiger. Concurrently, Chun Fong's head radiated a crimson glow as the fire elemental energy in the surrounding air coalesced into the flaming meteors. Much like Wang Haochen, Chun Fong's Silver Moon Wolf King, having integrated 2 mystical soul bones, acquired a new ability, elemental manipulation. Despite having sustained injuries, the Spectral White Tiger unleashed its might, swatting away the fiery meteors and charging directly at Chun Fong and Qi Xiaoman. At that moment, Wang Haochen's 4th soul ring ignited, releasing a cloud of yellow poisonous mist that enveloped the vicinity, swiftly approaching the Shrek 7 monsters. The first to encounter this yellow mist was the Spectral White Tiger, whose movements noticeably slowed upon entering the cloud. This was the effect of the 4th soul skill of the Bifon snake, the Bifon Yellow Toxin, which served a singular purpose, paralysis. Even though the Spectral White Tiger had previously consumed an antidote sausage, the potency of a 4th soul skill could not be entirely negated, rendering its movement sluggish. Observing this from a distance, Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to intervene, but at that moment, Liu Xiaoxiao launched another fierce assault, forcing Tang San to focus on self-preservation. The Spectral White Tiger advanced toward Chun Fong, who activated his 5th soul skill, causing the surrounding flames to surge violently. Chun Fong then unleashed a powerful punch that collided with the Spectral White Tiger's claw. At the moment of impact, both parties were sent reeling backward. Chun Fong was propelled to the rear of Zheng Bei, his body battered and soul power nearly exhausted. Zheng Bei hurried to heal him, realizing that he could no longer engage in battle. On the other hand, the Spectral White Tiger, having been propelled halfway, separated into Dai Mubai and Zhujuqing. Like Chun Fong, they too had depleted their soul power. They landed in front of Oscar, who promptly distributed recovery sausages to aid in their healing. At that moment, Qi Xiaoman, having freed himself from the ground, launched an assault on the airborne Xiaopeng, forcing him to retreat under pressure. Meanwhile, the battle between Liu Xiaoxiao and Tang Sect intensified. Liu Xiaoxiao engaged Tang Sect using the Space Divine Blade, intermittently spraying him with venom through the external soul bone. The Kiss of Death. Although Tang Sect was immune to toxins, the venom from the Kiss of Death was not a true poison, but a unique manifestation of soul power. Consequently, Tang Sect found himself compelled to evade constantly. Nevertheless, armed with the 8 spider lances and the Haotian hammer, even Liu Xiaoxiao could not best Tang Sect. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Xiaoxiao's second soul ring had already illuminated, transforming the 2 Space Divine Blades into gold and silver, respectively, as they advanced toward Tang Sect. The golden blade was imbued with tremendous force, rivaling even the might of the Haotian hammer, while the silver blade surged with elemental energies from the opposite direction. This was the second soul skill of the Space Divine Blade, the dual blades of gold and silver. Tang Sect's gaze turned cold as he hurled the Haotian hammer, deflecting the 2 Space Divine Blades. Yet, Liu Xiaoxiao sneered. The 2 blades curved in an uncanny arc and once again converged on Tang Sect. In a critical moment, Tang Sect's figure flickered and reappeared a short distance away, thanks to the soul skill granted by Xiao Wu's soul bone, instant teleportation. Just as Tang Sect was about to continue the battle, a voice rang out, "Enough, this ends here." Tang Sect turned to see the Master and Ning Fengji approaching together. Both sides instinctively ceased hostilities, and those in the air descended. The Master provided a brief assessment of the preceding battle before shifting the topic to inform Tang Sect of Ning Fengji's purpose. After a succinct explanation, Ning Fengji led Tang Sect towards the Imperial Palace, while Liu Xiaoxiao's group returned to regroup in preparation for their departure the following day. Chapter 56. The 10 Virtuous Ones. The Conspiracy Revealed. 2 months later, in Hanhai City, the Shrek 7 monsters by Qin Xiang and the 9 of the 10 Virtuous Ones, excluding Daba, finally arrived in Hanhai City after a 2-month journey from Tiando City. During their travels, they had been forewarned about the wolf bandit plot, enabling them to expedite their journey and eliminate the bandits before they could assault the small village, successfully rescuing the villagers. This endeavor significantly enhanced the Shrek 7 monsters' goodwill towards them, fostering greater trust. Even Tang Sect consented to begin instructing them in the profound secrets of the Tang Sect as Xiantian treasure record, specifically the 6 mystical principles. However, due to their established forms, they were unable to cultivate Xiantian Gong, and thus the associated ultimate techniques could only be referenced. Within Hanhai City, as the group traversed the main street, they were soon greeted by a voice from a distance. "You finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long." They turned to see Daba approaching with a smile. "If we calculate the time, you must have just arrived here a few days ago," Qianlong remarked. "A few days can feel like quite a while," Daba chuckled. "Brother, how did you manage to come out?" Dai Mubai asked, surprised. "I gave birth to a pair of twins a few months ago, and now that the royal family has an heir, they naturally permitted me to venture out for training." Daba explained, shrugging. "Due to just having given birth, Zhuyun is staying in the palace and did not come with me." Daba then changed the subject, saying, "Come. I'll take you to the inn to rest." "Wait," He Chong suddenly interjected, "you all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." Although the group was somewhat puzzled, they said nothing further and followed Daba as he led them away. Upon returning to the inn, Tang Sect took Oscar out to gather information. It was not long after their return in the evening that He Chong finally rejoined them at the inn. At that moment, the Shrek 7 monsters and by Chun Xiang had already proceeded to the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, aware of the events that were about to unfold. The 10 Virtuous Ones chose not to accompany them, but instead gathered in a room. "What were you doing out earlier?" Liu Xiaoxiao inquired of He Chong. "You should be aware that I previously informed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan about the Soul Hall's soul hunting operation. Although the Soul Hall initiated their attack early due to Lin Bo's intel, they ultimately managed to relocate some individuals," He Chong replied. "While it appears that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan suffered significant losses, their foundation remains intact, and a considerable number of direct descendants have been dispersed to remote areas for survival. In places like Hanhai City, many clan members were sent here due to its remoteness. As the next heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, I have already discreetly prepared for their arrival and stocked essential supplies. By the way, does anyone here know how to swim?" Qianlong asked. The adept navigator, though lacking the ability to traverse water, nonetheless severed the rivers and streams with an air of authority. He Chong proclaimed earnestly, As inquiries circled among them, they discovered that each possessed the skill to swim. This simplifies matters, Chunlong remarked, suggesting that they could swiftly eliminate the captain aboard the vessel without leaving any survivors. Both Hichong and I are proficient in sailing. When the time comes, we can either commandeer the ship ourselves or employ Tang Sand's vast sea cover to reach the Sea God Island. We need not risk venturing into the perilous Magic Whale Sea, nor is there much merit in approaching the Pearl Pirates, which may expose us to unnecessary dangers. The group unanimously concurred with Chun Long's sentiments, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then dispersed. After experiencing the grand soul arena of the vast sea and the auction, the Shrek Seven Devils and Bai Chunxiang returned to their inn. On the following morning, the group boarded the Sea Demon. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others did not confront Hater and his crew directly, but instead mimicked the original storyline and boarded the ship smoothly, revealing no signs of distress. For them, the timing of addressing Hater's crew was inconsequential. It was more prudent to savor the voyage at sea before confronting them. As time passed, the next day arrived. After breakfast, the group feigned collapse. Just as Hater's crew revealed their intentions, the group sprang into action, with Xiao Pang moving with remarkable swiftness. Under Tang Sand's command, Xiao Pang swiftly dispatched 5 of them, casting their bodies into the sea. There was no need to spare the remaining 3 either. At that moment, He Chong interjected, stating, "We possess comprehensive intelligence about our surroundings. Both you Tianxin and I can handle the ship. Keeping them alive poses a threat." Tang Sen nodded in agreement, prompting Xiao Pang to promptly eliminate the remaining 3. "We shall proceed to navigate the ship. As for the nearby intelligence, you can handle that," Chun Long declared, heading to the control room alongside He Chong. Unbeknownst to them, another vessel followed closely behind. A day later, the Sea Demon continued its voyage across the vast ocean. Under He Chong's careful navigation, the group circumvented the Magic Whale Sea, steering towards Sea God Island. Meanwhile, above the Magic Whale Sea, the small ship remained still, its figure casting a cold smile at the bow. "Once I release this explosive device, the deep-sea Magic Whale King will be provoked. Coupled with my premeditated strategies, it will be drawn to the waters where that group resides. In this manner, I can shift the blame, making the deep-sea Magic Whale King believe they are responsible for the explosion." The figure chuckled menacingly, anticipating the terror of the ocean as most formidable soul beast. With that, he released the explosive device and swiftly fled into the distance, unwilling to endure the wrath of the so-called oceanic overlord. Following orders, he merely had to lie in wait at the Purple Pearl Island. The figure flew with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye beyond the horizon. Chapter 57. The Deep-Sea Magic Whale King. Across the boundless ocean, Tang San and his companions sailed on. He Chong and Chun Long were at the helm, while Bai Qinxiang scouted from above. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the distance, rapidly enlarging. Bai Qinxiang's expression shifted drastically. Without hesitation, she returned to the ship to report. However, the black dot approached too swiftly. She realized that it would undoubtedly collide with the Sea Demon before she could reach the deck. As the ominous figure drew near, He Chong, who was gazing into the distance from the control room, suddenly paled and shouted, "Wake up, everyone! Quickly come out! We're in deep trouble." With that, He Chong bolted from the control room, closely followed by Chun Long. His alarm, infused with mental energy, roused those still in the cabin, who hurried onto the deck. Upon reaching the deck, their faces turned ashen, especially Zheng Bei, who exclaimed, "The Deep-Sea Magic Whale King? We clearly circumvented the Magic Whale Sea. How did this 10,000-year-old oceanic sovereign appear here?" Leon gasped in horror. At that moment, the Deep-Sea Magic Whale King was drawing perilously close, and Tang San had already used his blue-silver emperor to pull Bai Qinxiang back. Faced with the rapidly approaching Deep-Sea Magic Whale King, the group dared not hesitate and unleashed their martial spirits. "7 unified," Tang San shouted, as 6 members of the Shrek 7, excluding Xiao Wu, quickly formed a straight line. With Tang San at the forefront, wielding the colossal Haotian hammer. "We shall join you 9 unified," He Chong called out, prompting the 9 members of the 10 virtuous ones, excluding the bow, to align in a straight line, with Fanny Huang leading them. Having trained extensively in Heavendo City, they had developed an exceptional synergy and mastered fusion techniques. Fanny Huang, now the strongest among the 10 virtuous ones, assumed the role of leader. After months of training in Heavendo City, he had begun to harness his Fire Dragon King bloodline, retaining his sanity as long as he refrained from utilizing soul bone fusion techniques. As the Deep-Sea Magic Whale King approached, its tail swept through the water, generating a deluge that surged toward them. Without hesitation, Fanny Huang unleashed his martial spirit's true form, conjuring flames to counter the oncoming torrent. Despite the deep-sea magic whale king's million-year cultivation, it was not a divine beast. Fan Yihuang's fire dragon king bloodline, a legacy of one of the dragon god's 9 offspring, far surpassed the quality of the deep-sea magic whale king, allowing him to withstand the onslaught despite the immense disparity in soul power. On the other side, after mitigating much of the water's force with the Haotian hammer, Tang Sect summoned his invincible golden body, forming a 2-meter diameter golden shield to barely deflect the attack. Though they managed to stave off the assault, the ship beneath them was not impervious. The sea demon crumbled under the weight of the watery onslaught. In a critical moment, Oscar swiftly tossed several flying mushroom sausages to those unable to fly, while the others were lifted into the air by those who could. However, this also meant they could not execute their fusion techniques. Simultaneously, the surrounding air exhibited a peculiar undulation, indicative of the deep-sea magic whale king's domain. Within this realm, they were unable to move swiftly. The deep-sea magic whale king roared, unleashing a blue beam of light from its back toward Tang Sect. Tang Sect, invincible golden body. Everyone, stand clear. Hichang bellowed with all his might. He understood that Tang Sect's invincible golden body would render him impervious to the blue beam's assault, but without such a warning, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, forming the Nether White Tiger, would likely rush forward to assist Tang Sect, thereby jeopardizing themselves. Yet, some matters cannot be swayed by mere words. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing still charged forward, transforming into the Nether White Tiger to shield Tang Sect. Everyone be cautious, Tang Sect shouted, swiftly moving in front of the Nether White Tiger, activating his invincible golden body to absorb the impact of the blue beam. Due to the proximity of the Shrek 7 during the execution of the 7-in-1 fusion technique, even the formidable body of the spectral white tiger could not entirely withstand the terrifying onslaught of the blue light beam. The explosive disintegration force rendered all but Tang Sect among the Shrek 7 unconscious. Had it not been for the distance maintained by the 10 sages and by Xiaoxiao, they too would have suffered grievous injuries from the blue light beam. The distortion in the air gradually diminished, and Tang Sect, utilizing his blue-silver emperor, hurled the 6 incapacitated members toward the 10 sages, urgently commanding, "Take them and flee." Without hesitation, he charged toward the deep-sea demon whale king, while the 10 sages, without a moment's pause, swiftly departed the area after securing the remaining 6 Shrek members. They understood that as the chosen inheritor of the sea god, Tang Sect was likely to survive, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Not long after departing the sea area, the effect of the flying mushroom intestines came to an end, except for Bai Qinxiang, who could still soar through the skies alongside Fan Yihuang and Li Hong. The others were forced to plunge into the water to swim. In the depths of the ocean, the 10 sages, accompanied by Bai Qinxiang and the 6 Shrek members, continued to swim toward the distance. What is happening? Do we not already evade the sea demon whale territory? Why is that giant still pursuing us? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired through mental communication. There are 2 possibilities, Hichang responded. First, the self-restoration capability of the world rules we previously discussed has activated. Second, Lin Bo may have covertly laid traps for us again. I leaned towards the latter. Lin Bo has always been cunning and treacherous, Wang Haochen remarked. Regardless, it is best to remain vigilant, Chen Long advised. If it is indeed Lin Bo's doing, then given his cautious nature, he is likely to have set ambushes on Pearl Island. We must avoid approaching Pearl Island. What about Tang Sect? DeBeo asked. If our conjecture holds, once he reaches Pearl Island, wouldn't that be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? Here's the plan, Chen Long proposed. As we approach Pearl Island, we must exercise caution. Let 1 or 2 individuals scout the situation first before formulating our next steps. Chapter 58, Blood Battle with the Tidal Douluo, Part 1. Days later, near Pearl Island, a group floated on the water's surface, gazing distantly at the island. The 6 members of the Shrek 7, aside from Tang Sect, had awakened during the past few days, although they encountered soul beasts along the way. Their skills ensured they emerged unscathed. However, the tumultuous journey had taken quite a toll on them, particularly on the Shrek members who could not swim, leaving their soul power nearly depleted. The 10 sages, too, had been worn down by battling the waves, with little opportunity to recover their soul power while assisting those who could not swim. Qinxiao, my dear little fatty, spoke. Please scout ahead to that island and ascertain Tang Sect's location. Remember, exercise caution. If you encounter insurmountable power, retreat swiftly. Leave it to me, Bai Qinxiang replied, soaring towards Pearl Island. The atmosphere on Pearl Island had been tense since the arrival of the tidal Douluo over a week ago, with numerous pirates bustling about. engaged in conversation. Since that esteemed title Douluo arrived, it seems the entire island has undergone a transformation, one pirate remarked. Indeed, upon his arrival, he took control of the entire Pearl Island and ordered us to capture all newcomers, another pirate added. I suspect he is searching for someone, a third pirate speculated. But simply waiting for a rabbit to appear may make it difficult to find the person he seeks. Never mind that. If the title Douluo is looking for someone, we should assist. Let us hope that if we fail to find them, he does not take his frustration out on us. Finding them would be ideal, at least then. He might leave, the first pirate concluded. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked in the woods behind them, eavesdropping, none other than Bai Qinxiang. After hearing their conversation, she swiftly vanished from sight. Inside a wooden cabin, Tang Sect was engaged in conversation with Xiaoxiao. Days prior, Tang Sect had been rescued by Xiaoxiao, who had also heard about the title Douluo's search for certain individuals on Pearl Island. Concerned for Tang Sect's safety, Xiaoxiao had refrained from revealing his presence, ensuring that the few pirates aware of Tang Sect's existence adhered strictly to secrecy. After Tang Sect had opened the 8 extraordinary meridians for Xiaoxiao, he learned about the title Douluo's arrival and his search for outsiders. While worried for his companion's safety, Tang Sect was acutely aware that he could not confront the title Douluo alone. Thus, he pondered possible strategies while praying that his friends had not fallen into the title Douluo's clutches. Suddenly, Tang Sect glanced toward the cabin's entrance and called out, "Who goes there?" "Third brother, it's me." Bai Qinxiang's voice rang out from outside the cabin. Upon hearing her, Tang Sect let out a sigh of relief, opening the door to find Bai Qinxiang standing there. After a brief exchange, he learned that the Shrek 7 and the 10 sages were safe, waiting in the waters near Pearl Island. After bidding farewell to Xiaoxiao, Tang Sect followed by Qinxiang toward the direction where the 10 sages and Shrek 7 were stationed. Just then, a figure streaked towards them from the distance, causing Tang Sect's expression to change. "Qinxiang, you go warn everyone," Tang Sect urged in a low voice, simultaneously releasing his blue-silver Emperor martial soul. At his command, Bai Qinxiang darted into the air above the ocean, racing away. The figure approached rapidly, soon standing before Tang Sect. "You are Tang Sect?" The newcomer smiled upon seeing him. "And you are?" Tang Sect frowned and replied, "I. You may call me the heavenly armored Douluo." The newcomer assessed Tang Sect with interest. "I'm quite curious. How does a mere youth like you top the Spear Hall's kill list?" "You are from the Spear Hall?" Tang Sect's expression shifted slightly. "Indeed. I have come under the orders of the young master to eliminate you," declared the figure, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, emanating an aura that made even Tang Sect's countenance pale. At that moment, dark shapes appeared on the distant sea. The 10 sages and the Shrek 7 were drawing near. Though the title Douluo wore a scornful expression, he remained vigilant, summoning his martial soul, the heavenly armored shield. As his 4th soul ring illuminated, the shield's surface transformed from convex to concave, reflecting fiery red light from its mirrored surface, coalescing into a fiery line aimed at Tang Sect. The heavenly armored needle. A single target attacks soul skill with formidable penetration and destructive power. Tang Sect's gaze sharpened as he activated the teleportation soul skill attached to Xiao Wu's soul bone, swiftly evading the attack. In that fleeting moment of engagement, the 10 sages and the Shrek 7 had already landed. With the Shrek 7 having exhausted their soul power and Bai Qinxiang lacking combat capability, they remained on the shore, while the 10 sages charged forward to assist Tang Sect in confronting the title Douluo. Upon reaching the shore, Zhang Bei immediately unleashed the Golden Realm, rejuvenating the energy and soul power of the group. Dabeo, Fanny Huang, Chun Fong, Chun Long, and He Chong were the first to charge forward, while Li Hong launched an aerial assault, and Lu Xiaoxiao hurled the Space Divine Blade from distance. Wang Haochen, positioned farther away, unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the phosphorescent purple poison, skillfully avoiding his allies while enveloping the heavenly armored Douluo. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoman began to gather energy for his 4th soul skill, the Dance of Fire Radiance, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the heavenly armored Douluo. At the same time, Tang Sect's blue-silver Emperor entwined around the waists of his comrades, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Tang Sect was acutely aware that the 10 virtuous individuals, having exhausted substantial soul power at sea, were no match for the heavenly armored Douluo, while his own soul power was abundant, positioning him to play a pivotal role. Concurrently, Tang Sect surged forward, racing toward the heavenly armored Douluo. In Chapter 59, Blood Battle against the title Douluo, Part 2, the 2nd and 3rd soul rings of the heavenly armored Douluo illuminated simultaneously. The heavenly armor shield shimmered, and 16 sharp hexagonal plates launched forth, hurtling toward the group with fiery intensity. Douluo shouted and activated his first, third, and fifth soul rings simultaneously. Bolstered by the three enhancing soul skills, he managed to block the onslaught. Although he was merely a soul emperor, it was essential to remember that his adversary was just a defensive soul master, employing only a third soul skill with a dispersed attack, significantly diminishing the threat level. Chun Fang's first three soul rings flared to life, causing him to swell in size and intercept the attack. He Chang and Chun Long sidestepped. Activating their first soul rings, the claws of darkness and light struck out, sending the plates flying. Fan Yihuang's first soul ring ignited, enveloping him in fiery scaled armor, which not only thwarted the assault, but also reflected some of its force back onto the heavenly armored Douluo. At that moment, Li Hong in the air activated his first, second, third, and sixth soul rings simultaneously, in the state of twin wolves manifestation and gale wings. Several wind clones unleashed a barrage of wind blades toward the heavenly armored Douluo. It must be noted that this strike was further enhanced by the wind attribute of his soul bone. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoxiao's space divine blade drew near, as his sixth soul ring shone brightly, propelling him forward under the influence of his sixth soul skill, the sky-piercing blade. Concurrently, Lu Xiaoxiao's fourth soul ring illuminated, and two phantoms emerged from the two space divine blades, advancing toward the heavenly armored Douluo. The fourth soul skill of the space divine blade, phantasmic splitting blade, consumed a portion of soul power to form these splitting blades without diminishing the potency of the main body, even if their power was less than that of the original. It nevertheless augmented the overall offensive capability. At the same time, Qi Xiaoman unleashed his gathered dance of fire radiance toward the heavenly armored Douluo. Unfazed, the heavenly armored Douluo activated his seventh soul ring, releasing his true form, and the heavenly armor shield expanded, successfully blocking the series of attacks. However, at that moment, the phosphorescent purple poison began to spread. The heavenly armor shield was adept at deflecting frontal, physical, and energy assaults. Yet it possessed no means of counteracting the toxins that encroached from all directions. Wang Haochen, now at the 60-level soul power, wielded corrosion capabilities of the phosphorescent purple poison that had reached a terrifying threshold. Even a titled Douluo of the heavenly armored Douluo's caliber would see a considerable drop in strength without effective protective measures. At this juncture, Tang Sect activated his fifth soul ring, summoning the blue-silver Overlord Spear to his hand. Utilizing the instantaneous teleportation granted by his soul bone of the soft bone charm rabbit, he appeared directly behind the heavenly armored Douluo, thrusting the spear toward the Douluo's back. The heavenly armored Douluo had no time to evade and could only twist to avoid a fatal blow. Yet he was still pierced through the left shoulder. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Sect tugged on the blue-silver emperor, pulling the five individuals in front of the heavenly armor shield to his side. Douluo's sixth soul ring shone brightly, radiating golden light that intertwined to form the character for kill, directing it at the heavenly armored Douluo's true form. This was the sixth soul skill of the White Tiger Martial Soul, the White Tiger Destruction Kill. Fan Yihuang activated his third soul skill, Dragon's Radiance, enhancing himself, and then delivered a powerful punch toward the heavenly armored Douluo. Chun Fang's fourth soul ring ignited as he struck the heavenly armored Douluo with a mighty fist, simultaneously activating the spirit confusion from the silver moon wolf king soul bone, causing the Douluo's mental state to waver. Hichang's fifth and sixth soul rings illuminated together, empowered by the fifth soul skill, Heart of Darkness. Hichang quickly identified the heavenly armored Douluo's vulnerability and unleashed a dark demon dragon palm, striking true to the Douluo's vital point. Chun Long activated his fourth and fifth soul rings, and with the amplification of light, he executed the Radiant Dragon Rush, landing a blow on the heavenly armored Douluo. United in their full force, the five individuals expended nearly all of their soul power, delivering a devastating strike to the heavenly armored Douluo. After all, the entirety of the heavenly armored Douluo's defensive capabilities resided within that heavenly armor shield. Without its protection, his physical form did not differ significantly from an ordinary titled Douluo in terms of defense. Tang Sect thrust the blue-silver Overlord Spear once more, piercing through the heavenly armored Douluo's heart. The Douluo's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. After carefully inspecting the fallen figure, the group confirmed that the heavenly armored Douluo had indeed met his demise. Phew, we finally dealt with this fellow. Hichang exhaled in relief. This guy must have been sent by her. After all, only she would know we would pass near the sea of the demon whale and lay such a trap. Chun Long remarked. That fellow? Tang Sect inquired. It's Qianren Xue. We previously mentioned our intention to appoint another as the new leader of the Spirit Hall. Referring to her, given her status, should Bibi Dong perish, with Qian Doliu's support, she could easily overpower any dissent and seize control of the Spirit Hall, Qianlong explained. But now things have changed. Lu Xiaoxiao spoke solemnly. He has betrayed us. Betrayed you? Why? Tang Sect asked. His character is rather twisted, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, casting a deep gaze at Tang Sect. His obsession with killing you is unwavering and incredibly intense. Once he sets his mind, none of us can sway his resolve. Therefore, for your sake and for everyone, you must grow stronger swiftly to confront him in the future. I understand, Tang Sect responded quietly, though it was evident from his expression that he was deep in thought. The group lingered on Purple Pearl Island for several days, recovering their strength and soul power before setting sail towards Sea God Island aboard the Purple Pearl ship of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group. In Chapter 60, The Inheritance and Trial of the Gods, several days later, the group successfully reached Sea God Island with the aid of the Long Yuan boat and the vast sea universe cover. Upon arriving at Sea God Island, they encountered several yellow-clad sea spirit masters. Under their guidance, it wasn't too long before the 10 virtuous individuals, along with the Shrek's 7 monsters and Bai Qinxiang, totaling 18 people, arrived near the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. With their formidable strength, they effortlessly traversed the Sea of the Sea, reaching the vicinity of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. After explaining their origins to the Seahorse Duel, they began to undergo the trials. Dai Mubai and Oscar faced the Black Level 6 trial, Ning Rongrong the Top Level 7 trial, and Zhu Zhuqing the Black Level 5 trial. Bai Chunxiang, after completing the Yellow Level 1 trial, naturally kissed Xiao Pao, much to the amusement of those nearby. However, Xiao Pao accepted it with equanimity, harboring a nascent resolution within. After Bai Qinxiang concluded her trial and advanced a level in soul power, Xiao Pao stepped forward to face his own trial. However, no miracle occurred. Xiao Pao still faced the Black Level 6 trial, leaving him with a lingering sense of disappointment. Following this, it was Tang Sect and Xiao Wu's turn to take the trial. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Wu achieved the highest level in her examination, while Tang Sect attained the Sea God's 9th test, which drew the attention of the esteemed Sea God Douluo. Just as the Sea God Douluo was about to depart after conversing with Tang Sect, He Chong interjected, "Excuse me, esteemed Sea God Douluo, I have a moment? Is there something you wish to discuss?" inquired the Sea God Douluo. Without responding verbally, He Chong stepped forward to accept the trial. A radiant blue light enveloped him, and the stages of white, yellow, and purple merely flickered before transforming into black magical runes that swiftly ascended. Upon reaching 2/3 of its height, it shifted to crimson magical runes, which in the next instant surged to the pinnacle. A resonant hum filled the air as waves churned, and 7 colossal crimson pillars of light soared skyward, converging as they did so. In the blink of an eye, the crimson hue faded, giving way to a massive column of black light. 9 square screens materialized before him. The first was quite luminous, the 5 in the middle were relatively dim, and the last 3 were nearly imperceptible. The first 6 screens rushed into the lunar mark on He Chong's forehead, while the remaining 3 dissipated into nothingness. "Is this the Black Level 9th test?" Oscar asked, somewhat dumbfounded. "No, this is not the Black Level 9th test. Rather, it is the Dark 9th test," He Chong clarified. "Long before arriving at Sea God Island, I had already received the inheritance of the God of Darkness. However, the first 6 trials must be conducted here at Sea God Island, which is why I came. I never expected that in a single day, not only would the heir of the Sea God appear, but also the heir of the God of Darkness would arrive at Sea God Island," the Sea God Douluo murmured. Subsequently, Qianlong stepped forward to accept his trial, and while an extraordinary phenomenon occurred once again, having witnessed the previous 2 instances, they were not as astonished this time. Similar to He Chong, Qianlong's test was the Light 9th test, with the first 6 trials taking place on Sea God Island. Lu Xiaoxiao then approached to take his test. Following the pattern of the previous 2, he underwent the Space 9th test, with the first 6 trials executed by Sea God Island. Next, Fan Yihuang approached for his examination, earning the prestigious 8th test. Upon observing this, the Sea God Douluo was not surprised. Instead, she felt a sense of relief, realizing that not everyone here possessed divine inheritance. Yet she pondered, when did divine inheritances become as abundant as cabbages? Following this, Li Hong, Qi Xiaomin, Wang Haochen, Chun Fong, and Dabao each accepted the Black Level 6 test, while Zheng Bei undertook the Black Level 5th test. After the departure of the Sea God Douluo, under the arrangement of the Seahorse Oya. Everyone was accommodated at the Seahorse City Lordess Mansion. At that moment, within the grand hall of the third floor of the mansion, the group settled onto the sofas and began their discussions. After the Shrek 7 monsters shared their experiences from their first tests, Xiaoxiao spoke up. I also traversed, with double the sea god's light, and I too faced the 333rd step. Yichang and Chun Long echoed this, stating that their first tests also involved ascending to the 333rd step. My first test was the 228th step, Fanny Huang remarked, scratching his head. The other 10 prodigies shared their respective examination details. Aside from Xiaoxiao and 3 others, the rest had traversed the 108th step. After their discussions concluded, and after having lunch, they rested for an hour before being led by a purple-clad sea spirit master to the forbidden area of Sea God Island. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Sea God Mountain. Who will go first? Hichang asked, surveying the group. Leave it to me, Fan Yihuang declared, unleashing his Fire Dragon King martial spirit as he ascended. The first 20 steps posed no challenge for him, and maintaining a steady pace, he climbed effortlessly. Upon reaching the 21st step, although still feeling at ease, he remained cautious, activating his first soul skill, Flame Scale Armor, and his third soul skill, Dragon Radiance, steadily continuing to ascend through the 40th step. Then, with a resolute shout, Fan Yihuang unleashed his 7th soul skill, True Form of the Fire Dragon King, transforming into a fire dragon as he soared upwards, quickly reaching the 70th step. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Fire Dragon Domain, propelling himself to the 100th step. However, at this juncture, he began to feel the strain of his ascent. Ultimately, upon reaching the 108th step, Fanny Huang sensed he had reached his limit. Rather than attempting to push further, he descended to the 30th step, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. Did you see that? Hichang addressed the Shrek 7 monsters. The traversal of the sea god's light comes with nuances. Do not assume that Fire Wushuang's journey through the 108 steps was effortless. His current physique is the most formidable among us. His martial spirit is a top-tier assault-type B spirit, bolstered by 700,000-year soul rings and 600,000-year soul bones, alongside an exceptional martial spirit, True Form and Domain, which allowed him to scale the 108th step with ease. Even though you may not yet be able to complete the trial, we can utilize the pressure of the Sea God's light to accelerate our cultivation throughout this year, gradually acclimating to this pressure. While our physiques may not reach his level, adapting to this pressure will enable us to succeed in the trials. What he says is true. Truly, he is one chosen by the gods, remarked the sea god Poseidon, who had appeared unannounced. Poseidon engaged in a brief conversation with Tang Sect, agreeing to provide sustenance before shifting the focus to the 3 individuals she pointed out, Xiaopeng, Wang Haochen, and Zheng Bei. You 3 have reached a bottleneck. Haven to you? They nodded in affirmation, and Poseidon turned her palm, revealing 3 golden orbs. After briefly explaining the purpose of the divine bestowed soul rings, Poseidon instructed the 3 to begin absorbing them. Meanwhile, the other 14, excluding Fanny Huang, simultaneously began their ascent. Tang Sect activated the Blue-Silver Domain and the Killing God Domain, accompanying Xiao Wu as they climbed the steps. Dai Mubai and Dabao simultaneously invoked the White Tiger Protection Barrier, the White Tiger King Transformation, and the White Tiger Demon God Transformation before advancing together, leading the group. Following closely behind were Chun Long, who, empowered by his 5th soul skill, Radiance of Light, and the support of a 100,000-year light dragon torso bone, kept pace with the 4. Hichang trailed slightly behind him. Despite possessing a 100,000-year dark dragon torso bone, his soul power was a level lower than Chun Long's, and lacking suitable soul skills, he fell a bit behind. Chun Fong also kept stride, employing his fire body, earth expansion, and titan body soul skills to walk powerfully up the steps, not lagging far behind Yichang. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao felt somewhat disgruntled. Although he was a powerful assault-type spirit master, his Space Divine Blade was a weapon spirit, offering no enhancement to his physique, and unlike Tang Sect, he had not consumed any divine herbs to augment his body, nor did he possess a domain, which put him at a disadvantage compared to the others. Fortunately, his robust soul power allowed him to barely keep up with Qin Fang. Next were Li Hong and Oscar. Although Li Hong was a powerful assault-type spirit master with a top-tier B spirit, he only had a 2nd soul skill, Twin Wolves Embodiment, to bolster himself. Oscar, while possessing only 80% of Dai Mubai's strength through the replicated mirror image intestines, wielded the 3 enhancement soul skills of the White Tiger martial spirit, enabling him to move slightly faster than Li Hong. Finally, Qi Xiaomin, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong follow behind. Zhu Zhuqing activated her sixth soul skill, Netherworld Embodiment, while Ning Rongrong applied enhancements to herself in power, agility, soul power, and defense as they ascended the steps together. Qi Xiaoman was very helpless. In terms of soul power, besides the three people who were still absorbing soul rings, and by Chunxiang, he was the lowest. He himself is a control-type soul master. And the Fire Shadow Martial Soul has not yet increased its own soul skills, so it has fallen behind. Of course, no matter what, he is still in front of Bai Qingxiang. Dai Mubai and Dabao stopped at the 46th and 47th steps respectively and started walking down, while Tang Sanhe and Xiao Wu reached the 50th step. Watching Xiao Wu stop and slowly retreat down, Tang San did not attempt to continue climbing the stairs, but instead protected Xiao Wu and walked down together. At this point, Chun Long and Yichang had already surpassed the 50th step and continued walking upwards. The Trunk Soul Bone is often the most capable of fully amplifying soul masters. With a 100,000-year Trunk Soul Bone, although they may start a bit slower, their endurance may not necessarily be weak. However, they did not take any further steps. Chun Long reached the 61st step, while Yichang reached the 59th step. After both of them felt that they had reached their limits, they both returned downwards. After stepping onto the 42nd step, Chun Fong stopped and then began to turn back. After Lu Xiaoxiao stepped onto the 42nd step, he also felt the limit, but he gritted his teeth under the pressure and took a step forward. Surprisingly, under this pressure, he broke through from a soul power of level 69 to level 70. However, he also felt that his physical condition couldn't hold on anymore, so he didn't continue to force himself and began to retreat backwards. Behind them, Li Hong has already surpassed Oscar. Although he doesn't have as much soul skill amplification as Oscar, he is still a strong attack-type battle soul master with strong physical fitness. He only stopped at the 40th step and slowly descended. Not only that, Zhu Zhuqing also surpassed Oscar and stopped at the 39th step. Oscar is one level lower than Zhu Zhuqing and stops at the 38th step. Qi Xiaoman persevered under pressure and only stopped at the 31st step. Ning Rongrong stopped after the 26th step and began to descend. Chapter 61, Time Travel, the Light of the Sea God. Taking advantage of the three of them absorbing soul rings, 14 people, except for Fanny Huang, stepped onto the stairs at the same time. Tang Sen opened the Blue-Silver Realm and the Killing God Realm and led Xiao Wu up the stairs. Dai Mubai and Bao simultaneously performed three major soul boosting skills: White Tiger Bodyguard Barrier, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and White Tiger Demon God Transformation, and walked forward at the same time. The four of them were at the forefront. Following closely behind them is Chun Long, with the support of the fifth soul skill, the Power of Light, and the body bones of the 100,000-year Bright Dragon. He closely followed behind the four of them. Later on, it was Yichang, although he also had a 100,000-year Dark Dragon torso bone. His soul power was one level lower than Chun Long's, and he did not have suitable soul skills to support it, so he was slightly slower. Chen Fong also followed closely, displaying three soul skills: Flame Body, Earth Expansion, and Titan Body. With powerful steps, he walked on the steps, not much slower than Yichang. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, he was quite depressed. Although he was a strong attack-type battle soul master, his Spatial Divine Blade was a weapon and martial soul, which did not benefit him much. Unlike Tang San, who had taken immortal herbs to transform his body and had no domain, he was naturally not as strong as the previous few. Fortunately, his soul power was strong, and he barely followed behind Chun Fong. Next up are Li Hong and Oscar. Although Li Hong is a strong attack-type battle soul master, and his martial soul is also a top-level beast martial soul, he only has a second soul skill of dual wolf possession to enhance himself. Although Oscar only possesses 80 of Dai Mubai strength through copying the mirror intestine, he has the three amplification soul skills of the White Tiger martial soul, even faster than Li Hong, to reach the front line. Behind them are Qi Xiaoman, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing exhibited the sixth soul technique of netherworld possession, while Ning Rongrong applied power amplification, agility amplification, soul power amplification, and defense amplification to himself. The two of them walked up the stairs together. Qi Xiaoman was very helpless. In terms of soul power, besides the three people who were still absorbing soul rings, and by Chunxiang, he was the lowest. He himself is a control-type soul master, and the Fire Shadow martial soul has not yet increased its own soul skills, so it has fallen behind. Of course, no matter what, he is still in front of Bai Qingxiang. Dai Mubai and Dabao stopped at the 46th and 47th steps respectively and started walking down, while Tang Sanhe and Xiao Wu reached the 50th step. Watching Xiao Wu stop and slowly retreat down, Tang San did not attempt to continue climbing the stairs, but instead protected Xiao Wu and walked down together. At this point, Chunlong and Yichang had already surpassed the 50th step and continued walking upwards. The trunk soul bone is often the most capable of fully amplifying soul masters. With a 100,000-year trunk soul bone, although they may start a bit slower, their endurance may not necessarily be weak. However, they did not take any further steps. Chunlong reached the 61st step, while Yichang reached the 59th step. After both of them felt that they had reached their limits, they both returned downwards. After stepping onto the 42nd step, Chun Fong stopped and then began to turn back. After Lu Xiaoxiao stepped onto the 42nd step, he also felt the limit, but he gritted his teeth under the pressure and took a step forward. Surprisingly, under this pressure, he broke through from a soul power of level 69 to level 70. However, he also felt that his physical condition couldn't hold on anymore. So he didn't continue to force himself and began to retreat backwards. Behind them, Li Hong has already surpassed Oscar. Although he doesn't have as much soul skill amplification as Oscar, he is still a strong attack-type battle soul master with strong physical fitness. He only stopped at the 40th step and slowly descended. Not only that, Zhu Zhuqing also surpassed Oscar and stopped at the 39th step. Oscar is one level lower than Zhu Zhuqing and stops at the 38th step. Qi Xiaoman persevered under pressure and only stopped at the 31st step. Ning Rongrong stopped after the 26th step and began to descend. After turning back, everyone except Lu Xiaoxiao sat down on different levels of the stairs to practice. While Lu Xiaoxiao ran down excitedly and looked around. Don't look around. The divine soul ring that should be given to you will always be given. At some point, the sea god Douluo Poseidon had already appeared behind Lu Xiaoxiao. Senior sea god Douluo, your actions will scare people to death. Lu Xiaoxiao was startled, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't be stingy, quickly absorb the soul ring." Poseidon said, bouncing the golden bead out of his hand and shattering it on Lu Xiaoxiao's head. A golden mist enveloped Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao dared not neglect and immediately adjusted his state, starting to absorb soul rings. No one knows their own situation better than him. Among the 4 god-level assessors, he is the most difficult to pass the first exam. Tang Sect has 4 soul bones, 2 major domains, and a 100,000-year soul ring. In the near future, he will add another 100,000-year soul ring and make a leap in soul power level. But even with him like this, if it weren't for Xiao Wu's last-minute effort, he probably wouldn't have been able to complete the assessment. And Lu Xiaoxiao asked himself that he never had the ability like Tang Sect. And besides the individual increases that everyone could receive, there was no one else who could help him share the pressure. He can only rely on himself. Currently, he possesses but a solitary external spirit bone, the Kiss of Death, which offers negligible enhancement to his physical attributes. As a weapon spirit master, his martial spirit similarly does not augment his capabilities. The prospect of passing this first examination appears as daunting as scaling a mountain. In order to succeed, he must exert far more effort than Tang Sect. However, given Tang Sect's remarkable dedication, surpassing him is no simple feat for Lu Xiaoxiao. For Yichang and Chunlong, their 10,000-year torso bones significantly bolster their innate abilities, while their martial spirits are formidable assault-type B spirits, providing considerable advantages. Once they manifest their martial spirits' true forms, their strength is further amplified. After Yichang and Chunlong ascend to the Soul Sage rank, bolstered by Tang Sect's dual domains, Ning Rongrong's 4 enhancements, Fanny Huang's Fire Dragon domain, and Zheng Bei's exceptional recovery capabilities, the challenge of climbing to the 330th step becomes far less formidable. But he remains uncertain of his own success. Thus, he must strive with all his might, commencing with the pursuit of a 7th soul ring of as high a year span as possible. Aware that his physical prowess cannot match Tang Sect's ability to summon a 100,000-year soul ring, he still yearns to attain a sufficiently aged soul ring, compelling him to push forward. Enduring relentless agony, Lu Xiaoxiao grapples with the temptation to surrender, yet he resolutely restrains himself. He is unwilling to fail at the first examination, risking his life and becoming the subject of ridicule. As time slowly elapses, Lu Xiaoxiao's body remains in a state of extreme exertion, yet he perseveres in silence. At last, a silvery light envelopes Lu Xiaoxiao, emanating an aura of mystique. Simultaneously, he opens his eyes, the black hues within having faded to a gray, now infused with streaks of silver, presenting an otherworldly appearance. The space surrounding Lu Xiaoxiao begins to ripple, drawing the attention of his fellow cultivators, who are momentarily distracted from their training. 7 soul rings shimmer around Lu Xiaoxiao, the last of which displays a striking black and red hue, exuding a terrifying pressure. Is that a 90,000-year soul ring? The onlookers are taken aback. Lu Xiaoxiao lets out a low cry, activating his seventh soul ring. As the two spatial divine blades in his grasp rapidly expand, casting forth a silvery radiance. Unexpectedly, the absorption of this seventh soul ring not only grants him the true form of his martial spirit, but also awakens a domain. The miraculous nature of the divine soul ring proves to be on par with the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Lu Xiaoxiao muses to himself, uncertain whether this is the innate domain of his martial spirit or a gift from divine heritage. Regardless, given its connection to space, he decides to name it the spatial domain. Retracting his martial spirit and domain, he reverts to his original form. The companions who had been training under the pressure of the sea goddess light descend the stairs to congratulate Lu Xiaoxiao. During their conversation, he learns that after absorbing their soul rings, the others, including the plump Xiao, have also attempted to reach their limits. Plump Xiao, upon absorbing his soul ring, ascended to level 62, reaching the 41st step, while Wang Haochen reached the 33rd step. Surprisingly, Zheng Bei, utilizing the golden domain, managed to reach the 36th step before halting. Plump Zhao's sixth soul skill remains the Phoenix Cloud Piercing Strike, while Zheng Bei retains only a single area healing skill. And Wang Haochen's sixth soul skill is the Phosphor Powder Toxin, which can induce a state of confusion, synergizing well with his deceptive space. After a brief exchange, they ascend the steps once more to continue their training. 3 months later, Tang Sect breaks through to the Soul Sage realm and begins to absorb his seventh soul ring. During this period, several members of the 10 sages also achieve breakthroughs to the Soul Sage level. He Chong and Chun Long each absorb a seventh soul ring of 90,000 years and, like Lu Xiaoxiao, awaken their domains alongside the true forms of their martial spirits. With Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile tower augmenting their strengths, Tang San's dual domains, Zheng Bei's golden domain, Fan Yihuang's fire dragon domain, Lu Xiaoxiao's spatial domain, Chun Long's radiant domain, and He Chong's dark domain. Each individual can also utilize Oscar's replication mirroring sausages to gain the 3 significant enhancements of the white tiger martial spirit, along with the potent effects of the excitation pink sausage and the limit-breaking dark green sausage, significantly increasing their chances of passing the trials. After 100 days of soul ring absorption, Tang Sect successfully acquires a 100,000-year soul ring, experiencing a tremendous boost in soul power. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year is nearly at an end. Chapter 62, the first examination passed. On this day, only 3 days remain until the deadline for the first examination. The 10 sages and the Shrek's 7 monsters stand at the foot of Sea God Mountain, silently observing by Chun Xiang as she diligently ascends the steps. Currently, the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters are as follows. Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai. Level 71 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Uncle Oscar, level 68 Food Type Weapon Soul Emperor. Thousand Hands Azura Tang Sect, level 76 Control Type Battle Soul Sage. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, level 69 Assault Type Battle Soul Emperor. Soft Bone Charming Rabbit Xiao Wu, Soul Power Unknown, significantly enhanced physical resistance. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong, level 69 Support Type Weapon Soul Emperor. Nether Cat Zhu Zhuqing, level 69 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Emperor. The soul power levels of the 10 sages are as follows. Imperial White Tiger Dabao, level 72 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Flame Dragon King Fanny Huang, level 78 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Illusory Fire Flowing Shadow Qi Xiaoman, level 69 Control Type Battle Soul Emperor. Galawim Bubas Lifon, level 71 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Spatial Divine Blade Lu Xiaoxiao, level 77 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Elemental Lord Chun Fong, level 73 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Dark Holy Dragon He Chong, level 76 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. Radiant Holy Dragon Chun Long, level 77 Assault Type Battle Soul Sage. 9 Heart Begonia Zheng Bei, level 67 Support Type Weapon Soul Emperor. Phosphor Poison Snake Wang Haochen, level 68 Control Type Battle Soul Emperor. After Bai Qinxiang steps onto the 61st step and obtains purple level authority, everyone begins to attempt their ascents. Thanks to Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower S enhancement, Oscar's Excitation Pink Sausage, and the accumulation of multiple domains, the others, except for Lu Xiaoxiao, managed to pass the trials without significant difficulty within 2 days. The final day is naturally Lu Xiaoxiao's turn to face the trial. He is placed last due to the relative difficulty of his challenge, requiring the support of others who have already gained their permissions. After consuming the replication mirroring sausage and excitation pink sausage crafted by Oscar, he unleashes his white tiger martial spirit, simultaneously activating his first, third, and fifth enhancement soul skills. Under the influence of the Golden Domain, Radiant Domain, Dark Domain, Blue-Silver Domain, Fire Dragon Domain, and his own Spatial Domain, along with the augmentations from Zheng Bei and Ning Rongrong, the group swiftly progresses upwards. Only upon reaching the 222nd step does Lu Xiaoxiao slightly decelerate for the first time, accepting a recovery sausage from Oscar and quickly chewing it before resuming his ascent. Upon reaching the 270th step, Lu Xiaoxiao takes the limit-breaking dark green sausage and a second replication mirroring sausage, along with 2 recovery sausages from Oscar, hastily consuming them while Tang Sect devouring gold silk from the 8 spider lances injects strands of soul power into Lu Xiaoxiao's body. Lu Xiaoxiao's pace was remarkably steady until he reached the 324th step, where his progress faltered. Gritting his teeth, he realized that no one could offer him further support in this trying moment. Everything depended on his own perseverance. Bolstered by his unwavering belief, Lu Xiaoxiao ascended another 6 steps. Just 3 more steps, 3 more steps, his heart echoed fervently as he slowly advanced. At last, he took 2 more steps. Yet this time he truly reached his limit. Was it destined that he would perish here? How could he resign himself to such a fate? Lu Xiaoxiao clenched his jaw, pondering whether he would become the first to fall on the path to divinity. No, he had so much left to accomplish. He could not simply collapse here. A silver glint flickered in his eyes, and the oppressive weight surrounding him seemed to lessen perceptibly. With renewed determination, he took another step, reaching the 333rd step. The surrounding pressure vanished rapidly, and a glimmer of joy adorned Lu Xiaoxiao's visage. Under the immense burden of life and death, his soul power unexpectedly surged by a level, attaining the 78th rank. Transcend, double, see Goddess Light pass. A commanding voice resonated within Lu Xiaoxiao's mind, signaling the conclusion of the first trial. His affinity with the god of space increased by 5%, bringing the total to 5%. 7 beams of golden light converged above him, subsequently entering his body, aiding in the restoration of his physical and soul power. In the previous trial, apart from Tang Sect, Xiao Wu, He Chong, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Chun Long, everyone else had elevated their soul power by 1 level, with Ning Rongrong's soul ring age increasing by 500 years. Although Fan Yihuang's soul ring age also rose by 1,000 years, it was a mere drop in the ocean for him. As anticipated, He Chong and Chun Long each gained a 5% affinity with the god of darkness and the god of light, respectively. Poseidon appeared from afar, and the divine soul rings were distributed among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qi Xiaomin. As for Xiao Peng, although he had also reached the soul saint level, he had already utilized the divine soul ring previously and thus had no new rings to absorb. He Chong approached, informing Tang, saying that using the sea goddess light to resurrect Xiao Wu and the inner core of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent would likely result in failure. Consequently, Tang Sect instructed Xiao Peng to commence the absorption of the soul rings from the 10-headed blazing sun serpent. By the way, what about the soul rings for Zheng Bei and me? Wang Haochen suddenly inquired telepathically. We already used the divine soul rings. We can't possibly use these sea soul beast rings for our next breakthrough, right? After all, it's better to have soul rings that resonate with our essence instead of those under 100,000 years. There's no need to worry about that, He Chong replied. I plan to experiment with artificial soul rings. Artificial soul rings? The group expressed surprise, although they concealed it well, preventing the Shrek 7 monsters from noticing. I have previously experienced divine soul rings and mastered the secret technique for condensing soul bones. Transforming soul bones into soul rings should not be unfeasible. While it may be somewhat extravagant, soul bones are not particularly precious to us. Rather, soul rings are urgently needed. If successful, it could prove beneficial, He Chong communicated. The others marveled, though they had grown accustomed to such revelations. Before long, Ning Rongrong and the others completed their absorption of the soul rings in the second trial. The breakthrough and circular blockade commenced. The challenges faced by the group were largely similar. They all traversed the circular sea without harming any sea soul beasts. However, unlike the others, Tang Sect, Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Long, and He Chong found their soul ring abilities restricted, while Ning Rongrong and Fan Yihuang's martial souls were also rendered inactive. In the following 3 months, aside from Oscar, Wang Haochen, and Zheng Bei focusing on their cultivation, the rest engaged in sparring and honing their teamwork awaiting Oscar's breakthrough. Finally, after 3 months, Oscar achieved the 70th level and absorbed the divine soul ring. Under the urging of his companions, Oscar hesitantly demonstrated his 7th soul skill, eliciting hearty laughter from a group. Subsequently, they convened and resolved to attempt the second trial. Chapter 63. The 200,000-year demon soul, Great White Shark. Tang Sect was the first to enter the circular sea for reconnaissance. The Shrek's 7 monsters were quite anxious, while the 10 sages appeared rather relaxed. They believed that with the combined strength of their 17 members, a trial that could have been completed solely by the Shrek's 7 monsters should pose no challenge. With this mindset, they felt little pressure. Suddenly, a shadow swam toward Tang Sect from a distance. He-Chang's expression sharpened as he telepathically warned the others. Not good. What's wrong? Zenbai asked. Isn't it just 100,000-year demon soul, Great White Shark? No. He-Chang's face darkened. It's not 100,000-year. It's likely a 200,000-year. Just then, Qianlong also communicated that demon soul Great White Shark is not the original 25 meters long. It's 50 meters. Does this mean the world's self-restoration ability has activated? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. That appears to be the case. It seems passing this trial won't be so easy after all. He-Chang chuckled bitterly. Since this trial has grown more challenging, the forthcoming 4th trial, the battle against the whale shark, will likely become even more arduous, Qianlong remarked. Given the power of a 200,000-year demon soul, Great White Shark, if it cannot contend with the evil spirit Orca clan, then facing them will surely be even more formidable, and the difficulty of our trials will escalate dramatically. While they were conversing, Tang Sect was already knocked out of the circular sea. After a discussion, Tang Sect and Dai Mubai ventured to test whether the demon soul Great White Shark King would harm them. 5 minutes later, the two were sent flying onto the shore. Yet they remained unscathed. As they shared a wry smile, a white figure swiftly approached the shore. Be careful, Tang Sect shouted, instantly teleporting to Xiao Wu's side. While Xiao Peng, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly summoned their martial souls to shield Ning Rongrong. The 10 sages reacted even faster, promptly unleashing their martial souls. While the 7 assault-type soul masters positioned themselves at the forefront, with Wang Haochen, Qi Xiaomin, and Zheng Bei standing behind, the white figure rapidly expanded. Leaping from the water to reveal a tall girl, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu, a peculiar gray-blue light flickering in her eyes. No soul, the aura is present. The gaze of the demon's soul, Great White Shark King, shifted to Tang Sect, its gray-blue eyes radiating murderous intent, the icy glare piercing like a blade. Tang Sect's purple extreme demon eye instinctively glimmered with purple-gold light, yet he still staggered back 6 or 7 steps. It seems our suspicions were not unfounded. He-Chang communicated telepathically. If it were merely a 100,000-year demon soul, Great White Shark, it would only cause Tang Sect to retreat 3 steps. This demon soul, Great White Shark King, must possess an essence above 200,000 years. Despicable human. I will kill you. The voice of the demon soul, Great White Shark King was rigid, and in an instant, it appeared beside Tang Sect. Tang Sect quickly stored Xiao Wu into his wishful hunter treasure bag, and then teleported back to his companions. Ning Rongrong and Zheng Bei began amplifying their allies, while Oscar consumed a copy mirror sausage, a silver light flashing above his head. In an instant, he split into 2, each holding a 7 treasures glazed tower. For their current assembly, they lacked in support-type soul masters, while assault-type soul masters were abundant, with him acting as a dual auxiliary soul master. Wielding 2 7-treasure glazed towers, it is undoubtedly far superior to ingesting a replicated mirror-like organ crafted from Dai Mubai's blood to transform into the white tiger martial soul. The first 4 soul rings and the 6th soul ring on Wang Haochen gleamed brilliantly as 5 distinct and potent toxins, under his precise control, swiftly spread toward the king of the magic soul, Great White Shark, without a hint of collateral damage to others. Qi Xiaomin's 6th and 7th soul rings illuminated, causing the shadow beneath the magic soul Great White Shark to suddenly warp, transforming into a humanoid silhouette that stood upright, subsequently morphing into a fiery cage that ensnared the magic soul Great White Shark. Qi Xiaomin's martial soul, the Fire Shadow, possessed a unique ability that allowed him to manipulate any shadow for his own use, even executing any soul skill he possessed aside from his martial soul's true form. As these were mere phantoms, other soul masters could not attack them. However, to maintain his martial soul's true form, Qi Xiaomin naturally had to expend a considerable amount of soul power. This fiery cage was, of course, his 6th soul skill, renowned for its formidable control capabilities. When the magic soul, great white shark, reverted to its true form, it swiftly broke free from the fiery cage. But at that moment, the strikes from a multitude of assault-type soul masters descended upon it. Dai Mubai and Daba's movements were synchronized, unleashing their martial soul's true forms alongside 3 major amplification soul skills. Before executing the White Tiger Destruction Seal aimed directly at the body of the magic soul, great white shark. Simultaneously, a golden-red energy entity, akin to a phoenix, collided head-on with the magic soul, great white shark. This was Xiao Pang's 6th soul skill, the Phoenix Cloud Strike. Having transformed into a twin-headed wolf, Li Hong unleashed his 6th soul skill, the Gale Clone, creating multiple duplicates while simultaneously employing his 5th soul skill, the Tornado Blade, to besiege the magic soul, great white shark. Chun Fong, after transforming into his martial soul's true form, activated his 6th soul ring, conjuring a lightning spear in his hand, which he hurled at the magic soul, great white shark. 7 shadowy figures emerged behind the magic soul, great white shark, simultaneously releasing crescent-shaped black light blades. These were Zhu Zhuqing's 5th soul skill, the Shadow of the Nether, and her 3rd soul skill, the Nether Slash. The Dark Haotian Hammer descended from above, radiating the white light of the Killing God domain, crashing toward the magic soul, great white shark. He Chong and Chun Long simultaneously fired a sphere of light, filled with the powers of light and darkness, surging toward the magic soul, great white shark, while steadily closing in, poised to obliterate and unleash overwhelming energy. The spatial divine blade sliced through the void, approaching the magic soul, great white shark. Even without the ability to utilize soul skills, the power of this spatial divine blade remained formidable. Fan Yihuang activated his 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings simultaneously, unleashing a fiery meteor and a phantom fire dragon from 2 directions toward the magic soul, great white shark, while he himself executed the dragon radiance transformation to amplify his own power, then leapt forth to unleash the blazing flame assault against the magic soul, great white shark. All of this transpired simultaneously. In the face of such a concerted assault from numerous soul masters, even a typical title de law would find themselves flustered. However, the magic soul, great white shark, was no ordinary title de law. The domain of the magic shark swiftly unfurled, summoning torrents of seawater that coalesced around it, forming a circular current barrier. The ranged attacks launched from afar were diminished layer by layer within the waters. Even melee soul masters who dared to venture within found their momentum significantly curtailed. If Chunlong's soul skills had been active at that moment, his breaking boundary divine light could have countered the magic shark's domain. Yet, with his abilities sealed, the magic soul, great white shark, naturally held an overwhelming advantage. The weakened attacks that struck the magic soul, great white shark, inflicted negligible damage, while with a mere flick of its tail, it sent Fan Yihuang and the others flying backward. Power. This was the undeniable essence of power. Given the current strength of the magic soul, great white shark, it was likely that, aside from the sea god Douluo's direct intervention, no one on Sea God Island could stand against it. Realizing their inferiority, He Chong shouted urgently, "Cease your attacks. I believe this is a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? The magic soul, great white shark, morphed into a humanoid form, icy eyes fixed on Tang Sect. "You have taken our 10,000-year soul, B-soul rings, and soul bones, and enslaved her body. How dare you mention misunderstanding?" Tang Sect released Xiao Wu from the Rui Bao Bao pouch. A faint red glow flashing past as Xiao Wu's true form regained its brilliance. After a brief explanation, the magic soul, great white shark, filled with indignation, reverted to its true form and vanished into the circular sea, disappearing into the depths. After Tang Sect pacified Xiao Wu, the group deliberated and decided that, aside from Wang Haochen, Zheng Bei, and Fanny Huang, who would continue their training, the rest would practice coordinated combat in the water. Chapter 64, Artificial Soul Rings. Half a year swiftly passed, during which the group continuously engaged in combat underwater, their aquatic combat abilities steadily improving. Wang Haochen's soul power had already reached level 70. However, due to the lack of soul rings, he could not break through the bottleneck and join the ranks of underwater combat. Zheng Bei's soul power had also risen to level 69, while the others had only progressed by approximately half a level. One day, He Chong's voice rang out with excitement. "I did it. I succeeded. What happened?" The others rushed over, astonished at He Chong's exuberant demeanor. Usually composed, they had never witnessed him so animated. Perhaps sensing his own excitement, He Chong paused, cleared his throat, and, still brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "I have created an artificial soul ring." As he spoke, Qichang held up a black orb, his face betraying an unmistakable thrill. An artificial soul ring? The remaining members of Shrek's 7, excluding Xiao Pang, were taken aback. Indeed, Qichang affirmed, based on my sensitivity to the divine bestowed soul rings, combined with some special methods, I have finally succeeded in creating this soul ring. According to my estimations, this soul ring should have effects comparable to those of a divine bestowed soul ring, with a lifespan reaching the limits a soul master can endure, and providing the most suitable abilities. Without further ado, De Guyen, you should be the first to give it a try. With that, Qichang handed over the black orb. Wang Haochen did not hesitate, accepting the black orb. As he squeezed it, a swirl of black mist enveloped him, and he began the absorption of the soul ring. By the way, how many soul bones did you expend in researching this? Chun Long suddenly inquired telepathically. Qichang seemed somewhat embarrassed. I failed 8 times prior, using up 8 soul bones. This soul ring was created using an entire soul bone. However, now that I've developed this, it is undoubtedly worth it. With an artificial soul ring, we no longer need to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. We can possess a 10,000-year soul ring ourselves. Perhaps not, Chun Long replied, shaking his head. I'm not trying to discourage you, but think back. The divine bestowed soul ring's orb was golden, and so was the mist. Based on Tang Sect's future soul ring coloration, gold could signify a 1,000,000-year or even divine level. Therefore, the upper limit of the divine bestowed soul ring might be a 1,000,000-year or even divine soul ring. The orb and mist you created, both black, likely correspond to a 1,000-year level, at best a soul ring of 99,999 years. Upon hearing Chun Long's analysis, Qichang was momentarily stunned, then bitterly smiled. It seems my experimental soul ring can only suffice for immediate needs. If soul bones can be exchanged for a 10,000-year soul ring, it wouldn't just be a fair trade, it might even yield a profit. But exchanging for a 1,000-year soul ring might not be worth it at all. The conversation between the two was conducted through spiritual transmission, rendering the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7, save for the rotund one, completely oblivious. Before long, Wang Haochen finished absorbing the soul ring, and the ink-like 7th soul ring illuminated. His form swiftly transformed into a colossal venomous serpent. This was indeed Wang Haochen's 7th soul skill, the phosphorescent true body. Once he reverted from his martial soul manifestation to human form, the others quickly gathered around him. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Wang Haochen declared, "My 7th soul ring is equivalent to a soul ring generated by a soul beast aged between 50,000 to 60,000 years. It feels quite similar to the divine bestowed soul ring I absorbed earlier. Brother Yu, may I inquire about your true identities?" Tang Sect sighed, recalling that the sea god Douluo once stated that the divine bestowed soul rings are manifestations of divine power beyond human capability. Could it be that you're also divine? Not yet, but in the future, we undoubtedly shall be. Qichang's eyes sparkled with divine intent. Regrettably, I am not yet a deity. Although I have concocted artificial soul rings, they still pale in comparison to divine bestowed soul rings. If our assumptions are correct, these artificial soul rings can at most provide a 10,000-year soul ring. The 100,000-year soul ring you absorbed previously is beyond the reach of artificial means. Unless my technology can be further refined. Brother Yu, might I inquire how these artificial soul rings are crafted? Surely, they're not merely condensed from soul power? Oscar ventured tentatively. To speak frankly, these artificial soul rings are constructed on the foundation of soul bones. With each artificial soul ring requiring the consumption of a single soul bone to create, Qichang replied somewhat helplessly. Fortunately, I had some inferior quality soul bones on hand, so using them to manufacture artificial soul rings isn't too much of a loss. However, even so, this is merely a temporary fix. If we wish to sustain this method long-term, it would likely lead to financial ruin. Upon learning that the artificial soul rings were made from soul bones, the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7, apart from the rotund one, were somewhat astonished but felt a sense of equilibrium within. After all, it was only natural that such extraordinary artificial soul rings would come at a significant cost. After Wang Haochen absorbed the soul ring, he joined the fray in the water battle. A fortnight later, a dragon's roar resonated from the depths, and a figure with magnificent wings ascended into the sky. It was Fan Yihuang. At some point, he had acquired an additional red soul ring, and 8 red soul rings danced around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Indeed, on this day, Fan Yihuang had finally broken through to the 80th level, and this 8th soul ring had spontaneously emerged from within him. He flapped his wings and returned to the ground, where everyone awaited him. Even Xiao Bai had transformed into human form to join the gathering. How'd it go? Li Fengyin Kita. My 8th soul ring has finally granted me 2 soul skills. Fanny Huang scratched his head, recalling that his previous 100,000-year soul ring had only conferred a single skill, which had puzzled him. What is so strange about that? He Chang retorted, you originally possessed only 1 soul skill. Even with the age of the soul ring increasing, it cannot grant you an additional skill. As for the 7th soul ring, even a 100,000-year soul ring can only provide 1 martial soul manifestation. Moreover, the skills you possess individually do not fall short of those 2 skills. Pray, do tell what skills you have acquired. One is called Dragon's Roar, and the other is Dragon's Barrier, Fan Yihuang explained. Dragon's Roar is a sound wave type skill, while Dragon's Barrier is a defensive skill that transforms soul power into a barrier. The group couldn't help but marvel. Both of Fanny Wang's skills were exceptional. With his current strength, few could claim to be assured of victory in a duel against him. Another 2 months passed. Zheng Bei also broke through to the 70th level, attaining martial soul manifestation through the artificial soul ring. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 11 months had elapsed since the 2nd examination commenced. On this day, the Shrek 7, along with the 10 sages, stood at the edge of the circular sea, a total of 17 individuals. In the expanse of water over 200 meters wide, thousands of sea soul beasts floated, led by the king of the magic soul great white shark, Xiao Bai, among which were several magic soul great white sharks. Today marked the day of their assault on the 2nd examination. Although their soul power had not progressed as significantly as in the previous year, their cooperation had become far more harmonious. The current soul power levels of the Shrek 7 are as follows. The evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai. Level 74 Assault System, Soul Saint. Uncle Oscar, Level 72 Food System, Tool Soul Saint. The Thousand-Handed Azura, Tang San, Level 78 Control System, Soul Saint. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, Level 73 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Soft Bone Enchantress, Xiao Wu, Soul Power Unknown, Physical Resistance Enhanced, significantly improved aquatic combat capability. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong, Level 72 Support System, Tool Soul Saint. The Nether Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, Level 73 Agility Attack, System Soul Saint. The soul power levels of the 10 sages are as follows. The Imperial White Tiger, Dabao, Level 76 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Flame Dragon King, Fanny Huang, Level 81 Assault System, Soul Douluo. The Phantom Fire Flowing Shadow, Qi Xiaoman, Level 73 Control System, Soul Saint. The Gale Twin Wolves, Li Hong, Level 74 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Space Divine Blade, Lu Xiaoxiao, Level 80 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Elemental Lord, Chun Fong, Level 76 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Dark Holy Dragon, He Chong, Level 78 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Light Holy Dragon, Chun Long, Level 79 Assault System, Soul Saint. The Nineheart Sea Tang, Zheng Bei, Level 71 Support System, Tool Soul Saint. The Phosphorescent Poison Snake, Wang Haochen, Level 72 Control System, Soul Saint. Indeed, during this year, Lu Xiaoxiao also reached the bottleneck of Level 80. However, he chose not to absorb an artificial soul ring. As he was not satisfied with a 10,000-year soul ring, he sought a 100,000-year soul ring instead. Xiao Wu's soul returned to its original form, and Tang Sect shouted, "Let's go." The Rotund One swiftly activated his martial soul manifestation, the 7-headed fire phoenix, while Fan Yihuang charged ahead. Tang San wrapped his arms around Xiao Wu's waist, and the rest, except for Li Hong, consumed the rapid flight mushroom sausage, gathering behind the Rotund One and Fan Yihuang. The enhancement of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower was bestowed upon the 2 at the forefront, while Zheng Bei activated his golden domain, aiding everyone in maintaining peak condition. The surrounding sea water was swiftly vaporized by the flames of the phoenix and the fire of the dragon, forming a path devoid of water as the 2 advanced rapidly, with the others quickly following suit. Tang Sen invoked the flight soul skill of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, propelling forward with Xiao Wu, while Li Hong displayed his Gale twin wings. The others also manifested transparent wings behind them, hastening their flight. Before long, they had breached the circular sea beyond 70 meters. Seizing the moment while Xiao Bai remained unaware, white light, yellow light, darkness, and silver light intermingled as Tang San's god of death domain, Chun Long's light domain, He Chang's dark domain, and Lu Xiaoxiao's space domain were unleashed almost simultaneously. The evolved skill of the god of death domain, Death God Charge, transformed the white light into a conical shape, accelerating their speed further. In the blink of an eye, the group had surged over 100 meters. However, at that moment, A blue-gray light emanated rapidly from Xiao Bai, causing the surrounding sea to boil, obstructing their advance. This was the domain of the magic shark. Suddenly, a golden-red light appeared behind the Shrek 7, swiftly arriving beside the rotund one, instantly igniting the flames of the phoenix and countering the pressure of the magic shark domain. The newcomer was none other than Oscar. The reason he opted to consume the replicated intestinal mirror crafted from the blood of the chubby one instead of that derived from the blood of Fanny Huang is due to the overwhelming dominance of the Fire Dragon King's bloodline within Fanny Huang. The replicated intestinal mirror could only replicate the pre-evolution spirit of Fan Yi Huang's unicorn Tyrannosaurus and the weakened soul skills. Although the replication of the chubby one spirit is limited to a singular fire phoenix, it is nonetheless superior to the unicorn Tyrannosaurus. Simultaneously, as the chubby one raised his 7 heads, 7 golden-red halos converged and suddenly expanded, transforming the surrounding seawater into a shimmering golden-red hue. With a mighty roar from Fanny Huang, the nearby seawater was rapidly vaporized, replaced instead by flickering flames. This was indeed the domain of the phoenix and the fire dragon. Harnessing the combined strength of the trio, along with Ning Rongrong's support and the domains of several others, they finally managed to repel Xiao Bai's domain, allowing the group to swiftly advance, covering a depth of over 120 meters. However, at that moment, a ripple emanated from Xiao Bai's forehead, chasing after the Shrek 7, while the blue-gray radiance emanating from her intensified, solidifying the surrounding seawater. With the evolution skill of the magic shark domain solidifying and the mental attack of despair light wave unleashed, the progression of the Shrek 7 and the 10 sages faltered. Xiao Bai's form flickered as she swiftly swam towards Ning Rongrong. Entering the overlapping domains of the group, Xiao Bai's strength was significantly constrained, and, simultaneously, Tang Sect's purple extreme divine light and Chun Feng's mental confusion struck. Under Xiao Bai's flawless control, the despair light wave contracted, colliding with the 2 mental attacks, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over Tang Sect and Chun Feng, nearly rendering them unconscious. Fortunately, they were supported by their comrades and did not fall behind. After a brief pause, Xiao Bai flicked her tail, aiming to strike Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, a fiery red figure emerged. Seizing Xiao Bai's tail, it was Oscar's replication. With a fierce shout, Oscar's replica self-destructed, forcing Xiao Bai to retreat. At this moment, the group had advanced 150 meters, drawing ever closer to the shore. A gray-blue luminescence suddenly radiated from Xiao Bai's mouth, enveloping her entire form in a crystalline sheen, her white skin transforming into a transparent gray-blue hue, while the surrounding seawater abruptly froze under her unique aura. This was the 3rd evolution skill of the magic shark domain, crystallization. Under the influence of this skill, the entire circular sea appeared to morph into a colossal crystal. At this juncture, the Shrek 7 and the 10 sages simultaneously unleashed their power. Oscar handed several recovery sausages to the chubby one and Fanny Huang, who eagerly consumed them. Ning Rongrong ingested 3 sturdy golden flies, amplifying Tang Sect's abilities. The Haoyan hammer materialized in Tang Sect's grasp, and he commenced the chaotic cloak hammer technique upon the hardened crystalline surface of the seawater. Chun Feng's 6th and 7th spirit rings illuminated, instantly invoking his martial spirit true form, causing his physique to swell while he hurled his lightning spear. Lu Xiaoxiao, wielding dual spatial divine blades, surged forward, opting for melee combat as soul skills were ineffective in this scenario. He Chong and Chun Long advanced from either side, simultaneously launching punches at Xiao Bai. Li Hong also manifested his martial spirit true form and employed his 6th soul skill, Gale Clone, dispatching clones to assault Xiao Bai. Qi Xiaoman stood still, refraining from engaging, as he was the least adept at aquatic combat, unable to utilize his 7 soul skills effectively in such a battle. Zheng Bei continued to silently summon the Golden Domain, restoring the team's stamina and soul power. 2 massive white tigers pounced toward Xiao Bai. One, adorned with black stripes, was the true form of Dabao, while the other was the fusion technique, Spectral White Tiger, executed by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Wang Haochen's eyes gleamed as he unleashed the deceptive space, momentarily halting Xiao Bai's movements. In that instant, the group's attacks cascaded upon Xiao Bai, forcing her back several dozen meters. However, Xiao Bai quickly regained her composure, unleashing a barrage of gray-blue light that coalesced into tooth-like projectiles, known as the teeth of the magic shark. In an instant, everyone was repelled and grievously injured. Even the Spectral White Tiger was not spared, being violently separated into 2 entities. Despite Xiao Bai's restraint, her 200,000-year cultivation was beyond their capacity to withstand. At that moment, Tang Sect completed the chaotic cloak hammer technique, stacking it for a total of 81 strikes, with countless serpent-like lightning surging forth like a colossal dragon, rupturing the crystalline sea and carving a path. Yet, the terrifying strength of Xiao Bai, with her 200,000-year cultivation, rendered this attack insufficient to breach her domain. Xiao Bai charged once more, and aside from Wang Haochen, Zheng Bei, and Qi Xiaoman, who lacked direct combat capability, only the chubby one, Fanny Huang Oscar, and Xiao Wu retained sufficient energy. Chubby one, let us go. Fanny Huang telepathically urged, swiftly positioning himself in front, with the chubby one promptly following suit. The powers of the Fire Dragon King and the Fire Phoenix were unleashed, their two domains overlapping to impede Xiao Bai's advance. As Fanny Huang and the chubby one drew closer, they suddenly sensed an unspoken resonance between their martial spirits. Could it be? They exchanged glances, inching closer. Suddenly, the bloodline within Fan Yi Huang surged, and he unconsciously transformed into a fire dragon. Is this the martial spirit true form? He Chong speculated, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. No, that's impossible, Chun Long interjected. Since the trial prohibited martial spirit true forms, it cannot manifest. Could this be a martial spirit fusion technique? Lu Xiaoxiao proposed suddenly. That is a possibility, Wang Haochen concurred. The forms of the Fire Dragon and Fire Phoenix gradually aligned, spiraling together as they charged toward Xiao Bai. Even before they could approach, Xiao Bai sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Despite her 200,000-year cultivation, being merely a magic soul great white shark, she fell significantly short in comparison to both the Fire Phoenix and the Fire Dragon King. The two entities intertwined and ultimately collided with Xiao Bai. The impact was tremendous, shattering the crystalline seawater surrounding Xiao Bai and finally breaching her domain, causing her to lose consciousness. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu swiftly consumed the replicated intestinal mirror, extending her blue-silver emperor vines to connect the group. Simultaneously, the four who had previously expended less soul power, Oscar, Qi Xiaoman, Wang Haochen, and Zheng Bei, quickly consumed the replicated intestinal mirror, switching their martial spirits to swift-tailed swallows, rapidly accelerating and bursting forth from the circular sea in an instant. With a splash, Xiao Bai emerged from the water, her visage contorted with fury. Oscar chuckled as he tossed several sausages towards her, while all 17 individuals bowed at a 90-degree angle in gratitude. Xiao Bai huffed and turned away. Chubby one, what was that technique you both executed earlier? Tang Sect inquired. It was likely a martial spirit fusion technique. The chubby one succinctly relayed his previous sensations. Indeed, He Chong affirmed, with your current strengths, combined with the suppression of the martial spirit aura on Xiao Bai, employing a martial spirit fusion technique could indeed achieve that level of power. However, I suspect that if I could unleash my full strength, manifest my martial spirit true form, and integrate it with soul bones, I could also reach such heights. Fanny Huang mused, scratching his head. What is the name of your martial soul fusion technique? Li Feng Inkidat. The two, Fanny Huang and Xiao Peng, exchanged glances, clearly unprepared with an answer. How about we call it Dragon and Phoenix, presenting auspiciousness? Wang Haochen suggested. The name seemed rather too formal as Zheng Bei began to voice his opinion, yet others quickly nodded in agreement. This name is quite fitting and resonates well with our martial soul fusion technique, Daba remarked. You are all making me lose face, Zheng Bei complained. At that moment, 17 beams of light simultaneously emanated from the foreheads of the group, except for Tang Sect, Xiao Wu, Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Long, and He Chong. Everyone else experienced a surge in their soul power, with Ning Rongrong's soul rings enhancing by 500 years, while Fanny Huang's soul rings increased by a staggering 1,000 years. As for Tang Sect, Lu Xiaoxiao, He Chong, and Chun Long, their affinity levels rose by 5% each, and Xiao Wu's notification still indicated a stacking reward. Simultaneously, the subject of the third assessment manifested in their minds. Chapter 67, Tidal Body Refinement. Tidal Body Refinement? What does that mean? Oscar asked in confusion. Tang Sect replied, it seems our third assessment is similar. I too will undergo tidal body refinement, but unlike the first assessment crossing the sea god's light, I will experience double the tidal body refinement. Soon, you shall comprehend its significance. Follow me. Draped in crimson, Poseidon appeared beside them, and after speaking, he began to walk in the direction opposite to Sea God Mountain, prompting the others to hasten their pace to follow. After a lengthy journey of over 2 hours, they arrived atop a mountain peak. gazing at the breathtaking valley where turbulent waves crashed against the cliffs, filled with awe. Hichang, Chenlong, and Fanny Huang, having witnessed the grandeur of the Dragon Valley and the extreme Flame Canyon, were somewhat composed. However, the rest were utterly astonished. After elucidating the valley's formation, Poseidon unleashed 8 black and 1 red soul rings, their blue light illuminating the surroundings and forcefully suppressing the raging waves back to the sea. A fierce blue light flickered in Poseidon's eyes, and soon 17 gray pillars slowly ascended from the now tranquil surface of the ocean. This is the site of your third assessment. I shall remain here to accompany you throughout the evaluation. Should anyone find it unbearable, do not hesitate to call for help. 4 black level 5th assessors, you must endure 3 hours on the silver pillar each day. 6th assessors, 4 hours. 7th, 5 hours. 8th, 6 hours. And 9th, 12 hours. Poseidon stated, initially, you may shorten the duration, but from this moment on, for the next 365 days, the average time spent on the silver pillar must adhere to what I just outlined, or you will fail the assessment. Please, senior, take it slow. Hichang hesitated before stepping forward to inquire. But isn't there only 12 hours in a day? How will we make up for the remaining time? Poseidon cast a deep glance at him and responded, I cannot say. The sea god's trials will always provide you with a glimmer of hope. Hichang forced a bitter smile and retreated. And let us commence. Do not push yourselves too hard. Thank you, senior, Tang Sect remarked. The blue light transformed into 17 streams, enveloping the Shrek 7 monsters and the 10 virtuous ones. They felt their bodies lighten and soon found themselves descending gracefully, each landing atop a silver pillar. As the silver light flickered along the pillars, they felt their bodies tighten, with their necks, waists, arms, and legs firmly secured by the silver rings, rendering them immobile. The silver pillars were arranged in 3 rows of 4, 3, and 10 respectively. Lu Xiaoxiao, Hichang, Chenlong, and Tang Sect were bound in the first row, while Fanny Huang, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong occupied the second row, with the others in the third. The colossal waves relentlessly surged forth, each wave crashing down upon them, causing their bodies to grow increasingly numb. The best performers were undoubtedly Fanny Huang, Tang Sect, and Xiao Wu. Fanny Huang, possessing 6 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones and being a powerful assault-type B-soul master, found the ordeal relatively easy to endure. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, having consumed body-refining celestial herbs, and with Tang Sect's 4 soul bones enhancing his physique and Xiao Wu's 8 treasure soft armor, also showcased formidable resilience. Overall, the 10 virtuous ones, each with their unique opportunities, managed to endure the trials more readily than the Shrek 7 monsters. Even Zheng Bai, with the lowest soul power and being an auxiliary soul master, benefited from the ancient golden tree bone, which enhanced his endurance. By the end of the first day, even the strongest among them, Fanny Huang, could only withstand the ordeal for just over 4 hours. When they were finally rescued, they all lay limp and exhausted. As the numbness faded, immense pain followed. It took them several hours before the agony subsided, allowing them to begin their training. Hichang, Xiaoxiao, listen closely. Chenlong's voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Our trial requires us to endure 12 hours on the silver pillar each day, which is evidently unattainable. But didn't Poseidon say that the sea god would not impose an impossible trial upon us? Lu Xiaoxiao replied through mental connection. Do you remember how Tang Sect passed his trial? Hichang suddenly asked. He exceeded the requirements by breaking through to the vast realm with his purple extreme demon eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao responded. At that time, Tang Sect also did not meet the required duration. This implies that the sea god never intended for us to pass this trial normally. Chenlong concluded. If we cannot surpass our limits and exceed the assessment, it could lead to our demise. How ruthless! Lu Xiaoxiao gritted his teeth. With the purple extreme demon eyes beyond our reach, it seems we must each explore and discover a method to exceed the trial. Hichang affirmed, indeed. Thus began their harrowing journey of 365 days. Under the relentless waves, their bodies grew increasingly resilient, their strength magnifying. Their soul power no longer existed solely within them, but integrated into their meridians, flesh, and bones. Among them, Fanny Huang reaped the greatest rewards. His naturally robust physique was significantly enhanced, and more importantly, the power of the Fire Dragon King within him was absorbed at an accelerated pace due to the wave's relentless battering. In just 11 months, his soul power surged 3 levels, reaching level 85. At this rate, it was likely that Fanny Huang would become the first among them to attain the title of Title de Law. Additionally, in the 10th month, Zheng Bei experienced a profound realization. managing to remain on the silver pillar for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, he had broken through from level 73 to 74, and the ancient golden tree bone underwent an evolution, significantly enhancing both his soul power recovery and healing abilities. Due to exceeding the assessment requirements, Zheng Bei's soul power was rewarded with an additional 2 levels, reaching 76. On the last day of the 11th month, Fanny Huang was the first to complete the required time against the waves, successfully finishing the 3rd assessment, and his soul power was further elevated by 1 level, attaining 86. On the first day of the 12th month, Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes broke through to the vast realm, elevating his soul power to 80, thus exceeding the assessment. Tang San and Xiao Wu became the 2nd and 3rd individuals to complete the trial. However, Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Long, and He Chong felt a growing urgency within them. They had only 1 month left, and if they did not achieve a breakthrough, they might indeed perish here, under the relentless pressure of life and death. Chun Long and He Chong each broke through their limits, exceeding the assessment criteria, resulting in a 10% increase in their affinity with the god of light and the god of darkness, respectively. As for how they achieved this, the two merely stated that they fused the dragon energy within their skeletal souls with their own martial souls, thereby enhancing the quality of their martial souls. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao found himself unable to replicate this feat. However, he had his own methods. On the final day of the 12th month, everyone except Lu Xiaoxiao had completed their 3rd assessment. Aside from Tang San, He Chong, and Chun Long, the others had all elevated their soul power by 1 level. Ning Rongrong had additionally increased the age of her soul ring by 500 years, while Fanny Huang had seen an astonishing increase of 1,000 years in his soul ring's age. The group anxiously watched Lu Xiaoxiao, with several pacing back and forth, wringing their hands in distress. Could it be that he was truly destined to perish here, becoming the first among us to be eliminated? Li font comunicata telepathically. It's uncertain. Chun Long shook his head, admitting he could not ascertain such matters. At that moment, an unexpected surge of silver light erupted from Lu Xiaoxiao, causing the surrounding space to rhythmically vibrate like the waves of the sea. Gradually, the frequency of the spatial vibrations began to synchronize with that of the crashing waves. With this transformation, the waves seemed to be invigorated, crashing against Lu Xiaoxiao with even greater ferocity. The frequency of the impacts increased, yet the frequency of the spatial vibrations kept pace, remaining in perfect harmony with the waves. Silver light streamed from Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes, a divine radiance flashing forth, prompting the onlookers to instinctively retreat. Exceeding the assessment expectations, Lu Xiaoxiao had harnessed the power of the waves to attain an understanding of spatial vibrations. He had successfully completed the 3rd assessment of Tide Body Refinement, resulting in a 10% increase in his affinity with the god of space, bringing his total affinity to 20%. A solemn voice resonated within Lu Xiaoxiao's mind, and simultaneously, the silver ring was activated. Lu Xiaoxiao leapt to join his companions. Impressive. Xiaoxiao, Chun Long exclaimed, how did you manage that? Is it perhaps due to your affinity with the god of space? Qi Xiaoman inquired. It may have some connection, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, but primarily, it is because my martial soul, the space divine blade, possesses spatial attributes. I applied the high-frequency vibrations that would typically be released through the space divine blade to the surrounding space, which enabled this success. I had been attempting this for a month in preparation for the assessment, but I did not expect to succeed today. I nearly lost my life in the process. Afterward, Lu Xiaoxiao reviewed the content of the 4th assessment, his expression shifting with concern. Chapter 68. For Demon Whale Kings? What is your assessment? Lu Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. The Battle of the Apex Whale Shark assists the Demon Soul Great White Shark Group in slaying 4 Demon Whale Kings from the Demon Whale Pack. He Chong replied with a wry smile. I, Tang San, and Yu Qianxin all have the same task, and I presume you do as well. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, stating, I have the same task. I did not anticipate that there would be 4 Demon Whale Kings. That is understandable, Chun Long remarked. Given that Xiao Bai is already a 200,000-year soul beast, if there were only 1 Demon Whale King, they would have long been exterminated. Moreover, I have a feeling that an unseen hand has conveniently prepared 4 Demon Whale Kings for us. By the way, what about the assessments of the others? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired again. My task is to slay 20 demon whales, Fan Yihuang answered. Aside from Ning Rongrong's task to ensure Xiao Bai remains unharmed, Zhu Zhuqing's task to slay 8 demon whales, and Zheng Bei's task to guarantee that the casualties among the great white sharks are less than 10%. Everyone else has the same objective of slaying 10 demon whales, Li Hong added. Zheng Bai? Suddenly, Tang San and the other members of Shrek Academy turned their gazes toward him. Li Hong suddenly realized that they had not used telepathy this time and were speaking directly, which others could overhear. Just as he pondered how to amend the situation, He Chang's interjected. That is Ling's name in her previous life. He Chang's words quelled the doubts of the Shrek's 7 devils. Tang Sin had already mentioned the matter of their 10 virtuous ones to them, so they did not press further. After resting for 2 days on the shore, the group returned to Seahorse City to commence a 3-month period of recuperation. During these 3 months, they balanced relaxation with ongoing training, and their soul power experienced a steady increase. During this time, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others had eavesdropped on Lin Bo's activities. Lin Bo had become a soul Douluo, completed the 4th assessment, and was currently undertaking the 5th. The current soul power levels of the Shrek 7 devils are Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, Level 78, Strength Attack, System Soul Saint. Uncle Oscar, Level 75, Food System Tool Soul Saint. Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San, Level 80, Control, System Soul Saint. Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, Level 77, Strength Attack, System Soul Saint. Softbone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, Soul Power Unknown, Physical Resistance Enhanced. Significantly improved combat ability in water. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rong Rong. Level 76 Support System, Tool Soul Saint. Ghostly Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Level 77 Agility Attack, System, Soul Saint. The current soul power levels of the 10 virtuous ones are Emperor White Tiger Dabao. Level 80 Strength Attack, System, Soul Saint. Flame Dragon King Fanny Huang. Level 87 Strength Attack, System, Soul Douluo. Illusory Fire Flowing, Shadow, Qi Xiaoman. Level 77 Control, System, Soul Saint. Swift Wind Double Wolves Li Hong. Level 78 Strength Attack, System, Soul Saint. Space Divine Blade Lu Xiaoxiao. Level 80 Strength Attack, System, Soul Saint. Elemental Lord Chun Fong. Level 80 Strength Attack, System, Soul Saint. Dark Sacred Dragon He Chong. Level 80 Strength Attack, System, Soul Saint. Light Sacred Dragon Chun Long. Level 80 Strength Attack, System, Soul Saint. Nine-Hearted Si Tang Zhongbei. Level 77 Support System, Tool Soul Saint. Bicolor Poisonous Serpent King Haochen. Level 77 Control, System, Soul Saint. Among the 10 virtuous ones, 5 individuals have already reached the pinnacle of level 80. Lu Xiaoxiao, He Chong, and Shenlong all plan to use the soul rings from the Demon Whale Kings as their 8th soul ring, while the others await the completion of all assessments to utilize the divine bestowed soul rings to break through to the realm of soul Douluo. During this past year, the one who achieved the most significant breakthrough was Fanny Huang, who, by leveraging the Tide Body refinement to accelerate the absorption of the Flame Dragon King's power within him, has now created a considerable gap in soul power between himself and the others. After a 3-month recuperation, the group decided to commence the 4th assessment. They arrived at the shore of Sea God Island, where Tang San, accompanied by the portly figure, swiftly summoned Xiao Bai and her kin. Xiao Bai, we have a question to ask you, He Chong stated. How formidable is the Demon Whale Group? They are quite powerful, Xiao Bai replied solemnly. Both our numbers are around 400, with over 300 being adults. But the most critical factor is that they possess 4 Demon Whale Kings, each over 100,000 years old. With my 200,000 years of cultivation, I am still no match for 4 of them. Do not worry. We have considerable confidence in this assessment. Wang Haochen smiled. As for casualties, there is no need for concern, Zheng Bei added. As long as you have breath in you, I can swiftly revive you. His claim was not mere bravado. With his current strength, he could easily heal a multitude of great white sharks simultaneously. Under Xiao Bai's guidance, the 10 virtuous ones and Shrek's 7 devils mounted the backs of the great white sharks, and 300 of these magnificent creatures set sail into the depths of the ocean. Before long, they arrived near the Demon Whale Group. Tang San and Xiao Bai quickly departed, as the 10 virtuous ones felt no apprehension regarding this assessment. In fact, they were somewhat at ease, knowing that with Tang San present, the difficulty of this trial would be significantly diminished. As for the rewards, as long as the casualties of the Soul Master Great White Shark Group do not exceed 1/10, the rewards shall naturally remain unchanged. Before long, they spotted a green signal flare and immediately pursued it. Soon, a red signal flare ascended in the distance, prompting them to launch a full-scale charge. Along the way, the corpses of the abyssal Orcus littered the ground, making it clear to the group that the narrative was progressing smoothly. In no time, Xiao Bai and Tang San reunited with the Soul Master Great White Shark Group. which surged forward at full speed, resembling 300 white water arrows darting towards the Abyssal Orcus. As they approached the Abyssal Orcus within 10 miles. 4 Abyssal Orca Kings finally perceived the situation behind them, turning around to confront the approaching threat. Enemies meeting again ignited a fierce battle, with little need for words as both sides clashed. Bolstered by Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures Glaze Tower and Tang Sand's Xiaobai, accompanied by several high-ranking Soul Master Great Whites, barely held their ground against the onslaught of the 4 Abyssal Orca Kings. Under the influence of Tang Sand's the Soul Master Great Whites received substantial enhancements, while the Abyssal Orcus were significantly weakened. The Golden Domain, emanating from Zheng Bei, expanded greatly under his deliberate control, applying its effects solely to the Soul Master Great Whites. Although the recovery effect was somewhat diminished, it ensured that each Soul Master Great White received reinforcement. Wherever a Soul Master Great White sustained injuries, Zheng Bei promptly rushed to provide assistance, employing the healing abilities of the 9-heart seaweed, allowing the Soul Master Great Whites to recuperate swiftly with none sustaining severe injuries. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the Spectral White Tiger and the Fire Dragon King, transformed from Fanny Huang, plunging into the Abyssal Orca throng to commence their slaughter. Wang Haochen, while permeating the bodies of the Abyssal Orcus with toxic gas, secretly cast the deceptive space, enveloping the Abyssal Orcus within it. With his mental prowess far surpassing that of these Abyssal Orcus, he successfully lured them into his deceptive space, causing them to turn against one another. Xiao Pang, Oscar, Li Hong, Qi Xiaoman, De Bao, Chun Long, Lu Xiaoxiao, He Chong, and others each employed their respective techniques, wreaking havoc among the Abyssal Orcus, resulting in their casualties exceeding 1/4 in the blink of an eye. Chapter 69, The Battle of Whale and Shark. Just as the tide began to turn in favor of the Soul Master Great White Shark Group, one of the Abyssal Orca Kings suddenly twisted violently in the water, releasing a column of iron-gray water as thick as a vat, hurtling towards Tang San. With a swift motion, Tang San pressed his fingertips to his brow and then flicked them downward, launching a deep blue triangular projectile that spun in midair, effectively separating the energy within the water column and forcibly drawing in countless blue light points. Seizing this moment, the attacking Abyssal Orca King found itself ambushed by several Soul Master Great Whites over 50,000 years old, sustaining considerable injuries. As the number of Abyssal Orcus dwindled, more Soul Master Great Whites were able to assist Xiao Bai in confronting the Abyssal Orca Kings. Though their individual strength was lacking, their numerical advantage allowed them to tenuously hold off the 4 Abyssal Orca Kings. Before long, the casualties among the Abyssal Orcus surpassed 50%, and those who had completed their tasks began to gather around Tang San, encircling the 4 Abyssal Orca Kings. For Lu Xiaoxiao and the others, while the sheer number of Abyssal Orca Kings was somewhat surprising, they were relieved that their side boasted a significant number of high-ranking Soul Master Great Whites, enabling them to contend with the Abyssal Orcus. With their participation, the situation remained firmly under their control. Just then, the 4 Abyssal Orca Kings simultaneously chose to self-destruct. Not good. Tang San rapidly ascended above one of the Abyssal Orca Kings, retrieving a jade vial and pouring out 2 types of liquid. Qianlong's 5th, 6th, and 7th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, transforming into a colossal holy dragon of light. The divine light of breaking boundaries pierced through the protective barrier of one Abyssal Orca King, as an endless surge of luminous power took the form of a dragon, penetrating the body of that Abyssal Orca King. The current defense of the Abyssal Orca King relied entirely on the intangible barrier released during the self-detonation, and with the absolute effectiveness of the divine light of breaking boundaries dispelling it, their defenses crumbled swiftly, leaving them battered and weakened, the force of their self-detonation diminishing rapidly. He Chong swiftly approached another Abyssal Orca King, his 5th, 6th, and 7th soul rings igniting as he transformed into a massive dark holy dragon. In the state of Dark Heart, he quickly identified the weakness in the barrier, unleashing the Dark Demon Dragon Godpalm to breach it, then soaring beside the Abyssal Orca King to begin absorbing the immense energy. Although the energy of the Abyssal Orca King was vast, He Chong was not drawing from that energy, but rather from the life force of the Abyssal Orca King. The Dark Demon Dragon Godpalm could absorb both soul power and life force. While the energy of the Abyssal Orca King was immense, it was also chaotic and of little use to him, whereas life force represented the purest form of a being's essence, making its absorption highly beneficial and inflicting greater damage on the Abyssal Orca King. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao flew to the last abyssal Orca King, exhaling a cloud of poisonous mist that corroded a hole in the barrier. He slipped through and aimed his mouth at the vicinity of the abyssal Orca King's enormous breathing aperture, beginning to inhale deeply while occasionally spewing venom into the aperture. Lu Xiaoxiao's daring approach aimed to absorb as much energy from the abyssal Orca King as possible. He did not intend to utilize this energy for himself, but rather to spur the evolution of his external spirit bone. Of course, a more crucial reason was that only the individual who defeated the abyssal Orca King could absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. Through the efforts of the four, the impending crisis was swiftly averted, rendering the self-destructing resolve of the abyssal Orca Kings futile. Without the leadership of the four abyssal Orca Kings, the remaining abyssal Orcas became headless and were quickly eradicated, with not a single one able to self-detonate. The fourth examination, the Battle of Whale and Shark, was completed. Due to specific circumstances, the difficulty of the assessment was lowered, resulting in a halving of the rewards. The Soul Master Great Whites suffered no fatalities, thus doubling the rewards, and the affinity with the God of Space was enhanced by 5%, bringing the total affinity to 25%. A voice, aged yet authoritative, rang out, announcing that the affinities of Lu Xiaoxiao, He Chong, and Qianlong had each increased by 5%, while Tang San's affinity rose by 10%. Apart from them and Xiao Wu, the others received a level up in soul power. Tang San released the light of the sea god, then excitedly retracted it. Tang San, Lu Xiaoxiao, Qianlong, and He Chong immediately began absorbing their 100,000-year soul rings, while Bai Qinxiang, under Tang San's guidance, also began to absorb a soul ring. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves searching for spirit bones. In their search, they surprisingly uncovered a left leg bone and a right arm bone of an abyssal orca. Wang Haochen and the others briefly conferred and subsequently executed their secret techniques 4 times, successfully generating spirit bones on 3 occasions, acquiring a skull, a right leg bone, and a left arm bone of the abyssal orca. Though the Shrek 7 monsters were somewhat astonished, they refrained from discussing it further. They did not immediately distribute the spirit bones, but instead waited patiently for the 4 to absorb their soul rings. Although absorbing the soul rings of the abyssal Orca Kings proved challenging, with Tang San's light of the sea god exerting suppression, the absorption process was not overly difficult. As the 3 days gradually passed, Tang San, Qianlong, He Chong, and Lu Xiaoxiao each successfully absorbed their respective soul rings. Under the suppression of Tang San's sea godlight, the 4 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones quivered incessantly, and soon after, each of them absorbed their designated soul bones. Naturally, Tang San acquired the left leg bone of the 100,000-year evil demon, while Qianlong, He Chong, and Lu Xiaoxiao obtained the left arm bone, right leg bone, and torso bone of the same ancient evil creature. Upon completing the absorption of both the soul rings and soul bones, Lu Xiaoxiao felt the changes within his body and could not help but smile. His soul power had now reached level 85, while Tang San only held 83, and both He Chong and Qianlong stood at 84. Thus, he found himself second only to Fan Yi Huang in terms of soul power among them. The group sat atop the mighty soul demon White Shark and swiftly returned to the shore. By the way, He Chong suddenly communicated telepathically. How many soul bones did we acquire this time? 1 for each part, excluding the torso bone. Wang Haochen replied through thought. What a coincidence. He Chong pondered briefly and then conveyed his idea. If we were to give all 5 soul bones to Lu Xiaoxiao, perhaps we could trigger a soul bone fusion technique. But wouldn't the probability be too low? Moreover, I do feel uneasy monopolizing so many soul bones. Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated. With an external soul bone as a medium to guide the process, it should not pose a problem, He Chong asserted. Furthermore, soul bones are not particularly precious to us. Trading a few for others with the Shrek 7 monsters should not be an issue. Lu Xiaoxiao was not one to waver, and he nodded in agreement. He Chong turned to Tang San, saying, I wonder if you all would be willing to part with these soul bones for the sake of Evil Moon? We can offer some other soul bones in compensation. You, who understood Tang San's intelligence, nodded in comprehension. Indeed, He Chong affirmed. While the emergence of a soul bone fusion technique is rare, it is not entirely impossible. Moreover, with the guidance of the external soul bone, the success rate would be somewhat higher. Should it succeed, the enhancement to my strength would be substantial. As he spoke, He Chong produced 6 pieces of the 1,000 June Ant's secret soul bones, stating, we can exchange these 6 soul bones with you. Although they were acquired through special means and possess lower quality, they can still fuse with other soul bones. 3 fused soul bones would yield a quality not inferior to ordinary soul bones. Tang Sect and the others from the Shrek 7 monsters conferred briefly before accepting the offer without hesitation, placing the soul bones into the 24-bridge Minjiwai. Begin absorbing these soul bones now, Wang Haochen instructed, handing over 5 soul bones. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, accepting them and promptly commencing the absorption process. Before long, he had absorbed all 5 soul bones. How do you feel? The group inquired eagerly. After assessing his internal condition, Lu Xiaoxiao replied somewhat helplessly, I feel nothing significant. It seems that the soul bone fusion technique did not manifest. Although the others felt a tinge of regret, they were not surprised by this outcome. Have you all reviewed the content of the 5th trial? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. As expected, Qichong responded. Aside from us 4, the 9th trial involves defeating 7 C Duoluos within 3 days, while Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling's assessment is to assist others in passing their trials. The rest must each defeat a C Duoluo. That truly is a challenge. Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled ruefully. However, he felt confident about passing the assessment given his current strength. Moreover, they could assist one another, simplifying the trial. Yet, this would inevitably increase the difficulty of the 6th trial. In the days that followed, they engaged in battles with Xiao Bai, enhancing their aquatic combat abilities. Within the Douluo Palace, Lin Bo floated in midair, hands clasped together, as countless golden threads danced around him. 6 enormous golden wings unfurled, giving off an aura of superiority. He had now completed the 5th trial, achieving a 55% affinity with the angel. Each trial he undertook was exceeded, and his strength surged rapidly. However, he remained unsatisfied. His true ambition was to seize control of the entire Douluo Continent. To achieve this, he must slay Tang Sect. Chapter 70, Little Fatty Li Hong vs. Sea Ghost Douluo. One day, the 10 sages gathered in the hall of the Sea Horse City Lord's Mansion. While the Shrek 7 monsters and Bai Chunxiang were nowhere to be found, Tang Sect and the others have already commenced the 5th trial, Wang Haochen remarked. What shall we do next? Naturally, we must pass the 5th trial, Qi Xiaoman stated. And we must do so honorably, Li Hong added. Surely, no one wishes to see their rewards diminished. Moreover, with our strength, we can confidently pass the assessment. While that may be true, I, Chenlong, and Lu Xiaoxiao can take a more flexible approach, Qichong interjected. We do not need the approval of the 7 C Duoluos. We merely need to pass the trial. This way, we can leverage each other's strengths. The quicker we pass, the more advantageous it will be for us. If we complete the assessment within 12 hours, our affinity will triple, reaching 15%. We only achieved a 25% affinity from the first 4 trials. If we cannot gather enough affinity in the subsequent trials, we may not reach 100%, which would introduce significant variables to our inheritance. However, we must not rely solely on others, Chenlong cautioned. If the difficulty of the trial is reduced too much, it may cause the 6 trial's difficulty to escalate dramatically, potentially rendering it impossible to complete. We must balance our approach. While we aim to pass swiftly, each of us should participate in at least 2 to 3 battles independently to ensure the 6th trial does not become a deadlock. As they conversed, the 7 golden light pillars in the sky dimmed, with the one belonging to the Sea Horse Saint pillar extinguished. In that case, once Tang Sect and the others finish their 5th trial, you should also participate, Qichong suggested. After you all pass, the 3 of us will undertake our assessments. Before long, 2 more of the 7 golden light pillars extinguished. At this moment, the Shrek 7 monsters had reached the Sea Demon Saint pillar, encountering the grotesque Sea Ghost Douluo. After a brief exchange, Little Fatty consumed the euphoric pink sausage handed to him by Oscar and boldly stepped onto the Saint pillar platform, initiating his challenge against the Sea Ghost Douluo. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda of Ning Rongrong emitted several rays of colorful light, enhancing power, speed, attributes, soul power. An attack for Little Fatty. His 7th soul ring glowed, transforming into a colossal 7-headed fire phoenix, which unleashed its domain and charged toward the Sea Ghost Douluo. The Sea Ghost Douluo seemed unprepared for such a fervent onslaught from the outset, reacting a moment too late. Unable to evade, he braced himself for the impact. Little Fatty's right fist collided with that of the Sea Ghost Douluo, a surge of fiery energy silently coursing into the latter's body. Both combatants were subsequently pushed back, refraining from launching further attacks. However, the energy expenditure was significantly greater for Little Fatty. Thus, he could not afford to linger. With both the Phoenix of Fire and the Phoenix Wing Heavenly Ascension in play, he ascended into the air, unleashing a barrage of Phoenix meteor showers upon the ground. Yet, the Sea Ghost Douluo had his own methods of countering. With a flash of movement, he suddenly vanished from sight. just as little fatty found himself momentarily stunned. Tang San's voice resonated in his mind. Be wary of what lies behind you. Little fatty swiftly turned around, unleashing a fiery phoenix line without hesitation, striking the sea ghost Douluo who had just arrived behind him. Without a moment's pause, little fatty ignited the fire energy within the sea ghost Douluo's body and executed a phoenix-piercing cloud strike, sending the sea ghost Douluo crashing down and severely injuring him. The outcome had thus been determined, and shortly after, Tang Sect effortlessly defeated the battered sea ghost Douluo. Subsequently, the Shrek 7 monsters continued their journey towards the sacred pillar ahead. Their battles proceeded with remarkable ease, progressing through the trials as if scripted. Unsurprisingly, their sixth challenge was to endure a single incense stick's duration under Poseidon subordinates. Following this, the remaining 7, excluding Lu Xiaoxiao, Hichong, and Chunlong, set forth to confront the sacred pillar. Their first destination was the sea demon sacred pillar. Li Hong's opponent was the same as Little Fatty's, the sea ghost Douluo. After a brief exchange, Li Hong ascended the sacred pillar platform to commence his assessment, while Zheng Bei provided support from behind. After his encounter with Little Fatty, the sea ghost Douluo displayed increased caution, immediately manifesting his martial soul in its true form, transforming into a colossal devil fish and charging at Li Hong. Li Hong opted against a direct confrontation. With a flash of his fourth soul ring, he vanished. As the sea ghost Douluo found himself momentarily bewildered, a whirlwind composed of countless wind blades suddenly struck from the side, forcing the sea ghost Douluo to retreat. He scanned his surroundings, but remained unable to detect any trace of his opponent. Suddenly, the air currents in the distance began to stir, prompting the sea ghost Douluo to unleash a torrent of water. The water shot straight through, failing to hit anything. Unhesitatingly, the sea ghost Douluo launched several water spheres in quick succession. One of the spheres seemed to connect with something, eliciting a muffled grunt from afar. Yet still, nothing was visible. The air currents continued to swirl, this time from two directions simultaneously. Enraged, the sea ghost Douluo exclaimed, "A trick of ghostly illusions." As he spoke, he hurled more water spheres towards both sides. However, from one direction, 10 wind blades suddenly emerged, not only intercepting his water spheres, but also veering the others off course. The devil fish emitted a cold snort, charging towards the source of the wind blades. At that moment, a massive gale, two-headed wolf, appeared out of thin air. Its fifth soul ring glowing as another whirlwind blade was unleashed, targeting the sea ghost Douluo. Yet, the prepared sea ghost Douluo was not so easily overcome. His eighth soul ring illuminated, and a blue barrier enveloped his streamlined body, completely nullifying the whirlwind blade, before sending the enormous gale, two-headed wolf flying, leaving it bloodied and battered. Perhaps believing victory was assured, the sea ghost Douluo dismissed his martial soul's true form and blue barrier, merely gazing at the fallen gale, two-headed wolf. Suddenly, a green light flared beside the sea ghost Douluo, and he was sent sprawling to the ground by an immense force, his body injured. At that moment, Li Hong, Zheng Bei, and the sea ghost Douluo simultaneously received news of Li Hong passing the 5th trial. And Li Hong learned that his 6th trial involved enduring a stick of incense under the combined might of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. Upon hearing of Li Hong's success, Zheng Bei quickly moved to heal the sea ghost Douluo. At this juncture, the green light revealed its form as the colossal gale, two-headed wolf, transforming into a human figure, Li Hong himself. Previously, he had concealed himself using gale stealth, employing whirlwind blades to harass the sea ghost Douluo, leading the latter to believe he would continue his assault and remain on the defensive. Meanwhile, he executed his self-created soul skill, Gale Two-Headed Wolf's 66 slashes. Over the years, his self-created soul skill had progressed significantly. Initially, the greatest flaw of this technique was its susceptibility to interruption. However, with the addition of Gale Clone and Gale Stealth, this vulnerability had been mitigated to a large extent. The sole concern remained the considerable consumption of soul power from simultaneously utilizing so many soul skills. Had it not been for Zheng Bei's support, he likely would have exhausted his soul power and succumbed long ago. Through meticulous planning and the sea ghost Douluo's momentary lapse in judgment, he ultimately succeeded in this trial. After healing the sea ghost Douluo's wounds, the group pressed onward without delay towards the next sacred pillar. Chapter 71. Chun Fang's Experience. The 7 individuals advanced rapidly, soon arriving at the Sea of Illusion's sacred pillar. Confronted with the blue mist before him, Chun Fang took a deep breath, releasing his martial soul and entering alongside Zheng Bei. As Chun Fong unleashed his mental power, an immense pressure enveloped him, and in an instant, the scenery shifted, placing the two within a vast canyon. "Where are we?" Zhang Bai inquired telepathically. The mysterious canyon. Chun Fong's usually calm countenance finally betrayed a hint of solemnity. Suddenly, a pack of silver wolves emerged from the surroundings, numbering in the dozens, led by 3 silver moon wolf kings, each boasting over 10,000 years of cultivation. Chun Fong had encountered this scenario in the mysterious canyon countless times before. Without hesitation, his first 3 soul rings lit up, and after amplifying his abilities, he swiftly launched an attack on the silver wolves. Those wolves had never been a match for Chun Fong, and now they posed no threat whatsoever. Swiftly falling to his onslaught, Chun Fong sustained only minor injuries, which Zhang Bei quickly healed. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Fong retracted his amplifying skills and continued onward, with Zhang Bei hastily following suit. Before long, they reached a valley where a lake lay at its center, rich in elemental power, surrounded by numerous soul beasts. As the two entered, the creatures turned their vicious gazes upon them. Chun Fong inhaled deeply, and his 7th soul ring illuminated, causing his body to rapidly enlarge as he manifested his elemental lord form. Simultaneously, his 6th soul ring glowed, and he hurled lightning spears, scattering the soul beasts. With Zhang Bei's golden domain aiding in restoration, he need not overly concern himself with soul power consumption. At that moment, dark purple, bamboo-like vines erupted from the ground. "Quick retreat," Chun Fong shouted, his eyes betraying unprecedented fear. Without a second thought, he and Zhang Bei dashed back the way they came, simultaneously communicating telepathically. "What is that thing?" "I don't know, but I can confirm it is a 50,000-year soul beast," Chun Fong responded, taking a deep breath. "Because my 6th soul ring is its essence." "What have you encountered?" Just then, He Chong interjected, requesting a description of the soul beast's appearance. "Perhaps I can provide some information." "Dark purple, bamboo-like vines, lightning attribute," Chun Fong quickly summarized. The relentless vines were nearly upon them. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck with incredible speed, hitting Chun Fong and sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. As Zhang Bei grew anxious, a series of colorful lights erupted from the distant lake, enveloping Chun Fong and drawing him into the water. Zhang Bei was taken aback. The vines abandoned him, hastening towards the lake instead. "Thunderous hellish vines." He Chong's voice suddenly rang out. "Is it impossible? What exactly is happening?" Wang Haochen questioned. "Why is it impossible?" The thunderous hell vine is an exceptional plant-type soul beast, predominantly residing in the depths of ancient forests, where it absorbs the essence of thunder for its cultivation. A millennia-old thunderous hell vine possesses the ability to manipulate atmospheric phenomena, often resulting in the creation of vast thunder pools in its vicinity. Most thunderous hell vines self-destruct between 20,000 and 50,000 years of cultivation, as the thunder they have absorbed proves too overwhelming. Under the suppression of the Plane Master, very few thunderous hell vines manage to survive beyond 50,000 years. According to legend, it is said to carry a fragment of the bloodline of a once-fallen first-tier deity, the Thunder God, earning it the title of the mightiest attacker among plant-type beings. He Chong elucidated that even a 40,000-year-old thunderous hell vine would require the combined efforts of 11 tidal Douluos to capture it. Logically speaking, such a soul beast should not inhabit the Misty Gorge. Had Chun Fong truly encountered a 50,000-year-old thunderous hell vine in the gorge, survival would have been impossible, let alone the prospect of claiming it as a soul ring. At that moment, Chun Fong found himself enveloped by a radiant light, transported to the center of the lake. The surrounding soul beasts appeared both furious and fearful, daring not to approach the lake, while those previously within its waters were hastily expelled by the radiant light. The thunderous hell vine seemed agitated, cautiously launching a bolt of thunder towards the lake, only for it to vanish upon entering the airspace above the water. Suddenly, the elemental forces within the lake surged into Chun Fong, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate until he was completely restored, while a considerable amount of elemental energy continued to converge within him. Just then, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the thunderous hell vine. Zhang Bei promptly informed the others of this series of bizarre occurrences, prompting He Chong to exclaim, "I understand now. This lake must be akin to a treasure trove like the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, albeit of slightly lower tier. Thus, the thunderous hell vine, by absorbing this milder thunder element, is spared from self-destruction." Initially, it was Chun Fong's absorption of the elemental forces within the lake that resulted in the thunderous hell vine's demise from the lightning strike, which in turn led to the deaths of other soul beasts. What remains a mystery is why Fong was drawn to and protected by that lake. No sooner had he spoken than another bolt of lightning struck the thunderous hellvine. As Fong absorbed the energy, the lake rapidly diminished in size, while the energy within the thunderous hellvine began to surge violently, creating a substantial thunder pool around it, resulting in the unfortunate demise of nearby soul beasts under the relentless lightning. Zheng Bei, you must retreat to a safe distance. He Chong admonished gravely, based on my calculations. The self-detonation of the thunderous hellvine is beyond your capacity to withstand. Leave at once. Heeding his words, Zheng Bei swiftly took flight, though concern lingered in his mind. You need not worry, Lu Xiaoxiao reassured him. If he survived before, he should be fine now. Moreover, I doubt even the sea mirage Duel anticipated the magnitude of this illusion. As long as you endure, it is likely that the sea mirage Duel will be depleted of soul power. As the conversation unfolded, the energy absorbed by the thunderous hellvine reached its zenith, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. The ferocious thunder elements triggered a deluge of lightning from the skies, transforming the entire valley into a vast thunder pool. Save for the small area of the lake where Fong stood. Before long, the thunder subsided, leaving all soul beasts perished beneath its wrath, their soul rings scattered in disarray. As the lightning had caused their demise, these soul rings were considered naturally deceased, thus available for anyone to absorb. At that moment, Fong awoke from his stupor, having found the lake beneath him completely drained. Fong, how do you fare? Zheng Bai hushed over, though he dared not step into the thunder pool. I comprehend now, Fong suddenly declared. My attraction to it stems from the 2 silver crystals I discovered in the Misty Gorge. Those crystals felt peculiar, and I cannot articulate what they are. Just now, I distinctly sensed that they resonated with the lake, absorbing the majority of the elemental energy. What I absorbed was merely a small portion that overflowed. Nonetheless, that small portion catalyzed my martial spirit's mutation, transforming me from the Flame Lord to the Elemental Lord. Moreover, I have reaped tremendous benefits this time. Crystals? The group expressed their astonishment, though they could not fathom their significance at that moment. By the way, after absorbing the soul ring of the thunderous hellvine, I also acquired a soul bone, specifically a torso bone. However, the soul skill it grants is so potent that its consumption is substantial, rendering me unable to utilize it just yet. We must search thoroughly. Perhaps this one also possesses a soul bone. Fong urged, moving forward to seek it out. Yet, at that instant, the illusion abruptly dissipated, revealing a fatigued sea mirage de law. Simultaneously, both Fong and Zheng Bei received notifications that they had completed their trials. Predecessor, Zheng Bai Inquiet. Monsters, every one of them, the sea mirage Baal muttered, this is the first time I've exhausted my soul power from deploying an illusion, and, oddly enough, I cannot cease its operation. Predecessor, if you could hold on a bit longer, we might secure another soul bone. Fong stated impassively. It isn't so simple. The sea mirage all retorted irritably. My illusion merely renders attacks tangible. As for soul rings and soul bones, those are beyond consideration. Now that the trial is complete, let's depart swiftly. Without hesitation, Fong and Zheng Bei exited the sea mirage sacred pillar. The group of 7 soon gathered and proceeded toward the next sacred pillar. Chapter 72. The Sea Star and the Sea Maiden. The group swiftly arrived at the Sea Spear sacred pillar, where Bao and Zheng Bei ascended the Sea Spear sacred pillar to commence their own trials. With Bao's current strength and Zheng Bei's healing and soul power restoration, they vanquished the Sea Spear de law in less than half an hour. Shortly thereafter, they reached the Sea Star sacred pillar. Wang Haochen and Zheng Bei swiftly ascended the pentagram-shaped platform of the Sea Star sacred pillar. The Sea Star Douluo, clad in tattered robes and possessing hair that cascaded to the ground, had awaited their arrival for some time. Upon their ascent, 9 soul rings rapidly materialized, transforming its limbs and hair into 5 tentacles adorned with countless white circular suckers, presenting an eerie sight. Upon stepping onto the platform, Wang Haochen immediately unleashed his 5th soul skill, the space distortion, combined with the head soul bone skill to create the deceptive space. The phosphorescent powder spread throughout the platform, significantly amplifying the illusionary power. While completely ensnaring the Sea Star Duel in an illusion was improbable, it was entirely feasible to disrupt its judgment, causing its attacks to deviate. As for soul power consumption, he harbored no concerns. With Zheng Bei's golden domain present, he could maintain the deceptive space and phosphorescent powder for several hours. The Sea Star Duel's 5 tentacles lashed out towards Wang Haochen, yet they passed directly through his form. The sea star Duel furrowed its brow, clearly seeing Wang Haochun's position. Yet its tentacles failed to make contact with anything. In reality, Wang Haochun and Zhang Bei stood not far from the tentacles, their positions distorted by the effects of the deceptive space. What now? Zhang Bei communicated telepathically. While we can evade this creature's grasp, we cannot merely endure indefinitely. Is there a method to defeat it? It is challenging, Wang Haochun replied, his brow furrowing. Aside from my 5th and 7th soul skills, the rest pertain to various toxins. For the sea star Douluo, the effectiveness may be minimal. Nonetheless, it is imperative to attempt it. With that, Wang Haochun's 7 soul rings simultaneously illuminated, and he swiftly transformed into a venomous serpent 3 meters in length. The toxic miasma, composed of 4 distinct poisons, phosphorescent red, phosphorescent blue, phosphorescent purple, and phosphorescent yellow, quickly diffused throughout the entirety of the Holy Pillar platform. This amalgamation of toxins encapsulated the attributes of the 4 primary soul abilities, exhibiting effects of fire, chill, corrosion, and paralysis. Any entity contaminated would undoubtedly suffer a significant reduction in capability. The reality substantiated this claim. As the sea star Duel experienced a rapid interplay of temperature extremes within, while simultaneously enduring the corrosive and paralyzing sensations that rendered him momentarily discomfort, he promptly channeled his soul power to resist, alleviating some of the effects. Indeed, relying solely on poison proved insufficient. Wang Haochun conveyed telepathically, "It appears that a close-quarters resolution is necessary." Close quarters? Zhang Bei was taken aback. Being an auxiliary and control type, neither of them excelled in melee combat. Moreover, should he unleash his 9th soul ability, 1,000 touches, 10,000 absorptions? Let him absorb, Wang Haochun scoffed. If he dares to, he will likely draw in even more toxins. At that point, there will be no need for my intervention. He shall inevitably succumb. His greatest strength, the ability to devour, is thoroughly countered by my poison. As for melee combat, there is no cause for concern. Prior to my arrival, I had already fused a soul bone suitable for close combat. With that, Wang Haochun withdrew his martial soul, his figure flickering out of sight, within the dense miasma of these 5 toxins. Even the sea star Douluo could barely perceive a radius of 10 meters, whereas Wang Haochun was able to discern the position of the sea star Douluo through the poisonous fog. Silently, he approached the sea star Douluo from behind, his left fist poised to strike. Just then, one of the sea star Douluo's tentacles silently coiled around Wang Haochun's wrist, preventing him from extending his reach. After all, the sea star Douluo was a titled Duel, possessing formidable perception. Even without sight, his instinct would instinctively thwart attacks from behind. However, Wang Haochun remained unfazed. With a flicker of his 5th soul ring, the space around his wrist distorted, allowing him to escape the entanglement and strike anew. This transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the sea star Duel had yet to turn around, and the tentacle was hindered by the spatial distortion. Unable to ensnare him, Wang Haochun's left fist struck the sea star Douluo's back with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. This was the power of the soul bone, known as the 1,000 June's left arm bone, forged through the secretive fusion of 3,000 June ant left arm bones, designed to instantaneously amplify arm strength. In the instant the sea star Duel was launched away, his resistance of soul power diminished significantly, allowing a torrent of toxins to invade his body. Before he could mount any resistance, the toxins assailed him, rendering him incapable of channeling his soul power to mitigate their effects. Just then, Wang Haochun received a notification of passing the assessment, his soul power elevated by 1 level, and subsequently withdrew the toxins. After bidding farewell to the sea star Douluo, the group continued onward, soon arriving near the Sea Witch's holy pillar. Xiaoxiao, accompanied by Zhang Bei, swiftly leaped onto the Sea Witch's platform. The Sea Witch was about to speak when Zhang Bei rapidly unleashed the Golden Domain. While Xiaoxiao's 5th soul ring flickered to life, summoning a cascade of fiery meteors from the heavens, descending upon the Sea Witch. Clutching a short flute, the Sea Witch activated her 2nd soul ring, enveloped in an illusory radiance, deftly evading the onslaught. At that moment, the Sea Witch furrowed her brow. Her tried-and-true mind-reading technique proved utterly ineffective against these 2 individuals. Could their mental fortitude truly surpass hers? No, such a thought was inconceivable. She swiftly dismissed the notion. Both were exceedingly young and merely soul saints, undergoing only a standard black-level assessment, rendering such extraordinary circumstances impossible. Unbeknownst to the Sea Witch, Xiaoxiao, observing the ineffectiveness of the fiery meteors, retreated and activated his 7th soul ring, summoning countless shadows from the ground to unleash his 4th soul ability, Fire Dance, Radiant Sunday. Xiaoxiao's fiery shadow form wielded immense power, manipulating shadows to execute various soul abilities, albeit with the significant drawback of vast soul power consumption. However, with Zheng Bei's golden domain restoring soul energy, this flaw was effectively mitigated. Additionally, numerous shadows emerged beneath the Sea Witch, transforming into a vortex of flames that ensnared her within. The Sea Witch's 7th soul ring illuminated, the black flute radiating a glow that enveloped her, magnifying both her and the flute into an ethereal form. The colossal orbs of light generated by Fire Dance, Radiant Sun bombarded the Sea Witch. However, her 6th soul ring activated, conjuring an additional barrier that absorbed each assault. Xiaoxiao capitalized on the situation, summoning several more shadows, this time employing his 5th soul ability, Fire Meteor, unleashing a barrage of meteoric flames from above, saturating the area surrounding the Sea Witch. The Sea Witch's 3rd soul ring ignited, emitting 7 beams of black light from the flute to counter the fiery meteors, simultaneously freeing herself from the flame vortex and charging toward Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao activated his 3rd soul ring, invoking the resisting fire ring, which repelled the Sea Witch back to her original position, while the 4 shadows that had previously executed the flame vortex simultaneously activated their own resisting fire rings from 4 directions. The resisting fire ring was undoubtedly effective. But what transpires when 4 are unleashed simultaneously from all angles? This question crossed Xiaoxiao's mind. However, this was his first experiment of such nature. Under the immense pressure of the 4 resisting fire rings, the Sea Witch found herself immobilized, firmly ensnared in place. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoxiao summoned Fire Dance, Radiant Sun once more, directing it toward the Sea Witch. At that moment, the Sea Witch was utterly unable to move or unleash her soul abilities, and she cried out, "I concede." Instantly, the holy pillar of the Sea Witch radiated golden light, extricating her from the 4 resisting fire rings, narrowly evading the attack. Xiaoxiao received a notification indicating the completion of his assessment, and his soul power ascended to level 79. Furthermore, Zheng Bei also completed his assessment, receiving a reward of 2 levels in soul power and a divine bestowed soul ring. Originally at 78, Zheng Bei surged directly into the 80th level, remaining at the Sea Witch's holy pillar to absorb the divine bestowed soul ring. As for the others, they did not linger and continued toward the Sea Dragon's holy pillar. Chapter 73, Fire Dragon King vs. Sea Dragon Douluo. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived near the Sea Dragon's holy pillar. Fan Yihuang leaped gracefully onto the Sea Dragon's holy pillar. "What do you believe are Fan Yihuang's chances of victory?" Li Fengyin Gidatsufli, conservatively estimating at least 60%, Xiaoxiao responded. "His strength is the greatest among us, and his 800,000-year soul rings can entirely offset the disparity in soul power. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King's martial soul possesses a natural suppression over the Sea Dragon's martial soul. However, the Sea Dragon Douluo has previously suffered a setback against Tang Sect, so he will likely be more cautious." Just as the group engaged in hushed discussion, Fan Yihuang had already confronted the Sea Dragon Douluo. Without a word, the Sea Dragon Douluo unleashed his martial soul, his upper body adorned with blue, circular scales, while 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings, the optimal configuration, materialized around him. However, upon witnessing the 8 crimson soul rings adorning Fan Yihuang's form, he immediately lost his composure. Previously, even Tang Sect, who had successfully undergone the Sea God S9 trials, possessed merely 4 red soul rings. Of course, that was already astonishingly formidable. Furthermore, he sensed with an unsettling intuition that his martial spirit was being suppressed by that of his opponent. It is worth noting that the quality of his Sea Dragon martial spirit was on par with that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Fan Yihuang refrained from unleashing his Fire Dragon domain, for he understood that the Sea Dragon wielded the demon-breaking domain, which would shatter his own domain upon activation. With a powerful sweep of his right foot against the ground, the Sea Dragon Douluo propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his scales erect, the first soul ring aglow, enveloped in a blue luminescence. Leaning forward, his right claw lunged directly at Fan Yihuang. Fan Yihuang displayed no inclination to evade. His first soul ring also illuminated, as scaled armor enveloped his right fist, and he met the Sea Dragon Douluo's assault head-on, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of force. Both combatants were sent reeling backward. However, while Fan Yihuang managed to halt after merely a dozen steps, the Sea Dragon Douluo was thrust to the very edge of the Holy Pillar platform. Despite the substantial disparity of 8 levels in soul power between them, Fan Yihuang's 800,000-year soul rings, coupled with 6 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, along with the defensive and rebound capabilities of his first soul skill, flame-scaled armor, enabled him to gain the upper hand in this direct confrontation. Recognizing that continued close combat was unwise, the Sea Dragon Douluo's instinct was to retreat. Subsequently, his third soul ring shone brightly, summoning torrents of seawater from the depths, coalescing into serpentine water dragons. In response, Fan Yihuang's fifth soul ring illuminated as well, conjuring ethereal fire dragons that swirled around him. With a simultaneous roar from both sides, the water dragons clashed with the fire dragons, countless droplets of seawater evaporating under the intense flames, transforming into wisps of mist that enveloped the entire Holy Pillar platform. Suddenly, streams of water arrows shot forth from the Sea Dragon Douluo, hurtling toward Fan Yihuang at blinding speed, the second soul ring on the Sea Dragon Douluo pulsating ominously. Yet, Fan Yihuang remained unfazed. In a swift motion, his sixth soul ring ignited, and massive wings unfurled from his back as he soared into the sky, deftly avoiding the barrage of water arrows. The Sea Dragon Douluo did not pursue into the air. Instead, he continued to unleash water arrows, confident in his ability to draw from the endless depths of the ocean, believing that his consumption would be far less than that of his opponent. If this exchange continued, victory would inevitably be his. Fan Yihuang, understanding this dynamic, simultaneously evaded the water arrows while invoking his fourth soul skill, Meteoric Flames, launching colossal meteors towards the Sea Dragon Douluo, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. The Sea Dragon Douluo chose not to evade. His fifth soul ring shone, and swiftly his scales formed a shield before him, a manifestation of his fifth soul skill, Dragon Shatter. As the flaming meteors struck the shield, it resonated with a deep hum, fissures beginning to appear, compelling the Sea Dragon Douluo to amplify his soul power output just to barely withstand the initial barrage of meteors. However, the onslaught of flaming meteors was relentless, and the remnants of the initial strikes encircled the Sea Dragon Douluo, leaving him with no room to maneuver. In a desperate bid, he unleashed his martial spirit's true form, transforming into a colossal blue dragon. With a mighty lash of his tail, he shattered the surrounding meteors, and in a flash he evaded the second wave of flaming meteors. Ascending into the air, observing the Sea Dragon Douluo take to the skies, Fan Yihuang ceased his onslaught of flaming meteors. His seventh soul ring flared, invoking the true form of the Fire Dragon King, while simultaneously activating his third soul ring, his third soul skill, Dragon's Radiance, possessing 800,000-year soul rings. The greatest enhancement bestowed upon him was not an increase in soul power or superior physical attributes compared to other soul masters, but rather the efficiency of his soul skills, which wielded immense power with minimal consumption, even while simultaneously activating 3 soul skills. His expenditure would not exceed that of the Sea Dragon, merely manifesting his martial spirit's true form. With a commanding shout, the Sea Dragon Douluo's 8th soul ring flared to life, indicating his intention to engage earnestly. As he bellowed, columns of water erupted from the ocean, forming formidable dragons that were evidently far more potent than their water dragon predecessors. Fan Yihuang's fifth soul ring ignited once again, conjuring fire dragons that surged towards the newly formed water dragons. The clash of water dragons and fire dragons resumed, enveloping the arena in a dense mist. Concurrently, Fan Yihuang's first and second soul rings reignited, as the flame-scaled armor enveloped him completely, and he charged fiercely towards the Sea Dragon Douluo. Seeing Fan Yihuang approach, the Sea Dragon Douluo dared not hesitate. His ninth soul ring glimmered as he spiraled toward Fan Yihuang, employing his self-created technique of sacrifice. The two colossal dragons collided midair, flames and seawater intertwining, and steam billowing forth, rendering their forms barely discernible. In the aftermath of their fierce clash, both were sent hurtling apart, though the distinction lay in Fan Yihuang's ability to steady himself after a brief retreat, while the Sea Dragon reverted to human form, plummeting downward. The intensity of the previous engagement had inflicted significant damage. Paradoxically, it was not Fan Yihuang's strike that had caused the Sea Dragon Douluo's injuries, but rather the repercussions of his own attack. Having executed the sacrifice technique, the Sea Dragon Douluo had severely compromised his defense while amplifying his offensive power. However, encountering Fan Yihuang's flame-scaled armor, which reflected damage, had led to his own grievous wounding. With the assistance of the Holy Pillar, The Sea Dragon Duel finally stabilized as he landed on the Holy Pillar platform, while Fan Huang completed his 5th trial, elevating his soul power to level 88, with the age of all his soul rings increasing by an additional 2,000 years. After bidding farewell to the Sea Dragon Douluo, the group did not depart. Instead, they observed from a distance as 3 figures approached. The trio advancing were Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Long, and He Chong. After deliberation, they resolved that each would face the Holy Pillar Guardian twice, with the remaining 2 following closely behind. This strategy would simplify the assessments for the others significantly, while also greatly reducing the time required. While this approach might render the 6th trial more challenging, it would proportionally enhance their affinity with the divine. As for the impending 7th trial, the now weakened Sea Dragon Douluo would be far easier to confront. Although this could be seen as taking advantage of a misfortune, it was a necessary course of action. For this reason, the 3 ascended the Holy Pillar platform one after another, confronting the recently vanquished Sea Dragon Douluo, and, as anticipated, they all triumphed over him. During this period, due to the unique nature of his martial spirit, Zheng Bei completed the absorption of his 8th soul ring in a relatively short time, arriving near the Holy Pillar platform to assist Fan Huang in healing his wounds and restoring his soul power. As the 3 successfully surpassed the Sea Dragon Douluo, Fan Huang manifested his martial spirit's true form, transforming into a colossal dragon, allowing the 3, along with Zheng Bei, to mount him. With a powerful flap of his wings, they soared towards the Sea Maiden's Holy Pillar. To expedite their trials, they employed every conceivable means, including bringing Zheng Bei along to facilitate a swift recovery of their conditions. The quintet soared through the air, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 74. The Battle of the Spear of the Sea Holy Pillar. According to the plan devised by Lu Xiaoxiao, Chun Long, and He Chong, the Sea Maiden Douluo and Sea Phantom Douluo would be first confronted by Chun Long, while the Sea Star Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo would be engaged by Lu Xiaoxiao. The Sea Ghost Douluo and Sea Horse Douluo would be challenged by He Chong. This strategy not only allowed for the trio to take turns recuperating, but also significantly diminished the threat posed by the formidable Sea Phantom Douluo, who would be restrained by Chun Long's boundary divine light. Under the swift progress of Fan Huang, the 5 swiftly arrived at the Holy Pillar of the Sea, where they each took turns successfully defeating the Sea Maiden Douluo. Zheng Beiji's golden domain continuously restored the soul power of the 4, healing Lu Xiaoxiao and the others with their martial spirits, while Fan Huang rapidly soared towards the next Holy Pillar. Their endeavors proceeded remarkably smoothly, as the Sea Star Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, and Sea Phantom Douluo fell one after another, with the defeat of the Sea Phantom Douluo taking merely 5 hours. However, the 3 began to sense an underlying unease. They had significantly lowered the difficulty of this trial, and it was likely that their swift success would yield a high affinity, indicating that the 6th trial would pose a considerable challenge. Despite their thoughts, the trio felt powerless, without resorting to clever tactics. Achieving 100% affinity might introduce numerous variables during the inheritance of divine status. With these reflections, the group arrived at the Holy Pillar of the Sea Spear. Lu Xiaoxiao gestured a victory sign to his companions before leaping onto the platform of the Holy Pillar, where the Sea Spear charged at him with spear in hand, the 3rd soul ring illuminating as he unleashed a 3-pronged spear attack. Lu Xiaoxiao, unwilling to be complacent, swiftly launched 2 space blades, activating his 2nd and 4th soul rings simultaneously. One of the blades transformed into a resplendent gold, splitting into 2 illusory forms, while the other morphed into a silver hue. Engulfed in flames, aimed at the Sea Spear Douluo's true form, the 3 golden space blades clashed with the Sea Spear Douluo's assault, momentarily repelled. Yet the onslaught faltered as the silver blade collided with the Sea Spear Douluo, inflicting substantial injury. The 2 illusory forms of the space blades vanished in an instant, while the corporeal silver blades returned to Lu Xiaoxiao's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiaoxiao hurled 2 more space blades, activating his 1st and 6th soul rings, sending the blades hurtling towards the Sea Spear Douluo with incredible velocity. In response, the Sea Spear Douluo planted his spear into the ground, his 7th soul ring glowing as he transformed into a golden liquid, merging with the spear. Observing this, Lu Xiaoxiao swiftly retreated to the edge of the Holy Pillar platform, just as the vibrating space blades met the spear. As the spear erupted from the ground, the silver blades flashed back into Lu Xiaoxiao's hands, and he activated his 7th soul ring, enlarging the blades to shield himself. Golden light surged from the spear, striking the space blades, though the blades shuddered under the assault. They steadfastly maintained their defense. Realizing his initial strike had failed, the sea spear Duo plunged the spear into the depths of the water. Xiaoxiao, unwilling to let the spear sink, activated his fourth soul ring, sending out illusory forms of the space blades at high speed towards the spear, with the corporeal blades following closely behind. The golden spear stirred the water, expanding rapidly as it was pulled into the depths. The space blades cut through the void, overcoming the waves, and struck the golden spear, while Xiaoxiao's red soul ring quietly glimmered. Upon contact, the illusory blades detonated, causing a tremendous explosion that sent the spear flying away. This was one of Xiaoxiao's 8th soul techniques, the space orca detonation blade, which unleashed unparalleled explosive force upon striking an enemy. However, such power came at the cost of the blade's integrity. The shattering of a martial spirit signified a heavy blow for any soul master, requiring a lengthy recovery period. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao possessed the 4th soul technique, illusory split blade, allowing him to conjure illusory space blades by expending soul power, with their potency contingent upon the energy invested, potentially matching that of their corporeal counterparts. Thus, while this tactic demanded greater soul power, it circumvented the issue of martial spirit fragmentation. After the golden spear was launched, Xiaoxiao's 2nd soul ring illuminated once more, transforming the space blades into a brilliant gold. His dual blades were not limited to a mere gold and silver. Their application depended entirely on Xiaoxiao's mastery. At this moment, the sea spear Duo, fused with the golden spear, faced the amplified assault of the 2 golden space blades. With their strikes, the spear was propelled further away, and the blades swiftly returned to Xiaoxiao's grasp. Though Xiaoxiao had unleashed several soul techniques, the most formidable of which was his 8th soul technique, a 10,000-year power with relatively low soul power consumption. The expenditure involved in his 2nd and 4th techniques paled in comparison to the soul power drained by the sea spear, maintaining its weapon form. Moreover, Xiaoxiao remained unscathed, while the sea spear Duo continued to expend a significant amount of soul power. This was Xiaoxiao's strategy, to exhaust and disrupt. Naturally, the sea spear Duo would not remain passive, diving into the water and quickly vanishing from sight. With a grave expression, Xiaoxiao turned to leap into the sea, only to witness the golden spear erupting from the depths, accompanied by a towering water column 5 meters in diameter. The sea spear Duo's 9th soul technique, annihilation. The sigh of the sea. At this moment, evasion was futile, and Xiaoxiao had no choice but to confront it head-on. Raising his hands, the space between Xiaoxiao and the golden spear began to vibrate rhythmically, forming layers of barriers, while the overlapping space blades manifested his weapon spirit form, shielding him. Simultaneously, a brilliant silver light enveloped Xiaoxiao as he activated his space domain. His 4th and 5th soul rings glimmered, conjuring a 3rd space blade that he hurled towards the golden spear. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Xiaoxiao launched the illusory blade. The golden spear surged forward. The layered spatial vibrations hindered the spear's advance, and the illusory blade impacted the spear, causing it to momentarily falter. The 5th soul technique, mental blade, infused mental energy into the space blade, capable of simultaneously assaulting both the body and spirit of the foe. Although the sea spear Duo had merged with the golden spear, the spirit still resided within. Thus, it was vulnerable to this assault, experiencing a momentary disruption. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoxiao's eyes radiated a dark light as he pressed the attack on the golden spear, further amplifying its delay. This was the soul technique bestowed by the evil demon Orca's skull, the evil demon mental shock, with the head bone enhancing his mental prowess. Xiaoxiao's mental strength surpassed that of the sea spear Duo significantly. Although Xiaoxiao's 2 successive strikes merely delayed the sea spear Duo, the latter expended considerable soul power during this brief interlude. After all, this is the 9th soul skill of the sea spear Duo. High offensive power comes at a steep cost. Simultaneously, Xiaoxiao's torso began to radiate with a luminous glow as a black aura was unleashed, overlapping with the spatial domain. This was one of the 2 soul skills granted by the 10,000-year evil demon bone, known as the evil demon domain. The evil demon domain enhances Xiaoxiao's momentum while instilling a sense of oppression in his adversaries, thereby weakening them. The delay of the sea spear Duo came to an end, and the phantasmic blades shattered instantly, as the golden spear plunged downward within the confines of the spatial and evil domains. At that very moment, Liu Xiaoxiao's torso emitted another wave of black light, surging towards the golden spear. This was the second soul skill of Liu Xiaoxiao's 10,000-year evil demon bone, the Wrath of the Evil Demon. Under the impact of the Wrath of the Evil Demon, the might of the golden spear was significantly diminished, subsequently colliding with the two overlapping spatial blades. Liu Xiaoxiao's first soul ring illuminated, and the spatial blades vibrated at a high frequency, countering the golden spear. Ultimately, as the light upon the golden spear faded, the sea spear Daw could no longer sustain himself, and the man-spear separation occurred, with the spear crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Liu Xiaoxiao received the assessment notification. Following this, He Chong and Chen Long took their turns ascending the sea spear sacred pillar, triumphing over the sea spear Daw. After leaving several restorative sausages for the sea spear Daw, the group set off towards the seahorse sacred pillar. These restorative sausages were requested from Oscar, but were not intended for their own use. Rather, they were to be left for the guardians of the sacred pillars after each victory over an opponent. After all, each guardian had been severely wounded by them 3 times, and it would not be appropriate to act otherwise. Chapter 75. Challenge the Seahorse Daw. Liu Xiaoxiao and his companions swiftly arrived at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, having only just surpassed 7 hours of their challenge time. He Chong ascended to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar platform, whereupon the Seahorse Daw immediately unleashed his martial soul, transforming into a 3-meter-tall seahorse. However, He Chong's 5th, 7th, and 8th soul rings shone brightly, rapidly morphing him into a colossal black dragon, encased in a layer of scales. He Chong's 5th soul skill, the Dark Heart of Calmness, and his 7th soul skill, the True Form of Martial Soul, were activated. The 8th soul ring bestowed upon him one of its 2 soul skills, now manifested as the Dark Evil Demon Sacred Dragon Transformation. This amplification type soul skill, as a 10,000-year skill, provided an absolutely terrifying enhancement with minimal soul power consumption. The dark domain swiftly expanded from his form, while his torso radiated black light. Activating the Dark Attribute Amplification, one of the 2 soul skills of the 10,000-year Dark Bone. The Dark Heart allowed He Chong to attain an unprecedented level of calmness, enabling him to exert his full power from the outset. All of this transpired within an exceedingly brief span of time, while the 5th soul ring of the Seahorse Daw had only just illuminated. The Seahorse Daw launched a punch towards He Chong, simultaneously summoning colossal waves from the depths of the ocean to coalesce into a massive fist, assaulting He Chong from both directions. The Dark Heart guided He Chong to make the optimal choice. He activated the 2nd soul skill of the 10,000-year Dark Bone, the Dark Guardian, which instantly conjured a circle of black barriers around him, effectively blocking both punches. He Chong then struck swiftly, his 6th soul ring glowing as the Dark Demon Dragon God Palm impacted the Seahorse Daw, rapidly draining his soul power. The Seahorse Daw's expression shifted as his 6th soul ring illuminated, quickly erecting a ripple shield that isolated He Chong, before retreating hastily. He Chong did not pursue, but remained in place, as his 8th soul ring glowed, summoning countless black dragons that coalesced around him and flew towards the Seahorse Daw. This was the other soul skill granted by his 8th soul ring, the Dark Evil Demon Thousand Dragon Roar. At that moment, the ocean's waters had surged to a height of 100 meters, transformed into a dark hue, the result of the Seahorse Daw's 9th soul skill, the Cyclone Tsunami Annihilation Fist. As the soul skill charged, a black light curtain emanated from the Seahorse Daw, which began to falter under the barrage of the massive black dragons, starting to shatter. As successive black dragons struck against the black light curtain, it ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and shattered completely. The remaining black dragons then unleashed their full assault upon the Seahorse Daw, inflicting severe injuries. The titanic waves of the ocean crashed back, and, at that moment, He Chong received a notification. 5th Assessment, Challenge, Title Daw, Assessment passed. Due to the presence of opportunistic tactics during the challenge, the rewards were diminished, yielding only the basic reward, a Dark Affinity increase of 5%. The assessment completion time was 7.5 hours, less than a quarter of the total time, resulting in a quadrupling of the reward. The Dark Affinity increased by 20%, bringing the total affinity to 45%. Ironically, due to the opportunistic nature of the challenge, the 6th assessment underwent alterations, increasing in difficulty. He Chong was preparing to check the 6th assessment when he noticed that no prompt had appeared for it. While leaving the Sacred Pillar platform, he inquired, "Xiao Pang, Li Hong, has your 6th assessment appeared?" "No, Li Feng replia. Our 6th assessment involves withstanding a stick of incense under Poseidon's subordinates," Xiao Pang added. It seems we must wait for Liu Xiaoxiao and Qianlong to complete their 5th assessment before we can proceed with our 6th. Hichong contemplated this as he returned to Liu Xiaoxiao and the others, where Qianlong had already ascended the Seahorse Sacred Pillar platform. Perhaps due to the similarities in their martial souls, Hichong and Qianlong acquired similar soul skills. Qianlong's 8th soul skills were the Radiant Orca Thousand Sunset and the Radiant Orca Sacred Dragon Transformation. After merely activating his martial soul's true form and these 2 8th soul skills, he too passed the assessment. Subsequently, Liu Xiaoxiao also succeeded in the Seahorse Douluo's assessment. At that juncture, the affinities of the 3 had all reached 45%. Simultaneously, all 3 received notifications for the 6th assessment. Withstanding a stick of incense under the sea god Douluo's supervision, Hichong pondered inwardly, "Is your 6th assessment the same as mine?" Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters had just received notification from Poseidon, indicating an increase in the difficulty of the assessment. Xiao Peng remarked, "The restrictions imposed by Poseidon have been lessened. Although we still cannot draw upon the powers of the ocean or the sea god hall, nor can we utilize our domains, we are permitted to use our 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings. My assessment notification states that we must endure a stick of incense under the combined assault of the 7 sacred pillar Douluos," Fan Yihuang noted. Before long, they confirmed that perhaps due to the absence of opportunistic tactics, aside from Liu Xiaoxiao, Hichong, and Qianlong, the remaining 7 of the 10 virtuous were only required to withstand a stick of incense under the attacks of the 7 sacred pillar Douluos, and they could conduct their assessments simultaneously. As for Liu Xiaoxiao and his 2 companions, they were to join the Shrek 7 monsters, excluding Zhu Zhuqin, in their confrontation against the sea god Douluo. "This is troublesome," Qianlong remarked. "What troubles are you referring to?" Liu Xiaoxiao inquired. "Previously, I could nearly pass the assessment single-handedly like Tang Sect. Now, with the addition of the 3 of us, surely we can manage." "Xiaoxiao, do not forget that Poseidon aims to kill Tang Sect during this assessment," Hichong replied solemnly. "Poseidon's soul ring configuration is 8 black and 1 red. For one capable of utilizing 10,000-year soul skills, eliminating Tang Sect would be a trivial task. This could genuinely pose some complications," Liu Xiaoxiao reflected. "I should return to discuss this with Tang Sect. It would be prudent to inform him that Poseidon intends to eliminate him." The group ventured into the forest outside the sea, which sacred pillar platform, where the Shrek 7 monsters and the other members of the 10 virtuous had already gathered. Meditating in a cross-legged position, Liu Xiaoxiao and his companions were in no rush, for discussions regarding tactics could wait until they were in optimal condition. Within the hallowed halls of the Douluo Palace, Lin Bo sat upon the ground, panting heavily, his gaze fixed upon the celestial holy sword that had just been extracted from the earth. Not far away, Daolu observed him with a look of evident pride. "Grandfather, I have successfully passed the 7th trial. My affinity with the angel has risen to 75%. Lin Bo spoke respectfully to Daolu. The latter regarded Lin Bo with a countenance full of satisfaction. "By the way, grandfather," Lin Bo hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I just received a message from the angel god indicating that you need not sacrifice yourself in the 9th trial to assist me. The angel god will descend personally to aid me during the assessment." This assertion was not a fabrication. During his completion of the 7th trial, Lin Bo had indeed heard the angel god's voice resonate within his mind, which left him somewhat astonished. Upon hearing this, Daolu displayed a hint of surprise. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. "Grandfather, I wish to ask for your assistance with a matter." Lin Bo pondered for a moment before articulating. "I would like you to journey to the western continent of Douluo to seek out a peerless Douluo whose strength is comparable to yours to bolster the martial soul empire." "The western continent of Douluo, you say?" Daolu chuckled softly. "Since it is a request from Xiao Shui, I shall certainly oblige. It stands to reason that there should be soul masters there whose strength parallels mine. There is one more thing," Lin Bo contemplated briefly. "I hope you can grant me the authority to mobilize the offerings of the Douluo Palace." "Of course," Daolu replied. "However, until you fully accept the angel god's legacy, you may only summon half of the offerings, which equates to 3. After all, the Douluo Palace requires guardians." "Yes, grandfather," Lin Bo acquiesced. Once Daolu departed from the Douluo Palace, Lin Bo resumed his contemplation. Bibi Dong had already set off for the Stardew Forest. If I were to bring along 3 offerings, the probability of success would increase significantly. However, assisting Bibi Dong offers me no advantage. My ultimate goal is to dominate Douluo Continent. To achieve this, I must eliminate Tang Sect. My appearance in the Stardew Forest is outside the original narrative. They should not anticipate my arrival. thereby presenting me with considerable opportunity. A cold glimmer flickered in Lin Bo's eyes. There is no rush to venture into the Stardow forest now. With Bibi Dong absent, it implies that no one is present within the Rakshasa secret realm. This truly is a divine boon for me. Lin Bo chuckled coldly as he too exited the Douluo palace. In a certain realm of the divine realm, two figures engaged in jovial discourse, one adorned with 6 wings, the other possessing blood-red eyes. Killing the gods, your actions may not be entirely appropriate, remarked the crimson-eyed man. What is inappropriate about it? The winged man chuckled. We cannot allow them to sail through effortlessly into divinity. That would lack any challenge. If I lend this young fellow Lin Bo a hand, he will undoubtedly sow some discord among others. Why not enjoy the spectacle? I rather hope this lad manages to take out a few individuals. Indeed, the blood-eyed man stroked his chin. You truly are a reservoir of malice. And you old fox chaos are no different, the winged man laughed. It was you who initially proposed this experiment. By the way, exercise caution when assisting that young man. We must not attract the attention of the Divine Realm Council. The blood-eyed man warned with a grin. After all, we currently embody the angel god and the Rakshasa god. Rest assured, the 6-winged man waved dismissively. I shall execute my endeavors with utmost discretion. They will not trace it back to me. Chapter 76. Heart of Space after a 2-day and night respite. The 10 sages and the Shrek 7 monsters had fully restored their optimal condition. Zhu Zhuqing had also absorbed the 8th spirit ring, becoming a soul Douluo. Of course, she would be unable to participate in the upcoming 6th trial. At this moment, the 10 sages were gathered, engaged in earnest discussion. These are the 2 crystals I previously discovered. I would appreciate your assistance in identifying them. Chun Fong stated as he retrieved the 2 silvery crystals from his storage soul guide. At that instant, a star-shaped light on Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead suddenly radiated brilliance, causing the 2 silvery crystals to soar towards her, circling around her in an ethereal dance. Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, and then the 2 silvery crystals abruptly darted into her brow. A sharp pain pierced her soul, and she promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiaoxiao. The expressions of the nearby individuals shifted dramatically as they hurried to shake her awake, but Lu Xiaoxiao showed no signs of revival. What should we do? Li Feng exclaimed anxiously. If the 6th trial commences and she remains unconscious, will she not be obliterated? Everyone, remain calm, He Chong interjected. If I am not mistaken, this is not a detriment to Lu Xiaoxiao. Rather, it may prove advantageous. He Chong, what do you discern from this? Zhao Bao Yin Gui? Indeed, He Chong nodded. Since Xiaoxiao obtained the 9th trial of space within the Mistral Grand Canyon, and Chen Fong found these 2 crystals there, I surmise that these crystals are the heart of space. The heart of space? Qi Xiaoman queried. Is it akin to the heart of the sea god, corresponding to the Hanhai Qinkuan cover? Precisely, He Chong affirmed. Tang Sect received the sea god's 9th trial due to acquiring the Hanhai Qinkuan cover, while Lu Xiaoxiao obtained the heart of space through the 9th trial of space. Yet, why is it that Chen Fong, who acquired the heart of space, did not undergo the 9th trial of space, but rather Lu Xiaoxiao did? Fanny Huang then posed a question. He Chong momentarily faltered. That, I am not entirely certain. Another question arises. Wang Haochen remarked, why are there 2 hearts of space? I am also uncertain. Perhaps the artifacts of the space god are paired? He Chong shook his head. In any case, we must await her awakening to clarify matters. For now, let us deliberate, Chen Long suggested. With your abilities, passing the 6th trial should not pose significant difficulty. However, there may be some uncertainty regarding Tang Sect's situation. Shall we first have a word with Poseidon? He Chong proposed. Poseidon wishes to kill Tang Sect, but only to see Tang Chen once more before her demise. If we inform her that as long as Tang Sect remains alive, he can purify Tang Chen, restoring her consciousness and allowing her to reunite with her on Sea God Island, Poseidon should have no reason to pursue Tang Sect. That may not be feasible, Chen Long shook his head. If you proceed in this manner, Poseidon might intentionally go easy during the 6th trial, resulting in Tang Sect's affinity being diminished. Thus, the future remains uncertain. Your reasoning holds merit, He Chong mused, his brow furrowed. It seems we can only rely on the 3 of us. Perhaps we should also confer with Tang Sect, but we should aim to disclose as little information as possible to the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, lest we influence subsequent developments. He Chong contemplated briefly before approaching Tang Sect, pulling him aside for a hushed conversation. It was not until dusk that Lu Xiaoxiao finally stirred from her unconsciousness. Xiaoxiao has awakened. Qi Xiaoman, who had been attending to Lu Xiaoxiao, immediately conveyed through spiritual communication. Upon hearing this, The 10 sages swiftly gathered around Lu Xiaoxiao. How do you feel? Wang Haochen inquired. Not too bad, Lu Xiaoxiao replied. How long have I been unconscious? Merely half a day, Zheng Bei responded. Quickly, tell us what those two objects are and their significance. Those two objects should indeed be the heart of space, Lu Xiaoxiao explained. They imparted a wealth of information to me, possessing 4 skills akin to the Hanhai Chinkuan cover: space protection barrier, space translation, void shatter, and void half-moon slash. The space protection barrier can defend against attacks, but requires a corresponding amount of soul power to activate. The range of space translation is 3 meters, consuming 1/10 of my soul power each time. The remaining void shatter and void half-moon slash serve as both group and single target attacks. Yet, both require the full expenditure of my soul power. It appears that it truly is the heart of space. Qianlong nodded, noting that this object bears a resemblance to the abilities of the vast seas universe shield. By the way, how do you plan to confront Poseidon? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Chong stated, after analyzing with Tang San, that Poseidon would likely focus on Tang San, who possesses an indomitable golden body capable of withstanding 3 attacks. As long as he passes the 6th trial, there would be no reason for Poseidon to target him again. Therefore, our primary objective is to successfully complete the assessment. If I recall correctly, Poseidon will indeed launch lethal attacks on Tang San during the assessment, won't he? 3 instances of the indomitable golden body should suffice according to the original narrative. But what if we add in 3 soul rings? Wang Haochen questioned. There is no need for concern. Chong shook his head. Poseidon will not require the release of his martial soul in the initial stages against Tang San, thus affording him a chance to survive. With the 3 instances of the indomitable golden body, Tang San can certainly endure that initial phase. Once Tang San ascends Sea God Mountain, Poseidon will naturally hesitate to unleash widespread attacks, let alone exert his full strength. Even if she could utilize her 7th, 8th, or 9th soul skills, she would never dare to deploy them. So, does that mean we merely need to adhere to the original storyline and hide? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. It cannot be stated so simply. Qianlong shook his head. If we wish to gain sufficient affinity, we must still participate in the assessment. Poseidon will not kill us. At most, she will just impede our progress in the trial. However, once we have escaped the vicinity of Sea God Mountain, we can silently circle back, thus preventing any unforeseen circumstances. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and inquired, what will be the sequence for tomorrow's 6th trial? The first group, Fanny Huang and the others, will undergo the 6th trial first, followed by our own 6th trial, Chong replied. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at the moon in the sky, feeling an unsettling premonition regarding the assessment to come. Chapter 77, The 6th Trial, The Might of the 7 Sacred Pillars. Early the next morning, 6 of the 10 sages, excluding Lu Xiaoxiao, Chong, Zheng Bei, and Qianlong, had already gathered at the foot of Sea God Mountain, while the 4 of them, along with the Shrek's 7 monsters, and by Chen Xiong, observed from a distance. Do you think that if they attack the Sea God Palace, and we intervene, it will be considered an increase in difficulty, leading to a change in the assessment, thus allowing them to exceed the requirements? Lu Xiaoxiao questioned. I doubt it. Chong replied, shaking his head. The most likely outcome would be that it is deemed interference, resulting in penalties for us. Then let's not risk it. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly responded. At that moment, at the foot of Sea God Mountain, Fanny Huang, Li Hong, Qi Xiaomin, Wang Haochen, Debao, and Chen Fong had already formed a line, with the 7 sacred pillars Duo positioned before them. The Sea Dragon Duo secured the incense at the foot of Sea God Mountain and ignited it, officially commencing the trial. Soul power flowed from Wang Haochen, ultimately converging within Fanny Huang, embodying the 6-man fusion technique. With a roar, Fanny Huang's 6th and 7th red soul rings shimmered to life, transforming him into a colossal fire dragon, upon which the other 5 mounted before the red dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the air. Fanny Huang refrained from deploying his domain, knowing that with the Sea Dragon Duo's demon-breaking domain in effect, any domain he might create would be rendered ineffective. However, the Sea Mirage Duo was not bound by such limitations. The domain was unleashed, aiming to ensnare everyone within an illusion. Break from me, Fan Huang bellowed, his eyes glowing red as a translucent crimson barrier manifested around him, repelling the Sea Mirage Duo's domain. This was one of the 2 soul skills bestowed upon him by his 100,000-year Fire Dragon Skull, the Spirit Guardian, capable of defending against mental attacks. The Sea Mirage Duo's domain could indeed be classified as a mental type attack, thus it was naturally obstructed. Simultaneously, the 7 sacred pillars Douluo unleashed their martial soul true forms. With the time of a stick of incense not being particularly lengthy, they had no choice but to exert their full strength. However, Fanny Huang's reaction was swifter. With a shimmer from his fourth soul ring, a multitude of fire meteors cascaded from the heavens, striking towards the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. His soul power was nearing level 90, and with the enhancement of the 6-man fusion technique, his strength was certainly on par with the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. Moreover, Fanny Huang's Fire Dragon King martial soul possessed exceedingly high quality, its attributes representing the pinnacle of fire, making it a natural counter to the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. Consequently, when the fire meteors descended, the 7 sacred pillars Douluo chose not to confront them head-on, but instead swiftly evaded the onslaught. Yet at that moment, Fanny Huang's 5th soul ring illuminated, conjuring ethereal fire dragons that surged forth towards the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. The Sea Dragon Douluo's 8th soul ring activated, summoning water dragons that coalesced beside him, though significantly fewer than those he had conjured during his previous battle with Fanny Huang. As there was no oceanic power at Sea God Mountain to draw upon, the water dragons soared skyward, but only managed to shatter a fraction of the ethereal fire dragons. After all, Fanny Huang was currently bolstered by the 6-man fusion technique, his prowess far surpassing that of his earlier encounter with the Sea Dragon Douluo, making it impossible for the Sea Dragon Douluo to withstand alone. The other 6 sacred pillars Douluo dared not engage directly, instead opting to dodge continuously. However, unlike the fire meteors, the ethereal fire dragons possess the ability to autonomously track their enemies, rendering mere evasion ineffective. As the 7 sacred pillars Douluo faced dispersion, Fanny Huang charged toward the Sea Ghost Douluo, activating his 2nd soul skill, Blazing Flame Assault. Inflicting minor injuries is preferable to severe ones. Fanny Huang's initial strategy was to dismantle their unity one by one. He had no intention of enduring the joint assault of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, but rather sought to adopt an offensive stance. Attack is the best defense. Otherwise, should they unleash their full strength, he held little confidence in his ability to withstand even a stick of incense's duration. As Fanny Huang approached, the Sea Ghost Douluo instantly concealed himself, retreating to a distance. However, the Sea Ghost Douluo's presence had long been locked onto by Fanny Huang, who, enveloped in crimson light, surged toward him at a speed far surpassing that of the Sea Ghost Douluo. In a critical moment, the Sea Ghost Douluo's 8th soul ring blazed to life, manifesting a blue barrier before him. Simultaneously, 7 black beams shot forth from the side, emanating from the Sea Witch. Fanny Huang's 8th soul ring ignited, swiftly generating a flame barrier to intercept the 7 black beams, while simultaneously colliding with the blue barrier before the Sea Ghost Douluo. The blue barrier shattered under the impact, sending the Sea Ghost Douluo hurtling away, visibly injured. Meanwhile, the other 6 sacred pillars Douluo had regrouped, their expressions far from pleasant. With the combined might of 7, they had been the first to suffer the loss of a member, leaving them feeling deeply humiliated. The Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Horse Douluo surged forward. The 9th soul ring of the sea, which illuminated, emanating waves of black sound energy, the Sea God's divine melody. The Sea Mirage Douluo and Sea Star Douluo positioned themselves beside the Sea Witch, guarding against any potential assault from Fanny Huang. However, Fanny Huang appeared disinclined to pursue further attacks. With a spread of wings, he swiftly ascended into the distance, carrying the 5 individuals on his back. The prior decision to target the Sea Ghost Douluo was not solely due to his inherent weakness, but also because of his isolation from the others. Thus, upon repelling the Sea Ghost Douluo, he could swiftly retreat, leaving the others unable to intervene in time. The sudden turn of events left the other 6 utterly astonished. Their speed paled in comparison to the current prowess of Fanny Huang. Since the onset of the battle, the incense had barely burned a quarter of its length. The 7 sacred pillars Douluo clustered together, each having dispelled their martial spirit forms, their brows furrowed in concentration. It was astonishing that their ability could amalgamate the strength of 6 individuals. The Sea Dragon Douluo remarked. However, this would inevitably lead to an increase in their energy expenditure, rendering sustained use improbable. The Sea Star Douluo added. They merely needed to employ that ability during their retreat. The Sea Witch countered, shaking her head. They could easily find a place to restore their soul power, conserving their strength, and once we caught up, they could activate that ability to flee. Regardless, let us pursue them first, the Sea Star Douluo concluded. Utilizing the aura generated from their assessment, the 7 sacred pillars Douluo deduced the general location of the 6 and set off in pursuit. At that moment, the 6 were concealed in a relatively secluded grove, taking a brief respite. As the 7 sacred pillars Duo closed in, they once again activated their fusion technique, with Fan Yi Huang unleashing his martial spirit form and the dragon Huang heavenly wings fleeing into the distance. Thus, under the shadow of pursuit, a single incense stick's duration passed, and the 6 successfully completed the 6th assessment. Under the rewards of a level of soul power, Fan Yi Huang finally broke through to level 89. Moreover, due to his previous diligent training, he reached the pinnacle of level 89, poised to ascend to level 90 at any moment. As for the other 5, they received identical rewards, a level increase in soul power, an additional reward level, and a divine bestowed soul ring, coinciding perfectly with their power bottleneck. Upon receiving the divine bestowed soul ring from Poseidon, the 5 immediately began to absorb it. Once they completed the absorption of the divine bestowed soul ring, their soul power would swiftly breach the level 80 barrier, transforming them into soul Douluo. Furthermore, individuals like Chun Fong and Debao, who had already reached their bottlenecks and had unaccounted rewards in soul power, would experience a significant leap in their levels upon absorbing the soul ring, manifesting the previously granted soul power. Fan Yi Huang, what is your 7th assessment? He Chang suddenly communicated telepathically. The 7th assessment is a breakthrough to become a title Douluo. Fan Yi Huang replied. A breakthrough to title Douluo? Lu Xiaoxiao frowned, incredulous. It cannot be that simple, can it? Is there a hidden complication behind this assessment? Do you remember the incident where Fan Yi Huang was backlashed by the Fire Dragon King's power? Chen Long remarked. I see, He Chang said, realization dawning upon him. Previously, after Fan Yi Huang's training, as long as he refrained from using his soul bone fusion technique, he would not fall into a rampaging state again. However, the will of the Fire Dragon King still lies dormant within him, capable of erupting at any moment to retaliate against Fan Yi Huang. In my view, at the moment of breaking through to title Douluo, the will of the Fire Dragon King will strike back, seeking to completely control Fan Yi Huang's body. What should we do? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Should we seek Poseidon's aid to suppress the will of the Fire Dragon King within Fan Yi Huang? No, He Chang shook his head. The will of the Fire Dragon King is entirely fused with its power. If we were to involve Poseidon, it could risk severing the Fire Dragon King's bloodline power alongside it. Even if Fan Yi Huang survives, he would be left with a significant portion of his soul power rendered ineffective. The will of the Fire Dragon King can summon its power, and, similarly, Fan Yi Huang's will can also command the Fire Dragon King's strength, Chen Long asserted. Only by having Fan Yi Huang's own will contend with the will of the Fire Dragon King can we hope to extinguish it completely. I understand, Fan Yi Huang declared. I will rely on my own strength to contend with the Fire Dragon King and entirely assimilate its power. Meanwhile, Poseidon had already arrived before Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. Chapter 78. Sea God Douluo. Poseidon led the group to the foot of Sea God Mountain, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Qinxiang on steps. Seizing the moment when Little Fatty diverted Poseidon's attention, the group consumed the replicated mirror intestines and activated their swift-tail, swallow martial spirits, dispersing and flying off in different directions, sending ripples of interference to disrupt Poseidon as probing. At that moment, however, a golden phantom wielding a massive trident appeared behind Poseidon, adorned with 8 black and 1 red soul rings, and the inky black 7th soul ring began to shimmer. Sensing the change behind her, Lu Xiaoxiao, Chen Long, and He Chang turned simultaneously, their expressions shifting in alarm. What is happening? Lu Xiaoxiao communicated telepathically, why is Poseidon directly unleashing her martial spirit form? Perhaps it's because of the 3 of us. She lacks confidence that the soul power vortex alone can drag us back. He Chang gritted his teeth. That shouldn't be the case. Though, can the addition of us 3 truly exceed the vortex's capacity? Regardless, the ensuing circumstances are likely to shift, Chen Long stated. We must act accordingly. The figure behind Poseidon gradually solidified, the 8th soul ring illuminating, and with a sweep of the trident, golden rings sliced through the air from multiple directions towards the 9 individuals. It can't be, Lu Xiaoxiao thought in despair. Is this the unstable wind wave? Poseidon's martial spirit is the sea god. Could it be that all her soul skills are drawn from the golden 13 tridents? The golden rings flew forth, seemingly slow. Yet none of the 9 could evade them, becoming immobilized and descending to the ground. Subsequently, Poseidon's red 9th soul ring gleamed, and the golden figure spun through the air, the trident slicing through the void, hurtling towards Tang Sect. With a determined resolve, Lu Xiaoxiao caused a tremor in space, a crack appearing between the golden rings and himself. With a surge of elation, he slipped through the golden rings, ascending once more into the air. Soon after, the golden rings enveloping the others dissipated as well. It seems that due to Poseidon not yet achieving divinity, the control duration of the unstable wind wave over us is limited to a mere 3 seconds. He-Chang conveyed telepathically. The real trouble lies not here. Poseidon's 10,000-year soul skill is aimed at Tang Sect now. Xiaoxiao expressed anxiously. It appears that one strike is irreversible. Chun Long communicated. Although Poseidon is infinitely close to godhood, she ultimately is not a true deity. Without the aid of the sea god temple or the ocean's power, she cannot unleash a domain. Even a 10,000-year soul skill cannot breach Tang Sect's invincible golden body. Indeed, Chun Long's assessment proved prescient. As the trident neared Tang Sect, he activated his invincible golden body, yet was still sent flying by Poseidon's irreversible strike, nearly shattering even the golden body. Poseidon's other 10,000-year soul skill cannot possibly be the group attack, 1,000-year void? Xiaoxiao asked with concern. It should not be. He-Chang replied. Poseidon's 10,000-year soul ring likely gained its longevity due to the top-tier 8th assessment, originally not a 10,000-year soul ring. Even if the assessment has raised the soul ring limit, there should only be one soul skill. While the three were conversing, Poseidon made an embracing gesture, her body spinning rapidly in the air, a layer of blue energy swirling around her, quickly expanding. Then, with a shake of her shoulders, her arms trembled simultaneously, and the blue light surged geometrically, forming a colossal blue vortex in the sky. The blue vortex emanated an immense pull. And although the group had regained their flight after being grounded by the unstable wind wave, aside from Tang Sect, who was struck away by the irreversible strike, the others had not ascended far. Under the vortex's attraction, their flight speed diminished dramatically, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong being swiftly drawn back. As Tang Sect found himself unable to return in a timely manner, Xiaoxiao, Chun Long, and He-Chang simultaneously turned back. The hexagrams above their heads, along with the sun and moon imprints, emitted a radiant, concentrated light that shot towards Poseidon. Although the radiance of their light, be it luminous, dark, or spatial, was minimal in its impact compared to the divine light of the sea god, it momentarily created an opening for Poseidon. The three beams of light struck Poseidon, causing a slight shift in his expression. At that moment, two golden beams of light shot from Tang Sect's eyes as his vast mental force surged towards Poseidon. In response, Poseidon clasped his hands together, a dark red trident imprint appearing on his forehead. A dark red glow enveloped his palms before erupting outward like a blade of light, countering the two golden beams emanating from Tang Sect's gaze. The clash of radiant gold and dark red light caused everyone to feel an inexplicable lightness, as the pulling force that had held them was suddenly released, allowing them to return to their original positions, Xiaoxiao and the others included. They perceived that the situation was gradually aligning with their plans, and they entrusted the ensuing matters to Tang Sect. However, they kept a vigilant distance, prepared for unforeseen developments. Before long, Tang Sect was propelled into the depths of the sea by Poseidon. Yet, he utilized his invincible golden body, emerging unscathed, and took the opportunity to activate the invisibility feature of the vast ocean universe shield, concealing his presence. Shortly thereafter, he ascended the sea god mountain, swiftly nearing its summit in mere blinks of an eye. Observing that everything was proceeding according to plan, Xiaoxiao and the others felt a slight sense of relief. Though they remained cautious, Poseidon descended before the sea god mountain, and her third soul ring illuminated, sending a cascade of blue light flowing outward like a stream. Tang Sect retreated to the foot of the mountain, activating his fifth soul ring to concentrate energy, initiating the blue-silver domain, and after consuming the sturdy golden fly, he hurled the crimson blue-silver emperor spear in a parabolic arc towards the sea god palace. Immediately after, Tang Sect struck his fists against his chest, spitting a mouthful of hot blood onto the domain. The power within his blood rapidly spread across the sea god mountain, causing the flora upon it to surge towards the sea god palace. Poseidon soared into the air to intercept the advancing plants, while the 7 sacred pillars Douluo stood ready to block them. At that moment, Xiaoxiao and his companions received a notification. Due to the involvement of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo in the 6th examination, the difficulty had escalated, surpassing the established regulations, thus permitting the examinees to withdraw from the arena and exit the sea god island, thereby counting as a successful completion of the assessment. "We did it!" Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "Let's not be complacent," Chun Long cautioned, glancing towards the sea god mountain. Fortunately, no unforeseen events transpired thereafter. Leveraging Poseidon's attack, Tang Sect successfully evaded the projection range of Sea God Island. Simultaneously, Xiaoxiao and his companions were notified that their affinity had increased by 10%, reaching 55%. They soon received information regarding their next trial. For my 7th trial, we must return to the mysterious Maze Canyon, Xiaoxiao stated. Our 7th trials should be the same. We need to obtain divine artifacts, Hichang added. You two will return to the mysterious Maze Canyon, while Chunlong and I must head back to the light and dark secret realm of Douluo Continent. The mysterious Maze Canyon is manageable, but the Douluo Continent is indeed far, Chunlong remarked. When we initially traveled to Douluo Continent, we lost our way and took 6 months to arrive. Although we now know the direction, it still took us around 3 months to return. With our current strength, the round trip should not require 6 months, but it will still take some time. Traveling back and forth to Douluo Continent won't pose any danger, will it? Xiaoxiao inquired. Not all, Hichang assured him, shaking his head. Back when we were still in the Soul Sect, we had means to traverse back and forth to Douluo Continent. As long as we don't encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, we are confident in our survival. By the way, if you wish to ascend to godhood, you'll need to gather soul bones, right? Xiaoxiao asked. Indeed, Hichang nodded. Although the quality of the secret method soul bones is somewhat inferior, a combination of 3 would yield a quality superior to that of ordinary soul bones. If we utilize all the stored soul bones through the secret method, we should be able to assemble the soul bones for all parts of my and Shenlong's bodies. Except for the head. After the head soul bone, we will need to plan further. Then, upon returning to Douluo Continent, the 3 of us will temporarily part ways to head to our respective destinations, Chunlong concluded. Agreed, Hichang nodded. As for the others, let them accompany the Shrek 7 devils to the Stardow Forest. Although we might not have enough time to cure Daming and Erming upon our return, it will at least demonstrate our sincerity and help prevent any unforeseen incidents. What about the King of Slaughter? Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. There's no need for concern. Hichang replied, shaking his head. I believe the world's self-repairing ability will come into play. At most, it will merely adjust the sequence of the 2 events. Xiaoxiao turned his gaze towards the slumbering Tang Sect, then towards the group further away who were absorbing soul rings, stating, the others are still cultivating. We cannot fall behind. Hichang and Chunlong nodded in agreement, and the 3 began their own cultivation. As time flowed by, it was already the 6th day following the completion of the 6th examination. Li Hong, Chun Fong, and others had already absorbed the divine bestowed soul rings. Officially entering the rank of Soul de Law, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had entered the Sea God Palace, while the remaining members of the Shrek 7 devils and the 9 from the 10 virtuous ones, excluding Fanny Huang, were fixated on the Sea God Palace. Fanny Huang, meanwhile, was deep in cultivation, having reached level 89 and standing on the brink of a breakthrough, aiming to ascend to level 90 before departing from Sea God Island to complete the 7th examination. Apart from Fanny Huang, the highest levels were Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong, both at level 85. Following closely were Tang San, Chunlong, Dabao, and Hichang, each possessing 84 levels of soul power. Li Hong and Dai Mubai had reached 83 levels, while Qi Xiaoman, Xiao Peng, and Wang Haochen possessed 82. Zhang Bai, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing had 81 levels of soul power. Although Ning Rongrong currently lagged in levels, she would directly rise to 83 upon receiving the rewards from the 7th examination, equating her with Li Hong and Dai Mubai. At that moment, the Sea God Palace suddenly emanated a golden light, with a thick beam shooting skyward, piercing the dark clouds above and illuminating the entirety of Sea God Island. Concurrently, the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island also glowed. 7 beams of varying thickness converging from different directions, merging with the golden light erupting from the Sea God Palace. The radiance endured for a full 10 seconds before subsiding, transforming the clouds above into a golden hue. The golden mass in the air slowly morphed, gradually taking the shape of a humanoid figure clad in golden armor, with deep blue hair cascading down, wielding a golden trident, its features vaguely resembling Tang San's. Countless slender golden rays emerged from all directions. Some originated from Sea God Island, but many more flowed from the ocean, representing the belief power from all beings of the sea. Suddenly, the aura around the meditating Fan Yi Huang surged, and he directly broke through to level 90. A blood-red soul ring quietly coalesced around Fan Yi Huang, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed his martial soul's true form, transforming into a colossal crimson dragon with fiery red eyes. Subsequently, his 6th soul ring illuminated, and immense wings unfurled from his back. allowing the scarlet dragon to soar through the skies with a thunderous roar. Almost immediately, the dragon became encased in a suit of armor, a manifestation of the soul-bone fusion technique they had named Dragon King Transformation. This technique resulted in reduced soul power consumption, increased attack and defense potency, heightened speed, diminished pain, and a loss of consciousness. The crimson dragon danced across the heavens, its eyes ablaze with red light, prompting the members of the Shrek's 7 monsters and the 10 sages to recoil in alarm. Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with determination as they countered the crimson brilliance. Simultaneously, Xiaopeng, Chenlong, Hichong, Xiaoxiao, and Zhongbei released their respective domains, barely managing to shield everyone from the overwhelming force. However, both Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong, who faced Fan Yihuang's mental pressure head-on, could not suppress the urge to cough up blood, evidently suffering from a backlash. That moment had been the result of Fan Yihuang's other soul skill derived from the 10,000-year fire dragon skull, a mental suppression technique. "This is bad," Hichong exclaimed. His power is still on the rise. Fan Yihuang's aura continually intensified, the strength contained within the bloodline of the Fire Dragon King gradually merging with his being. In no time, he broke through once more, reaching the 92nd level, and his ascent showed no signs of abating. His rate of growth is astonishing. Wang Haochen frowned, realizing that Fan Yihuang's ability to suppress the will of the Fire Dragon King would likely become increasingly challenging. "At this point, we can only watch and see what he does," Hichong remarked, gazing into the sky. Fan Yihuang's aura swiftly ascended to the 93rd level. Just then, the red light in his eyes dimmed slightly, restoring a flicker of clarity, only for that glimmer to vanish as the crimson glow surged back. In the next instant, Fan Yihuang's power surged dramatically again, leaping 2 levels to 95, and the pace of his growth showed no signs of slowing. The dragon he embodied roared through the skies, its gaze fixed upon the Sea Goddess Hall. "This is dire. We cannot allow him to attack the Sea Goddess Hall," Qi Xiaoman shouted. "If he strikes, he may provoke the Sea Goddess' wrath and face annihilation." Upon hearing Qi Xiaoman's words, the expressions of the group shifted, and they hastened towards the Sea God Mountain. However, Fan Yihuang's 4-soul ring had already ignited, sending a barrage of fiery meteors crashing towards the Sea Goddess Hall. Before the Sea Goddess Hall, the 7 holy pillar Duel stood guard, their faces etched with concern. At present, Fan Yihuang's strength was likely on par with Poseidon. Even united, the 7 of them might struggle to withstand him. Yet, safeguarding the Sea Goddess Hall was their duty, and they could not falter. The 7 swiftly unleashed their martial soul's true forms, attempting to intercept the fiery meteors, but they could only deflect a fraction of the onslaught, with many meteors still hurtling towards the Sea Goddess Hall. In that critical moment, Poseidon appeared before the Sea Goddess Hall, his true form materializing, and his 8th soul ring illuminating as golden rings of light emanated forth, dissipating the fiery meteors effortlessly. However, in that brief span, Fan Yihuang's soul power surged again, breaking through 2 more levels to 97. At this rate, could he possibly ascend to divine level directly? Xiaoxiao mused. "That seems unlikely." Hichong shook his head. To breach the divine level requires both divine power and mental fortitude. One must withstand the divine energy and obtain a divine position, even disregarding the divine rank for now. While Fan Yihuang's body is progressively altered under the influence of the Fire Dragon King's bloodline, he is still far from achieving true divinity. Although the Fire Dragon King's mental power has reached a godly level, Fan Yihuang's own is not at that realm. Moreover, considering the vast power within the Fire Dragon King, the absorption necessary to reach the divine level will not be swift. However, based on current trends, breaking through to the limit duel level poses no issue. At that point, Poseidon may no longer be his match. After unleashing that attack, Fan Yihuang's eyes regained a semblance of clarity, although it was short-lived as the red light overtook him once more. Concurrently, his soul power surged again, reaching 98. The 8th soul ring surrounding the dragon he embodied ignited, and with a mighty roar, sound waves radiated outward. The Shrek's 7 monsters and the 10 sages, who had just reached the summit of Sea God Mountain, were momentarily stunned, blood streaming from their orifices. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao's timely use of the Heart of Space to create a spatial barrier to shield them, their fates would have been sealed. The Sea Goddess Hall remained unscathed under the roar of the dragon, and within, Tang Sect and the others were unaffected. At that moment, Poseidon's 9th soul ring ignited, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled his trident towards Fan Yihuang. Fan Yihuang's eighth soul ring flared once more, and a fiery dragon barrier emerged, intercepting the incoming trident. Following this, Fan Yihuang's aura surged yet again, reaching 99. However, this upward trend soon stabilized. The dragon he embodied regained a measure of clarity, maintaining it longer than before. Yet, it was not long before the red light surged again, threatening to engulf the flicker of clarity once more. With a mighty roar, the dragon Fan Yihuang embodied suppressed the crimson light, his eyes swiftly returning to normal. Suddenly, the crimson glow expanded, once more threatening to overshadow that flicker of clarity. Thus, the wills of Fan Yihuang and the Fire Dragon King clashed incessantly, neither gaining the upper hand. As time flowed, 2 hours swiftly passed, and Fan Yihuang's cultivation stabilized at 99. The Fire Dragon King refrained from attacking the Sea God's Hall, having devoted all its focus to battling Fan Yihuang. Any opportunity to seize control would be met with an immediate suppression of Fan Yihuang's consciousness, thereby claiming his entire being. Yet, Fan Yihuang's will remained unyielding, the clarity in his gaze expanding as he gradually suppressed the crimson light. This time, the red glow was unable to regain its former strength. At last, Fan Yihuang's eyes returned entirely to their normal state, devoid of any trace of red light. In that moment, a notification resonated within his mind, with an indomitable will. Extinguish the will of the Fire Dragon King. Exceedingly complete the 7th trial assessment. Reward: aid in absorbing a portion of the Fire Dragon King's bloodline power. Elevating to Tier 3 deity. In a flash, Fan Yihuang dispelled the martial soul attachment and ascended to the summit of Sea God Mountain. Under Zhongbei's care, the group's injuries had largely healed. Fan Yihuang, are you alright? Qi Xiaoman inquired. I am fine. I have thoroughly obliterated the will of the Fire Dragon King. Fan Yihuang replied. The reward from the 7th trial has allowed me to absorb some of the essence from a bloodline, enabling my breakthrough to Tier 3 deity. Tier 3 deity? Yichang exclaimed in astonishment, but quickly asked, what is the 8th trial? The 8th trial requires me to protect Tang Sect until he completes the Sea God's 9 trials. Just as Fan Yihuang's words fell, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. This must be summoned by the Sea God, Yichang remarked, to elevate Fan Yihuang to divinity. A divine inheritance site must first be established. Although this golden light may appear modest, it is sufficient for absorbing the power from his own body. I wonder how long it will take, Wang Haochen pondered. If it isn't concluded by tomorrow, we may have to depart first, Yichang suggested. Once he absorbs the power to achieve Tier 3 deity, we can have him follow us. With his godlike prowess, it should not take him long to catch up with us. Chepteriti, Ling Bost Southern Esot. The following day, upon the vast expanse of the ocean, the 10 sages and the Shrek's 7 monsters rode upon a dozen great white sharks of the demon soul, heading towards the Douluo Continent. Brother Tang Sect, there are certain matters that must now be divulged to you, Yichang remarked. According to my calculations, Bibi Dong is currently leading several tidal Douluo in pursuit of Deming and Erming within the Stardo Forest. What? Tang Sect was taken aback. I refrained from informing you earlier, fearing it might adversely affect your mindset and hinder your passage through the Sea God's assessment. Yichang expressed with a hint of regret. With the dual static domains of Jute Douluo and Gue Douluo, coupled with Bibi Dong's deadly poison, unless there exists an extraordinary antidote akin to the Heartbreak Red, their revival is impossible. However, should you attain the status of Sea God, there exists a tangible opportunity for their resurrection. At the mention of Yichang's final words, Tang Sect's expression gradually settled into calm. The immediate priority is to thwart Bibi Dong, Dabao asserted solemnly. Upon our arrival at the Douluo Continent, you Tianheng, you Qianxin, and I will depart first to our respective divine inheritance sites for assessment. The others will accompany you towards the Stardo Forest, Lu Xiaoxiao stated. Tang Sect nodded, saying little. It was evident he was deep in contemplation. 3 days swiftly passed, and the group soon reached the shores of the Douluo Continent. After bidding farewell, Lu Xiaoxiao, Chen Long, and Yichang dispersed, while the remaining members hastened towards the Stardo Forest. Days later, within the Stardo Forest, Deming and Erming were evading the pursuit of the Spear Hall. At that moment, they were both afflicted by Bibi Dong's lethal poison, their bodies marred by injuries. Suddenly, a blinding golden light appeared behind Gue Douluo, enveloping him entirely. With a cry of anguish, the black aura surrounding him disintegrated, revealing his true form, as intense agony caused his body to convulse. 5 meters before him, a figure shrouded in a massive cloak emerged silently. In his right hand, he brandished a black trident measuring over 3 meters in length, from which the golden light emanated from his forehead. This individual was none other than Tang Sect, who had utilized the invisibility capability of a vast sea sphere to stealthily position himself nearby, avoiding detection by BB Dong. Meanwhile, the Shrek's 7 monsters and the 10 sages remained at a distance, poised to provide assistance. BB Dong's mental perception locked onto De Ming and Air Ming, and the other 4 titled Da swiftly honed in on his presence, advancing rapidly towards this direction. The sea god's light instantly shifted as the ebony trident lunged forward. Douluo felt a sudden lightness throughout his body as the excruciating golden light abruptly shifted away from him. Moments later, the golden light re-emitted tenfold stronger than before, enveloping him completely as the enormous trident was thrust towards his chest. The golden radiance danced upon the blades of the trident like rippling water, the magical piercing ability blossoming forth as an icy sensation coursed through Douluo. The blinding golden light erupted from behind him. Douluo's form was purified within the sea goddess light, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that ascended skyward, while a piece of black soul bone fell from his body. The sea god trident retracted, and the backward-facing hook of the left blade deftly caught the soul bone, while simultaneously activating the instant teleportation. In the next moment, Tang Sect had already appeared 100 meters away. After the instant teleportation, Tang Sect concealed himself once more within the forest. He activated a small portion of the blue-silver domain, effortlessly masking his aura, while the vast sea shield re-engaged, rendering him invisible once again. In the distance, the 10 sages and the Shrek's 7 monsters were concealed within a tree. Li Hong ascended into the air and utilized wind shadow to render himself invisible, gazing off into the distance. "What is the situation?" Qi Xiaoman inquired. "Everything is proceeding according to plan." Li Hong's voice resonated from above. Douluo has been slain, and Tang Sect is now engaged with BB Dong. Xiao Wu is bringing De Ming and Air Ming this way to unleash the sea god S mark and the golden 13 tridents. Not long after, Xiao Wu joined forces with De Ming and Air Ming, followed closely by Tang Sect. Suddenly, a beam of golden light surged towards De Ming. Chun Fong, witnessing this, activated his 6th soul ring, launching a lightning spear from afar to intercept the golden light. Upon collision, the golden light revealed its true form, transforming into a sword forged from flames. In the wake of the clash, the lightning spear rapidly dissipated, though the sword's potency was significantly diminished. Zabao Xiaotet, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. He executed the White Tiger Diamond Transformation and the White Tiger Demon God Transformation, morphing into a colossal white tiger that positioned itself before De Ming. With a mighty swipe of its enormous paw, the sword was instantly shattered. From a distance, 4 figures raced towards them, with Lin Bo leading the charge. The previous strike had been his 5th soul skill, the Sacred Sword. Originally, his intention was to capitalize on their moment of inattention to eliminate De Ming, preventing him from serving as a sacrificial offering for Tang Sect. Such an outcome would severely impair Tang Sect's strength, potentially jeopardizing his ability to resurrect Xiao Wu after Air Ming's sacrifice. Even if he could not extinguish Tang Sect this time, the future would be drastically altered, making it significantly easier to eliminate him later on. Yet, it was evident that this endeavor would not be so simple. Behind Lin Bo were the golden crocodile Duel, the 1,000 June Duel, and the demon subduing Duel. The golden crocodile Duel was among the 7 sacrifices of the Spirit Hall, second only to Qian Daolu. While the 1,000 June and demon subduing Duel were brothers, their synergy forming an unmatched force. As Lin Bo approached, the expressions of the 10 sages shifted dramatically, and they promptly relayed information to the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon sighting the 10 sages, the 4 figures accelerated, with the golden crocodile Duo swiftly closing the distance. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing instantly embraced, executing their martial soul fusion technique, the Phantom White Tiger, charging toward the golden crocodile Duo. Oscar consumed a replica mirror sausage, transforming into a gigantic fire phoenix, while Xiao Pao unleashed his martial soul true form, the 7-headed fire phoenix, attacking from both flanks. The phoenix martial soul is particularly effective against reptilian martial souls, and their simultaneous release of true forms imposed a sense of pressure upon the golden crocodile Duo. Simultaneously, Xiao Pao expanded his phoenix domain, enveloping the golden crocodile Duo within its confines. Ning Rongrong activated her 9 treasures true body, causing the 9 treasure glazed tower to rapidly enlarge, disappearing within as a series of augmentations were cast upon the four individuals, significantly enhancing their powers. The seventh soul ring of the golden crocodile, Douluo, ignited, transforming into a massive golden crocodile. With a sweeping tail, he aimed to strike the phantom white tiger. Yet, at that moment, a fiery red figure darted from the side, clutching the tail of the golden crocodile Douluo. Instantly, the fiery red figure detonated, engulfing the golden crocodile Douluo in a cataclysmic explosion. This fiery red figure was none other than Oscar's replica, which had consumed a frenzy-inducing pink sausage, an extreme green sausage, and a robust golden fly before its explosion. Caught off guard, even the golden crocodile Douluo was propelled away by the blast. At this juncture, the Thousand June Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo arrived. Li Hong swiftly activated his martial soul true form, transforming into a two-headed giant wolf. Charging alongside Dabao's white tiger towards the Thousand June and demon subduing Douluo, Zheng Bei had morphed into a colossal nine-hearted begonia, expanding his golden domain to restore the soul power and stamina of his comrades. Just as the formidable Qianjun Duo and the demon subduing Duo were about to engage with Li Hong and Dabao, two fiery beams suddenly erupted from the ground, propelling both combatants into the air. It was none other than Qi Xiaoman's 8th soul skill, Flame Ascension Strike. This powerful control-type soul skill not only launched the opponent skyward, but also induced a 3-second stun effect upon them. Without such a capability, they would never have dared to confront two peak Douluos of level 96 head-on. With the enhancement of 4 major amplification skills, Dabao's 6th soul ring illuminated, and he traced a character for kill in the air with his hands, instantly sending Qianjun Duo hurtling away. Li Hong, unwilling to be outdone, activated his 2nd and 5th soul rings. Under the dual wolf embodiment, the tornado blade struck the demon, subduing Duo, similarly propelling both figures far from the battlefield. At that moment, centered around Chun Fong, a vibrant domain unfurled. His head's soul bone skill, elemental control, had evolved into this powerful domain. Initially, in the Misty Canyon, his martial spirit had evolved from the Flame Lord to the Elemental Lord. Later, within the illusion created by the Sea Illusion Douluo, he had further advanced his soul bone skill into this elemental control domain. The power of the water element quickly coalesced, and with the activation of Chun Fong's 8th soul ring, tumultuous waves gathered before Qianjun Duo and demon subduing Douluo, who were still reeling from their stun and thus were once again repelled. Chun Fong's 8th soul skill, Vast Sea's Fury, akin to the Vast Sea's Wrath bestowed upon Tang Sect, was a group attack skill. Just as they unleashed their powerful strikes, Wang Haochen transformed into a colossal venomous serpent. His 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th soul rings shimmering simultaneously, enveloping the area in a thick miasma that shielded the 10 sages. Concurrently, the illusory space was activated. Seeing that the 3 offerings had been thwarted, Tang Sect urged Xiao Wu to lead Ming and Ming to safety. However, Lin Bo had already begun his assault. Xiao Wu, take them and go, Tang Sect declared, swiftly consuming 3 sausages, which rejuvenated him significantly from his previous state of exhaustion. The sausages he devoured were the restorative sausage, the exhilarating pink sausage, and the crystal caterpillar sausage. His injuries were fully mended, and with the aid of the restorative sausage and Zheng Bei's golden domain, a portion of his soul power was replenished. Coupled with the amplification from the exhilarating pink sausage, he was barely prepared to re-engage in battle. Planning to escape? Lin Bo sneered, his 8th soul ring glowing as an angelic apparition materialized behind him. This angelic figure could amplify ranged attacks by 200%, a feat even a typical title Douluo would hesitate to confront directly. Simultaneously, his 6th soul ring illuminated, and a golden light emanated from the angelic figure's eyes. This was the angel's roar. In an instant, Tang Sect teleported before Xiao Wu, focusing his mental energy and utilizing the purple extreme demon eye to unleash a mental assault, successfully intercepting Lin Bo's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu Ming and Ming swiftly retreated, vanishing from sight. Lin Bo did not pursue. His primary target remained Tang Sect. He raised the holy sword, channeling the power of the sun into the divine blade, and then slashed downward, sending a beam of sword light racing toward Tang Sect. Now at level 94, Lin Bo was adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings, instilling him with unwavering confidence. His current strength was certainly on par with the 6th and 7th offerings, and in a one-on-one scenario, he felt assured of defeating Tang Sect. Tang Sect remained composed, wielding the sea god trident with precision, crafting a golden halo that collided with the sword light, shattering it into fragments. Lin Bo activated his seventh soul ring, unleashing his martial spirit, engulfing Tang San in an angelic domain that confined him within a limited space. However, Tang San was no longer the same individual he once was. Unleashing his blue-silver true body, the killing god domain expanded rapidly. In the state of his martial spirit, the power of the killing god domain reached its zenith, breaking the confines in an instant, and he swiftly transitioned into the blue-silver domain. Although the angelic domain remained intact, it could no longer restrain Tang San. After all, this was the Stardow Forest. The angelic domain and blue-silver domain faced off, and though Lin Bo had ascended to title de law, the residual power of the Stardow Forest allowed the blue-silver domain to withstand the angelic domain. Lin Bo raised the holy sword high, and a continuous flow of solar energy surged into it, coalescing into fiery dragons that surged toward Tang San. Tang San employed the ghost shadow perplexing step, deftly maneuvering while retreating slightly, his hands never ceasing their motion as he swung the sea god trident, launching a series of golden halos that dissipated the fire dragons one by one. Lin Bo remained patient, persistently unleashing fire dragons. If this stalemate continued, whether Tang San exhausted his soul power or the three offerings freed themselves, Tang San's demise was inevitable. Tang San recognized the precariousness of his situation. His fourth soul ring quietly illuminated, activating the blue-silver prison's mutated skill, blue-silver piercing array. Lin Bo was caught off guard and struck without response. Seizing the moment while Lin Bo was stunned, Tang San unfurled his 8 spider lances and swiftly retreated into the distance. Planning to flee? Lin Bo scoffed, ascending into the air as his blood-red 100,000-year soul ring illuminated. His entire being emanated a brilliant glow, drawing in surrounding light elements as he activated his 100,000-year soul skill. Holy Light Body. Simultaneously, numerous luminous rings manifested in the sky, each emitting blinding radiance that enveloped Tang San. This was the 100,000-year soul ring technique, Holy Light Radiance. Without hesitation, Tang San executed a teleportation, vanishing 50 meters away. However, the light emanating from the rings instantly redirected toward him. Enveloped in light, Tang San was horrified to find his soul power rapidly dissipating, with a significant portion disintegrating in mere moments. More critically, his martial spirit was forcibly retracted. The blue-silver domain dispelled, and even the 8 spider lances were compelled back into his body. At that moment, Lin Bo ceased the holy light radiance and dove directly from the sky toward Tang San. With a swift motion, Tang San retrieved 2 sausages from the 24 bridge Minjiwai and consumed them. Suddenly, 6 wings sprouted from his back, and with a flicker, he soared into the distance. The sausages he had just ingested were the restorative sausage and the speedy flight mushroom sausage. Prior to this, when He Chong had informed Tang San of the Spirit Hall's movements, Tang San had been prepared for battle. Since then, Oscar had been tirelessly crafting various sausages, most of which had been stored within Tang San's 24 bridge Minjiwai. As Lin Bo pursued Tang San, they quickly distanced themselves from their previous location. While fleeing, Tang San gradually replenished his soul power through the Xian Tiangong, occasionally extracting restorative sausages from the 24 bridge Minjiwai to aid in his recovery. Although Lin Bo felt a tinge of urgency, he was somewhat helpless. He was chasing Tang San at full speed, yet their velocities were closely matched. Lin Bo contemplated, and once again activated his 8th soul ring, summoning the angelic apparition. Following that, his 6th soul ring glowed, and 2 golden beams exceeding a meter in length surged forth from the angelic figure's eyes, hurtling toward Tang San. Tang San's mental prowess had already reached an expansive realm. Thus, merely turning his head and unleashing a mental assault through the purple extreme magic, was sufficient to neutralize the angelic roar. However, this slight delay allowed Lin Bo to close the distance between them significantly. With a sardonic smile, Lin Bo raised the sacred sword once more and, with a swift downward strike, unleashed a crescent-shaped beam of golden light towards Tang San. Without glancing back, Tang San continued his retreat, simultaneously releasing his martial soul. The blood-red 8th soul ring illuminated, and a mirror angled upwards appeared behind him. As the golden beam of light struck the mirror, it was promptly reflected skyward. At this moment, Lin Bo could no longer contain himself, even though he was currently the one pursuing Tang San. The latter's soul power was gradually recovering while Lin Bo's had dwindled considerably. In this exchange of strengths, it seemed his chances of victory were diminishing. Yet, having already closed the gap, Tang San was now within the confines of Lin Bo's domain. The angelic domain expanded instantly, enveloping Tang San and constricting his perception and mental power to a limited sphere. Tang San swallowed a firm golden fly and released the death god domain, which immediately pushed back the angelic domain. However, the angelic domain quickly reasserted itself, confining the death god domain to a mere 3 meters around Tang San. The innate domains reached their utmost potential only at the level of a tidal daw. Undoubtedly, Lin Bo, now a tidal daw, wielded an angelic domain far superior to the death god domain, which was merely augmented by his martial soul's true form. Although the death god domain exhibited astounding explosive power, it was also immensely consuming. The blue-silver true body provided only a modest enhancement to the death god domain. And since the blue-silver domain had been shattered by the holy light previously, it could not be invoked again in the near term, leaving Tang San in a precarious position. Without hesitation, Lin Bo conjured several fire dragons to assault the death god domain. Chapter 82, Resumption of Battle, Lin Bo vs. Tang San, Part 2. As the fire dragons charged, Tang San unexpectedly dispelled the blue-silver true body. The angelic domain pressed forward once more, confining the death god domain to the surface of Tang San's body. Following this, Tang San switched his martial soul from blue-silver emperor to the Haotian hammer and struck one of the fire dragons, sending it hurtling away. He then aimed the Haotian hammer at another fire dragon. Chaotique cloak à mort technique, Lin Bo muttered to himself, as the angelic apparition behind him once again raised the sacred sword imbued with soul power, rapidly absorbing the solar energy and preparing for an offensive. The chaotic cloak hammer technique quickly accumulated to 30 strikes, while Tang San continued to employ his own technique, stepping lightly as he did so. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, with the sun's radiance seemingly concentrating solely upon the sacred sword. Concurrently, Lin Bo ascended into the air, his red ninth soul ring illuminating as he transformed into a being of holy light, while a multitude of halos appeared in the sky. Hundreds of beams of light from these halos swiftly descended upon Tang San, compelling the Haotian hammer to retract as the death god domain was shattered in an instant. Under the brilliance of the holy light, even Tang San's instant teleportation and invincible golden body became inaccessible. The crimson golden blade descended, as the solar holy sword unleashed its fiery brilliance. In that moment, Lin Bo was confident that Tang San was doomed. After all, at this juncture, Tang San could not utilize any soul rings or soul bone abilities. Yet, to Lin Bo's surprise, Tang San bore a faint smile as a circle of golden light radiated from the trident of the sea god in his right hand, momentarily dispersing the angelic domain by half. Then, the sea god trident traced several golden halos in the air, which upon colliding with the crimson golden light, shattered, albeit diminishing its potency slightly. Next, under Lin Bo's astonished and furious gaze, Tang San spun around, launching the sea god trident with a streak of phantasmal golden light that cleaved through the void, intercepting the descending crimson golden brilliance. The crimson golden light was silently dismantled as the sea god trident completed its arc and returned to Tang San's grasp. Lin Bo now landed back on the ground, having exhausted much of his soul power with that last attack. His remaining energy was only slightly greater than Tang San's. Furthermore, he noticed Tang San had retrieved 2 recovery sausages from the Night of the 24 Bridges and consumed them without hesitation. Lin Bo's expression darkened. His soul power was insufficient for another attack of that magnitude. However, thanks to the holy light's radiance, both of Tang San's domains have been shattered, rendering his martial soul and soul bone abilities temporarily inaccessible. To eliminate Tang San, he needed to capitalize on this fleeting opportunity. The angelic domain once again enveloped Tang San, significantly diminishing his senses. A golden silhouette darted past Tang San, manifesting the evolved skill of the angelic domain, angelic descent. Tang San felt his mental and soul powers plummet. While the soul power could be replenished through the recovery sausages, the mental power could only recover over time. Lin Bo raised the sacred sword high, drawing upon solar energy, and conjured fire dragons to encircle Tang San. In response, Tang San wielded the sea god trident, transforming the myriad trident shadows into clusters of golden clouds that deflected the fire dragons. Lin Bo's gaze turned icy as he executed angelic descent once more. The golden figure swept over Tang San, further diminishing his soul and mental power. Simultaneously, Lin Bo's 6th soul ring illuminated, and 2 beams of golden light shot from his eyes, piercing toward Tang San. A purple glimmer flashed in Tang San's eyes as the purple extreme divine light erupted forth. a deep blue radiance emanating from his gaze, countering the golden brilliance of the angelic roar. Meanwhile, Lin Bo's sacred sword plunged from the sky, aimed directly at Tang San. Although Tang San was constrained by the angelic domain, his mental power, having reached an expansive realm, enabled him to perceive his surroundings clearly within a 10-meter radius. With a flourish of his trident, Tang San traced several circles, summoning golden halos to target Lin Bo. The first two halos vanished under the sacred sword's slash, but the third golden halo ensnared Lin Bo. Although Lin Bo's strength surpassed Tang San's, the unstable wind wave could only bind him for 3 seconds. Yet, that was more than sufficient. The heart of the sea god upon Tang San's trident shimmered, unleashing a cerulean wave of energy directed at Lin Bo. After executing this strike, Tang San's complexion paled, and he hastily consumed another recovery sausage. This assault was one of the 4 skills inherent to the vast sea universe cover, the universe-breaking demon. In order to unleash this attack, Tang San had fully expended the meager soul power remaining within him. Lin Bo watched in helpless astonishment as the cerulean wave approached, unable to move. He could only channel all his soul power to shield himself. The cerulean wave struck Lin Bo, sending him careening backward, blood gushing from his wounds, unmistakably gravely injured. Simultaneously, the angelic domain dissipated. At that moment, a black box appeared in Tang San's hand, the Zhuge divine crossbow. Just then, 3 figures emerged from the distance. The 3 offerings of the spirit hall. Without hesitation, Tang San's hand moved deftly over the black box, triggering the mechanisms within, causing Lin Bo's expression to darken. Lin Bo staggered to his feet, his body drenched in blood, rendered barely able to move. The black box in Tang San's hand was aimed at Lin Bo, and with a thunderous roar and a buzzing sound, 16 beams of black light erupted forth. At that moment, however, the golden crocodile Duel was already quite close. Upon witnessing this, he hastened his pace and positioned himself in front of Lin Bo, blocking the onslaught of black light. Have the 3 offerings dealt with them? Lin Bo inquired. No, the golden crocodile, Douluo replied, shaking his head. They employed several forceful control-type soul skills to subdue us, and then they fled. We were concerned for the young lady's safety, so we came here. Just as the golden crocodile, Douluo, spoke, Qinjun Douluo and Xiaoxiao Douluo launched their attacks on Tang San from either side. A cold smirk crept upon Lin Bo's lips, despite the earlier unforeseen circumstances. He did not believe Tang San had any chance of survival in this situation. However, an unexpected development occurred. A layer of crimson barrier quietly manifested before Tang San, absorbing the strikes from the 2 dragon-spiraled staffs. Simultaneously, a furious roar echoed from afar, causing the 3 offerings to stagger backward, while Lin Bo, even more severely affected, coughed up blood once again. Yet, it appeared that Tang San remained unscathed, his expression tranquil. Let's go, Lin Bo commanded in a low voice, abandoning any thoughts of eliminating Tang San, and swiftly departed under the protection of the 3 offerings. Concurrently, a red figure glided from the distant horizon. Descending beside Tang San, it was Fanny Huang. At this moment, 10 crimson soul rings swirled around Fanny Huang, the last of which radiated a faint golden hue. A divine-level soul ring. Tang San, are you all right? Fanny Huang asked. I am fine, Tang San replied, though the pallor of his face betrayed his frailty. Just then, the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters and the other 10 sages arrived. Though each bore their own injuries from the earlier confrontation with the 3 offerings of the Spear Hall. What about them? Li Feng and Kita. They left not long ago. Fanny Huang answered. If we pursue them now, we should still be able to catch up. A glint of coldness flickered in Wang Haochen's eyes. In your current state, you likely cannot contend with them, Fanny Huang replied, shaking his head. As for me, I cannot take the initiative to eliminate any soul master or soul beast until the completion of the 8th trial. In that case, let us spare them for now. Qi Xiaoman suggested. Just then, Xiao Wu returned with the heavily poisoned Deming and Air Ming. After Tang San expressed his determination to resurrect Xiao Wu, both Deming and Air Ming offered their sacrifices to him. As for Bibi Dong and the others, perhaps sensing the pressure emanating from Fanny Huang, they quietly withdrew after approaching. Regardless, it seemed that the matters concerning the Stardow Forest had reached a conclusion. Tang San, let Huo Wushuang accompany you to resurrect Xiao Wu. For now, leave the affairs of the Tiando Empire to the others of the Shrek 7 monsters. As for us 10 sages, we shall first make our way to the Xingluo Empire. After bidding farewell, Debao, Chen Feng, Li Hong, Qi Xiaoman, Wang Haochen, and Zheng Bei departed towards the Xingluo Empire, while the remaining 5 from the Shrek 7 monsters, excluding Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Bai Qinxiang, headed towards the Qiando Empire. Meanwhile, Tang San and Fanny Huang made their way towards the Sunset Forest. As they departed, Li Hong reminded Xiao Pang and Fanny Huang to keep them informed of any unusual developments. Thus, the three parties ventured forth in three different directions. Chapter 83. The Space Gloves. Within the Maze Canyon, Lu Xiaoxiao was racing forward, making haste into the depths. Although it had taken him a year to delve into the Maze Canyon initially, that was primarily due to his previous lack of strength and cautious nature, necessitating constant evasion of formidable soul beasts, which rendered his progress exceedingly slow, and he would occasionally retreat under the pursuit of powerful soul beasts. Additionally, his unfamiliarity with the terrain had led him to take many detours. Now, guided by the heart of space, he swiftly reached the depths of the Maze Canyon. This should be the place, Lu Xiaoxiao pondered, wandering about, but failing to be drawn into the secret realm he had previously entered. Suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the air, and a blue shadow darted towards him, its target set on Lu Xiaoxiao. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao activated the heart of space, which emitted a silvery light, enveloping him as he swiftly shifted 3 meters to the right. In an instant, the scenery around him transformed. The previous landscape vanished, leaving only a vast expanse of silvery white. At that moment, a notification resonated in Lu Xiaoxiao's mind. Space 9th Trial, 7th Trial, were the space gloves. Stunned, Lu Xiaoxiao watched as a pair of gloves with small indentations materialized before him. Just as he was about to put them on, the gloves suddenly shot off in opposite directions. Lu Xiaoxiao flickered forward to one of the gloves, seizing it to don it. Yet the other glove appeared behind him, a single finger extending to tickle his back. Lu Xiaoxiao burst into uncontrollable laughter, losing his grip, causing the glove in his hand to swiftly escape. Simultaneously, the glove that had been tickling him also flew away. What a peculiar situation, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, recalling something. He pointed a finger to his forehead, and 2 silvery crystals emerged, the heart of space. In Lu Xiaoxiao's mind, he remembered how Tang San's 7th trial had involved the crucial role of the vast sea and sky barrier. So he believed his heart of space could also prove beneficial in his 7th trial. However, upon the appearance of the 2 silvery crystals, there was no response. The 2 space gloves continued to drift aimlessly in the silvery void. What is happening? Is this not the heart of space? Lu Xiaoxiao wondered, perplexed as to why they had entered his body. Unable to discern the reason, he gritted his teeth and lunged for the gloves again. Time passed slowly, and after a brief half an hour, Lu Xiaoxiao still had not succeeded. He took a moment to calm himself, gazing at the 2 floating hearts of space, contemplating deeply. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Of course." Subsequently, Lu Xiaoxiao grasped the 2 hearts of space, continuously channeling his soul power into them, causing the silvery hearts of space to shine brightly. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a powerful attraction emanating from the 2 crystals, drawing his soul power, mental energy, spatial light, and blood rapidly into the heart of space. The heart of space illuminated, promptly attracting the 2 space gloves, which then hovered in the air, fitting perfectly into the gloves' indentations. Following this, the surrounding space of the gloves rippled, then fell back into tranquility, gently descending before Lu Xiaoxiao. He reached for the space gloves, and this time, they did not take flight. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao successfully acquired the space gloves and donned them. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Space 7th Trial, where the divine artifact, Space Gloves, passed. Reward, space affinity increased by 15%, total affinity 70%. Recognized by the space gloves, granted usage rights. Immediately after, a surge of information flooded into Lu Xiaoxiao's mind. Space 9 Absolute? Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of surprise. The Space 9 Absolutes corresponding to the Golden 13 Halberds? Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Although only the first 3 Absolutes are available, that suffices. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoxiao perused the content of the 8th trial, exhaling a sigh of relief. The requirements of the 8th trial were not entirely unexpected. To cultivate the martial soul to the 9th ring level, gather all soul bones, and defeat the Sun and Moon Douluo with a time limit of 5 years. During the assessment, the absorption of divine soul rings is prohibited. Prohibited from absorbing divine soul rings? Is it due to my trial lacking the resurrection of accompanying challengers? Or was that aspect originally included, merely altered in Tang San's trial to involve the resurrection of accompanying challengers? Lu Xiaoxiao pondered. Thus, it appears the 9th soul ring cannot be obtained through the auxiliary sea god inheritance. But what manner of being is the Sun and Moon Douluo? To be comparable to the deep-sea demon whale king, it must be a pinnacle Douluo at level 99. I wonder where it emerged from. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the space surrounding Lu Xiaoxiao, and he was transported into the Misty Gorge. The azure figure that had previously attacked him had not yet departed. Lu Xiaoxiao recognized it as a verdant demon bird. It seems there are quite a number of verdant demon birds in this Misty Gorge. Lu Xiaoxiao mused, recalling that when he first entered the Misty Gorge, he encountered a 10,000-year verdant demon bird, and upon exiting, he faced another 5,000-year verdant demon bird. With the speed of this verdant demon bird, could it be a 100,000-year specimen? Perhaps it is a direct descendant of the verdant demon bird I once slain? While Lu Xiaoxiao was deep in thought, the verdant demon bird once again fixed its gaze upon him, its eyes turning a fiery red, while its emerald body transformed into a blazing crimson. Could it possibly possess both wind and fire attributes? Lu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of frustration, yet he held no fear. Having just acquired the space gloves, he was eager to test their might. The verdant demon bird rapidly approached, and Lu Xiaoxiao, undaunted, raised his hands. The space before him vibrated swiftly, transmitting a wave of energy forward. This was the first move of the Space 9 Absolutes, the Space Wave. During the third trial, Lu Xiaoxiao had mastered the technique of space vibration while refining his body in the tides. But today, having learned the Space Wave, this technique had truly become lethal. The Space Wave struck the verdant demon bird, forcibly repelling it backward to the ground. The bird quickly took flight again, although it bore some injuries. It seemed far from critically wounded. Not wanting to engage further, Lu Xiaoxiao's figure flickered and he appeared 50 meters away, executing the second move of the Space 9 Absolutes. Instantaneous movement. Lu Xiaoxiao's maximum distance for this movement was 50 meters, yet consumed minimal energy. With several rapid flashes, he had created a distance of several hundred meters from the verdant demon bird. Then, extending his hands forward, a few seconds later, a void rift opened before him. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao dove into the rift. Moments later, he emerged outside the Misty Gorge. This was the third move of the Space 9 Absolutes, Space Traversal. This ability allowed Lu Xiaoxiao to traverse vast distances at high speed through a void passage, and he could lead others along, though their cultivation must be lower than his own, and the greater their strength and number, the more energy he expended. Additionally, this space traversal required a few seconds to establish a stable void passage. If interrupted, the attempt would fail. That verdant demon bird undoubtedly possessed a 100,000-year cultivation. Lu Xiaoxiao contemplated, while he did not yet feel fully equipped to confront it. He was certain it would be the source of his 9th soul ring. By the way, if Yichang and Chunlong are heading to the star Douluo Continent, the distance is considerable. It would be prudent to assist them. Lu Xiaoxiao reflected, extending his hands once more, and a few seconds later, a stable void passage opened before him. With a flicker, he plunged into the void. Chapter 84. The Blade of Light and the Spear of Darkness. Chunlong and Yichang were sailing across the ocean. At their current speed, they estimated they would reach the star Douluo Continent in about 3 months. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared beside them, and Lu Xiaoxiao landed on their small boat. Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? Yichang inquired, astonished by Lu Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance. This is my newly acquired divine skill, Space Traversal. It allows me to transport others swiftly through the void, Lu Xiaoxiao explained succinctly. I feared your journey to the star Douluo Continent would take too long, so I came to assist you. This is splendid news, Chunlong exclaimed. Lu Xiaoxiao raised his voice, extending his hands forward, and after approximately 7 or 8 seconds, a massive spatial rift formed before them. Let us proceed, Lu Xiaoxiao said, grasping Chunlong and Yichang's arms, and then they all leaped into the spatial passage. Minutes later, in a forest on the star Douluo Continent, Lu Xiaoxiao and his companions materialized. Exhaling heavily, Lu Xiaoxiao caught his breath upon exiting the void passage. This journey had taken a toll on him, as transporting 2 individuals over such a distance drained most of his soul power. We have directly arrived near the forest of light and darkness, Yichang remarked, surprised. I initially intended to send us to the shore of the star Douluo Continent and then navigate based on your directions, Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled wryly. However, I am still not proficient with space traversal, and in attempting to cover too great a distance, I miscalculated our location. Yet, it seems we have landed fortuitously. Xiaoxiao, thank you immensely for this, Chunlong said, patting Lu Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. You should take this time to recover your soul power. After we complete the 7th trial, we will need your assistance to return us to Douluo Continent. Lu Xiaoxiao agreed, and Yichang and Chunlong ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, they entered the realm of light and darkness once more. This time, they were not impeded by the golden lion mastiff. Upon reaching a fork in the path, They separated again, each choosing a different route. In the light realm, the colossal statue reappeared before Qianlong, but this time, a sword was embedded in the ground before it. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in Qianlong's mind. Seventh trial. Draw the divine artifact, Blade of Light. Gazing at the imposing figure, Qianlong suddenly communicated telepathically. He Chang is the god of light, male or female. In the divine realm, over 10,000 years later, the god of darkness and the god of light are a married couple. The god of light is female, He Chang replied. Then why is the statue before me male? Qianlong inquired further. In the divine realm, while the 7 elemental gods seldom change, there have been instances of transition. The statue before you may represent a previous god of light. Or perhaps the new generation of the god of light and the god of darkness has yet to be born, He Chang responded. I see. Qianlong contemplated before stepping forward to grasp the hilt of the sword. Meanwhile, in the dark realm, He Chang walked through the boundless darkness, feeling an inexplicable sense of guidance. Suddenly, he halted, receiving the prompt. Seventh trial. Draw the divine artifact, Spear of Darkness. After a moment of reflection, He Chang reached down and grasped the spear's shaft. Several hours later, having fully restored his soul power, Xiaoxiao gazed into the distance, lost in thought. While waiting, he had attempted to eavesdrop on Lin Bo's movements, yet he heard nothing. In his contemplation, he mused that perhaps upon reaching the pinnacle of the titled Douluo rank, he would be able to shield himself from such perceptions, a notion that left him somewhat helpless. At that moment, 2 figures appeared beside him, He Chang and Qianlong. Have you succeeded? Xiaoxiao inquired hastily. Indeed, He Chang affirmed with a nod. I have mastered the divine artifact, the dark spear, as well as the first 3 forms of the divine technique, the 12 dark spears. As for the 8th trial, it bears resemblance to Tang Sect's, albeit without the resurrection companion assessment, and it now requires defeating Qian Douluo instead of slaying the deep-sea demon whale king. However, Qian Douluo was originally expected to sacrifice himself for Lin Bo's divine inheritance, and it seems that matters have become more complex. My divine artifact is the Blade of Light, and I have also grasped the first 3 forms of the 12 light blades, Qianlong interjected. Why are both of your divine techniques comprised of 12 forms, while mine consists of only 9? Xiaoxiao muttered. My trial is quite similar to his, but I must defeat the nether serpent Douluo, Qianlong continued, disregarding Xiaoxiao's complaint. The nether serpent Douluo? He Chang frowned. I do not recall such a figure, but it must be an ultimate Douluo. The nether serpent Douluo? Yes, the nether domain serpent. The nether domain serpent? Qianlong queried. It is a formidable, evil martial soul. He Chang elucidated. If that is indeed the case, you are likely to confront an ultimate Douluo among evil spirit masters. By the way, I must contend with the sun and moon Douluo, Xiaoxiao remarked. Can you help me ascertain what kind of martial soul he possesses? The sun and moon Douluo? He Chang frowned. There are numerous martial souls associated with the sun and moon, and I cannot deduce which one it might be at the moment. However, it may be connected to the sun and moon continent. Have you determined the target for your 9th soul ring? Xiaoxiao inquired. I can sense that within the dark dragon's skeletal remains procured from the dragon bone lies an energy akin to a man-made soul ring, resembling a divine soul ring. If my conjecture is correct, upon my ascension to title Douluo, I could directly harness that energy to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, He Chang stated. If your speculation holds true, I should be capable of the same, Qianlong added. Comparing ourselves to others is disheartening. Xiaoxiao lamented. I still have to contend with a 100,000-year emerald demon bird. All right, Xiaoxiao, cease your complaints, Qianlong consoled, patting him on the shoulder. A 100,000-year soul beast is worth far more than a 100,000-year soul ring. Indeed, Xiaoxiao clapped his hands, only to become gloomy again as a thought struck him. But I have already gathered all my soul bones. Do not lose heart. Perhaps external soul bones will manifest, He Chang reassured him. Let us first rendezvous with Daba and the others, Xiaoxiao suggested, opening a spatial passage and leading the 2 through it. Chapter 85, Tianyang Pass. On a vast plain within the Star Luo Empire, a colossal army marched in an orderly fashion, totaling over 2 million when including the regular troops, logistical units, and reserve forces. Among the army, Daba and his companions were engaged in discussions, since parting ways with Tang Sect and the others. They had been on the move and had finally returned to the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire a few days prior to pay their respects to the emperor, seeing that his son had brought back such young prodigies who were already sold Douluos. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire was understandably elated and immediately conferred the title of duke upon the other 5, albeit without granting them any territory. Coincidentally, Daba and his companions returned just as the Star Luo Empire's army was preparing to embark. Thus the emperor ordered Daba to lead the troops alongside Marshal Gangyan in the name of the prince. Due to the Star Luo Empire lacking the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tang Sect, unlike the Heaven Do Empire, the total number of soul masters was only around 5,000, with only the emperor being a title de law. Hence, the original plan entailed a defensive stance for the Star Luo Empire, with the Heaven Do Empire responsible for the main offensive. However, with the addition of their presence, the situation had changed dramatically. The inclusion of several individuals capable of rivaling titled Duelos allowed for a direct offensive, as long as the opposing high-ranking soul masters were dispatched. The rest would rely on Wang Haochen's poison. Even a title Dueluo would take heed of the poison from the Bailin Snake King. Of course, it was non-lethal, merely employing paralyzing toxins to temporarily incapacitate the enemy. As Daba and his companions discussed, a portal suddenly appeared in the void, and 3 figures tumbled forth from it. Ouch! One exclaimed, rising to his feet and rubbing his body. That hurt. After 3 transits back to the Douluo Continent, my soul power is nearly depleted. The trio consisted of Lu Xiaoxiao, He Chong, and Chen Long, who had returned to the Douluo Continent after 2 additional spatial traversals to arrive at their current location. What brings you here? Qi Xiaoman asked, somewhat surprised. Lu Xiaoxiao explained the preceding circumstances, then switched the topic. Daba, your child must be around 4 or 5 years old now. Have you seen him? Of course. I've seen them, Daba replied. Both are boys and quite handsome. Just like me. As they walked, the group engaged in various conversations. By the way, Daba, we are still unaware of the situation at the front lines. Could you provide us with an overview? He Chong asked. Our objective this time is Tianyang Pass of the Spirit Empire, and the situation is similar to that of Jialing Pass, Daba explained. As for the defending general of the Spirit Empire, current intelligence indicates there are only 4 titled Dueluos, none exceeding level 95. And what about the forces stationed at Tianyang Pass? He Chong inquired further. The ordinary troops guarding Tianyang Pass number just over 200,000 and are not formidable. The real concern lies with the 2,000 soul masters, Daba stated. However, as long as we can deal with the high-ranking soul masters stationed at the pass, the rest can be managed with Wang Haochen's paralyzing poison. The poison from the Bailin Snake King is indeed one of the most formidable substances on the battlefield, Chen Long remarked. Do we have specific intelligence on those 4 titled Dueluos? He Chong asked. The 4 titled Dueluos are all well-known veterans, Daba replied. They are the Ice Sword Dueluo with an Ice Sword Martial Soul, the Iron Walled Dueluo with an Iron Armored Dragon Martial Soul, the Ice Flame Dueluo with an Ice Fire Magic Tiger Martial Soul, and a Magic Ape Dueluo with a 3-eyed Magic Ape Martial Soul. He Chong pondered. These 4 martial souls. The Ice Sword Martial Soul possesses a self-created soul skill known as the Light Sword Technique, which harnesses the essence of ice to condense into a light sword. The Iron Armored Dragon is a subspecies of the Earth Dragon Martial Soul, excelling in strength and defense. The Ice Fire Magic Tiger Martial Soul commands both ice and fire elements, sporting wings for adeptness in both ranged and close combat, comparable to the Spider Queen. And the 3-eyed Magic Ape is a dual attribute martial soul of darkness and spirit, skilled in illusions, making it exceedingly troublesome. How do you possess such extensive intelligence? Zheng Bei could not help but inquire. I've read extensively, which naturally imparts understanding, He Chong replied with a smile, refraining from elaborating further, and instead began to contemplate strategies. Although their strength was not insignificant, devising a well-thought-out plan was essential to confront 4 formidable titled Dueluos. Days later, before Tianyang Pass, the 2 million-strong army of the Star Luo Empire had established camp. Within the command tent, Daba sat at the head, flanked by the 10 sages and various generals of the Star Luo Empire, many of whom were aligned with Daba. Marshal Gangyan, is the army prepared? Daba inquired. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Empire's million-strong army is fully prepared, Marshal Gangyan responded solemnly. Dabao nodded and remarked, I am not adept at commanding armies. I shall leave everything to Marshal Gangyan. As for the high-ranking soul masters of the enemy, my companions and I will manage them. The high-ranking soul masters he referred to included not only the 4 titled Dueluo, but also those at the soul Dueluo level. As for the soul saints and below, naturally, the Star Luo Empire had its own soul masters to contend with. An old general, emboldened, ventured to inquire, Your Highness, what assurance do you and your friends have in dealing with those high-ranking soul masters? One of the generals hesitated for a moment before responding. Of course, it is through strength. Brothers, release your soul rings. Dabao replied nonchalantly, and subsequently, the 9 of them unleashed their soul rings. a dazzling display of 72 rings illuminating the sky, particularly the striking red rings of Hichang and Chunlong, as well as Lu Xiaoxiao's 8 rings, 7 black and 1 red, rendering the onlookers momentarily speechless. To possess such prowess at such a young age is indeed a fortuitous boon for the Empire, the general respectfully remarked. Following this, the group meticulously strategized for the battle the next day, parting ways only at dusk. On the following morning, just as dawn broke, the forces of the Star Luo Empire had already formed numerous square formations, while a vast army was mobilizing from the Tianyang Pass. When the two armies clashed, it was evident that the Star Luo Empire held the upper hand. The moment they engaged, the martial Soul Empire began to retreat. Several elder officials were compelled to deploy the Soul Master Legions of the martial Soul Empire. In turn, the Star Luo Empire dispatched their own Soul Master Legions, while 9 figures swiftly darted from the Star Luo forces towards the martial Soul Empire. These were the 10 sages. The 4 titled Duel stationed at Tianyang Pass, upon witnessing this, immediately summoned a dozen Soul Duel to intercept the 10 sages. The battle was on the verge of erupting. In the heat of the conflict, Lu Xiaoxiao directly confronted the Iron Wall Duel, while Chun Fong faced the Ice Flame Duel. Chun Long and Hichang matched up against the Demon Ape Duel and the Ice Sword Duel, respectively. Hichang's arrangement was deliberate. Among them, Lu Xiaoxiao and Chun Fong possessed the highest levels of soul power, followed closely by Hichang, Chun Long, and Dabeo. The Iron Wall Douluo, with his formidable defense, was best suited for Lu Xiaoxiao to tackle. Chun Fong's mastery over elemental control was particularly effective against the Ice Flame Duel. Among the remaining trio, Chun Long and Hichang, equipped with divine artifacts, possessed slightly greater strength. Chun Long's light attribute countered the dark attribute of the Demon Ape Duel, leaving the Ice Sword Duel to be confronted by Hichang. As for the other 5, with Zheng Bei providing support, the remaining 4 naturally engaged the dozen or so Soul Duel. The Iron Wall Duel activated his first and second soul rings, his skin shimmering silver as his body rapidly expanded, hands enlarging to reveal claws exceeding 3 inches in length, lunging towards Lu Xiaoxiao. However, Lu Xiaoxiao had no intention of confronting him head-on. He retreated swiftly while emitting a spatial fluctuation that sent the Iron Wall Duel reeling backward. Simultaneously, 2 spatial blades were hurled from his hands, with the first, second, and third soul rings lighting up in unison. The 2 spatial blades manifested in gold and silver, splitting into thousands of subblades that whirled towards the Iron Wall Duel with high frequency. With a fierce shout, the Iron Wall Duel activated his 6th soul ring, layers of silver-scaled armor enveloping him. The onslaught of spatial blades struck the silver scales, leaving only white marks, failing to breach his defenses. In a flash of silver light, the 2 spatial blades returned to Lu Xiaoxiao's grasp, even as the Iron Wall Duel charged at him once more. Lu Xiaoxiao refrained from using the spatial fluctuation again, as its greatest advantage lay in catching opponents off guard. Once the opponent was prepared, evasion was feasible. The silver-white mist enveloped the surrounding space. It was Lu Xiaoxiao's spatial domain. The Iron Wall Duel's 3rd soul ring flared, unleashing a barrage of silver needles from his chest. Yet the space before Lu Xiaoxiao twisted, allowing the needles to circumvent him before exiting the spatial domain. Since acquiring the spatial gloves, Lu Xiaoxiao's affinity with the god of space had reached 70%. Under such a high affinity, he had gained profound insights into the utilization of his spatial domain. Meanwhile, the battle between Chun Fong and the Ice Flame Duel unfolded as a one-sided affair. The Ice Flame Duel had manifested his martial soul true form, transforming into a colossal tiger over 10 meters long, with a shoulder height exceeding 2 meters. The tiger's tawny fur was adorned with dark purple patterns, creating a most peculiar sight. One eye gleamed ice blue while the other blazed fire red. A pair of wings, each colored ice blue and fire red, sprouted from its back. However, the tiger's body was riddled with wounds. Chun Fong had similarly invoked his martial soul true form, his first 3 soul rings illuminating as his stature expanded to 3 meters, engaging the giant tiger in close combat. With his mastery over elemental control, Chun Fong reduced the presence of ice and fire elements around him to a minimum while enhancing the concentration of other elements. Consequently, the Ice Flame Duel's soul techniques, relying on ice and fire elements, were significantly weakened. Thus, the Ice Flame Duel was left with no choice but to engage in close quarters with Chun Fong. Even then, he found himself at a disadvantage. Chun Fang's eighth soul ring flickered intermittently, summoning surging waves from a direction around the ice flame Duel, under the suppression of fire elements. This tidal force was particularly effective against him. Moreover, whenever the waves appeared, Chun Fang's fourth soul ring would activate simultaneously, hindering the ice flame Douluo's movements and preventing him from evading the incoming assault. In this scenario, despite the ice flame Douluo's desperate resistance, defeat was merely a matter of time. The confrontation between He Chang and the ice sword Douluo was equally perilous. As the dark spear and the cold ice sword clashed repeatedly, neither gaining the upper hand. He Chang's initial 3 forms of the 12 dark spears were straightforward: soul devouring, life annihilation, and spirit severing. Soul devouring consumed soul power, life annihilation destroyed vitality, and spirit severing directly attacked mental strength. However, each ability required contact with the opponent to be effective. Should He Chang's dark spear strike the ice sword Douluo, the latter would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Yet, this premise hinged entirely on making contact with the ice sword Douluo. At this moment, He Chang had activated the Heart of Darkness and the Dark Evil Sacred Dragon transformation, deploying his Dark Domain. With the Heart of Darkness, He Chang continuously sought for a flaw in the ice sword Douluo's defenses. But the ice sword Douluo's light-splitting sword technique was revered as a divine skill among sword-type martial souls, even in the Heart of Darkness state. He Chang could not discern any openings. Furthermore, the ice sword Douluo was also in pursuit of He Chang's vulnerabilities. Given the ice sword Douluo's exceptional swordsmanship and He Chang's relative inexperience with spear techniques, merely relying on the Heart of Darkness for defense, should the cold ice sword strike He Chang, the ensuing chill would invade his body, leading to his inevitable downfall. However, the most intense battle was not occurring here, but rather between Chunlong and the demon ape Douluo. Light and dark mist radiated from Chunlong and the demon ape Douluo, colliding in a spectacular display. Not only did Chunlong possess a domain of light, but the demon ape Douluo also commanded his own domain. At that moment, Chunlong's 6th soul ring illuminated, and the divine light of breaking realms surged forth from him, directly penetrating the demon ape Douluo's domain and shattering it. The realm was shattered, and the magic ape Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling noticeably. He Chang's rationale for considering Chunlong to confront the magic ape Douluo was twofold. On one hand, the inherent conflict of attributes between light and darkness. On the other hand, it was primarily due to Chunlong's ability to breach the magic ape Douluo's domain. The presence or absence of a domain made a substantial difference for a title Douluo, as Chunlong successfully broke through the magic ape Douluo's domain. The 5th and 8th spirit rings illuminated, unleashing the powers of light and the holy light orca dragon simultaneously. A domain of light enveloped the magic ape Douluo, and wielding the blade of light, Chunlong charged forward. The magic ape Douluo reacted swiftly, summoning his martial soul's true form, transforming into a 2-meter-tall, 3-eyed magic ape, his 4th spirit ring glowing. He then exhaled a sphere of purple-black flames, rapidly spreading to form a barrier of fire that obstructed Chunlong's advance. Observing this, Chunlong soared into the air, bringing the blade of light down in a fierce arc, a beam of light infused with flames soaring toward the magic ape Douluo. Executing the first move of the 12 blades of light, the light flame slash. As the blade of light descended, the magic ape Douluo growled, his 8th spirit ring igniting, coalescing a thick stone wall over 10 meters in front of him to shield himself. Yet, the blade of light sliced through the layers of rock with ease, striking the magic ape Douluo, who let out a muffled grunt, blood gushing forth as he dispelled his martial soul's true form. Simultaneously, the other combatants engaged with the soul Douluo had seized the upper hand, with several soul Douluo from the martial soul empire already perishing. The balance of victory was tilting favorably towards the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 87, God of Angels, Linbo. The battle within Tianyang Pass intensified, and after concentrating efforts to eliminate several soul Douluo, Wang Haochen discreetly departed from the congregation of high-ranking soul masters, blending into the crowd behind the martial soul empire. The remaining fewer than 10 soul Douluo were held at bay by Qi Xiaoman, Zheng Bei, Daba, and Li Hong. Despite being outnumbered, with Qi Xiaoman's control, only 3 or 4 soul Douluo could engage simultaneously with Daba and Li Hong, and with Zheng Bei's support, they had no need to worry about exhaustion, all unleashing their full power. Among the battles with the 4 title Douluo, the first to conclude was the confrontation between Chun Fang and the Ice Flame Douluo. As Chun Fang unleashed the Thunder Hell Vine's accompanying soul skill, Thunder Hell, the sky darkened rapidly, and spheres of lightning began to coalesce and rise, subsequently descending from the heavens. Countless lightning spheres struck the ice flame Douluo, with some also impacting the surrounding Soul Master Legion, resulting in significant casualties among the Martial Soul Empire's forces, with over 60 Soul Masters falling, including 2 Soul Emperors. The ice flame Douluo, under intense scrutiny, fared even worse. Despite having activated his 9th soul skill for protection, he merely managed to deflect a portion of the lightning spheres, while the remainder struck his massive form, ultimately leading to his demise. Chun Fong swiftly rushed forward, searching through the ashes of the ice flame Douluo and miraculously retrieving 2 soul bones. Overjoyed, he stored the soul bones in his soul guide and then flew towards Li Hong and the others to provide support. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Xiaoxiao and the Iron Wall Douluo escalated to a fever pitch. The Iron Wall Douluo had transformed into a 15-meter-tall armor dragon, yet he found himself outmaneuvered by Lu Xiaoxiao. Whenever he aimed to strike Lu Xiaoxiao, she would employ instant teleportation to evade, while the Iron Wall Douluo's massive form became a prime target for Lu Xiaoxiao's spatial blade. However, Lu Xiaoxiao's attacks merely tickled the Iron Wall Douluo. Her first 6 soul skills had no effect whatsoever. At this juncture, neither could harm the other, but the Iron Wall Douluo, maintaining his martial soul's true form, was expending tremendous energy, while Lu Xiaoxiao required only to sustain her spatial domain, with occasional teleportation resulting in negligible consumption. Realizing this, the Iron Wall Douluo retracted his martial soul's true form, casting a cold gaze at Lu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, the Martial Soul Empire's forces were already at a disadvantage. Yet he remained confident in his formidable defensive capabilities. Even if he could not prevail, he believed he could escape. This, however, was mere wishful thinking. Lu Xiaoxiao activated her 1st, 4th, 6th, and the Crimson 8th Spirit Rings, coalescing a spatial blade before her, clearly preparing her ultimate move for a swift resolution. Witnessing this, the Iron Wall Douluo's 9th Spirit Ring illuminated, conjuring blocks of metal that coalesced into a massive wall 40 meters thick before him. This was the Iron Wall Douluo's strongest defensive maneuver, having withstood the full force of the Martial Soul Hall's 3 offerings. In his mind, this youth was merely a soul Douluo, and he believed it impossible for him to breach his defenses. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, extended her hands forward, swiftly opening a spatial rift into which the spatial blade vanished. What was she planning? The thought barely formed in the Iron Wall Douluo's mind when a rift suddenly opened before him, and the spatial blade reappeared right in front of him. At such close proximity, he had no means to evade, and the blade struck him directly. As the spatial blade penetrated the Iron Wall Douluo's body, it shattered rapidly, coursing through his veins to attack his heart. This move was none other than Lu Xiaoxiao's 8th soul skill, the Spatial Evil Demon Pursuit Blade. The Iron Wall Douluo did not even have time to let out a scream before his heart was ruptured and he met his end. The demise of the Iron Wall Douluo occurred less than 10 seconds after that of the Ice Flame Douluo, and at this moment, the high-ranking soul masters of the Martial Soul Empire were already in a state of panic. Simultaneously, a wave of yellow toxic mist spread forth, paralyzing all soul masters and soldiers in its path, a manifestation of Wang Haochen's green-scale yellow poison. Although the toxin was not particularly potent, it was sufficient to incapacitate these mid to low-ranking soul masters for over half an hour. As for ordinary soldiers, they would be immobilized for more than an hour. Moreover, the green-scale yellow poison continued to spread. Although Wang Haochen was merely a soul Douluo, at this moment, the affected Martial Soul Empire troops had surpassed 50,000. The Martial Soul Empire must abandon Tianyang Pass and retreat, bellowed the magic ape Douluo, as his 9th spirit ring flared to life. A beam of light emanating from his 3rd eye, launching a direct assault on Chun Long. Under this mental onslaught, Chun Long staggered back, his complexion paling further. Seizing this opportunity, the magic ape Douluo swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, the Ice Sword Douluo's 9th spirit ring also lit up, and with a flourish of his ice sword, a massive ice net was conjured, ensnaring Yichang. Yichang let out a low growl, thrusting his spear to pierce through the ice net. But the Ice Sword Douluo had already made his escape, with the Ice Sword Douluo and the Magic Ape Douluo retreating. The Martial Soul Empire's forces began to withdraw like a receding tide, although the green-scale yellow poison rendered many Martial Soul Empire soldiers immobile. It also hindered the Star Luo Empire from pursuing. The decision to retreat rather than hold fast to Tianyang Pass stemmed from their awareness of the green phosphor snake king's toxin's potency. Within Tianyang Pass, No high-ranking Soul Master possessed the ability to counteract the green phosphor Snake King's poison. Should the toxin spread unchecked, the martial Soul Empire would undoubtedly collapse. By retreating, they retained the possibility of a counteroffensive once reinforcements arrived. At this very moment, Liu Xiaoxiao was rummaging through the formidable body of the iron-walled Douluo, yet regrettably, he found not a single soul bone, prompting him to mutter under his breath. Although the Star Luo Empire could not pursue, the 10 sages were scarcely hindered by the relatively sparse poison of the abyssal phosphor Serpent Emperor. They relentlessly hunted down the high-ranking soul masters of the Spirit Empire, resulting in the demise of several soul Douluo and a dozen soul saints. As the forces of the Spirit Empire retreated, the remaining soldiers, including 3,000 soul masters, largely surrendered their arms, and subsequently, the army of the Star Luo Empire breached the Tianyang Pass, thereby securing complete control over it. Within the conference hall of the Tianyang Pass Commander's Mansion, everyone sat with smiles adorning their faces. The successful conquest of Tianyang Pass was undeniably a resounding victory for them. This triumph in capturing Tianyang Pass is largely thanks to your highness and your esteemed friends, Marshal Gangyan remarked with a beaming expression. The display of power by the 10 sages had indeed astonished them, having lost 2 of their 4 title Doa, a remarkable achievement by any measure. Marshal Gangyan, in the days to come, I implore you to lead the troops in fortifying Tianyang Pass. Debao spoke. The Spirit Empire has suffered significant losses, and with our advantageous position at Tianyang Pass, they are unlikely to counterattack for the time being. My friends, and I must depart for a while, though our absence shall not exceed 1 month. Upon our return, it will be the moment we utterly vanquish the Spirit Empire. Days prior, Xiaopeng had informed them that Tang Sect had ventured to the Star Do Forest, yet they decided to embark only after the conquest of Tianyang Pass. After bidding farewell to the generals of the Star Luo Empire, Liu Xiaoxiao began opening a spatial passage, preparing to transport everyone to the seaside in succession. In the Elder Hall of the Spirit City, within the Angel Temple, Lin Bo closed his eyes, his golden 6 wings fully unfurling behind him, golden hair billowing behind his head. With his right hand raised high, he wielded a long sword, his entire being radiating with intense golden flames. Lin Bo's soul awakened amidst agony, a tingling sensation coursing through his body, yet his countenance remained eerily serene. There are no appearances by Qian Daolu, no sign of Bibi Dong, nor Tang Sect. The entire angel inheritance was accomplished solely by Lin Bo's own strength. After an indeterminate time, the angel suit finally evolved into the angel divine garb, golden patterns radiating outward from him. The statue at the center of the Elder Hall shattered, and Lin Bo emerged at the core of the statue, raising the angel sacred sword aloft, golden flames transforming into a beam of light that surged skyward, even causing the sun to pale in comparison. Tang Sect, today you shall not escape your fate. Lin Bo sneered, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing into the horizon.